When life hits restart, Chen Jing is thrown back to 2009, standing once more at the crossroads of his fate. The memories of his past life are vivid and raw, a lifetime defined by failure. Yet heaven has granted him a second chance. Before him stand two paths, one pulled by friends who drag him into ruin, the other held open by a childhood sweetheart who, though deeply disappointed, still hopes he'll change. This time, Chen Jing won't choose the wrong path. In this life, he will reinvent himself, become someone renewed, someone brilliant. And this time, he'll hold tight to the one he once let go and reclaim the youth he thought was lost forever. Chapter 1. Do you have regrets? Do you have regrets? Do you want to make up for them? A restaurant in Anqing. Chen Jing sat by the window, waiting for his blind date. While scrolling through Sunbar online, he came across a post titled, "Do you have regrets? Do you want to make them up? Regrets?" Chen Jing slowly lifted his head, memories flashing through his mind, the deepest regrets of his life. If only I'd studied harder back, then maybe I wouldn't be stuck with just a junior college diploma. At the very least, I could have made it into a proper university. That would have saved me years of struggle. If only I'd had a real relationship earlier, maybe I wouldn't be sitting here on a blind date now. I might even have 2 kids by this point. If only I hadn't been so reckless, I wouldn't have missed Grandpa's final moments. He chuckled and shook his head. Why dwell on the past? You can't go back. The best thing is to live well in the present. So what do you think? 38,800 for the bride price, plus 5 gold items and banquet costs. And the house, well, buy later? Your parents will pay for it and keep paying the mortgage. I don't want us burdened with loans after marriage. Chen Jing looked up. His date had returned from the restroom. She wore a deep V top, black stockings, heavy makeup striking, if not entirely natural. They'd been meeting for about a month, saw each other 5 or 6 times, just enough to seem compatible. Without family pressure, they wouldn't be talking marriage this soon. Hearing her demands, Chen Jing suddenly felt like he didn't know her at all. Over dinner, she'd been sweet, gentle. But now, it was pure business negotiation. Seeing Chen Jing silent, the woman quickly tried to soften her words. My parents raised me with so much effort. This bride price is just a way to honor them, really. She watched him puzzled. She thought she had him hooked. These terms were non-negotiable, or so she believed. Chen Jing let out a bitter smile. After 15 years of grinding, he still didn't own a home. Was he not trying hard enough? No-Fell Head worked himself to the bone. Head helped his boss buy multiple properties while his own body paid the price. Frequent urination, rising blood sugar, drained dry, yet still expected to drag his aging parents into debt for a wedding. If only he had someone real beside him, someone to build a life with. Maybe they'd already have a car, a home, children. Still silent, lost in thought, Chen Jing didn't respond. The woman slammed the table, voice sharp. What, no answer? My terms are actually low. My friend got 588,000 plus a luxury apartment. Huh, sorry, I wasn't listening. Chen Jing finally looked up, and then it hit him. Why would she even want him? His father was disabled, still working manual labor at a garment factory, needing constant care. His mother, 50-something, worked there too, just to support the family. And this woman wanted to bleed them dry? I said the bride price. Before she could finish, Chen Jing stood. I think we're not a good match. Let's just stay in touch. And with that, he turned and left. The woman jumped up, ready to chase after him, but the waiter, experienced and efficient, stepped in. Sir, are you leaving? Your total comes to 1,230 yuan. Cash or card? She froze. Wait, it's the man who's paying. The waiter glanced around. No man in sight. Cash or card, ma'am? She stood there, fists clenched. Chen Jing, you bastard. You deserve to be single your whole damn life. Her scream echoed through the restaurant. Chen Jing just shook his head. So this is her true face. Had read Sunbar stories, tales of marriage scams. This woman treated marriage like a startup investment, expecting ROI after just 1 month. Thankfully, there was no real emotion involved. Otherwise, Head had been trapped. He pulled out his phone. The screen was still on that same post. Do you have regrets? Do you want to make them up? Now I do, he thought. Under the post, he typed a comment. Life is full of endless regrets, just like rivers flowing ever east. 3. Chen Jing put the phone away inside. With only a junior college diploma, he hit walls everywhere. Even in love, he was looked down upon. No real money earned. No wife. Parents aging, with no grandchildren to enjoy. Remorse surged through him. Back then, teachers warned him. Now, he finally understood. In middle and high school, he skipped class to game, picked up smoking and drinking early. Your classic delinquent. Someone had always urged him to study. He never listened. The next post caught his eye. I won a prize, but the redemption deadline passed. Curious, Chen Jing clicked in. It was a man who found an old letter inside an envelope from years ago. The message read, let's be together. The answer had been hidden inside the envelope flap all along. Below, others shared similar stories, love letters tucked behind photo frames, secret notes woven into scarves, gifts carrying coded messages. Suddenly, Chen Jing remembered. He once received a letter, a photo frame too from his childhood sweetheart during high school graduation. Maybe it was the post, but a wild idea sparked. What if that letter held a secret too? His heart began to race. As he took a step forward, a blinding light flashed from the right. He raised his arm instinctively, but the light grew brighter, closer. Then, wait, why aren't my brakes working? A panic shout from a semi-truck driver. There's a wall in your heart, but I found a window, occasionally letting out a warm, gentle light. Chen Jing, wake up. Stop sleeping. Chen Jing jolted violently. A ringing filled his ears. Chen Jing, get up. What were you doing last night? His vision blurred, head pounding, eyelids heavy, arms numb. Chen Jing, if you don't wake up, I'm dumping cold water on you. The ringing faded. Sound returned, classroom chatter, distant laughter. He blinked, slowly focusing. 269 days until Gaokao. Geography homework. Workbook pages 34-35. Duty students. Chen Jing, Zhou Yizhou, Yang Siyu. No, this can't be. Chen Jing rubbed his eyes, convinced he was dreaming. Hey, Chen Jing, what's wrong? Did you sleep too hard? Still going to pee, or not? He turned to see a pimply-faced boy beside him. Definitely dreaming. Zhou Yizhou's here? He mumbled, disbelieving. In memory, Zhou Yizhou went abroad after junior college Myanmar, but Chen Jing assumed he was still alive. As his senses adjusted, reality felt shockingly vivid, more real than any VR game. Reincarnation? Did writing one comment really send him back? Were those years of grinding, trading kidney function for cash? He pinched his thigh hard. Ow, not even pain. Must be a dream. He muttered, wincing. Zhou Yizhou grabbed his hand. What are you doing? Self-harming? What's wrong? It's just a bad test score worth dying over? Seeing silence, Zhou softened. It's just losing your allowance, right? Worth it. It's just failing college entrance, right? It's just jobless, right? It's just unlovable, right? It's just... Chen Jing slapped a hand over his mouth. Dude, stop. Now I really want to die. Zhou rolled his eyes. In trying to comfort you. Wait, you said again? Chen Jing took a few deep breaths. Then, a girl approached, placing a test paper on his desk. She wore the standard blue and white summer uniform, around 165 centimeters tall, hair in a single ponytail. Two strands framed her face, swaying gently. Fair skin, delicate nose, soft lips, beautiful, though now flushed with frustration. Her large eyes sparkled with anger. Chen Jing, with only 200 days left, if you don't start studying seriously, you won't even get into junior college. I'm so disappointed in you. She turned sharply and walked away. The whole class turned to stare. Old Chen Jing would have felt embarrassed. But now, memories flooded back. He Chuwei, childhood friend, grew up together in the same factory neighborhood. Close, yes, but never romantic. Back then, games were all he cared about. Later, she went to a 211 university in the provincial capital. He ended up in a third-year junior college. Distance grew between them. By sophomore year, her family moved from their small-town visits became rare, then stopped. Chen Jing's scalp tingled. It's real. I'm back. He remembered. In 2007, his parents spent 35,000 yuan to buy a spot at this top 3 high school. Tuition? Nearly 10,000 yuan per semester. Yet he squandered it skipping classes, gaming, smoking, drinking. Graduated with nothing. Junior college. 2.5 years later, became a real estate agent. Earned a few 10,000 yuan. Quit. Tried to start his own business. No experience, no clue. Scam had left with just 10,000. Then disaster. His father suffered a workplace accident, shattered leg, unconscious. Hospital bills piled. Even combining family savings and the bride fund meant for Chen Jing, they barely scraped by. Had to mortgage the house. Desperate, Chen Jing begged relatives for loans. Only after a fierce fight with the factory did they classify it as a work injury compensation arrived, but still not enough. To support his mom and repay debts, Chen Jing took every job imaginable. Live streamer, game leveler, dishwasher, flyer distributor, calligraphy tutor, vocal recording assistant, food delivery rider, fried rice vendor, security guard, e-commerce seller. Wherever the trend was, he followed. Every time he entered a field, boom, it turned red ocean overnight. Others feasted. He couldn't even lick the candle wax. And always, the lack of education blocked doors. No money, no chance to start over. Finally settled into a logistics clerk job, office by day, writing web novels and editing videos at night. Years later, debts cleared. He opened an old ledger. Saw a name. He Chuwei. That's when he learned the truth. Back when he was broke, she quietly sent 80,000 yuan to his Motherno repayment needed. just because she cared. Chen Jing snapped back to reality, staring at Chuwei taking her seat. The letter hasn't come yet. He inhaled deeply, chest tight with emotion. Come on, let's go to the bathroom. The breath seemed to trigger urgency. He stood abruptly. Zhou Yizhou, startled by the sudden movement, followed. Chen Jing, you okay? Not just. Chen Jing raised a hand. Shut up. They rushed to the men's room. Chen Jing stepped in and immediately frowned. Too retro. Left side, a long row of urinals. Right, white-tiled stalls, each separated. A guy peeked out from middle stall, then quickly ducked back. Chen Jing couldn't wait. He hurried to the farthest stall, unzipped. Ah, so good, so refreshing. Young body, no issues, pure relief. Hey, who's pissing so hard? Splash my ass. The guy in the middle yelled. Chen Jing nearly closed his eyes in bliss. Zhou Yizhou asked, you sure you're okay? Chen Jing shook his head. Fine. Hey, what year is it? Month? Date? You still sleepy? It's September 11th, 2009. Less than 100 days till freedom. Zhou grinned. 2009, a golden year for rebirth. Tech giants were just beginning their rise. In his past life, he dove into every blue ocean that turned red the moment he entered. This time, he could be the pioneer. But something else mattered more. Chen Jing relaxed his brow, patted his pocket. That should boost my score enough. He zipped up, washed his hands, and walked out. Zhou Yizhou stood stunned, forgetting to wash his own hands. You said you're going to improve your grades? Study? He reached to feel Chen Jing's forehead. Chen Jing dodged. Gotta try, right? Zhou blinked. Did sleeping through one class turn my buddy stupid? The loudspeaker crackled, then played. You're the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me hold you close with all my heart. Chen Jing stepped into the hallway, tilted his head, and met the golden afternoon sun. Surrounded by youth, he took another deep breath, hands gripping the railing, and shouted, loud and clear, Hello 2009. Chapter 2. Grant me another youth. The antiquated electric fan creaked incessantly, while the scorching sunlight streamed through the window, leaving the students parched and incessantly swallowing saliva. Yet helpless in their predicament. After all, it was hardly feasible to install an air conditioner. Air conditioning. Let it be, for according to Chen Jing's recollection, the school had only installed air conditioning in 2021, funded by the parents of the students. The alumni group had erupted in excitement at the news. This period was originally designated for physical education, but as they were in their third year of high school, it had transformed into a study session in the classroom. After all, the school ranked second in the district, and their class, the 36th of the senior year, boasted a commendable graduation rate. Half of the students were bound for universities, while the other half aimed for vocational colleges. Yet, there were 3 or 4 who aspired to enter prestigious universities or even institutions like the 211 Project. Chuwei was one of them, along with the class monitor, Zhao Lei, and a couple of science prodigies. Zhao Lei, standing at 183 centimeters and weighing about 140 gene, had a fair complexion, wore glasses, and sported a clean-shaven face, truly the epitome of a diligent scholar. With a solid foundation of 600 points in the college entrance examination, he remained in the parallel class for the sake of the girl he secretly admired, Chuwei. To be frank, Chuwei's appearance was indeed capable of stirring the hearts of earnest boys. With her pure and innocent looks, gentle demeanor, and a smile that could captivate any young man's heart, she was hard to resist. Chen Jing, why don't you skip the evening study session? You haven't exhausted your DNF fatigue points yet, whispered Zhou Yizhou. Chen Jing glanced at his close friend. If the majority of the students in their class were struggling academically, Zhou Yizhou was certainly the exception among them. I think I'll pass for now. I'm not feeling well, Chen Jing evasively replied. Zhou Yizhou frowned slightly, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. Anyone who saw his expression would know that his next words were bound to be amusing. Have you been playing too much lately? I'm telling you, you need to cut back on the games. Otherwise, you'll end up with premature issues. Youth is oblivious to the value of gold, but regret comes with age. Before Zhou Yizhou could finish, Chen Jing interrupted, Don't bother me. Haven't you noticed my studies? Huh? What? Studies? Is that your term? Zhou Yizhou chuckled at Chen Jing's retort. Let us just take the independent admission route to the vocational college. We get an extra 3 months of rest. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Chen Jing promptly grabbed Zhou Yizhou and dashed out of the school gate to assist him in locating his bicycle. In this era, most students rode bicycles home, with few being picked up by cars. As Chen Jing swung his leg over his bicycle, he felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been ages since he had ridden one. In the past, he could ride with abandon, but now he dared not. thinking of his still-living father. Chen Jing felt a surge of emotion. "I'm off, heading home," he declared, disregarding Zhou Yizhou as he pedaled away swiftly, vanishing from view. "Hey!" Zhou Yizhou raised his hand but failed to stop him. Turning around, he saw Chuwei pushing her bicycle out. Ordinarily, Chen Jing would ride home with Chuwei every day. Chuwei lifted her head slightly, scanning the school gate for that familiar silhouette. However, she only spotted Zhou Yizhou and not Chen Jing. "Where's Chen Jing?" she inquired, approaching Zhou Yizhou. Zhou Yizhou pursed his lips, contemplating that Chen Jing's disregard for Chuwei must stem from her fierce demeanor today, which had surely embarrassed him. Thus, the adversary of a good friend becomes one's own foe. "I don't know, you figure it out," he remarked before departing on his bicycle. Chuwei, perplexed, furrowed her brows, wondering what had transpired. At that moment, Zhao Lei also arrived, pushing his bicycle to the entrance. Observing Chuwei standing alone, he recalled that it was typically Chen Jing who accompanied her home. Today, however, was different. Scanning the vicinity, he noticed Chen Jing was nowhere in sight. As a man of integrity, Zhao Lei seldom engaged in conversation with Chuwei. Their exchanges were limited to brief remarks such as reminders about assignments or inquiries about difficult problems. He pondered whether to approach her and suggest they return home together, a thought that quickened his heartbeat. Just as he was about to take that brave step, Chuwei had already mounted her bicycle and ridden away. Alas, he lamented internally. Next time, for sure. Meanwhile, Chen Jing navigated the streets, glancing at the familiar storefronts that lined the road. A sense of unease crept over him. In his previous life, work commitments had severely limited his opportunities to return home, often stretching to 6 months or even a year between visits. As he approached the steelworks community, he slowed his pace, noting the throngs of pedestrians. He gradually pedaled into the complex, halting at the base of his building. Coincidentally, he encountered his neighbor, Aunt Qi. "Oh, little Jing, you're back. Where is Xiaowei? Didn't you return together?" At Aunt Qi's inquiry, Chen Jing furrowed his brow, momentarily forgetting Chuwei. "Ah, I forgot," he admitted, realizing how long it had been since they last left school together. Chen Jing's residence was allocated by the steel mill, situated on the 3rd floor, while Chuwei lived on the 4th. Arriving at his door, he gazed at the 2 doors before him, a wave of warmth washing over him. Through the wall, he could hear the rhythmic chopping of vegetables emanating from within. The sound was quite pronounced. Was that pork ribs? Exhaling deeply, he knocked on the door. As soon as the sound of knocking faded, a voice called from inside. "Who is it?" Chen Jing remained silent, listening as footsteps approached. The lock clicked, and the inner door swung open to reveal his mother, Zhang Shufang. "What's this? Forgot your keys again?" she remarked as she opened the outer iron door. After such a long absence from his parents, witnessing his mother, her hair still dark but her figure slightly rounder, stirred emotions within Chen Jing. He recalled the burdens borne by his parents during his times of financial struggle. They had toiled endlessly to support him. His father had even sustained an injury while working night shifts, all in an effort to save money for his future. "Whether I brought my keys or not, I'm not sure. What is that smell?" "It's quite pungent," Chen Jing remarked, pinching his nose. Zhang Shufang, squinting with a smile, replied, "That's the stinky mandarin fish I learned to cook from television. Don't let the smell fool you. It's delicious when prepared." As Chen Jing waved his hand dismissively, he surveyed the house. Upon entering, he was greeted by a large red mat, and along the wall stood a shoe rack adorned with several identical pairs of shoes. Upon entering, one encounters an antiquated green refrigerator adorned with a silk scarf atop it. To the left lies a television cabinet, upon which rests a large cathode ray television, accompanied by a DVD player nestled in the center. Adjacent to this area is the combined kitchen and dining space. Ascending the corridor that connects the dining area and the living room leads to the bathroom, flanked on either side by the master bedroom and a secondary bedroom. Chen Jing let out a gentle sigh, reflecting on how the expansive 180 square meter flat paled in comparison to this cozy 2-bedroom unit. This place exudes warmth and affection, serving as a vessel for most of Chen Jing's cherished memories. Observing the wooden sofa adorned with soft cushions, he sank into it with delight, enveloped by the essence of home. At that moment, a sound emanated from the iron gate. It was unmistakably the voice of his father, Chen Wangxing. As the iron gate swung open and the inner door was unlatched, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Chen Wangxing surveyed the hallway, musing whether someone had committed an indiscretion nearby. "What is all the fuss?" "I'm preparing stinky mandarin fish," Shut the door quickly, admonished Zhang Shufang with a teasing tone. Stinky mandarin fish? What on earth did you put in it to make it smell so foul? Chen Wangxing, though not overweight, appeared lean from years of labor in the factory, which had prevented him from putting on weight. At this moment, Chen Jing rose and, upon seeing his father's face and legs, felt a wave of emotion. He quickly approached Chen Wangxing to assist him in shedding his outer coat. Sensing his son's thoughtful gesture, Chen Wangxing seemed to forget the unpleasant smell, chuckling. Hey, what's this? My son is helping me out today. What do you want? Just say the word. With a knowing expression, Chen Wangxing retrieved a slightly bulging wallet from his pocket. Upon opening it, it revealed a bounty of red notes. Today, your old man received his paycheck. Here, take this 100 yuan. Go out and have some fun with Chuwei and your friends, but no internet. I'll have Chuwei keep an eye on how you spend this, he declared generously, handing Chen Jing a crisp 100 yuan bill. Upon hearing about the money, Zhang Shufang hurriedly emerged, exclaiming, Wow, that's quite a sum. How much did you earn? Chen Wangxing raised his hand to indicate 2,800. Plus bonuses and such, it comes to a little over 3,000. In the warmth of this familial atmosphere, Chen Jing felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Despite being a wayward youth, his parents had never given up on him. He only had himself to blame for not striving harder. His parents' hair had begun to show signs of grayness, a testament to their sacrifices for his education. Though, to be fair, his father was bald while his mother sported some gray strands. At that moment, Zhang Shufang glanced at Chen Jing and quickly dashed to the kitchen, emerging with a bowl of freshly prepared stinky mandarin fish. Xiao Jing, take this bowl over to Chuwei's house. Furrowing his brow, Chen Jing accepted the bowl, the pungent aroma nearly overwhelming. As he stepped outside, just as he donned his shoes, he heard footsteps in the corridor. Thanks to his heightened senses from his past life, he immediately recognized the sound as belonging to Chuwei. Indeed, as he turned the corner, Chuwei spotted Chen Jing with the bowl of food and recoiled at the scent. What is that? She asked, pinching her nose. With a chuckle, Chen Jing replied, Stinky mandarin fish. My mom learned how to make it while watching television. Just as you arrived, would you mind taking it home? Chuwei quickened her pace. Her earlier annoyance at Chen Jing's departure quickly overshadowed by the overpowering stench. No way, it smells too bad. After speaking, Chuwei hurried upstairs. Chen Jing clicked his tongue, knowing that his uncle and aunt would surely want to taste it. Following closely behind Chuwei, he walked upstairs. They moved in tandem, with Chuwei not glancing back, though she longed to inquire why he and T waited for her. Yet, restrained by unspoken thoughts, the question remained unuttered. Upon delivering the dishes, Chen Jing politely greeted them and was just about to leave when Chuwei suddenly called out, Chen Jing. He turned around, gazing at her face with a hint of confusion. Noticing Chen Jing's nonchalant demeanor, Chuwei bit her lip, deciding to let it go for now. With that, she closed the door. Scratching his head, Chen Jing made his way downstairs to return home. Arriving just in time for dinner, the family gathered around the dining table, where Chen Jing served his parents. Chen Wangxing raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Something unusual must be afoot. Look at my son, so filial, serving me food today. He jested. Zhang Shufang also found it curious and asked with a smile, What is going on? Did you fail at school again? Or do you need new sneakers? Chen Jing laughed heartily, denying it. Why would I need a reward for serving my beloved parents? Chen Wangxing smirked, nodding, See, so filial. Zhang Shufang smiled with satisfaction as she placed a piece of stinky mandarin fish into Chen Jing's bowl. Son, you're in your senior year now. Have you thought about which university you want to attend? Chen Wangxing inquired, well aware that given Chen Jing's current grades, gaining admission to a university would be quite challenging. However, he refrained from discouraging his son's confidence and posed the question gently. Chen Jing lowered his head slightly. Deep down, he thought about how he had been reborn just before the college entrance examination. With his current memories, he could only aim for specialized admissions. Still, he was determined to study hard, at least to rectify the regret of not attending university. If he made an effort and still didn't succeed, he could accept that. He recalled his homeroom teacher's words, If you don't put in the effort now, you will regret it later. You'll look back and wonder why you didn't study more or practice more. At the time, he had dismissed the notion, believing there were many paths to pursue beyond academics. Yet, experience had taught him that regret was indeed real, and adulthood revealed that studying was the simplest endeavor of all. Feeling inferior when comparing himself to those with higher qualifications was a familiar sentiment, as companies would often choose them over him. There was also the matter of innate advantages. I don't know yet. First, I'll focus on studying and see how it goes, Chen Jing pondered, resolved to improve upon his previous year's performance. In his past life, he had hardly studied, often preoccupied with leisure. This time, he relished a hearty meal, having not tasted home-cooked food in quite a while. Observing his parents' figures, Chen Jing understood what he needed to do now. To prevent his father from falling ill in the future, he must ensure they have a more comfortable life. After resting for 10 minutes, Chen Jing tucked 100 yuan in his pocket, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and rode his bicycle out of the community. From the window, Zhang Shufang, who was washing dishes upstairs, noticed Chen Jing riding off alone and frowned. Hey, Xiaojing, why are you leaving alone again? Why didn't you wait for Chuwei? At that moment, Chuwei, who lived on the 4th floor, had just finished her meal and settled onto the sofa when she heard Zhang Shufang's voice. Her brows furrowed slightly. Did Chen Jing leave early? Logically, they should be heading to school together. She knew in her heart that Chen Jing was likely on the internet again. This had happened before, albeit infrequently, as the time frame was usually too short. Unless he planned to skip evening study sessions and spend the entire night online, since today was Friday and tomorrow was Saturday, leading into a holiday. Turning her gaze to the darkening sky, Chuwei's eyes drooped as she picked up her backpack and headed outside. She wanted to go to school while it was still light. The longer she waited, the darker it would get. The thought of riding alone from home to school along that lengthy night road quickened her pace as she descended the stairs. Hastily unlocking the chain, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her at the thought of Chen Jing. In the past, he would at least accompany her home on Fridays before going online at night. Now, he left school alone and went online afterward. Really? Chuwei muttered to herself as she rode out, unaware that she had been keeping her head down. Just as she was about to collide with the barrier at the community entrance, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, watch where you're going. The shout made Chuwei jerk her head up. There stood Chen Jing by the community gate, turning to look at her. In truth, he had not intended to wait. It was simply not in his nature. However, after hearing his mother's words and seeing the sky darken, he realized that it wasn't safe for a girl to go to school alone, so he decided to wait a moment. But this wait meant he would have to postpone his plans to earn some money until the weekend. You're not. Chuwei found herself momentarily speechless. For some reason, the feelings of disappointment and fear dissipated, replaced by a genuine sense of safety. Under the glow of the streetlights, Chen Jing noticed the slight furrow in Chuwei's brow and the tear glistening at the corner of her eye. Had she really been scared to the point of tears? Chuwei quickly wiped away the tear and explained, I didn't cry. It's just that I ate some bad fish. With that, she hurriedly pedaled away. Chen Jing watched her retreating figure and recalled how, in a previous life, Chuwei had secretly given him 80,000. If history were to repeat itself, opportunities for them to meet and communicate would diminish significantly after the college entrance examination. A faint smile crept onto his face as he tightened his grip on the handlebars. Wait for me. I've been waiting for you. Under the evening breeze, the two bicycles moved in unison along the road. The spirit of youth surged through Chen Jing, invigorating every inch of his being. Despite the soul of a man in his 30s residing within him, yet the essence of youth remained undiminished. Chuwei glanced at Chen Jing, sensing a certain awkwardness due to the day's events. Even halfway through their journey, he remained silent, which was unlike him. He would usually be chatting about how fun games were or asking her to help keep his parents in the dark about his plans. The quiet road felt somewhat uncomfortable. Chuwei stole another glance at Chen Jing and could tell that he seemed distracted. Hey, you're not concentrating on your writing. Chuwei's words jolted Chen Jing back to reality. He was lost in thought. Chuwei pressed her lips together, reflecting on her bluntness in class earlier, which had left Chen Jing without dignity. She then gently advised, Chen Jing, there are just over 200 days left until the college entrance examination. You must exert more effort, otherwise, you may not even qualify for an ordinary university. Chen Jing nodded, contemplating the suggestion. Her response surprised Chuwei, for she recalled that when she or their parents had previously expressed similar sentiments, Chen Jing had treated them as mere background noise. Now, he seemed willing to give it a try. However, looking at Chen Jing's expression, her skepticism returned. When had he ever shown a willingness to study? She doubted he could truly change. His absence from the internet that evening was surely due to his uncle and aunt withholding his allowance. Upon arriving at the classroom, they entered through different doors, one from the front and the other from the back. with Chuwei taking a seat in the first row and Chen Jing settling in the last. Zhao Lei observed their entrance with a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Yang Xiu was still sweeping the floor upon seeing Chen Jing. She rolled her eyes. Chen Jing noted her demeanor and thought that even in a rebirth, he would not extend a helping hand. He was aware that Yang Xiu often spoke ill of him to Chuwei, but her criticisms were not unfounded. He indeed had neglected his studies, and she merely cautioned Chuwei against associating with him. Well, in this life, she would have to sweep alone. As evening self-study commenced, the homeroom teacher entered. This instructor, a woman in her 30s named Zhao Hong, was well-preserved, clad in a light-colored long dress and high heels, and wearing glasses that lent her an air of maturity. However, all eyes were drawn to the set of exercises she held in her hands. As they were all in their final year, it was time for rigorous practice. After searching multiple bookstores, she had finally procured this set of exercises, containing authentic college entrance exam questions with an excellent variety of formats. She instructed them to purchase it from the nearby Sishua bookstore as their assignment for the week, emphasizing its practicality. The teaching research group deemed it beneficial, and Zhao Lei would later compile a list of purchasers. All right, everyone, back to self-study, she concluded. After her announcement, Zhou Yizhou sighed, shaking his head. Another purchase? This is the third set we've bought this semester. Who can possibly complete all these exercises? The younger Chen Jing would have thought nothing of it. However, the current Chen Jing understood that this was a collaboration between the homeroom teacher and the bookstore to exploit students. For every set sold, Zhao Hong would receive a commission. Chen Jing, let us just buy one copy. After all, we want to be writing in it, Zhou Yizhou said, resting his chin on his desk and fiddling with a pen. Chen Jing did not reply, but instead pondered ways to earn money at home. He had not remembered the lottery numbers, and even if he had, it would be of no use. His family's finances were insufficient to support an entrepreneurial venture. The first step was to secure his initial capital. During the break, Zhou Yizhou exclaimed, "Come on, let me treat you to some grilled sausages." He pulled a crumpled 5 yuan note from his pocket with bravado. Chen Jing smirked, retrieving a crisp red bill from his own pocket. My treat. Zhou Yizhou's eyes sparkled at the sight of the shiny red bill. Stepfather, I want to eat sticky rice chicken. The two then made their way to the local convenience store. The small supermarket is quite decent, spanning over 100 square meters. It is the only supermarket in the school, and aside from the cafeteria, which opens at regular hours, it is the sole place to procure food. During the breaks between classes, the supermarket becomes crowded, primarily with students purchasing water, snacks, and instant noodles. Goodness, why has the price increased? Zhou Yizhou was on the verge of despair as he gazed at the price tag of 45 yuan for the sticky rice chicken. The original price of 35 yuan had surged to 45 yuan. Previously, he could buy one sticky rice chicken and a 15 yuan grilled sausage for just 5 yuan, a delightful chicken sausage combination. Now, the grilled sausage has also risen to 2 yuan. Zhou Yizhou rummaged through his pockets, feeling as though 5 yuan no longer weighed as heavily as before. Moreover, it was not just these items that had inflated in price. Potato chips, bread, spicy strips, and various snacks had all seen increases. Even the suggested retail price of the instant noodles, initially 2 yuan per bag, had been raised by 50 cents. The supermarket owner, overhearing some students inquiring about prices, raised his hand and spoke loudly. Dear students, this increase is not my doing. It is the suppliers who have raised their prices, and I am powerless to change that. Although his tone suggested a sense of helplessness, Chen Jing, having navigated the workforce for years, could detect the lack of sincerity in the owner's wife's eyes. The students, upon hearing this, felt uncertain about how to respond. Some dutifully paid, while others reluctantly returned their items to the shelves. Seeing some students making purchases, the owner sighed in relief, warmly welcoming them at the checkout. 100, please wait while I find your change. Chen Jing bought a chicken sausage combo for both himself and Zhou Yizhou. They approached the classroom, not through the front entrance, but through the back door, given their proximity to it. Chen Jing glanced at Chuwei, who was seated in the front row, engrossed in her studies, and then stood up, walking over to her side. Just filling my stomach, he remarked, placing an untouched sticky rice chicken on her desk. Chuwei looked up, meeting Chen Jing's gaze, which was fixed on her. Without turning back, he walked away. Staring at the sticky rice chicken on her desk, she was momentarily taken aback. This gesture elicited gasps of astonishment from the girls surrounding her, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. So this is what it feels like to be in a romantic drama? Perhaps it was also because a man in his 30s inhabited the body of an 18-year-old, making the cliches of such dramas seem somewhat trite. Chen Jing resolved that he should not emulate such a style. It only works if the other person harbors feelings for you. Otherwise, it could be perceived as harassment. Zhao Lei, seated in the third row, observed the scene unfold. His jaw clenched tightly. He might have wished to act similarly, yet he refrained. He did not consider his hesitation to be a fault. Rather, he believed Chen Jing's actions were misguided. Let us skip class, Chen Jing. We haven't racked up our fatigue points yet. And with that 100 yuan you charge for internet fees, you can still get 50 back, Zhou Yizhou lamented, entirely devoid of any desire to study. Chen Jing ignored him, munching on a grilled sausage while contemplating the supermarket's predicament. A flurry of thoughts arose in Chen Jing's mind. He understood that it was utterly improbable for a windfall of millions to fall from the sky. Thus, cultivating small beginnings was imperative. Zhou Yizhou, tomorrow is Saturday. Bring all your belongings and meet at the entrance of the Dream Internet Cafe. Upon hearing Chen Jing's words, Zhou Yizhou, who had been feeling quite dispirited, instantly felt invigorated. He understood Chen Jing's intention perfectly. It was to gather all their funds and purchase a membership at the Internet Cafe. Initially, he thought Chen Jing was focused on studying, which dampened his spirits. However, now that Chen Jing mentioned the Internet Cafe, he felt a sense of relief. The nature of solitary indulgence differs greatly from that of shared escapism. Chen Jing planned to resume his studies next week, intending to wrap up all matters on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. After evening self-study, it was already past 9:30. Chen Jing packed his belongings and glanced at Chuwei, who was still engrossed in her work, before sitting back down. Seeing that Chen Jing wasn't leaving, Zhou Yizhou remarked, "Well, I'm off then. See you in the morning," as he mimicked the actions of a ghost swordsman with sword strikes. One by one, everyone gradually exited the classroom, leaving only 3 behind: Chuwei, Zhao Lei, and Chen Jing. A paper lay before Zhao Lei, suggesting he was completing exercises, but his tightly clenched pen betrayed him. He had assumed that, under normal circumstances, Chen Jing would not appear in the classroom today. Yet, curiously, he was present. Had Chen Jing known that Zhao Lei was intentionally lingering to wait for Chuwei, he would have found it rather childish. Yet, the nature of youthful affection often unfolds in such ways. Some individuals find it difficult to take that crucial step. Perhaps harboring a secret crush for 3 years without confessing, silently waiting and guarding their sentiments, even without exchanging a word or walking side by side. Simply being behind her brings them joy. Chuwei stretched, finally finishing her exercises, and looked around to realize everyone had left. Class was over. If it were any other day, Chen Jing would have called for her to go home the moment class ended. He wanted to linger in school for not a minute longer. Indeed, it was Friday, and Chen Jing was off to the Internet Cafe. No, they were supposed to meet later that evening. Chuwei quickly turned her head and saw Chen Jing sitting there, watching her. Chen Jing smiled slightly and asked, "So, are you done?" Chuwei blinked, remaining silent as she busied herself packing her backpack. Chen Jing shouldered his bag and stood up, glancing at Zhao Lei, who was still working on his exercises, and asked playfully, "Lazy, aren't you leaving yet?" Zhao Lei gripped his pen tightly, his jaw clenched, clearly unwilling to respond. Chen Jing didn't press further and moved to the front door to wait. Once Chuwei finished packing, she noticed Zhao Lei with his head bowed, seemingly lost in thought, and asked, "Zhao Lei, it's late. Aren't you heading home?" Upon hearing her voice, Zhao Lei quickly lifted his head and awkwardly replied, "I just finished and was about to leave." Chuwei smiled in response and walked toward the exit. In the school corridor, Chuwei and Chen Jing were just a body length apart, while Zhao Lei lingered 10 meters behind. Observing their figures, Zhao Lei's expression darkened. Arriving at the bicycle shed, he watched as the two rode away, reassuring himself, there's no rush. With Chen Jing's grades, he definitely won't get into college. I'll just aim to score enough to attend the same school as Chuwei. Now, standing close to the water tower, I feel as though I shall be the one to bask in the moonlight beside Chuwei in due time. With this thought, Zhao Lei's heart swelled with comfort. And as he gazed upon Chuwei's silhouette, his inner motivation for learning surged to new heights. Indeed, the emotions of youth, particularly those of unrequited love, are often steeped in vivid imagination, allowing one to envision every detail of a life shared with their beloved. Perhaps even the names of future children have been meticulously contemplated. The gentle evening breeze swept away the weariness of the day. "Chen Jing, are you trying to curry favor with me?" Chuwei broke the silence first. a testament to her understanding of Chen Jing. He had previously sought her approval, hoping she would speak kindly of him in front of Uncle Chen. In the past, she might have assisted him, having grown up together, but now, as they were in their final year of high school, a few more flattering words would not suffice for academic success. Chen Jing, as though his thoughts were laid bare, chuckled. How is it that you seem to know exactly what I'm thinking? Yes, I do wish to please you. A faint sense of disappointment welled up within Chuwei. Indeed, he was still the same Chen Jing, unchanged. Chen Jing, the time has come. We are in our final year. If you do not exert yourself now, you will soon find yourself working instead of studying. Chuwei, frustrated, transformed her indignation into the motivation to pedal faster. As she accelerated alone, Chen Jing realized she had misunderstood him. Hey, I haven't finished speaking, he called out, but Chuwei, filled with ire, retorted through gritted teeth. Do you want me to help you hide from Uncle and Aunt about your internet escapades? Or perhaps you wish me to explain your exam results again? Or is it that Uncle and Aunt have denied you pocket money, and you want me to plead for your tutoring fees? Once Chuwei had finished her tirade, Chen Jing observed the flush in her cheeks. She was genuinely angry. Chuwei, I acknowledge my past mistakes, and I apologize. However, my attempts to please you stemmed from a desire for your assistance in catching up with my studies. Without your help, my grades will prevent me from entering university. As soon as he finished speaking, Chuwei froze, her expression one of disbelief. Abruptly halting beneath the streetlight, she stared intently at Chen Jing, convinced she must have misheard him. Rubbing her ears and then her eyes, she confirmed that the person before her was indeed Chen Jing. What you just said, is it true? Upon hearing her question, Chen Jing smiled softly. Of course. Chuwei's eyes brimmed with astonishment, and soon, her brows relaxed. A glimmer of contentment illuminating her gaze. The light from the street lamp reflected in her eyes, merging perfectly with the image of Chen Jing within them. In an effort to conceal her elation, Chuwei pedaled away, glancing back only to declare, your attempts to please me are insufficient for the tutoring I would offer. Chen Jing promptly caught up. Then how about this? Tomorrow, I shall take you to KFC in the city. Chuwei feigned annoyance. That's not what I meant. The flattery I desire is for you to genuinely embrace your studies. Of course I am committed to my studies. Tomorrow evening, I shall come to your home to see you. Chen Jing replied resolutely. Chuwei pouted, her lower lip jutting out adorably. I'm not forcing you. This is entirely voluntary. That is indeed your promise. Absolutely. Chapter 4. The Internet Cafe Encounter on Saturday. Chen Jing, who had intended to indulge in a leisurely morning, rose early instead, a remnant of his past life's biological clock. Awakening in this world, he felt an overwhelming sense of rebirth, as if fate had bestowed upon him another chance. After a brief wash, he made his way to the living room, only to find it empty. His parents had already left for work. However, on the dining table lay a sum of money accompanied by a note. Little Jing, your teacher mentioned purchasing test papers. This is the money for that. Should you choose to squander it on internet gaming, you shall receive no further allowance. Chen Jing glanced at the note, noting the 100 yuan. Taking the money with him, he departed. Upon arriving at the entrance of the dream-seeking internet cafe, he spotted Zhou already enjoying a steamed bun, with a portion set aside for Chen Jing. How much do you have on you? Chen Jing inquired. Zhou rummaged through his pockets, revealing a handful of change. 266 yuan and 20 cents. This is all I possess. I reckon it will cover about 100 for internet fees. Chen Jing pondered, adding his own 187 yuan, totaling a little over 400. Such a meager sum would scarcely suffice for business dealings. Nevertheless, Chen Jing was resourceful. Glancing at the cafe owner, he muttered, "My apologies, boss." He surveyed the vicinity and noticed a small shop with a landline telephone. "Wait here, I will fetch 2 oranges." With that, he headed toward the shop. Zhou, disinterested in academics, remained oblivious to the underlying joke and unwittingly played the role of an accomplice. In less than 2 minutes, Chen Jing returned. "Let us connect to the internet." Zhou, invigorated by the prospect, exclaimed, "Xiaolei, you two are here to surf the net?" Zhou suddenly recognized a familiar face exiting the cafe. Xiaolei was taken aback to encounter these two and preferred to distance himself from them, offering only a token nod before departing. Humph, pretending to study hard while still frequenting internet cafes, Zhou scoffed. Chen Jing, indifferent, approached the counter. He surveyed his surroundings, produced a 5 yuan note, and stated, "Activate 2 terminals for 5 yuan." Zhou was momentarily stunned by his words, about to protest when Chen Jing silenced him. The owner recognized these two as regular patrons. Only 5 yuan today. The proprietor, while conversing, retrieved an unknown ID from a drawer. Chen Jing smiled. Let us play for a while. We shall return after our meal. The owner said no more and handed over a gaming card. Chen Jing did not venture far inside, opting for the first terminal at the corner. Zhou Yizhou felt disgruntled. What is this? Aren't we supposed to be buying a membership? Chen Jing, what are you doing? 5 yuan isn't enough for anyone to play. Chen Jing handed the gaming card to Zhou Yizhou. You play. I am here to embark on an enterprise. Enterprise? What kind of business? Zhou Yizhou was perplexed. Chen Jing, realizing that elaborating would only further confuse him, chose to remain silent. This 5 yuan will only last for 2.5 hours, and it is barely 8:30, Zhou Yizhou grumbled. Chen Jing paid him no mind, settling beside Zhou Yizhou, opening his laptop to search for information, occasionally glancing at the entrance. After a brief interval, several individuals clad in short-sleeved police uniforms entered. Zhou Yizhou was still engrossed in his game. The proprietor was taken aback by the sudden inspection. Those who run internet cafes often have a small network among themselves. If anyone is subjected to a check or receives a tip-off, it is promptly relayed within the group. However, Dream Internet Cafe is located in a neutral zone, and inspections typically commence from one end to the other, not from the middle. There had been no prior notification of today, a surprise check. Nonetheless, the owner had crossed paths with the police before and began to distribute cigarettes nervously. The officer raised his hand in refusal and stated, "We received reports that minors are accessing the internet here. We have come to investigate." With that, four officers dispersed to carry out their duties. Upon hearing this, the owner felt his legs weaken in fear. Had he known about the inspection today, he would have certainly directed the minors to the second floor, where there is a hidden passage for a quick escape. If caught, it could result in hefty fines or, in severe cases, a suspension of operations. He recalled that the two boys had seemingly settled on the first floor. The owner now found himself praying that the officers would not recognize them as minors. Chen Jing, noticing the police approaching, took a deep breath and swiftly shut down Zhou Yizhou's computer. Zhou Yizhou, startled by the sudden darkness of the screen, turned around hastily. "What are you doing? I was just about to finish." At that moment, Chen Jing stood up, and Zhou Yizhou followed his gaze to see an officer walking towards them. Oh no! Zhou Yizhou, who had been slightly irritated moments ago, suddenly deflated, looking around for an escape route. If caught, their parents would be notified. What do we do? Chen Jing? Zhou Yizhou was anxious, but Chen Jing reassuringly placed a hand on his shoulder. "Just watch me." With that, Chen Jing rounded the corner to face the officer directly. The owner, trailing behind the officer, felt his heart race at the sight of Chen Jing. The officer regarded the tall boy but could ascertain that he was indeed a minor. His face was emblazoned with the unmistakable signs of a high school student. Before the officer could utter a word, Chen Jing addressed the owner. "Uncle, this computer isn't very entertaining." "Uncle?" Aside from Chen Jing, everyone else was baffled. The owner, quick on his feet, attempted to salvage the situation. "Your mother left you here at my internet cafe, so you have no choice but to play on the computer." Chen Jing, feigning disinterest, replied, "It's dull. Studying is far more enjoyable." "Uncle, how about you give me 500 yuan? I'll take my classmates to buy some practice papers, and we'll study in the self-study room before heading home tonight." The owner swallowed hard, feigning concern. "Just don't wander too far. If I can't find you later, your mother won't let me off easily." With that, Chen Jing accompanied the owner to the counter, while Zhou Yizhou dared only to follow closely behind. The owner had initially hoped the two boys would leave without incident, but the officers continued to observe them intently. Reluctantly, the owner retrieved 5 crisp red bills from the counter and said with a pained expression, "Just remember not to stray too far. Come back for dinner, do you hear?" Chen Jing pocketed the money and remarked as he walked away, "Got it. You're even more nagging than my mother, truly like siblings." Zhou Yizhou covered his face with a hand, closely trailing behind Chen Jing. The two exited the internet cafe, leaving Zhou Yizhou utterly astounded. The events unfolded at a breathtaking pace, leaving no room for respite. Chen Jing grasped Zhou Yizhou's arm and headed towards the convenience store. "Chen Jing, aren't you worried about offending the internet cafe owner? How will we access the internet in the future?" Zhou Yizhou, clearly apprehensive about the potential trouble, expressed his concerns. Chen Jing waved his hand dismissively. "The arrival of the police has nothing to do with us. If they allow minors to access the internet, they could face fines ranging from 2,000 to 5,000, or even a suspension of operations. This 500 can serve as a means of appeasement. Zhou Yizhou, taken aback, realized that Chen Jing had not come for internet access, but rather for monetary gain. 500 yuan could be considered a full reimbursement for his previous internet expenses. Suddenly, internet access had become free. Is this what you call entrepreneurship? Is this 500 your first pot of gold? Chen Jing nodded, acknowledging that Zhou Yizhou had some perception. With a total of over 900 now, it was nearly sufficient. Chen Jing mentally tallied his resources and promptly purchased a newspaper. What are you looking for, Chen Jing? Do tell me. Since witnessing Chen Jing's prowess earlier that day, Zhou Yizhou eagerly inquired. Chen Jing was diligently searching for a phone number that had been left in the newspaper. Local businesses often advertise their contact information when seeking partners. Finally, he found it, a retail outlet for infant formula and beauty products. This listing contained not only a contact number, but also an address. Shishir Retail Wholesale Department, East Lake Economic Development Zone, Huating Building, Anqing City. It was quite a distance from the city center, requiring a bus ride of about an hour and a half. Folding the newspaper, Chen Jing turned to Zhou Yizhou and asked, "Do you remember the price hike at the convenience store?" Zhou Yizhou nodded in acknowledgement. "I aim to bring back the 5 yuan chicken intestine combo." Though Chen Jing spoke with a smile, Zhou Yizhou felt a sense of unease. "What are you planning to do?" "Just follow me," Chen Jing replied. Thus, the two embarked on their journey to the city center via bus. Chapter 5. Chen Jing. You are such a fraud. As mealtime approached, the two finally arrived in the city, still several kilometers away from Huating Building. They found a convenience store where Chen Jing first purchased 2 glutinous rice chickens, then produced all his spare change. "Excuse me, could you help me exchange these for 200 yuan notes?" The store clerk, recognizing their purchase, felt reluctant to refuse. After confirming the cash, she handed Chen Jing 2 red bills. To their surprise, the glutinous rice chicken cost only 4 yuan. Zhou Yizhou, recalling the 45 yuan glutinous rice chicken at school, was bewildered. Logically, items in the city should be more expensive than those in the districts, a notion that everyone accepted. Chen Jing ate while observing the prices of the items, quietly noting them down. He also observed the customer flow. It was substantial, but most patrons were purchasing instant noodles and water pipes, while other products saw poor sales. "Let's go." With more than 10 yuan in change remaining, Chen Jing hailed a taxi. The distance was over 3 kilometers, with a base fare of 6 yuan. Upon reaching Huating Building, they took the elevator to the Shishir Snack Wholesale Department. "What brings you here?" They were intercepted by the receptionist before even entering the premises. Chen Jing smiled slightly and replied, "I would like to speak with someone from the sales department regarding potential collaboration." Without waiting for the receptionist's response, a person from the sales department happened to pass by. "What brings you here?" Looking at the 2 young individuals before him, he could hardly fathom that they were there to discuss a collaboration. If he had known that the 2 youths possessed only 900 yuan, he would have burst into laughter. "Did your parents send you? Which store are you from?" The sales department employee could only assume that these children came from families that owned small convenience stores, with their parents too busy to attend themselves. Chen Jing shook his head and calmly replied, "Actually, our school's convenience store has been transferred, and my parents have taken over. We came to inquire about the wholesale prices." "Which school?" "Xingang No. 2 Middle School. Old Lu from Xingang No. 2 Middle School sources supplies from us. But I haven't heard him mention any transfer. He was here just a few days ago to make a purchase." The sales department clearly harbored doubts about the matter. Unfazed, Chen Jing maintained his composure and replied, "It seems that this has only been a recent development. He has been complaining daily about rising costs, saying he can no longer sustain it and is looking to transfer. We are here to investigate the situation." This remark left the sales department employee at a loss for a counterargument, stroking his chin as he skeptically inquired, "But the wholesale prices haven't changed." "They have remained the same for a year or 2. Chen Jing continued, "He hasn't provided us with a price list, instructing us to negotiate directly. So my parents asked me to come and inquire about the prices to calculate costs." Hearing this, the sales department employee no longer doubted their intentions. After all, why would children come if it weren't for a partnership? He retrieved a form from his drawer, densely filled with the wholesale prices and minimum order quantities. Glutinous rice chicken, 24 yuan. Master beef noodles, 27 yuan per box. Hot dog sausages, 39 yuan for a pack of 50. Guangzhou ham sausages, 20 yuan for a pack of 50. To involve Zhou Yizhou in the process, the task of recording the information was entrusted to him. The sales department employee glanced at the 2 children and specifically noted the snacks, prepared foods, and daily necessities, thinking they truly resembled small convenience store owners. Once they had recorded enough, Chen Jing returned the form, saying, "Thank you, sir. I will relay this information to my parents." The sales department employee smiled and nodded. "All right. Have your parents come in soon. We will need to sign a new contract." Chen Jing bowed slightly and left Whiting Building with Zhou Yizhou. Zhou Yizhou now understood Chen Jing's intentions. "Starting a business, I see. You plan to procure goods and sell them yourself? Where will you sell them? At school? Or are you truly opening a supermarket at home?" Chen Jing thought it wise not to explain everything to Zhou Yizhou from the beginning. Starting from scratch would take too long, and if he explained step by step, he would surely spend half the time talking. Of course, it will be at school. The prices at small supermarkets are exorbitant, presenting a perfect opportunity. Zhou Yizhou, a child intrigued by everything beyond academics, exclaimed, "Well done, Chen Jing. I didn't realize you had such a clever mind. With prices this low, we can source our supplies from here and discreetly sell them at school. As long as we price them lower than the small supermarkets. Even if our profits are modest, it would suffice." Upon hearing these words, Chen Jing shook his head. "Of course, I did not come here to procure goods. I merely wish to verify the claims made by the small supermarket owner. However, it appears there has been no price increase. Rather, they have inflated prices beyond market value, taking advantage of their monopoly." Zhou Yizhou, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "If you are not sourcing here, where do you intend to procure your supplies?" With a slight smile, Chen Jing produced a notebook and flipped to the first page. Therein, he had recorded the manufacturers corresponding to various products. "We shall speak directly with them," he declared. Zhou Yizhou leaned in to observe, discovering that the notebook contained the names and contact numbers of numerous producers. Yet, he remained bewildered, appearing quite lost. Without elaborating further, Chen Jing resolved to commence practical training. The duo located a small convenience store and began dialing the numbers. The first call was to the manufacturer of instant noodles. "Hello, good day. I will be brief. I have an entire high school's worth of clientele and wish to discuss a collaboration." "All right, go on," came the response. "Perhaps we could add each other on QQ? Discussing over the phone can be cumbersome, and QQ might facilitate clearer communication. Please provide your number, and I will note it down." 20,338. Chen Jing jotted down before proceeding to dial the second manufacturer. After completing all the calls, he gazed at the recorded QQ numbers, contemplating that they were but a few steps away from their goal. They found an internet cafe, each occupying a computer. Chen Jing recalled his QQ number, yet was unable to remember his password. He initiated a password recovery process, facing 3 security questions. What is your dream? What was the name of your elementary school teacher? What are your parents' names? He could answer the latter 2 without issue, yet the first question eluded him. What could my dream have been? Earning money? Marrying? Purchasing a house and a car? No, those aspirations belong to my 30-something self. What were my dreams at 17? "Yizhou, do you remember my password?" Chen Jing asked. Feeling helpless, Zhou Yizhou responded without hesitation. "Chen Jing 123. Is it really that simple? How do you remember my password so clearly?" Chen Jing pondered, recalling how Zhou Yizhou had once assisted him in playing DNF. Inputting the password, he found it to be correct. The moment he logged in, a retro interface greeted him. Lonely Light Sword, signature. The premier sword soul of Newport is here. The profile picture depicted a man wearing sunglasses, accompanied by the phrase, "In this lifetime, I grant you." Chen Jing felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly searched for the avatar online. Ultimately, he altered his profile picture to the cover of Jay Chou's album, Jay, and changed his name to Jing, with the signature, "Perform well in your own script." There was one aspect he lacked confidence in opening, his QQ space, so he simply locked it. Exhaling deeply, Chen Jing retrieved his notebook and began adding QQ numbers. The afternoon passed swiftly. Chen Jing found himself increasingly uncomfortable, yet he had successfully made contact with the majority of the manufacturers. Capitalizing on the influx of students at the university, the vendors were eager to collaborate and had settled upon a mutually acceptable minimum price. However, a pressing issue remained. Funds were limited. After accounting for internet expenses and travel costs, only a little over 800 remained. This sum was barely sufficient to cover the deposit for a single vendor. It would be impractical to sell just one product on campus. Reluctantly, Chen Jing asserted that he had stock available and merely needed to place a small initial order while negotiating the minimum order quantity. The vendors, initially believing they were dealing with a substantial order, were taken aback when they realized it amounted to only 100 yuan. "Is this a joke?" they must have thought. Yet, under the persuasive eloquence of Chen Jing, the vendors agreed to provide a small batch of goods, albeit with the stipulation that it would not include free shipping due to the limited quantity. Chen Jing's rationale was straightforward. The warehouse was already overflowing, and this order served merely as a preliminary introduction, paving the way for future purchases from the vendors. The vendors, too, were assessing Chen Jing's potential. If the products sold quickly, a contract could be on the horizon. The 100 yuan order did not necessitate a formal agreement. Chen Jing surveyed the 8 products he had negotiated: packaged instant noodles, bucket noodles, a mixed assortment of spicy snacks, ham sausages, marinated eggs, 8 treasure porridge, a decalcium, and tissue paper, 7 food items, and 1 daily necessity. These were his carefully curated selections for easy sale. After finalizing delivery arrangements and acquiring the bank account details, Chen Jing prepared to make the payment. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 8 o'clock. Where had the time gone? He stood up abruptly. Zhou, having removed his headphones, noticed Chen Jing's flustered demeanor and inquired, "I saw you were focused, so I didn't want to interrupt." Chen Jing hurriedly gathered his belongings and headed out. Surprised by Chen Jing's urgency, Zhou powered down his device and prepared to return 2 boarding passes for a refund. Meanwhile, at the steel factory community, Chuwei sat before her computer, watching Chen Jing's QQ avatar fade to black. Her expression mirrored the darkness of the screen, a mixture of helplessness, disappointment, and self-mockery crossing her face. "I can't believe I trusted him," she sighed, glancing at her study materials laid out beside her. "I can't believe I believed in you, Chen Jing. You are nothing but a fraud." Chapter 6. You are the light at 8:30 in the evening. Chen Jing hastily transferred the payment to the vendor before rushing to the bus station, relieved to see there was still a final bus. He felt a sense of impending doom. He knew he had been preoccupied all day and had left Chuwei hanging. This time, however, it felt different from previous occasions. Noticing Chen Jing's anxious demeanor, Zhou asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you send the money?" Chen Jing shook his head. "It's not that. Don't pry." "Did you enjoy yourself today?" Zhou chuckled. "Absolutely. It's been too long since I had this kind of fun." Chen Jing regarded his friend. While he could be seen as flawed, he was undeniably loyal and had a strong sense of camaraderie. Yet, he had been rather lackadaisical regarding academics. "By the way, once the goods arrive, let us sell them discreetly. We'll split the profits." Zhou felt a surge of satisfaction at Chen Jing's words. He originally believed that Chen Jing was pursuing his own agenda, as aside from contributing an extra 200, all the efforts were made by Chen Jing. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Chen Jing would still include him and even share the rewards. Naturally, he was agreeable to anything other than studying. Chen Jing patted him on the shoulder with earnestness and declared that he would entrust him with an important task. Zhou instantly adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "Please, go on. I can no longer extract money," Chen Jing explained. "If I attempt to do so again, it may raise suspicions regarding my internet usage. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to procure some funds before Monday." Upon hearing this, Zhou's spirits plummeted. He scratched his head and lamented, "If I go to ask for money, they'll surely think I'm heading online." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jing suggested, "Just tell them that the homeroom teacher requires funds to purchase exam papers, which are rather costly. Moreover, consider this money as a loan from me. I will repay you in due course." Zhou had not considered this angle, nodded, and remarked, "The repayment is not a concern, but I believe I can indeed procure the money." "Very well, let us meet tomorrow morning in front of the Dream Internet Cafe. Remember to ride your bike," Chen Jing instructed. With their plan set, the bus arrived. With fewer night buses, it would take over an hour to reach home. By 10 o'clock, Chen Jing finally arrived at the steel plant community. This late return was not an unusual occurrence, and his parents assumed he had been spending time with Zhou. After all, it was the weekend, a time for children to unwind. As he approached the entrance of the building, he noticed lights still illuminating the 3rd and 4th floors. Quietly, he opened the door, striving to minimize any noise. He tiptoed inside and entered the living room, which was eerily silent. "My salary has been dispersed. It's satisfactory." 2002. In the background, he faintly overheard his parents conversing in the master bedroom. "I'll buy you a new pair of shoes tomorrow. These have come apart several times and can barely hold together." "Don't buy them. Why spend that money? If they can be glued, they can still be used. Save that money for Xiao Jing. He will need it for university and eventually for marriage. We cannot be careless. Oh, if only our Xiao Jing could get into university." His father sighed. Enough of that. Have you forgotten our original intention? We just want Xiao Jing to grow up happily. Listening to this exchange, Chen Jing felt a profound sense of reflection. His parents had always shielded him from pressure, bearing the weight themselves. Initially, his academic performance was insufficient for high school, forcing him to attend a vocational school. Yet, he was determined to pursue further education, prompting his father to seek connections and ultimately spend a considerable sum to secure his admission. Observing his father feigning ease at home while steadfastly supporting him, Chen Jing understood the burden his father had shouldered when negotiating the financial arrangements with the school. It was only after his father's unexpected passing that he truly grasped the extent of the sacrifices made for him. Xiao Jing hasn't he returned yet, has he? Come on. Put on your clothes and wait for him at the door. Hearing the commotion from the room, Chen Jing quickly called out, Mom and Dad, I'm back. Upon hearing his voice, his parents responded eagerly, You're back. Have you eaten? If not, I'll cook you some noodles. Chen Jing exhaled deeply, striving to stabilize his emotions. He had been hungry and longed for his mother's delicious noodles. 10 minutes later, the noodles were ready, 2 bowls, each adorned with a poached egg. Take one of these bowls to Chuwei. His mother is on a business trip, and his father is working the night shift. He must be hungry all alone at home. Chen Jing was pondering how to clarify matters with Chuwei when unexpectedly, his parents came to his aid. Holding a bowl of noodles, he ascended the stairs and gently knocked on the door. Hearing soft footsteps from within, Chen Jing felt a surge of nervousness. Chuwei, aware of who it was after hearing the door open downstairs and recognizing the familiar footsteps, maintained a facade of anger as she opened the door. Before her stood a figure slightly bent, cradling a bowl of noodles in his hands. I apologize, Chuwei, for inadvertently standing you up today. This is my peace offering. I hope you will accept this bowl of noodles. Chen Jing's tone was imbued with sincerity, but Chuwei was unwilling to forgive him so easily. Just as she opened her mouth to voice her discontent, Chen Jing accidentally brushed his finger against the edge of the bowl, a searing sensation coursing through him. Hot, 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 he exclaimed, stepping into Chuwei's home. She contemplated stopping him, but felt it would be inappropriate to do so given his earnest demeanor. Once inside, Chen Jing surveyed the space, noting it was laid out similarly to his own, yet imbued with a certain charm that was distinctly feminine, highlighting the differences in raising sons versus daughters. Did you enjoy your time at Dreamland today? Though she allowed him entry, her heart still simmered with anger. Chen Jing scratched his head and chuckled. Not really. I didn't play any games today. I went to the city instead, not to Dreamland. A blatant falsehood. Chuwei, well acquainted with Chen Jing, recognized the deceit immediately. He had indeed spent the day at an internet cafe with Zhou. You're still lying to me. You went to Dreamland. Others have told me so. Her face flushed, fueled by repeated betrayals. Chen Jing was taken aback. Who spread such rumors? That is pure slander. Zhao Lei told me. He said he saw you at the Dreamland Internet Cafe this morning. Chuwei responded. Chen Jing furrowed his brow, realizing the truth in her words. I did go to Dreamland this morning, but only for a brief moment. I knew you were deceiving me. Chuwei exclaimed. Chen Jing quickly reassured her. I didn't deceive you. I truly went to Dreamland, but only for 10 minutes. The police arrived, so we didn't stay online. Unbeknownst to her, she inquired, so? Did the police catch you? Shaking his head, Chen Jing replied. Thanks to my wits, I managed to avoid capture. And where did you go in the afternoon? Chuwei pressed further. I went to the city, he answered. Chuwei was left speechless. Oh, so you fled to the city to evade the police, is that it? Having received news from Zhao Lei that morning, she had spent the afternoon monitoring QQ. Chen Jing had been online all afternoon, which left him bewildered. How did you know I went to the city to surf the internet? He stammered, attempting to brush it off. Chuwei let out a huff, her gaze piercing through him. Don't ask how I know. The fact remains that you went online today and even had the audacity to ask me for tutoring afterward, while deceiving me. As Chuwei's anger began to subside, Chen Jing retrieved a notebook from his pocket. Here, a compilation of my work from this afternoon, he offered. Chuwei took the document and opened it, revealing a plethora of phone numbers, company names, and even bank account numbers. What is the purpose of this? Chuwei was perplexed, questioning its relevance to their studies. Over the next 5 minutes, Chen Jing detailed the tasks he had undertaken that day and those planned for the future. You mentioned supermarket price increases. You need to bring those prices down. Chuwei began to grasp Chen Jing's intentions. Yet, it still seemed unrelated to their studies. Chen Jing nodded in agreement, acknowledging his desire to earn a bit for himself, though uncertain if it would succeed. Frustration bubbled within Chuwei as she retorted, "This has nothing to do with our studies. What matters now is learning, not these convoluted schemes." Chen Jing replied, "I understand, which is why I've nearly wrapped everything up today. Tomorrow, I can dedicate the entire day to tutoring." Although Chuwei harbored doubts about his sincerity, she recognized that he had indeed been earnest and not merely playing around. "No. Tomorrow I intend to sleep in and enjoy myself. I refuse to tutor you." Feeling her anger dissipate, Chuwei chided, "You could have told me all this from the start, instead of making me stew in anger." In truth, Chen Jing could have succinctly summarized everything in just a few sentences. However, noticing the flush on Chuwei's cheeks, he couldn't resist prolonging the moment, hoping for a few more words of concern from her. Bathed in the soft, warm light, Chuwei's face appeared as a radiant beacon in the darkness. Chen Jing felt a sense of contentment. Was this not what he desired, to elicit her concern? Chuwei's cheeks reddened further as she quickly countered, "I did not." Chen Jing remained silent, merely gazing at the girl before him. At this moment, Chuwei met his gaze, and they locked eyes. Unable to endure the intensity of the stare, Chuwei hastily sat down to eat her noodles, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she could sense Chen Jing watching her. "Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Chuwei stammered. Chen Jing propped his head with one hand, tilting his gaze at her, and softly remarked, "You shine. You are the light." Chapter 7. Teacher I have come for tutoring. Chuwei was baffled by Chen Jing's words as she hurriedly finished her noodles. After Chen Jing took the bowl back home, he did not ascend the stairs again. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, contemplating the opportunity bestowed upon him and whether he could seize it. The night felt excruciatingly long, and Chen Jing sensed he had experienced an extensive dream. Rising early, he set out, this time riding a bicycle. He arrived at the entrance of the dream-seeking internet cafe. Zhou Yizhou had already been there for quite some time, covering his face while munching on a steamed bun. He now believed that working with Chen Jing was slightly better than playing games online. "I told you this exam would cost over 100. They handed me 200. Zhou Yizhou produced 2 red bills. Upon seeing his friend's flushed face, which bore 5 faint lines, Chen Jing inquired, "What happened to you?" Zhou Yizhou quickly shielded his face and replied, "I returned home late yesterday and got scolded. Today, when I asked for money, I got hit. Plus, my father's colleague discovered I was online yesterday, and my dad is furious." Chen Jing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhou Yizhou came from a fairly well-off family. His father is a police officer, and his mother runs a breakfast shop. Growing up in a relatively carefree environment, he developed a rebellious spirit. The more his family restricted him, the more he felt compelled to defy those restrictions, nurturing a playful disposition. Sighing, Chen Jing took the money and led Zhou Yizhou to a small convenience store near the school. The on-campus supermarket operated on a closed sales model, resulting in the local store receiving a clientele primarily composed of day students. However, the entire school had a significant number of boarders, which compelled the store to begin selling breakfast items. "Boss, I'll have a pack of Zhonghua," Chen Jing called out. The proprietor glanced at Chen Jing and recognized him as a student, but did not intervene. Instead, he retrieved a pack of soft Zhonghua from the cigarette cabinet. Reflecting on the past, Chen Jing recalled his high school years when he befriended delinquents at an internet cafe and took up smoking. "Don't smoke here," the boss cautioned. Chen Jing handed him a 100 yuan note, which the owner accepted while preparing change. Chen Jing held the pack of Zhonghua in his hands, examined it briefly, then returned it to the owner. "Boss, please take one yourself." The shopkeeper was taken aback by this gesture, scrutinizing Chen Jing as if he were attempting to substitute real cigarettes with counterfeit ones. Understanding the man's thoughts, Chen Jing placed the unopened pack of Zhonghua on the counter. The owner inspected the cigarettes, confirmed they were the ones he had just sold, and nodded with a smile. "Young man, what are you up to? I don't accept gratuities without a reason." With a slight smile, Chen Jing leaned on the counter and whispered, "Boss, I would like to discuss a collaboration." "What kind of collaboration?" the owner inquired. "I've acquired some stock, but I lack space to store it, so I was hoping to use your address for temporary storage. It won't be for long, just a day at most, and I'll take everything away." The proprietor hesitated, asking, "What kind of stock are you bringing in? And where do you plan to sell it?" Chen Jing was forthright, "I intend to sell it at school." Upon hearing this, the owner became apprehensive. "That's not acceptable. You can't sell that here." Recognizing the owner's concerns, Chen Jing reassured him, "Don't worry, I will only sell to boarders and not compete with your business. My aim is to give the school's supermarket a run for its money. Upon hearing give the school's supermarket a run for its money, the owner looked skeptically at the young man before him, thinking it impossible. You are rather audacious. Just look at my store. It's not small. Yet it can't compete with theirs. That's because your business model is flawed. You focus on labor, utilities, and rent, merely waiting for customers to come. That won't work. Moreover, Chen Jing added, the school's supermarket has siphoned off a considerable amount of your business. I am merely trying to help you regain some ground. Chen Jing continued to elaborate. But the owner struggled to shift his perspective. I really need your help to look after the stock. You can smoke this, and you need not give me any change. Once the stock arrives, we will take it immediately. It will not take up any space. After a lengthy discourse, the owner, who harbored discontent towards the supermarket, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Fine, but make sure to collect it. Otherwise, if I don't see it clearly, I might just sell it. With the negotiation concluded, Chen Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Glancing at the small convenience store, I inquired, how much do you pay for your braised beef noodles, boss? The proprietor regarded Chen Jing with a favorable expression and replied with a smile. Oh, are you considering purchasing from me? If you were to source from my establishment, it would be a futile endeavor. I procure from the same supplier as old Liu, but he orders in bulk, securing discounts that allow him to negotiate. The shopkeeper shook his head, internally burdened by unspoken troubles. Chen Jing nodded gently, surveying the layout of the store, and said, in that case, boss, in a few days, I shall present you with a substantial gift. With that, he waved his hand and sauntered towards the exit. Zhou Yizhou hurriedly followed, asking, Chen Jing, what do you mean by a substantial gift? Once a distance had been covered, Chen Jing replied, since they have assisted us, we shall reciprocate by offering them the price provided by our supplier, ensuring we owe them nothing. Zhou Yizhou gazed at Chen Jing with an admiration that was subtly evident in his eyes. Feeling the intensity of Zhou Yizhou's gaze, Chen Jing playfully chided. What are you staring at, you rascal? Zhou Yizhou playfully punched Chen Jing's bicep, exclaiming, you're just too manly. I used to think you were solely a gamer. Now, I realize you have ambitions in entrepreneurship and even understand the nuances of gifting cigarettes. I must say, I have a newfound respect for you. Zhou Yizhou perceived that Chen Jing had transformed, shedding his previous rebellious demeanor for a semblance of composure, confidence, and dare I say, a hint of charm? Let's move on. This matter seems settled. Here, take this 100 yuan for your textbooks, said Chen Jing, extending the remaining amount to Zhou Yizhou. Zhou Yizhou promptly shook his head, asserting, what textbooks? I intend to invest. This money is for investment. Chen Jing chuckled, insisting on placing the 100 in Zhou Yizhou's hands. Investing in textbooks is still an investment. Otherwise, when we find ourselves without them, we shall see how Zhao Hong deals with us. Enough of that. You go by what you need. I must return home, or I shall face my parents' wrath. Initially, Zhou Yizhou found Chen Jing quite dashing, but the mention of parental reprimand shattered that heroic image. Why are you afraid of being scolded? Don't your parents treat you well? They never chastise you. Chen Jing shook his head, clarifying, it's not about fearing them. With that, he hopped on his bicycle, ready to depart. Zhou Yizhou pondered who else could possibly reprimand him aside from his parents. Just as Chen Jing had not cycled far, the chain suddenly broke, forcing him to halt and repair it. Remarkably, despite not riding for a while, he recalled how to mend it. Excuse me, does the road ahead lead to Xinguang No. 2 High School? A female voice reached Chen Jing's ears. The sun was glaring, and upon lifting his head, he glimpsed a girl with long hair, her face obscured. Proceed forward, take a left, continue straight, and then turn right, she instructed. Thank you. Chen Jing replied, swiftly reattaching the chain and rotating the pedal to complete the repair. Straightening up, he curiously glanced towards the route leading to the school. Spotting a figure clad in a somewhat snug white short-sleeve shirt and knee-length denim shorts. Such attire was rare among high school students. Chen Jing turned back, hastily pedaling home. Upon arriving home, Chen Jiang was greeted by his father, Chen Wang, who was breathlessly carrying a substantial bag of items. Chen Jiang hurriedly approached to assist, inquiring, where have you been, father, to be so out of breath? Chen Wang replied, there's a new vegetable market open near the maintenance section. The produce is quite affordable. Look, for the same amount of money, I can procure much more. Chen Jiang was aware of the market's location, noting that cycling there and back would take nearly an hour. Upon returning home with the goods, he offered his father a glass of water and remarked, Are we so impoverished that we must travel such a distance for a mere few cents? Chen Wang gulped down the water, nearly finishing it, and after a hearty belch, responded, "You young man, without managing a household, you cannot comprehend the cost of essentials. Every penny saved counts. You will need to attend university, marry, and eventually raise children, all of whom will require support and education." Chen Jing immediately raised his hand to stop him. "Father, have you already planned for your grandchild's future?" Seated on the sofa, Chen Wang chuckled, "My son will not lack for a partner, and besides, this trip saved us at least 10 yuan, which is quite sufficient." At that moment, Zhang Shufang also returned home, and, upon seeing the large bag of vegetables, her eyes sparkled with surprise. "I didn't expect you to be so quick. The maintenance section is quite far from here." Chen Wang adjusted his attire proudly, stating, "I didn't even break a sweat on the long journey. My health is in good shape, still in my prime." Zhang Shufang rolled her eyes at him and proceeded into the kitchen with the vegetables. Observing the exchange, Chen Jing felt a warmth in his heart, solidifying his resolve to strive for his parents' sake, even if not for himself or Chuwei. After dinner, Chen Jing waited until 1:30 when his parents left for work before heading upstairs. Arriving at Chuwei's doorstep, he cleared his throat and knocked, calling out, "Ms. He, your student for extra lessons has arrived." Chapter 8. It seems he is truly changing. Chen Jing pursued the humanities purely to fulfill requirements, as the sciences demanded daily practice, a prospect he found unappealing. Only in the realm of humanities, through rote memorization, could he navigate with ease. At Chuwei's residence, on the balcony, she remarked, "I said I wanted to go out." Chen Jing chuckled, "That is splendid. I am quite familiar with every nook of Xinguang. Allow me to take you out." Surprised that Chen Jing had engaged with her banter, Chuwei huffed and said, "Then let us begin with the easiest subject for scoring, geography." She laid out the test papers and textbooks before Chen Jing and continued, "First, I want you to complete a set of papers so I can assess your foundational knowledge." Chen Jing was taken aback by the immediate assignment and asked, "Oh, we're starting with a test? Didn't we just have one a few days ago? Could we perhaps review that first?" Chuwei gently shook her head, raising her index finger to point at the papers. "You barely wrote anything on that test. What could it possibly reveal?" Fortunately, there are no traces on the test paper itself, just on the answer sheet. For this test, I require you to fill every section, regardless of whether you can answer or not. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing realized he was being granted free rein. "All right, I shall give it a try." To be honest, as he gazed upon the questions, they appeared as incomprehensible as ancient scripture. What are the coordinates, the orientation of the sun during morning and afternoon, and the geological changes and formations? I hardly understand any of it. Nevertheless, Chen Jing did not approach the questions carelessly. Instead, he earnestly examined the problems. He had stated his intention to study diligently, and thus he must commit to that effort. The multiple-choice questions were completed, relying on a mere fraction of skill and a great deal of luck. However, the subsequent descriptive questions all had standard answers. Yet Chen Jing was oblivious to any of them. He did not write for long, merely a little over half an hour, for he truly struggled with the material. Leaving him at a loss, Chuwei began grading the answers, and to her astonishment, the discrepancies were minimal compared to his previous blank response. He had only answered one question correctly, which pertained to identifying the celestial bodies of the solar system, the moon, Earth, and the sun. The larger questions, however, provoked laughter from Chuwei. "Chen Jing, how could you write this? You were asked how to address the issue of an aging population, and you suggested exporting the elderly? Is this the logic of a rational individual?" Chen Jing saw no problem with his response. Was he not merely seeking solutions? Chuwei laughed uncontrollably, clutching her stomach. Observing her joy, Chen Jing felt he had answered correctly, at least in his own perspective. "I must tell you, if you write like this, the teacher will certainly disapprove." As Chuwei glanced through the remaining questions, she noted that they were all nonsensical, bearing no resemblance to the standard answers. Yet, she was not harsh or scolding towards Chen Jing. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. "In the past, when I offered you extra tutoring, you would have avoided it at all costs." Listening to her gentle tone, imbued with a mix of helplessness and relief, Chen Jing was filled with regret. Indeed, he had squandered a valuable opportunity. Though Chen Jing did not concur that education was the sole path to success, he acknowledged that it was the most straightforward and promising route. He reflected, "I was wrong before. Now I comprehend the importance of studying." A turning point had been reached. Upon realizing Chen Jing's newfound attitude, the burden in Chuwei's heart felt lighter. The intention behind Chen Jing's exam was to gauge his enthusiasm. You can even use idioms, Chuwei teased. Chen Jing looked up at Chuwei basking in the sunlight. Despite wearing only a simple white t-shirt, she radiated a youthful and pure beauty. The sun illuminated her profile, accentuating a perfect curve. All right, stop staring at me. I don't have any questions on my face. Your foundation is practically non-existent. You must learn from the beginning. I will guide you through each question to help you understand the thought process behind solving them. With that, Chuwei sat down and began explaining the first multiple-choice question. The distinction between a high achiever and a struggling student was glaringly obvious. The high achiever consolidates knowledge, piecing it together to arrive at the correct answers, while the struggling student possesses fragmented knowledge. Their attitude towards knowledge is one of recognition without comprehension. I know the concepts, but they do not know me. For instance, in English, a high achiever can effortlessly combine subjects, verbs, and objects, while a student with poor academic performance may grasp the basics of subject-verb-object structure. They remain oblivious to the intricacies and nuances of this construct. Initially, Chen Jing would glance at the questions while also observing Chuwei. Yet, upon hearing the captivating explanations, he gradually became engrossed in the test paper. Oh, so this is how it works, much like I had envisioned, yet so vastly different. I approached this question with a certain logic, though I lacked the requisite terminology. Go ahead and boast. You were merely dozing during geography class. How could you possibly know I was sleeping in geography class? Because you slumber through every lesson. After an hour of Chuwei's fervent explanation, she finally completed the discussion of the test paper. Take your time. I shall fetch a glass of water. Chen Jing examined the problem-solving methods on the paper, pondering that it didn't appear overly challenging. For some reason, he felt that his memory and analytical abilities had significantly improved since his return. It was akin to the experience of not comprehending anything in high school. Yet upon revisiting the subject after a period, it felt as if he had cleared the meridians. Chen Jing recalled individuals who had struggled during their final year of high school, but thrived in their repeat year, soaring towards prestigious universities. Why was it that knowledge once incomprehensible in high school now appeared somewhat clearer? Could it be attributed to a rebirth of sorts? Observing Chen Jing lost in thought over the test paper, Chuwei surmised he was contemplating the solutions. Here, drink your water. She placed the glass on the table and remarked, having taught you the approach to problem solving, you must now apply it to similar scenarios. Chen Jing nodded, recalling the strategies discussed, though he was still uncertain about specific concepts. For instance, he understood how to calculate latitude and longitude, but had not memorized the particulars of the method. He would still need to consult his textbooks. Chen Jing was eager to test the current state of his memory. All right, let us move on to something else. I recall your proficiency in Chinese. You once scored over 100. Unfortunately, your Chinese teacher holds you in high regard, yet you lack ambition. The remaining subjects, such as politics and history, are primarily reliant on rote memorization, leaving little room for substantial teaching. At present, only mathematics and English can yield significant scores. With that, Chuwei produced 2 sets of papers, one for mathematics and one for English. Geography was entirely in Chinese, at least comprehensible. Mathematics, however, was a jumble of terms and numbers intertwined with text, causing him to frown deeply. As for English, it was even more daunting. He could hardly decipher a single word, as though confronted with a foreign script. Is this even written language? Why can I not comprehend any of it? Chen Jing's previously relaxed mind suddenly tensed. Chuwei, aware of his struggle, reassured him, do not fret. I am not asking you to write anything just yet. I will first tackle the mathematics and explain my thought process as I go along. The other subjects will necessitate your attention in class. As they finished their meal, Chuwei's parents returned home and spotted the 2 seated on the balcony. Is that Chen Jing? No, it cannot be. Wait, it is Chen Jing. What could he possibly want with Chuwei? It seemed they were engaged in problem solving. Surely, she was not mistaken. Chen Jing, solving problems? He mother, skeptical, approached closer and confirmed that the pair was indeed discussing the questions. Chuwei was articulating her thought process, and Chen Jing was listening intently. The sun seemed to rise in the west. Mother, he could not help but make a sound, startling the 2 individuals. Mom, you're back. Why didn't you make a sound? Chuwei exclaimed in surprise. Mother, he chuckled. What do you mean no sound? It's simply that you were too engrossed. Xiao Jing, don't leave later. Stay here for dinner. You should focus on your studies first. as the college entrance examination is approaching. Every day of learning counts. Furthermore, your grandfather has sent over some vegetables, free of pesticides, so you can take some home after dinner. Chen Jing, who had been tense, finally relaxed and nodded in agreement. Sure, it's been a while since I've tasted Aunt He's cooking. This grandfather is Chuwei's, who had once taken care of Chen Jing in his childhood, establishing a connection with the Chen family. He has left a mixed impression on He Ba and He Ma, as Chuwei often speaks well of him. She does not wish for her parents to perceive Chen Jing as a bad boy or a delinquent. After all, in her eyes, Chen Jing had always been quite clever, especially during their childhood. She had witnessed his diligence that afternoon. It was not feigned but genuine engagement with her explanations. Come, have some fruit first. Dinner isn't ready just yet. Mother, he placed a plate of sliced apples before Chen Jing. Thank you, Aunt, Chen Jing replied with a smile. Yet he refrained from taking any, continuing to focus on his studies. This was his first experience of finding joy in learning, a wondrous feeling. Previously, such joy was reserved for gaming, but now, studying brought a similar delight. If learning could be perceived as a game, perhaps that is the secret to joyful study. Chuwei observed him for a moment, then took the initiative to pick up a toothpick, spearing a piece of apple and holding it to Chen Jing's lips. Jing looked up in surprise, as if time had frozen. Since you've worked so hard today, consider this a reward. His pupils flickered with a myriad of emotions, leaving him at a loss for words. What's wrong? Do you need me to feed you? Chuwei teased. Chen Jing quickly shook his head, leaning forward to take a bite. It had been over a decade, truly, over 10 years. After so many years, Chen Jing rediscovered the innocent affection shared between childhood friends, which felt so wonderfully pure. At that moment, a ray of sunset streamed through the glass, gently illuminating Chen Jing. The scent of trees wafted softly into the air, and Chuwei gazed at him, who was leaning over the desk engrossed in his studies, her eyes glimmering with pride. It seemed he was indeed changing. Chapter 9. You don't remember me? Monday is the day every student dreads the most. The transition from the comfort of Sunday to the urgency of Monday leaves everyone feeling somewhat disoriented. Naturally, this discomfort primarily pertains to the realms of study and the pressures it brings. For diligent students like Chuwei and Zhao Lei, learning has long since become a game. Studying is akin to play. Last night, Chen Jing had immersed himself in his books until past 11, and had to rise early at 6, feeling exceedingly fatigued. However, he realized that his late-night study had indeed made a difference. His memory had significantly improved, and he noticed that his ability to memorize information had accelerated considerably. While he had not reached the level of photographic memory, he could now retain information after merely 2 or 3 readings. Suddenly, he recalled those classmates who could memorize texts with astonishing speed. Chen Jing felt that he had caught up with, or perhaps slightly surpassed, the memory of those around him. Yet, despite his good memory, he could not recall where his books were. Gazing at the chaotic desk and drawer, he mused about the state of his studies, wondering if this was merely a heap of clutter. He could not find a single book he intended to search for. As he rummaged through his geography books, he stumbled upon several. To his astonishment, there was not just one. Initially, he had planned to complete his geography studies today, only to realize there were both compulsory volumes 1 and 2. Look, these are the 5 geography books I've taken notes in. You should copy them quickly, said Chuwei, placing her books on Chen Jing's desk before turning to leave. This scene went largely unnoticed, save for a few who were attentive to Chuwei. Zhao Lei was baffled, unsure why Chen Jing needed the books. At last, Chen Jing found the book he needed, but it was only compulsory volume 4. It seemed the others were at home. Well, one will suffice for now, he thought, flipping to the first page to begin transcribing notes. Just then, the bell rang, and Zhou rushed into the classroom, relieved not to be late. Phew, I'm just in time, the prince of punctuality, he declared, returning to his seat only to discover that his desk mate, Chen Jing, was actually taking notes. What on earth are you doing? Zhou exclaimed. Chen Jing, are you really studying? Chen Jing merely nodded in response. Zhou's perception crumbled. He had always thought of Chen Jing as a genius indifferent to academics. Now, he was confronted with the reality that his close friend was indeed studying, a stark contrast to his previous assumptions. What about the selling you mentioned? Are you still doing that? Zhou inquired. Chen Jing nodded affirmatively. Yes, the goods haven't arrived yet, but they should be here by tomorrow. Don't worry, we'll take care of it today. With that, he resumed his note-taking. Zhou felt his faith shaken. His best friend was actually studying. No, I cannot accept this. Before he could pose further questions, the teacher entered the room. The homeroom teacher, Zhao Hong, who taught English, instructed the class to pause their writing. I have an announcement. She began, prompting the students to look up at her. I bet she is going to tell us to buy test papers, Zhou Yizhou muttered sarcastically. Now that you're all in your final year, it seems you are settling into a routine? Zhao Hong continued, yesterday, the school administration held a meeting and decided that henceforth, the senior class will have only one day off, and that will be every 2 weeks. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted with discontent. Zhao Hong, anticipating this reaction, struck the podium with her lesson plan. Hey, you're all seniors now, still thinking about breaks? We are making great efforts to ensure you perform well in your exams. Moreover, this learning is not for us teachers. It is for you to succeed. Not for us to attend university. If you feel your rest time is being encroached upon, remember that we teachers don't have any rest time either. It's not like we can scream and complain like you do. Those who commute, go home and talk to your parents. Those who board, come to me after class and call your parents. All right, let us proceed with reviewing the last exam papers. Zhou Yizhou languished on the desk, muttering, Heaven, take me away. For him, an extra day of study was sheer torment. Chen Jing, however, remained unfazed. Over the weekend, he had come to a realization. While earning money was essential, no amount could procure a university acceptance letter. That coveted letter must be earned through personal effort. Recalling his past life, he remembered a leader proclaiming, You are fighting for yourselves. The money you earn belongs to you. Meanwhile, the leader indulged in buying cars and houses. The message was strikingly similar to that of his current teachers, yet the pursuit of knowledge was indeed a personal endeavor. The fruits of one's labor and learning belonged solely to oneself, as teachers couldn't buy homes or cars. Zhou Yizhou hoped to receive a word of comfort from Chen Jing, but all he encountered was a chilling silence. The impact of such coldness from a close friend was profoundly hurtful for a 17-year-old. Chen Jing had intended to listen to some English, but his foundational knowledge was so lacking that he understood nothing. Comprehending English problems required a grasp of the questions themselves, yet he couldn't decipher even one. Thus, he resolved to forego English for the time being and complete his geography notes instead. Fortunately, Zhao Hong was indifferent to Chen Jing's activities. She had long ceased to care for the students in the last row. The purpose of that row was threefold. First, to participate in sports events. Second, to take out the trash. And third, to unleash frustration by scolding them. To facilitate revision, the first 2 periods were taught by the same instructor, with only a 2-minute break in between for restroom visits. Every Monday during the grand recess, they were required to perform exercises and raise the flag. Chen Jing was quite interested, while Zhou Yizhou pretended to have a stomachache to avoid participation. The third set of primary and secondary school calisthenics, dancing youth, was something neither Chen Jing nor Zhou Yizhou had ever successfully completed in either of their lives. Consequently, they were unfamiliar with the movements. Thankfully, being at the back provided some cover, otherwise they would surely have been the subject of ridicule. Suddenly, a voice of mockery drifted from the left. Chen Jing turned to see a girl smiling at him. If not for the blinding sunlight, he might have discerned her features. Although she wore the same loose short-sleeved uniform as everyone else, her styling diverged. She had cinched the fabric at her waist, barely covering her navel. Her delicate waist and flat abdomen were boldly displayed. Most strikingly, her hair was dyed a vibrant blue, playful yet understated. In the sunlight, she resembled a lively sprite. And as a splash of blue among the sea of black hair, she naturally attracted the boy's attention. Yet, her gaze was solely fixed on Chen Jing as she chuckled. I didn't expect that apart from me, you can't do the exercises either. Chen Jing pondered whether he knew this girl. There was no trace of her in the memories of his past life. How peculiar. He lamented having squandered his time skipping classes for the internet, leaving him oblivious to school affairs. Do we know each other? He inquired. The girl first displayed a look of confusion, then asked, You don't remember me? Chapter 10. Physical examination. Chen Jing was left bewildered. Do I remember you? Who are you? He decided to dismiss the thought. With that, the girl turned away, engrossed in her own rhythmic exercises. Chen Jing found the situation peculiar, as if he were being toyed with. After the flag-raising ceremony and the exercises, he felt his body was in decent shape, quite resilient indeed. Gazing at the fluttering national flag above, a familiar sensation washed over him. Chen Jing's resolve solidified as he silently vowed to rejuvenate his life in this existence. Upon returning to the classroom, Chen Jing was perusing the class schedule. Next up were music and physical education, two classes not connected by a continuous structure. Chen Jing, I can't believe it. I heard a campus beauty has joined the class next door, and she even dyed her hair, right? As soon as Zhou Yizhou saw Chen Jing return, he began to inquire. Chen Jing frowned slightly. Was it referring to the girl who had just smiled at him? I don't know. Who told you that? Zhou Yizhou seized Chen Jing's arm and whispered, while I was in the restroom just now, someone from the adjacent stall mentioned it. They said a girl studying music has come to supplement her cultural studies. Is that true? Chen Jing nodded. Perhaps. Zhou Yizhou regretted not going over. Had he done so, he could have caught a glimpse of her. Chen Jing, let's go check her out together later. Chen Jing shook his head. I need to take notes. You can go see for yourself. At that moment, Chen Jing's mind was not preoccupied with thoughts of a campus beauty. After all, wasn't there one right beside him? He glanced at Chuwei, who was resting her head on the desk, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Now there is a bit of dust in my eye. Zhao Lei stood beside Chuwei, lightly tapping the desk with his paper. I don't quite understand this problem. I'd like to ask for your help. His voice trembled slightly, revealing his nerves despite his prior preparation. Chuwei furrowed her brows, wanting to catch a quick nap during the break, but being disturbed instead. As she opened her eyes, still hazy from sleep, the problem appeared unclear. Rubbing her eyes, she finally focused on the question. It was a very simple one. Chuwei directly stated, "This is a relative clause. You've got it right." Receiving her praise, Zhao Lei clenched his fists and nodded. I thought I had made a mistake. Thank you. Chuwei nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at the time. Realizing there were only 2 minutes left before class resumed, and decided against falling back asleep. The thought of not being able to rest left her feeling a bit uncomfortable. She had barely caught any sleep, and now was awakened by this individual. Chen Jing genuinely believed that Zhao Lei lacked emotional intelligence. When the class bell rang, he was eager to see what a music lesson entailed, only to find Zhao Hong walking in. Your music teacher is on leave, so I will be covering for her today. A collective groan filled the classroom once again. After the noise subsided, Zhao Hong continued. Take out your materials from the last lesson. We haven't finished yet. Zhou Yizhou thought little of it, reasoning that listening to music while dozing off was no different from sleeping through a lecture. Chen Jing remained focused on his notes. After class, Zhao Hong gathered her belongings and departed. Zhou Yizhou, now awake, shook his head. Don't even think about it. The next class will definitely be hers again. Chen Jing also believed in the efficacy of taking notes directly. As the class bell chimed, everyone had already retrieved their English assignments. A student sitting by the door caught sight of a man approaching and promptly exclaimed, "It's the PE teacher." This remark instantly shattered the somber atmosphere. The PE teacher, upon reaching the classroom entrance and observing the lively students, was overwhelmed with thoughts. Dear students, today as physical education class may very well be our last. From now on, I might be perpetually unwell. Hearing the PE teacher's self-deprecating humor, the students chuckled heartily. Now, children, let us gather downstairs. The prospect of attending PE class genuinely delighted everyone. The classroom's heavy ambience felt stifling, and none wished to linger for long. Which child does not relish a bit of play? After the physical assessment, Chen Jing panted heavily, his eyes shimmering with stars. The 1,500 meters was indeed a formidable challenge. Noticing the time, Chen Jing began to walk it off, gently tapping his calves and thighs to relax his muscles. This practice ensured that his legs would not ache as much the following day. At that moment, the girls had also completed their 800 meters, collapsing onto the ground one by one. Chen Jing noticed Chuwei drenched in sweat, her blue and white uniform slightly translucent after being soaked. Clearing his throat, Chen Jing approached her. Chuwei lay on the grass with other girls, eyes closed, breathing heavily. PE class is more exhausting than studying. I must return to do my homework. At that instant, the previously blinding sunlight seemed to disappear, and Chuwei opened her eyes to find Chen Jing there. She quickly sat up and asked, "What brings you here?" With a smile, Chen Jing replied, "You've been inactive for too long. This is the consequence. Stand up and take a few steps, then gently massage your calves and thighs, or else you will be in pain tomorrow." Hearing his advice, she reluctantly lay back down. We're already exhausted. Do we really have to massage our legs? Observing Chuwei's demeanor, Chen Jing shook his head, then squatted down, placing his hands gently on her calves. The moment she felt his touch, a shiver coursed through her body. When she opened her eyes and realized it was Chen Jing, she suddenly felt no inclination to protest. Perhaps it was her fatigue that dulled her sense of resistance. Chen Jing found her calves soft and smooth, and he could catch a faint scent of her sweat as he leaned closer. Indeed, a beautiful girl's perspiration is never unpleasant. This scene did not escape the notice of the boys around. While Chuwei might seem ordinary to Chen Jing, to them, she was an ethereal beauty, the epitome of purity. Who wouldn't he harbor a fondness for a girl like her? Who wouldn't he wish to caress her delicate feet? Yet, they all understood that she was as unattainable as the moon in the sky, especially since she had a childhood companion in Chen Jing. Their gazes were tinged with envy as they watched, one boy lamenting, "How wonderful it is to have grown up together, and even assist in leg massages. Who will help me with mine?" At that moment, Yang Xiu, sitting beside Chuwei, chimed in. The others joined in the teasing, and Chen Jing, chuckling, stood up, adopting a playful expression. "Let me see who else needs my assistance." Upon witnessing this scene, the girls couldn't help but laugh and shy away. "All right, that should suffice. You can feel for yourself," Chen Jing remarked as he made his way towards the boys. Chuwei involuntarily smiled. The sense of camaraderie that had gradually diminished since the second year of junior high suddenly resurfaced today. She stifled the impulse to call out for Chen Jing to continue, considering the crowd was rather large. "Chen Jing Gij, I want to join too," Zhou Yizhou exclaimed from his spot on the ground, adopting a high-pitched tone. Chen Jing shot him a glance, his expression laden with meaning. "Are you certain? Which leg do you wish for me to assist you with?" Zhou Yizhou, acutely sensitive to such remarks, immediately covered his groin. "I fear it might cause you to feel inferior," Chen Jing retorted with an eye roll, proceeding to stretch his own legs. When the physical education teacher announced free activities, Chen Jing took Zhou Yizhou to the school gate. It was the last period, and many students would take the opportunity to head home early. The security guard would let them pass as well. Upon arriving at the convenience store, the owner greeted them. "Your goods have arrived, they're inside." After inspecting the shipment, Chen Jing noted that the box remained intact and unopened, indicating the owner's integrity. "Thank you. We shall take our leave now." However, gazing at the dozens of cardboard boxes, he pondered how they would manage the load. The owner, perceptive as he was, produced a cart. "You can use this for now, but you'll need to figure out how to get it into the school yourselves." 5 minutes later, Chen Jing and Zhou Yizhou arrived at the school gate, pushing a cart filled with numerous boxes. The security guard, surprised by their return and the amount they carried, inquired, "What do you have there?" Chen Jing replied honestly, "These are our food supplies, instant noodles, and such." When the guard appeared skeptical, Chen Jing opened the top box and retrieved a packet of noodles. "It's truly instant noodles. We purchased them collectively for a discount." With that, the guard relented, stating, "Just be mindful. Class is about to end. Keep an eye on the time." The two quickly nodded and soon spotted a boarding student, Huang Lei. Huang Lei was a cousin of Zhou Yizhou, as Zhou Yizhou's father was Huang Lei's uncle. That evening, Chen Jing had already instructed Zhou Yizhou to make contact. "Wow, with so much stuff, how can I fit it all in my dorm?" Huang Lei was taken aback by the sheer volume. Chen Jing produced a 20 yuan note from his pocket, handing it to Huang Lei. "Get some drinks for the guys in the dorm." Huang Lei declined the money, instead asking, "Is there more? If so, we definitely won't have enough space." Chen Jing shook his head. "That's all for now." Upon reaching the boys' dormitory, Chen Jing placed the items in Huang Lei's room, 305. One reason for selecting Huang Lei was that the occupants of their dorm were hardworking. 2 from class 16 and 3 from class 17. This arrangement also served Chen Jing's future plans. Once everything was settled, Chen Jing took out a notebook, meticulously detailing the purchase prices, quantities, and intended selling prices. Zhou Yizhou, brimming with excitement, inquired, "What is the next step?" Chen Jing, exuding the determination of a frontline warrior, resolutely replied, "First, we must return the cart." After settling the payment for the vehicle, Chen Jing underestimated the inventory. There are still at least 20 boxes of goods remaining. Fortunately, the owner was amiable and allowed Chen Jing to store them. At this moment, Zhou Yizhou, filled with enthusiasm, inquired, "So, when are we commencing sales?" Chen Jing nodded and suggested they first head to room 305. Upon arriving at 305, Chen Jing emptied a box designated for instant noodles and began to fill it with various items: 10 buckets of instant noodles, 10 packets of instant noodles, 10 packs of tissue paper, 50 bags of spicy strips, 5 duck legs, 10 marinated eggs, 5 bottles of 8 treasure porridge, and 20 sausages. He sealed the box securely, ensuring that its contents remained concealed from prying eyes. The trio carried the boxes to the classroom, which was largely empty at that time. They stashed the items in the reading corner cabinet at the back of the classroom. Zhou Yizhou's heart raced with excitement. akin to the adrenaline rush of running. As he asked, "What next? Should we start calling out?" Chen Jing quickly shook his head and whispered, "No, we must keep this discreet and proceed cautiously." The three of them waited until class was nearly over, as students began returning to gather their belongings. Zhou, unable to contain his anticipation, kept nudging Chen Jing. Chen Jing noticed Chuwei finishing her tidying up and exchanging glances with him, a silent cue to head home together. Everyone was heading to the cafeteria for dinner, so they likely wouldn't come here to buy anything. "Don't rush. Evening is when most will go to the supermarket. Let us eat first," Chen Jing advised. "Huang Lei, keep an eye on the stuff in the dorm. Take this." After saying this, he forcefully pressed 20 yuan into Huang Lei's hand and headed outside with his backpack. Chuwei remarked, noticing Chen Jing drenched in sweat. "I saw you leave the school during PE class and then bring in all those goods. Is that what you were up to?" Chen Jing nodded yes. "They are stored in the boys' dormitory, and I plan to sell them tonight. I want to be going home after school." Chuwei, upon hearing that he wouldn't return home, responded with a note of concern, "Just don't let it interfere with your studies. That's what matters most." Chen Jing smiled slightly and bowed respectfully. "Understood, teacher." Chuwei rolled her eyes playfully, her expression a blend of pride and affection, before cycling away. Upon arriving home, Chen Jing found that dinner was just ready, but the atmosphere felt different. Chen Wangxing was seated on the sofa watching television, while Zhang Shufang was in the kitchen serving dishes. Ordinarily, Chen Wangxing would assist with dinner, which made Chen Jing feel uneasy. As he hesitated at the door, Chen Wangxing called out, "You're here, so come on in." Reluctantly, Chen Jing entered the house. Noticing the silence between his parents, he felt perplexed, wondering what might have transpired. It seemed clear that they were annoyed with him. As they sat down to eat, the tension lingered. Chen Jing ruminated over every misdeed he had committed in his lifetime. There were indeed quite a few. Just as he was lost in thought regarding his past mistakes, Chen Wangxing finally spoke. "Chen Jing, what did you do with the money I gave you last time?" His tone was stern, and Chen Jing swallowed hard, pondering how to explain without revealing his entrepreneurial venture. "I bought some test papers, as requested by the homeroom teacher," he replied. However, Chen Wangxing still wore an expression of disbelief. With an intense gaze, Chen Jing felt as if he were being scrutinized. "Are you certain you purchased it?" "Dad, what else would I do with the money?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wangxing struggled to suppress his laughter. "There are plenty of places you could go, internet cafes, arcade halls. Your presence is ubiquitous." Chen Jing, who had been focused on his meal, lifted his eyes to glance at his parents and noticed their barely contained amusement, which instantly relieved his heart. They were merely teasing him. Realizing he had let the cat out of the bag, Chen Wangxing erupted into hearty laughter, playfully slapping Chen Jing's shoulder. "I never imagined my son would become enlightened. Your uncle, he mentioned that you studied at his house until 9 last night, and you even bought the exam papers. This is truly a stroke of luck." Zhang Shufang quickly interjected, "Nonsense. It's only a sign of enlightenment now. Getting into university is when the real fortune will reveal itself." Hastily, she knocked 3 times on the wooden table. Chen Wangxing, sensing his slip of tongue, promptly followed suit. Yes, getting into university is indeed the real stroke of luck." Observing the joy radiating from his parents, Chen Jing felt a deep-seated happiness welling within him. He never anticipated that a mere afternoon of brief study would elicit such delight from them. He could hardly fathom the elation they would experience if he were to gain admission to university. Although he had deceived them about purchasing exam papers, he hoped to earn back that money tonight. After finishing his meal, Chen Jing wiped his mouth and said, "Mom and Dad, I want to be home for dinner. I want to study more at school." The couple felt pleased to hear this. Their son was earnest about his education. However, they remained cautious, warning, "Just don't try to deceive us and go online instead." Chen Jing, aware of their suspicions, shook his head. "I want tea. You can ask Chuwei later." Chen Wangxing chose not to press further, acknowledging that they could indeed inquire with Chuwei, who served as their eyes and ears at school. What they did not know was that Chuwei had already covered for Chen Jing numerous times. After dinner and a brief nap, Chen Jing set off for school with Chuwei. The afternoon classes consisted of history and politics, and Chen Jing felt overwhelmed, having missed too much foundational knowledge. He struggled to comprehend the teacher's explanations. As class neared its end, he found the afternoon less beneficial than the morning's English lesson, which at least had enhanced his geographical acumen. Once school was dismissed, and with the teacher gone, Chen Jing, Zhou, and Huang Lei hurriedly unpacked their goods. "Let the sale begin," Chapter 11. It's you. After arranging the items on the table, Zhou cleared his throat with a deliberate cough. At that moment, students were gathering their belongings to head for lunch, and the noise naturally drew their attention. What are you all up to? Where did you get so much food? Are you preparing for winter? As they spoke, the crowd began to shift towards the back. Chen Jing, peering through a gap, noticed that Chuwei had vanished. Gritting his teeth, he recalled having mentioned earlier that he wouldn't be returning home for dinner, making it impossible for her to join him for evening study sessions. He could only hope she would finish her meal quickly and arrive at school soon. Zhou, raising his voice to command attention, declared, "This, my friends, is our little convenience store, exclusively serving our classmates. I assure you, our prices are far more affordable than those at the supermarket." Upon hearing that the prices were lower than those at the supermarket, a classmate quickly inquired, "How much are these items?" It was then Chen Jing's turn to speak. He remarked, "For this bag of instant noodles, doesn't the supermarket sell it for 2 yuan 50? The classmate nodded in agreement. "Here, we offer a welfare price of 2 yuan per pack. What do you think?" In truth, this price merely reflects the original cost, as the supermarket has raised its prices. Do not underestimate that 50 cents. It could buy you an additional pack of spicy strips. Are your products identical to those at the supermarket? Another student questioned. Zhou shrugged his shoulders and confidently assured, "Our items here are absolutely equivalent to, if not superior to, those found in supermarkets. We guarantee consistent quality, but at a lower price." He added, "Once you all discover our little convenience store, please refrain from publicizing it. It is best to share this information discreetly. Otherwise, if word gets out, we will all have to resort to purchasing the more expensive options at the supermarket." Upon hearing this, there was a palpable stir of excitement among the students. Eating instant noodles was certainly more economical than dining at the cafeteria. "I'll take a pack, please." Currently, only the braised beef flavor is available, primarily to cater to those who do not enjoy spicy food. Next time, we will offer the spicy variety. All right, what about the sausage? How much is that? Chen Jing had already committed the prices from his notebook to memory and replied, "That cannot be discounted. It remains at 1 yuan. However, purchasing here is far more convenient than going to the supermarket. Don't you agree?" The students acknowledged this. A round trip to the supermarket would take 5 to 6 minutes, while everything they needed was right in front of them. What about the cup noodles? Aren't they sold for 4 yuan at the supermarket? Here, they're 3 yuan 50, saving you 50 cents. The back of the classroom soon buzzed with excitement. Some day students, after listening for a minute or two, departed. The remaining group of about 10 were boarders, who typically either dined at the cafeteria or bought instant noodles from the supermarket. But now they had an additional option, Chen Jing's little convenience store. "I'll take a cup. I want a pack with a sausage." Chen Jing remained nonchalant about the opening. His focus was on how much they would sell. In contrast, Zhou was visibly excited, introducing the instant noodles with enthusiasm. The buying frenzy lasted less than 10 minutes. 5 cups of noodles, 7 packs of noodles, 4 sausages, 3 marinated eggs, and 13 packs of spicy strips were sold, essentially instant noodles with accompaniments. Zhou exhaled in relief, settling into a chair with a sense of satisfaction. "So this is how it feels. It's quite delightful." Although the sales were modest, given that their class only had a handful of boarders and not everyone ate instant noodles daily, Zhou's concerns were valid. Chen Jing understood that if they were to rely solely on their class, it would take a month to sell the initial stock. This was why they opted for Huang Lei's assistance. His roommates would inevitably notice the sudden influx of goods in their dormitory. Huang Lei would simply inform them that Class 16 was selling items at a discount, inviting them to come if they wished to purchase. Sure enough, the boarders from Class 17, who had initially loitered at the entrance, quietly walked in. Upon spotting his roommate, Huang Lei quickly beckoned, "So what do you think? I didn't deceive you, did I?" The boys from Class 17 nodded in agreement and inquired, "Is it truly cheaper than the supermarket?" Zhou immediately sat up, grinning. "Of course, it's clearly marked. I just hope everyone refrains from spreading the word too widely. Otherwise, once our stock runs out, we'll all have to resort to purchasing overpriced items at the supermarket." Huang Lei's roommate was the first to respond, and the boarding students from Class 17 wasted no time. Why not buy something affordable and nearby? After approximately 5 minutes, a wave of people dissipated. 5 buckets of instant noodles, 3 packs of convenience noodles, 2 cans of 8 treasure porridge, 4 sausages, 4 marinated eggs, 17 packs of spicy strips, and a pack of tissues. Observing that the contents of the box had significantly diminished, Chen Jing silently calculated. The pace of development was nearly in line with the plan. It was time to proceed to the next phase. Chen Jing turned to Huang Lei and remarked, "When the time comes, let your roommate handle the sales for Class 17. There's no need for them to come to our class. With so many people around, if they all crowd into Class 16 to make purchases, it will certainly raise suspicions." Suddenly, Zhou Yizhou's stomach emitted a loud growl, prompting him to glance at Chen Jing. Chen Jing realized they hadn't had dinner yet, and chuckled, "There's 8 treasure porridge, spicy strips, and duck legs. Feel free to eat and fill your stomach." Chen Jing himself was hungry and intended to open a can of 8 treasure porridge, but was startled by the appearance of a graceful figure at the front door. He saw Chuwei approaching with 2 meals in hand. Chen Jing was taken aback. Did she come back after going home, or had she not gone home at all? One meal was placed before Chen Jing, and noticing someone beside him, Chuwei felt somewhat shy and refrained from saying much. "Uncle Chen told me that he forgot to give you money for lunch, so he asked me to bring you a meal," she explained before heading back to her seat to eat quietly. However, Chen Jing felt in his pocket the 10 yuan bill his father had given him earlier that afternoon. How wonderful it was to have someone bring him food. Zhou Yizhou observed the scene with a tinge of envy. Seeing Chen Jing's meal, Huang Lei dismissed the notion of having 8 treasure porridge and promptly patted Zhou Yizhou on the shoulder, saying, "Cousin, let me treat you to the cafeteria." With Chen Jing having food, Zhou Yizhou also lost his craving for the porridge. Upon hearing the commotion of the two leaving, Chuwei glanced back to ensure no one was around, then stood up and sat beside Chen Jing. "Why didn't you go home for dinner?" Chen Jing asked. Chuwei did not respond directly but instead countered with a question. "How did your sales go today?" Chen Jing gestured towards the cardboard box, saying, "We've sold more than half. The remainder consists of snacks and tissues." Chuwei nodded lightly. "It seems you've made a good start. Does Uncle Chen know about what you're doing?" Chen Jing made a shushing gesture. "Please don't let my dad find out. I told him I'm not going home for dinner because I'm studying." Chuwei responded with a knowing "oh," understanding his meaning. Chen Jing lowered his voice, pleading, "Please, teacher help me keep this a secret." Chuwei tilted her head, avoiding eye contact with Chen Jing, adopting an expression that suggested she wouldn't agree unless he offered something in return. Chen Jing smiled slightly and retrieved a duck leg from the box. "Teacher, he is still growing. Have a duck leg." Chuwei chuckled softly, pushing the duck leg back and gently saying, "I am not asking for this. You mentioned that you wouldn't go home to study, so why not study now?" Chen Jing nodded in agreement. "Of course, we have almost sold out. I will copy the remaining notes later." Chuwei took a bite of her meal, finding it rather unappetizing, and then picked up the geography textbook from Chen Jing's desk. "You seem quite diligent in your copying. Your handwriting has changed from before." Chuwei distinctly remembered Chen Jing's scrawled handwriting, which now appeared remarkably neat, possessing an almost artistic flair. Chen Jing felt a surge of joy within. Had it not been for his previous life where he juggled multiple roles, including teaching children calligraphy, his handwriting would still resemble a dog's paw print. "There are many things you remain unaware of," Chen Jing said mysteriously before resuming his meal. "Humph. As if that makes me want to know," Chuwei retorted, turning back to her food, which she found utterly unappetizing. She began stabbing at her rice with her chopsticks. Noticing her disinterest, Chen Jing inquired, "What's wrong? Are you full?" Chuwei shook her head, expressing her dislike for the cafeteria food, finding its taste rather peculiar. Chen Jing then produced a braised egg, which Chuwei accepted this time. The cafeteria's cuisine was hardly commendable. Chen Jing's thoughts drifted to the pre-packaged meals that would only gain popularity 2 decades later. Could it be that the school was using pre-packaged meals? Chen Jing recalled the complaints students had about the cafeteria's monotonous flavors, as if every dish was made with the same seasoning. Suddenly, he remembered an incident from his days as a broker when, in the class group chat, he had seen discussions about the second high school. It was around 2013 when a student reported an issue anonymously, which led to the discovery that the cafeteria had been using meat frozen for 8 or 9 years, along with low-quality lymph meat. Lost in thought, a faint blue figure suddenly appeared. "Are you selling something?" Upon hearing the voice, Chen Jing turned to see a familiar hair color. The girl widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "It's you." Chapter 12. I truly do not recognize her. The girl entered the classroom and asked Chen Jing, "You really don't remember me?" Seeing his puzzled expression, she glanced around him. There was a girl, an exceptionally beautiful girl. At that moment, Chuwei was also observing the blue-haired girl. Both were strikingly attractive, with delicate faces and subtle makeup. her waist-length hair dancing lightly with her movements, exuding a vibrant aura. Moreover, her voice was melodious, instilling an impulse to listen further. This was the first time Chuwei had encountered such a captivating girl. The combination of her voice, appearance, and stature seemed destined for stardom. As Chuwei assessed the blue-haired girl, the girl was equally appraising her. The blue-haired girl was taken aback to discover such a stunning girl at the second high school. The two girls exchanged glances for a few seconds before the blue-haired girl averted her gaze, waving her hand dismissively. Well, if you don't remember, that's fine. In truth, Chen Jing genuinely could not recall where he might have met this girl. However, compared to the morning, the blue-haired girl wore an additional jacket, while her short sleeve barely concealed her navel. The girl with blue hair finished speaking and noticed a cardboard box beside Chen Jing, filled with snacks. She promptly retrieved a can of 8 Treasures porridge and inquired about its price. $2.50, Chen Jing replied. The girl rummaged through her pocket and produced 2 1-yuan coins and a 50-cent coin. I'll leave the money here, she said, gently placing it on the table before turning to leave. Chen Jing accepted the coins into his money pouch, a frown creasing his brow. Did he know her? When had they met? How could he forget such a beautiful girl? Shaking his head, he turned to see Chuwei staring at him. Ah, Chen Jing. It seems there are many things I am unaware of, she mused internally. Sensing the previous atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward, Chen Jing quickly donned a smile to alleviate the tension. This meal isn't very tasty, he remarked. Chuwei narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, Who is that girl? Do you know her? Chen Jing shook his head vigorously. No, I've only seen her twice. Chuwei pressed further. You've seen her twice? Then doesn't that mean you know her? Noting her inquisitive expression, Chen Jing pursed his lips, intending to tease her. Including this time, that's only twice. And both encounters were quite brief. How come I've never heard you mention knowing such a beautiful girl? Unconsciously, Chuwei tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Chen Jing glanced at her and softly teased, Why are you so concerned about me? You wouldn't happen to like me, would you? Like you? Not in a million years. I'm just keeping an eye on you for your parents to prevent any early romances, Chuwei retorted, rolling her eyes and shifting her gaze to the ceiling. Chen Jing chuckled at her antics. In front of others, Chuwei was the obedient academic star, but this playful side was something she only revealed to him. No one else had ever witnessed this aspect of her. Likewise, Chen Jing's mature demeanor faded in her presence, reverting him to a childish state. From a scientific perspective, the hormones and substances secreted by a teenager's body differ vastly from those of someone in their 30s. Even if a 30-something soul resided within a youthful body, it would still be influenced by its youthful form. Moreover, a man remains a boy at heart until death. I truly don't know her. I've never even learned her name. Oh, so you wish to know her name? No, wait, you've finished eating already? Chuwei, who already had a small appetite, closed her disposable food container and walked ahead. Chen Jing had anticipated that his teasing would be taken seriously. Shaking his head, he lost interest in the meal. The lymphatic meat, which he once thought was chewy, now made him feel nauseated. He rummaged through his money pouch to tally his remaining coins. At that moment, Chuwei returned, holding a freshly peeled marinated egg. She held it up to Chen Jing's mouth. He instinctively opened his mouth, but ended up biting nothing but air. Ha ha! Chuwei's triumphant laughter rang in Chen Jing's ears. He looked up to see her relishing the marinated egg. Forget it. I want to stoop to a child's level. He continued counting his money when half of the marinated egg was once again presented to his lips. Yet Chen Jing remained silent. Observing that Chen Jing was not easily deceived, Chuwei pretended to be satiated and remarked, Ah, this time it's true. I can't eat anymore. Chen Jing thought to himself, Fine, I shall humor the child. He opened his mouth, ready to take a bite, but Chuwei suddenly withdrew. Ha ha ha, Chen Jing. You are so foolish. Despite her laughter, a faint smile played on the corners of Chen Jing's lips as he firmly grasped Chuwei's hand and decisively popped the half-boiled egg into his mouth. No, you're being dishonest. Chuwei was taken aback by Chen Jing's audacity, especially since she had already tasted it herself. After swallowing, Chen Jing smacked his lips and exclaimed, Delicious, even better than the original. Chuwei frowned at his comment, exclaiming, You really are infuriating. If others saw this, they would surely say. They both shook their heads, insisting, What are you talking about? We are childhood friends, having grown up together. The pure essence of youthful camaraderie flourished in the confines of their shared classroom. Before long, Zhou Yizhou and Huang Lei returned. At that moment, Chen Jing was diligently taking notes, while Chuwei was absent from the classroom, presumably in the office. Zhou wore a bitter expression as he lamented. The cafeteria food is truly dreadful. How do you manage to eat it? Huang Lei shrugged and replied, what can we do? Our options are limited to the cafeteria or the supermarket. At least the meals are more nutritious than instant noodles. Upon seeing the two return, Chen Jing announced, tonight, we sold 94 yuan and 50 cents. The cost was 43 yuan and 3 cents. Hearing this, Zhou calculated and realized that the profit was over 50%. The prices at their small shop either matched or were lower than those at the supermarket. In this light, the supermarket seemed more profitable. Chen Jing addressed the two. From now on, we should establish a fixed quantity and schedule for our supplies, so we know how much profit we can make from a full box, understand? They nodded in agreement. To be honest, while at school, everyone else seemed solely focused on studying and sleeping, never considering anything beyond that. However, Chen Jing had introduced them to a different facet of high school life. Just then, heads began to peek around the door of Class 16. Evidently having heard the news and coming to make purchases. With only 10 minutes remaining before evening study began, Chen Jing gathered the items. During that interval, they had sold 2 duck leg pieces, 2 cans of 8 treasure porridge, 8 boiled eggs, 3 packs of tissues, and 23 packs of spicy strips. In the final 10 minutes, Chen Jing called Zhou and Huang Lei over. Huang Lei, starting tonight, you will sell items in the dormitory. Keep it low-key, just tell the neighboring class. And the news will spread naturally. He continued, tomorrow morning, you'll need to rise early to bring the goods to the classroom, making it less likely to be discovered. We will also develop more sub-distributors. Hearing this, the two were perplexed. Chen Jing clarified, we cannot have everyone coming to our class to buy. That would be too obvious. Thus, we will start issuing authorization. Anyone who obtains our authorization can take a box to sell in their own class, and we will take a commission. Upon hearing this, Zhou had an epiphany. My goodness, Chen Jing, how did you come up with this idea? Zhou gazed at Chen Jing with admiration. As if looking at an idol, Chen Jing gently shook his head, acknowledging that these insights were gleaned from his previous experience working in e-commerce. He found himself in a quandary about whether to sell in class or in the dormitory. Selling in class was more expedient, yet it was more susceptible to detection. Conversely, selling in the dormitory required him to walk, which diminished convenience, but offered greater discretion. Upon hearing Chen Jing's dilemma, Zhou conceived a potential solution, suggesting, why not transfer goods in the morning and return them in the evening? Chen Jing promptly shook his head, declaring that such a method would attract even more attention. As carrying a box daily was impractical. Then what do you propose? Zhou admitted he was at a loss. Let us try selling in both the classroom and the dormitory for now, and see how many people request authorization tomorrow. As the class bell rang, Chen Jing began taking notes. After the evening study session, he noted that only the box of tissues remained unsold. It appeared that nighttime selling was inevitable. Students often felt hungry during class, but were reluctant to venture to the supermarket, making the ready availability of food at the back of the classroom appealing. Under the pangs of hunger, even a 6 yuan duck leg would find eager buyers. On the way home, Chuwei inquired, how did sales go today? Chen Jing replied with a smile, quite well. Everything sold out except for the tissues. Seeing Chen Jing's happiness, Chuwei felt a surge of joy herself. That's wonderful. Soon, I will have to start calling you Boss Chen. Chen Jing recognized her playful banter and chuckled. You flatter me, teacher he. In a few days, I shall show you what a commercial empire truly looks like. And when might I see you pass your exams? Cough, cough. That will be soon, very soon. Chapter 13. Who is more attractive, me or her? Chen Jing, astonishingly, learned that someone wished to obtain authorization to sell in his class. Early in the morning, Huang Lei approached Chen Jing with the delightful news. This time, Chen Jing carried the heavy compulsory books left at home. However, he anticipated this development and asked, which classes are interested? Class 9, Class 12, and Class 14. Mainly because I have classmates from middle school there, making it easier to negotiate. Chen Jing nodded in agreement. Starting with familiar faces and then expanding outward seemed a prudent strategy. All right, class is about to start. Let us return to our seats and discuss this at noon. As the class bell rang, Zhou, instead of dozing off, was busy jotting figures in his notebook. Peering over, Chen Jing noticed that this fellow was calculating potential earnings for the month. It was already a victory that Zhou was awake. The first lesson was geography, and as Chen Jing paused his note-taking to listen, the teacher, a round-faced man, announced, Let us review the test papers from last week. Chen Jing gazed at his own low-scoring paper, internally affirming that there was ample room for improvement. This question regarding climate type distribution is a common pitfall. I noticed many in our class erred. Don't let the question baffle you. If necessary, deduce the answer from the options provided. The geography teacher adjusted his trousers and began to walk down the aisle. Remember, questions are fixed, but people are adaptable. Learn to be flexible. At that moment, the teacher approached Zhou Yizhou, who was still engrossed in his calculations. Ahem, Zhou Yizhou, please stand and answer this question. What is the correct choice? Zhou Yizhou was startled and quickly stood up. He randomly selected option C. The geography teacher, noticing that he had no exam paper on his desk, jestingly inquired why he had chosen C. At that moment, Zhou Yizhou found himself at a loss for words and lowered his head, feigning silence. The geography teacher's intent was clear. Being the first class of the morning, many students were drowsy and struggling to stay awake. This was a wake-up call, a means of shaking everyone out of their lethargy. Observing Zhou Yizhou's inability to respond, the teacher turned his attention to another of the class's top students, Chen Jing. Chen Jing, please stand and answer. As the teacher called upon Chen Jing, Chuwei, who had been passively observing, shifted her gaze to him. Everyone was eager to witness Chen Jing stumble, yet only Chuwei knew that he would perform well, having thoroughly reviewed the exam material that day. Chen Jing rose and picked up the exam paper. The teacher and classmates quietly mocked him, thinking he was pretending to comprehend the material. Truly, he was a remarkable student, a paragon of excellence. Just as the geography teacher was about to continue speaking, Chen Jing declared, I choose C. The teacher chuckled, asking, didn't Zhou Yizhou just say it was C? I meant to ask why you chose C. Furrowing his brow slightly, Chen Jing explained. This question pertains to the distribution of climate types. Polar climates exist at the poles, alpine climates are found on plateaus, and tropical rainforests are located near the equator, characterized by high temperatures and abundant rainfall. The data in the diagram indicates significant rainfall. Both tropical rainforests and tropical monsoons share similar characteristics. The question tests the differences, and the data in the diagram closely resembles that of the Amazon rainforest. Hence the answer is C, tropical rainforest climate. Silence enveloped the classroom. No one anticipated that Chen Jing would articulate the correct answer, much less recite geographical mnemonics and elucidate his reasoning. Chuwei watched Chen Jing respond with such fluency, feeling a swell of pride. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei and the other students wore expressions of disbelief. Zhao Lei had never imagined that Chen Jing would answer so well. Stealing a glance at Chuwei, he noticed her smiling, which led him to deduce that she must have tutored Chen Jing. However, Chuwei had often expressed her desire to help him study, yet Chen Jing had consistently declined her offers. Why had he accepted this time? This turn of events struck a blow to Zhao Lei's confidence. He had hoped for Chen Jing to falter, thinking it would ease his own interactions with Chuwei at school. Now that Chen Jing was beginning to excel academically, it disrupted his plans. Moreover, Chuwei tutoring Chen Jing meant they would spend even more time together. As this realization sank in, Zhao Lei's grip on his pen tightened, producing a squeaking sound. The geography teacher, too, had not anticipated Chen Jing's impressive response. Well done. That is indeed the correct approach to solving the problem. You two may sit down now and pay attention. All right, next question, you stand up to answer. As Chen Jing took his seat, he caught Chuwei's gaze, and they exchanged a knowing smile, as if to say, I have a good memory. The geography lesson concluded, and Chen Jing noted that the teacher's reasoning differed from Chuwei's. The teacher expounded upon his pedagogical philosophy, while Chuwei articulated her approach to problem-solving as a student. It was evident that Chuwei's explanations were considerably more comprehensible. It seems, therefore, that consulting teacher he more frequently is imperative. In other classes, Chen Jing found the experience rather tedious, primarily due to his inability to understand the material. However, during geography lessons, he experienced a tingling sensation at the back of his head, akin to a sudden enlightenment. This was the sensation of a top student in class. Chen Jing recognized that he had only briefly tasted the life of an academic achiever, as he had already mastered the current test. He knew that when the next class arrived with a new examination, he would not possess the same mental acuity. Thus, he resolved to exert more effort. After taking a sip of water, he felt a profound sense of relaxation, realizing that he had genuinely developed a fondness for learning. Zhou Yizhou, who was reclining nearby, observed Chen Jing with a hint of envy. When did you become so adept? It would have been much better if we had both struggled together. Now, look at me. I'm the only one left behind. He feared for his brother's hardships, while simultaneously worrying about him driving a luxurious vehicle. The dynamics of making mistakes differed significantly when shared. An individual error might be embarrassing, whereas a joint misstep transformed into a camaraderie reminiscent of the legendary heroes Yanlong and Di Huang. Chen Jing genuinely desired Zhou Yizhou to excel as well, knowing that in the future, when he traveled to Myanmar, he might lack proper guidance. Stop hesitating. If you applied yourself, you could also arrive at the answers, Chen Jing encouraged. Zhou Yizhou responded with a pout, feeling as if ants were crawling on his skin at the mere mention of studying. Please, spare me. What can I possibly learn? My brain's simply isn't wired for academic pursuits. Chen Jing shook his head, recognizing that Zhou Yizhou's aversion stemmed from a deep-seated dislike for learning. Otherwise, he wouldn't exhibit such agitation. This appeared to be the infamous phenomenon of school aversion. The subsequent lesson was mathematics, which also involved examining test papers. Chen Jing recalled the strategies that Chuwei had shared. The math teacher was a man in his 50s, typically preferring to stand at the podium rather than engage with students directly. As noon approached and classes ended, Chen Jing packed his belongings, surprised at his ability to remain attentive throughout the morning. Although mathematics proved more challenging than geography, he sensed that the concepts were teasing him, as if they stood just within his grasp, only to elude him the moment he attempted to seize them. He understood that in the days to come, he would need to seek out Teacher He for additional guidance daily. Having gathered her things, Chuwei glanced at Chen Jing, recalling his earlier declaration of not returning home. Their eyes met, and Chen Jing felt reassured. It was acceptable not to leave together at noon, as they were spared the perils of nightfall. At this moment, Zhao Lei noticed that Chen Jing showed no intention of departing and, upon seeing Chuwei exit, hastily followed her. Only when they reached the bicycle stand did he speak up. Aren't you accompanying Chen Jing home today? Turning around, Chuwei smiled upon recognizing Zhao Lei, responding, he has some matters to attend to. Zhao Lei scratched his head and nodded, grinning foolishly. Oh, I see. By the way, have you been tutoring Chen Jing lately? Chuwei was taken aback that Zhao Lei was aware of this and inquired, how did you find out? Zhao Lei feigned nonchalance, stating, today, Chen Jing solved that problem. So I guessed it must be because of your tutoring. Upon hearing these words, Chuwei felt a flicker of pride within. He was making progress. After speaking, Chuwei prepared to ride away, but Zhao Lei hastily interjected, how about this? I can assist you with tutoring him as well. My proficiency in mathematics is quite strong, and I could teach him a great deal. Upon hearing Zhao Lei's suggestion, Chuwei lowered her head slightly, lost in contemplation. If it were Zhao Lei offering assistance, it would indeed be beneficial, considering that Zhao Lei could achieve a score of 130 in math, while she could only manage around 100. It would be advantageous for Chen Jing to accelerate his progress with Zhao Lei's help. Once Chuwei came to this realization, a hint of embarrassment washed over her as she replied, that might be too much trouble for you. Zhao Lei quickly waved his hand, reassuring her, not at all. Not at all. It's only natural for classmates to support one another. Chuwei smiled faintly, nodding in gratitude. Then I will trouble you. I'll discuss it with him after evening study. Sounds good. I'll await your news. Zhao Lei responded enthusiastically. Chuwei smiled once more and rode away on her bicycle. As Zhao Lei watched her departing figure, he felt a rush of warmth envelop his face. Yet, he was filled with joy, having exchanged a few more words with Chuwei. Moreover, helping Chen Jing with tutoring would ensure that Chuwei and Chen Jing spent less time together. Truly a win-win situation. Meanwhile, in the classroom, some boarding students, reluctant to dine in the cafeteria, sought out Zhou Yizhou. Do you sell during lunch? Zhou Yizhou promptly nodded. Yes. What would you like? As lunch hour passed, Chen Jing and his companions remained seated in the classroom. Moments later, several students from other classes entered. Quickly, take a seat. Chen Jing's abrupt greeting caught the trio off guard. Was this a classroom or a gathering place? I believe Huang Lei has already briefed everyone on the situation. It's quite simple. We just need your help to organize things and earn a little extra cash. The model is particularly straightforward. We will set a uniform quantity and price, then proceed with sales. For example, this box here, Chen Jing said, gesturing towards a newly emerged cardboard box. You see, it's just like this. The contents of each box have been equally distributed. Therefore, the profits will also be identical, eliminating any confusion. Does anyone have any questions? The three exchanged glances. As Chen Jing's explanation was too coherent, They understood but felt a twinge of apprehension. One of them cautiously inquired, "Is there a risk of getting caught doing this?" Chen Jing opted for transparency. "There is some risk, but it's minimal. If the school discovers us, we can simply claim we bought it. What's the issue with that? I can't finish it all, and my classmates want some. It's merely an exchange, right? Additionally, we must remain discreet. Always remind the buyers to keep quiet. If we get discovered, our little venture could be shut down, forcing everyone to purchase overpriced items from the supermarket. They need to understand the consequences." The three nodded in agreement, as they too were eager to earn a little extra and enjoy better food. "All right, what should we do now?" Chen Jing instructed. "During the lunch break, head to Huang Lei's dormitory. The items are ready, and the prices are labeled." Within 5 minutes, everything was explained. And although Chen Jing felt a bit tired, he accompanied Huang Lei back to the dormitory. After all, one cannot let others do all the legwork, can they? Arriving at room 305. Upon seeing Chen Jing arrive, the roommate quickly stood up. For some inexplicable reason, there was an impression that Chen Jing resembled an older brother figure. It truly was an inconvenience for everyone, occupying so much space. As soon as Chen Jing entered, he offered his apologies. "It's nothing, really," the roommates chuckled in response. Chen Jing glanced at the prepared cardboard boxes, realizing that Huang Lei had put in considerable effort. "Let's move it. It shouldn't be too heavy. Let's work together, 2 at a time, to help everyone transport their belongings to the classroom. That's about right. When you sell, be cautious. Don't draw too much attention," Chen Jing advised. To which the 3 individuals nodded, though some questions remained unasked. "So, how will the money be divided?" "Rest assured, you won't be shortchanged. Currently, after selling a box of goods, it's 172 yuan and 50 cents. I'll round it down to 170 yuan. After selling a box, each of you will receive 30 yuan. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing the 30, everyone felt it was an acceptable offer. Just for helping to sell, they could earn 30 yuan. At that moment, 30 yuan held significant purchasing power. Some students' monthly living expenses only amounted to 300 to 400 yuan. 100 yuan per week was considered substantial. The prospect of earning 30 yuan through selling was enticing. Moreover, observing Chen Jing and the others sell yesterday, they had managed to sell nearly all the stock in just 1 day. With an optimistic outlook, they could sell out in a day, if not, within 3 days. In 3 days, 30 yuan could accumulate to 300 in a month, equivalent to a student's monthly living expenses. Absolutely, that sounds great. After finalizing the arrangement, they retired for a midday nap, leaving only Chen Jing and Zhou Yizhou in the classroom. Just as Zhou Yizhou was about to lay down for a nap, Chen Jing inquired, "Yizhou, regarding our class's business, I intend to step back. Would you like to take over, or should we let Huang Lei handle it?" Zhou Yizhou pondered briefly and replied, "Well, I'm a shareholder, entitled to dividends. Let Huang Lei manage it. After all, he is my cousin, and it's my responsibility as an older brother to help him improve his situation." "Oh, you are aware of dividends," Chen Jing teased. Zhou Yizhou, feeling proud, began to unconsciously shake his legs. "Of course, aside from academics, I've taught myself everything else." Feeling fatigued, Chen Jing rested his head on the desk and forgot about lunch. It seemed like only a brief moment had passed when something suddenly poked his face. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by a face stifling laughter. Sitting up, he noticed Chuwei, drenched in sweat, and wondered why she was there during the designated nap time. "Have you eaten?" Chuwei asked. Chen Jing shook his head, realizing he had forgotten to eat. Just as the words left his mouth, 4 rice balls appeared on his desk. "My mother made these rice balls for lunch and insisted I bring some for you to try," she explained. Chen Jing rubbed his eyes, momentarily disregarding the rice balls, and instead asked with concern, "What time is it? Why aren't you home taking a nap? It's hot out. You're sweating profusely. Or did you come specifically to deliver these to me?" With her hands behind her back, Chuwei stood on her toes, mumbling, "There isn't much time left before the college entrance examination. I'm here to study and happen to bring you both some food." After saying this, Chuwei turned and walked back to her seat. At that moment, Zhou Yizhou was still enveloped in slumber when Chen Jing, suddenly struck by a mischievous impulse, extended his index finger and poked Zhou Yizhou's face. Oily." Zhou Yizhou furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes, only to behold a face stifling a laugh. "What are you doing?" "I'm trying to sleep," he said impatiently, intending to turn over and continue his rest. "The campus bell has arrived." "Where?" The mention of the campus bell seemed to have triggered something in Zhou Yizhou, who instantly sprang to attention. "Where is she?" He scanned the classroom and noticed that only a graceful figure stood by the podium. The campus bell? As soon as he uttered the words, he attempted to rise. Chen Jing, not expecting Zhou Yizhou to be so befuddled, quickly held him back. She's right here, he said, directing Zhou Yizhou's gaze toward the rice ball. You know the campus bell. Hurry and eat. Zhou Yizhou blinked awake, staring at the rice ball with confusion. Where did this rice ball come from? Chuwei brought it. Zhou Yizhou rubbed his head, feeling as though his mind were muddled. He glanced once more at Chuwei, seated at the podium. Realizing she was the campus belle he had just spotted. How lovely. Chuwei was indeed quite beautiful, comparable to the campus belle. But she paled in comparison to the newcomer. Please eat, don't let it get cold. Before Zhou Yizhou could finish his sentence, Chen Jing promptly shoved the rice ball into his mouth. Zhou Yizhou chewed on the rice ball, leaving him no time for words. Meanwhile, Chen Jing took the rice ball and geography textbook to approach Chuwei. If we're not studying now, when will we? The two sat side by side. Chen Jing on the left and Chuwei on the right. Chuwei slightly turned her head to glance at the geography book. Ahem. Chuwei cleared her throat, while Chen Jing was already prepared to absorb knowledge. Tell me, who is more attractive, me or that blue-haired girl from yesterday? Chapter 14. Zhao Lei's thoughts. Chen Jing had braced himself for a lesson, only to be met with this question. Ahem, are you sure you want to ask that? He murmured. Chuwei regarded him earnestly, her wide eyes fixed on him, awaiting his reply. Chen Jing rubbed his palms together, feigning a conflicted expression. Upon witnessing this, Chuwei's initial anticipation dissipated. Well, you certainly don't know who sits beside you, do you? So ungrateful. Sensing the shift in Chuwei's demeanor, Chen Jing quickly replied. Of course, it's teacher He. It's too late. Everything is too late. Chuwei had grown indifferent to the answer, no longer concerned about who was more attractive. All she wanted now was to determine who would be deemed attractive next. Now, recite all of this back to me. Chuwei smiled. For reasons unknown. Chen Jing perceived a hint of danger in her smile. The Earth's rotation, the alternation of day and night, time differences, revolution around the sun, the emergence of seasons. The division of 5 climatic zones, from west to east, the direction remains unchanged, northward against the southern flow, 1 rotation per day, 1 revolution per year. The axis of rotation, the center of revolution, which is the sun. At present, Chen Jing was reciting the introductory section of the compulsory material. Chuwei had intended to feign irritation, but Chen Jing recited flawlessly and with great fluency. Now for the next section, let us continue. Chen Jing took a deep breath and began to deliver. After 10 minutes of memorization, Chuwei nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, she had already cast aside the earlier incident. She did not expect Chen Jing to truly remember. It seemed he had indeed put in the effort. Impressive. I didn't realize your memory was so sharp. If only you had applied it to your studies earlier. It truly baffles me what you were occupied with before. Had Chen Jing known that learning could be enjoyable, perhaps he would have engaged in it sooner. At that moment, students began to trickle into the classroom. Chuwei's close friend, Yang Xiyu, entered and saw Chen Jing sitting in her spot, questioning Chuwei. Internally, she struggled to accept it. When did the worst student in class start to study? She thought she must be mistaken and rubbed her eyes. No change. It was indeed Chen Jing. Chuwei was the first to notice Yang Xiyu daydreaming at the door and promptly nudged Chen Jing, abruptly brought back to reality. Chen Jing felt a sudden itch and quickly sat upright, chuckling, my apologies. As Yang Xiyu observed Chen Jing's retreating figure and then glanced at Chuwei, she was astonished. Chen Jing had already surprised her once this morning. This was the second time. Chuwei, is it true? Chen Jing is studying? Yang Xiyu whispered, cautious not to speak too loudly. Chuwei, seeing the acknowledgement from so many regarding Chen Jing, nodded, indeed. It's as if the sun has risen from the west. But remain cautious. It is said that habits die hard. Surely, he is deceiving you. Do you not feel you've been fooled enough in the past? This remark prompted Chuwei to recall earlier times. Indeed, Chen Jing had often provided her with both hope and disappointment. Her previously steadfast heart wavered momentarily. Yes, the old Chen Jing would often seek to please her. Was it possible he had merely been playing a role all along? No, if it were mere pretense, he wouldn't have needed to truly memorize anything. Chuwei engaged in a moment of self-soothing, shaking her head. No, this time I will trust him. Yang Xiyu smirked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. You'll just end up crying to me when you're deceived again. Chuwei shot her a glare, silencing her further remarks. The class bell rang, signaling the beginning of the afternoon sessions, which were Chinese and English. During English class, Chen Jing continued engrossed in a geography book. However, he did pay attention in Chinese class, even making eye contact with the teacher. The Chinese teacher, a married man nearing 40, seemed to Chen Jing to be a figure of despondence, yes, only reflecting his own despair. It appeared the teacher had lost all hope in him. Yet, this did not deter Chen Jing. He believed that with effort, the teacher would eventually recognize his dedication. After the afternoon classes concluded, as the students departed, Huang Lei began to set up a stall. Chuwei packed her bag and glanced at Chen Jing, who was assisting Huang Lei with his items. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped outside. After all, Chen Jing had not mentioned returning home that evening. Given the current scene, it seemed he would not be going home. Since Chuwei hadn't informed her parents of her plans, she would have to return alone. Observing Chuwei leaving by herself, Zhao Lei promptly gathered his belongings, preparing to follow her. At this moment, Chen Jing noticed Chuwei stepping out of the front door and smiled faintly, grabbing his backpack and darting out the back door. The task of selling had largely been entrusted to Huang Lei and Zhou Yizhou, rendering Chen Jing's presence unnecessary. Just as Zhao Lei thought he would be leaving with Chuwei, Chen Jing suddenly appeared beside him. Chuwei observed that there was someone on her left and right. Yet her focus remained on Chen Jing before shifting to Zhao Lei. Upon seeing Zhao Lei, Chuwei abruptly recalled something she had forgotten to mention. Chen Jing, Zhao Lei will help you with your math tonight. His score is a remarkable 130. Chen Jing lifted his head to look at Zhao Lei, nodding with a smile. Thanks, buddy. My math foundation is rather weak, so I'll be counting on you. Zhao Lei replied with a grin. No problem. We're classmates after all. It's only right to help one another. If you get hungry tonight, just look for me, and I'll treat you to duck legs. Hearing this, Zhao Lei forced a smile, slowing his pace, not wishing to feel like a third wheel. Upon reaching the bicycle stand, Chuwei tilted her head to gaze at Chen Jing and asked, I thought you weren't coming home tonight. Chen Jing shook his head, hopped on his bicycle, and jested. I was just worried that some little kid might be too scared to walk alone in the dark. With that, he pedaled away swiftly, leaving the scene behind. Chuwei, hearing Chen Jing's playful banter, bared her teeth and retorted fiercely, Chen Jing, you're talking nonsense. 10 minutes before evening study, Chen Jing and Chuwei arrived at the school. As they walked down the corridor, Chen Jing observed boys chasing each other in playful scuffles, girls shouting boisterously in the classroom, and faint wisps of smoke emanating from the restroom. The vividness of reality brought a sense of joy to Chen Jing's heart. At times, he pondered whether he was dreaming and when he might awaken. Yet, the events unfolding before him were affirming his true rebirth. Zhou Yizhou, spotting Chen Jing, eagerly pulled him to the back, exclaiming, Chen Jing, come quickly. Noticing Zhou Yizhou's excitement, Chen Jing anticipated what was about to be revealed. Cut the suspense, just tell me, he encouraged. Zhou Yizhou squinted his eyes, adopting a mischievous expression as he gazed at Chen Jing. How did you know I was keeping you in suspense? Let me tell you directly. Tonight, everything sold out. All 4 classes did the same, everything is gone. Chen Jing had hoped for a successful sales evening, but he hadn't imagined it would be this remarkable. You wouldn't believe it. Today, the entire senior class, all 18 classes, knew we were selling items, which led to the rapid sales. A few individuals even inquired about obtaining authorization. They too wanted to earn some extra cash. While this was indeed good news, the burgeoning shape of Chen Jing's commercial empire was taking form. However, with more people in the know, the risk of exposure increased. The supermarket would certainly catch wind of this endeavor. Chen Jing nodded. All right, that sounds great. Moving forward, anyone interested in authorization can come to you. In a day or two, the supermarket would inevitably learn about this, but they would not report it. At most, they might slightly lower their prices. When that time arrived, it would be a price war, and we would have the advantage, so there's no need to worry. The only thing to be mindful of now is to keep it discreet and operate covertly. After Chen Jing finished speaking, Zhou Yizhou nodded earnestly. He felt a surge of excitement, particularly upon hearing about the price war. He longed to provoke others right outside the supermarket. All right, there's nothing else. Everyone can take a break, Chen Jing declared, intending to focus on his studies. Zhou Yizhou nodded and retrieved a black plastic bag from the drawer. Chen Jing, this is the money earned from 5 classes. It's all here. Chen Jing looked inside, noting it was mostly coins. But he didn't mind the amount and took out 20 10 yuan bills. Here's 200. Huang Lei, please distribute this. Everyone has worked hard. Huang Lei glanced at the stack of money and promptly nodded. All right, I'll do it right away. After Huang Lei left, Chen Jing took out a 50 yuan note and a 20 yuan note. Zhou Yizhou assumed these were for him and felt a thrill. Indeed, shareholders were different from those others. While they received 40, he was getting 70. Earning 70 in a single night surpassed any typical job. Yizhou, you've worked hard during this time as well, Chen Jing remarked, pocketing the 70 and handing the plastic bag to Zhou Yizhou. Zhou Yizhou was taken aback. He anticipated that the 70 was reserved for Chen Jing, while the remaining amount was meant for him. He was aware of how much money was inside, as he had been calculating it during class. After deducting the 200 for Huang Lei and the 70 that Chen Jing kept, there was still over 200 left. Noticing that Zhou Yizhou wouldn't take it, Chen Jing promptly released the air from the plastic bag, tied it up, and placed it on Zhou Yizhou's desk. Don't overthink it. You've been diligently assisting me these past few days, so you deserve this first substantial sum. There won't be as much in the future. I have other uses for the earnings. Hearing this, Zhou Yizhou became intrigued. Chen Jing, are you planning to do something else? Please tell me about it. Chen Jing's mind was slightly disoriented, as he had several ideas but was unsure which to implement first. Tomorrow, take the money and go to a copy shop to make a copy of the set of papers Zhao Hong bought for evening study. Remember, you must copy everything. Not a single page should be missed. Zhou Yizhou nodded. All right, I'll go right after school tomorrow. Chen Jing waved his hand. Okay, class is about to start. Stop playing and focus on your studies. Huh. Zhou Yizhou responded quickly, but also with a hint of realization. What am I supposed to study? My parents have already given up on me and planned for me to join the army after graduation. Chen Jing knew he wouldn't actually go, as it was the same arrangement in his previous life. However, Zhou Yizhou intended to drift through life, opting for a junior college with the pretense of joining the army after completion. Yet, during his third year of college internship, he went to Myanmar, claiming to be doing very well. Suddenly, Zhou Yizhou slapped his forehead, recalling something. Chen Jing, do you know the new campus belle? Chen Jing nodded. I know her. Zhou Yizhou's eyes widened as he grasped Chen Jing's arm. So you really do know her? Chen Jing frowned slightly. I don't know her. How could you not know her when she came to buy something, and even asked why you weren't around? Zhou Yizhou spoke rapidly, nearly making Chen Jing miss his words. I really don't know her. She just came to buy something yesterday, and I attended to her. So we merely exchanged a glance. You truly don't know her? On Monday, Zhou Yizhou persistently inquired, yet Chen Jing maintained his stance of unfamiliarity. Brother, just admit you know him. Help me establish a connection, will you? Zhou Yizhou implored, disregarding whether Chen Jing recognized the person. Chen Jing found himself utterly powerless against Zhou Yizhou's insistence, replying, I truly do not know him. I have merely encountered him once, and I don't even know his name. Really? Zhou Yizhou questioned, now convinced. Employing both soft and hard tactics with Chen Jing, he insisted on the truth. Very well, since you claim ignorance. Allow me to enlighten you. His name is Song Yiqing. And then, Zhou Yizhou quipped, you stubborn lad, go to sleep. Upon noticing Chen Jing's newfound dedication to his studies, Zhou Yizhou observed a remarkable transformation in him. No longer interested in gossip or the company of women, he was solely engrossed in his books. As the evening study session commenced, the classroom typically lacked a teacher, unless one was inclined to supervise. Students relied entirely on their self-discipline to learn. However, Zhao Hong would occasionally refresh the atmosphere with her piercing gaze. Chuwei glanced at Chen Jing, then surveyed their classmates, all engrossed in their studies. Taking a deep breath, Chuwei rose and quietly approached Chen Jing. Zhou Yizhou looked up to find Chuwei staring at him, and he understood her intention to usurp his spot. Recognizing the unspoken cue, Zhou Yizhou promptly vacated his seat and moved to an empty desk nearby. With Chuwei's arrival, Chen Jing, filled with curiosity, began to pose questions. Wait, is that really Chen Jing? Studying? Some classmates were astonished to see Chuwei sitting beside Chen Jing, assisting him in reviewing material. This was indeed an unexpected turn of events. What is going on here, Yang Xiyu? Do you know? Yang Xiyu's deskmate poked her back, seeking clarification. After all, Yang Xiyu sat next to Chuwei and might possess some insight. Yang Xiyu, equally perplexed, shook her head and smirked. Impossible. You should know what kind of person Chen Jing is. He.s. just putting on an act, hoping to have Chuwei cover for him. Otherwise, why would he be selling things without her intervention? After Yang Xiyu's analysis, the surrounding classmates began to see the logic in her words. A person like Chen Jing is incapable of studying. Those like him are only suited for opportunism. Zhao Lei, who had been solving problems, turned to see Chuwei sitting close to Chen Jing. Clearing his throat, Zhao Lei stood up and walked towards Chen Jing. This scene left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Why would Zhao Lei also offer tutoring to Chen Jing? It seemed illogical. While he Chuwei and Zhou Yizhou had grown up together, what connection did Zhao Lei have with him? Ah, yes. They represented the extremes of the class, top 3 and bottom 3. The stark contrast defined their relationship. What is happening now that Zhao Lei is joined? What do you say? Yang Xiyu's deskmate queried again, baffled by the presence of both academic stars tutoring Chen Jing. Such preferential treatment was unprecedented. Zhao Lei fetched a stool and sat next to He Chuwei, initially believing this would bring him closer to the goddess. However, upon seeing Zhao Lei, He Chuwei quickly shifted her stool to the other side of Chen Jing, allowing Zhao Lei to sit beside him for better tutoring. Chen Jing gazed at Zhao Lei with a faint smile, expressing his gratitude. Indeed, he was aware of Zhao Lei's feelings for He Chuwei and found it amusing that he still wished to sit beside her. He was curious to observe how Zhao Lei intended to instruct him. Chapter 15. I sing for you. Zhao Lei was not particularly inclined to teach, or more accurately, he wished to impart knowledge solely to He Chuwei. To ensure Chen Jing remained oblivious, he planned to delve into more complex concepts, allowing him to criticize Chen Jing in the process. Not a bother. We should assist one another as classmates. Where shall we begin? Regarding the subject matter, Chen Jing was uncertain of his own progress and turned to He Chuwei for guidance. Let's start from the beginning, perhaps with the first compulsory subject. Upon hearing the term compulsory subject 1, Chen Jing felt slightly overwhelmed. This was material from the first year of high school, yet he was now in his third year, with merely over 200 days remaining. The thought of mastering the entirety of third-year content in such a short time made him feel as though his mind might explode. Fortunately, he found some pleasure in learning. Otherwise, he would have felt quite nauseated. The concepts of compulsory subject 1 were not extensive. They primarily assessed students' cognitive abilities. My cognitive skills are decent, he mused. Very well, let us commence. He Chuwei, you may listen as I elaborate more thoroughly than the instructor. He Chuwei nodded. Indeed, Zhao Lei excelled in mathematics, and gaining additional insights could only enhance her performance. After covering a topic, Zhao Lei feigned ignorance, asking, did you comprehend? Chen Jing scratched his head and replied, I think so. I feel like I need to process it a bit more. Hearing this, Zhao Lei secretly scoffed, as he had deliberately complicated the explanation. It was evident that Chen Jing, and even He Chuwei, struggled to grasp such intricate material. Your foundation is quite lacking. It feels as if you did not study in middle school at all, Zhao Lei remarked, shaking his head. At that moment, He Chuwei peered in, softly saying, well, I actually didn't study. Apologetically, she added, I truly didn't cover that in middle school. How about this? Instead of starting from scratch, let us begin with the easiest topics where we can score points and gradually progress from there. Chen Jing's suggestion resonated with He Chuwei, who nodded in agreement. Yes, let's start with sets. It's the simplest. However, He Chuwei did not intend to teach herself, but rather fixed her gaze on Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei exchanged a glance with He Chuwei and quickly averted his eyes, feeling somewhat flustered. Teaching from the simplest concepts could genuinely lead to mastery. Yet, faced with He Chuwei's gaze, he felt it would be impolite to decline her request. Very well, I shall take the lead. My method will be more efficient. As expected, the instruction on sets was remarkably straightforward. Chen Jing felt he comprehended it after just 2 repetitions. He retrieved his previous assignments, solved 2 problems, and found them all correct, certainly the easiest questions to score on. Let us move on to statistics. That is also relatively simple, He Chuwei suggested. Zhao Lei nodded, never anticipating that he would actually teach Chen Jing. His primary intention was merely to prevent He Chuwei from spending too much time with him. Yet, the proximity to He Chuwei brought him a hint of joy, despite the presence of Chen Jing between them. At that moment, other classmates began to gather around. Although Zhao Lei's voice was soft, it became apparent in the hushed classroom. 5 or 6 heads leaned in towards Zhao Lei, making him feel a bit self-conscious. Individuals plagued by social anxiety often find that the presence of additional eyes intensifies their discomfort. However, there lies another significant factor. With He Chuwei present, it matters little to teach one's unique methods. Yet, when too many gather, aware of one's distinctive problem-solving approach, one risks being outpaced. At this moment, Zhao Lei had already attracted a small crowd of curious onlookers. They stood by, observing the lesson, which felt rather unsettling. How about this, Zhao Lei? You should take the podium so that we all can listen, someone suggested. Indeed. The perspective of a top student is truly different. I was quite impressed when I heard you explain things to Chen Jing earlier, another chimed in. As the classmates voiced their encouragement, Zhao Lei felt a wave of perspiration wash over him. He cast a glance at Chuwei, who was also looking at him. In that brief exchange of glances, he perceived both encouragement and an apology in her eyes. All right then, I shall only explain this one problem. With that, Zhao Lei rose and made his way to the podium. Make sure to listen closely to the insights of our top student, Chuwei whispered to Chen Jing. The breath of her words tickled Chen Jing's ear, prompting him to mimic her, leaning in to whisper back, you too. He deliberately let his breath brush against her earlobe. Chen Jing, you rascal, Chuwei exclaimed, covering her ears with sensitivity, casting him a reproachful glance. Feigning innocence, Chen Jing looked at Zhao Lei, focusing intently on the lesson. It seemed that a girl's earlobes were indeed quite sensitive. After Zhao Lei elaborated on the problem-solving techniques and key concepts, Chen Jing understood the material. But he needed to practice the problems for validation. Concepts like statistics and sets were comprehensible to him, but sequences and trigonometric functions felt like true nightmares. Blushing, Zhao Lei returned to his seat, wishing for a different outcome. He had merely intended for Chuwei to be privy to his exclusive methods. Yet now the entire class was aware. Chen Jing, with a downward curve of his lips, acknowledged, Zhao Lei's grasp of mathematics is indeed impressive. He perceives many things with remarkable clarity. Just by his appearance, one could discern how formidable he was in the sciences. Regrettably, he was a lovesick fool, lingering in this class for the girl he adored. With foresight, Chen Jing knew that on a certain day after the college entrance examination, Zhao Lei would pen a love letter to Chuwei. Yes, he would ask Chen Jing to deliver it. Prior to this, Chen Jing had already read it, but had not seen Chuwei's reply. However, he was aware that she had turned him down. Intrigued by the gossip, Chuwei inquired, "Oh, who mentioned that? Which girl?" With a mysterious smile and raised eyebrows, Chen Jing replied, "You will find out in due time." Chuwei rolled her eyes lightly and pouted, "If you won't say, then don't say it at all, umph." As the evening study session concluded, it was fortunate that the homeroom teacher did not arrive. Chen Jing had spent the night catching up on lessons. The sensation of knowledge sinking in felt akin to achieving a pinnacle in a video game. Reflecting on the time, he realized that League of Legends had yet to emerge, and perhaps even Crossfire was still absent. The current gaming frenzy revolved around DNF and QQ Speed. Internet cafes buzzed with players engaged in DNF, QQ Speed, Mario Kart, CS, Counter-Strike, and the classic genre of legendary games. Contemplating the future, he knew that League of Legends would soon become immensely popular, casting a shadow over his thoughts. In the future, there will be numerous opportunities to earn, and for now, the focus should be on learning. Gaining admission to university is of utmost importance at this moment. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Zhao Hong entered the room. Upon seeing the homeroom teacher, the students halted their activities, apprehensive about being kept late. Fortunately, Zhao Hong's demeanor was not severe. She surveyed the classroom and declared, "This Saturday evening, we will hold a top 10 singers competition. Interested students may register with the music teacher now, with the deadline set for the conclusion of tomorrow's evening study session. This is intended for your relaxation. Do not claim that we in the third year are pressuring you too much." She continued, "By the way, Zhao Lei, remember to give me the list of those purchasing tickets tomorrow." With that, Zhao Hong departed. While she mentioned not applying too much pressure, it was evident that she only felt comfortable addressing us during the evening study session. I had already heard rumors about the competition. It seemed our class was the last to know. Indeed, other classes were already aware, even knowing that the prize for the champion would be the latest model of an MP3 player. I had no recollection of Chen Jing, the top 10 singer, as I must have skipped class to surf the internet at that time. On the way home, Chuwei and Chen Jing discussed the competition. "Do you think we should participate? After all, it's a chance to unwind," Chuwei suggested. Chen Jing, however, felt it was a good idea. Recalling that in a previous life, he had helped others record songs and had learned singing techniques and knowledge. "I could do it," Chen Jing replied. Chuwei was surprised that Chen Jing was not socially anxious, shaking her head. "You really dare to go? I wouldn't, with so many people watching. It would be too embarrassing. Besides, my singing isn't good. It would just be humiliating." At this point, Chen Jing reflected that he had never actually heard Chuwei sing. The most he had heard from her was, "Chen Jing, I am so disappointed in you. Would you like to see me perform?" Chen Jing inquired. Chuwei was taken aback by the question. Singing was a matter of personal willingness. If one listened to others and then performed poorly, it would be disastrous. Yet, In her memory, Chen Jing was quite a talented singer. At family gatherings, he was the one dominating the karaoke mic, albeit off-key and yet insistent. That wouldn't be appropriate, Chuwei replied. Hearing this, Chen Jing pressed on. But the champion's prize is the latest MP3 player. Don't you want it? Chuwei sighed softly. I would like it. But winning is out of the question for me. And with your voice, perhaps we should just sit together and listen. Her voice, though not loud, was clear and resonant. Ah, so you underestimate me, Chen Jing retorted, determined. Then I shall go, and I will let the entire school know that this song is for you. With that, he quickened his pace. Chuwei merely intended to tease him, not expecting such a passionate response. Don't do that, she exclaimed. Chen Jing disregarded her concerns, resolute. I want everyone to know. I sing for you. Chapter 16. Song Iching's QQ. Early in the morning, Chen Jing yawned widely. Huang Lei had been waiting for him to arrive, eager to report on the situation. The supplies in the dormitory were just sufficient for the day. Once sold out, there would be none left. Chen Jing nodded, confirming that everything was proceeding as planned. No worries. At noon, you can accompany me outside the school to restock. By the way, have the funds from yesterday been distributed? Huang Lei nodded eagerly, pleased to have received a larger share. Each individual felt a sense of joy upon discovering an additional 10 units. Currently, we can authorize a maximum of 4 new ones, and the stock outside is dwindling. Chen Jing remarked. All right, understood. Chen Jing planned to reinvest all the forthcoming profits into purchasing more goods for sale. Other channels were also on the verge of commencing operations. As the class approached, Zhao Lei began to tally the progress of the purchase of exam papers. I haven't bought them. I forgot. I'll go buy them tonight. Upon checking with Chen Jing, he found nothing available, leaving him with no recourse. Zhao Lei thought to himself, finally caught you, and turned his gaze towards Zhou Yizhou's drawer, only to discover a similar lack of purchase, which he duly noted. With the homeroom teacher soon to arrive, Zhao Lei remarked, there's no option. You either go buy them now or speak to the homeroom teacher. He then moved towards other classmates. Chen Jing felt a sense of unfamiliarity in Zhao Lei, who seemed a far cry from the individual who had taught him the previous evening. It appeared that Zhao Lei needed Chuwei by his side to engage in meaningful conversation. However, Chen Jing was unconcerned about the matter of the exam papers. Zhao Hong's behavior was inherently misguided and not worthy of emulation. He fixated on the drawer, already mapping out a month's worth of business strategy in his mind. As the school bell rang, Zhao Hong entered the classroom punctually, carrying lesson plans, assignments, and a note passed to her by Zhao Lei. Yet, she disregarded the note and instead picked up the assignment to begin a casual discussion. With the college entrance exams approaching, it's crucial to practice problem solving. As for English, you all know the drill. Memorize vocabulary and grasp the grammar. Has everyone completed the exam papers I asked you to purchase? Yes, came the scattered responses from the classroom. Zhao Hong, unfazed, continued. For those who have finished, you will undoubtedly benefit. Your English skills will significantly improve. When you're in the examination hall, you'll surely remember my words and come back to express your gratitude. All right, that's enough small talk. Everyone, take out the homework assigned yesterday. As the homeroom teacher, Zhao Hong could not remain at the podium indefinitely. She walked around while speaking, occasionally addressing those who were dozing off. Upon reaching Chen Jing's side, she noticed him engrossed in a geography book, not merely reading, but copying notes from one geography book to another. Writing geography notes in English class? The thought crossed her mind, alongside the realization that he was one of the 2 students who had not purchased the exam papers, which irked her. Chen Jing, stand up, Zhao Hong called out, her tone relatively mild. Chen Jing, unaware of her presence until then, rose to his feet but did not lower his gaze. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hong and inquired, what is it, teacher? What are you doing in English class? Zhao Hong asked. Chen Jing glanced up and candidly replied, writing geography notes. This response elicited a smile from Zhao Hong. Copying geography notes in English class? Do you not hold English in high regard? Watching the confrontation unfold between Chen Jing and the English teacher, Chuwei felt a twinge of concern. While Zhao Hong was unfamiliar with Chen Jing, she was aware of the challenges he faced. After all, he struggled with English but could at least improve his geography scores. You haven't purchased the exam papers I requested, have you? I truly wonder what goes on in your mind. Zhao Hong finally voiced her thoughts. And you, Zhou Yizhou, you two truly are a remarkable pair. Her attention shifted towards Zhou Yizhou. On Monday, Zhou Zhou made a purchase, but due to the need for printing and the considerable quantity, he mentioned he would come back in the evening. I made a purchase as well, but I did not bring it along, Zhou Zhou retorted. This remark left Zhao Hong both infuriated and amused. You didn't bring it? Why didn't you mention you had completed everything? Truly a web of lies. Stand up. In one geography class, one lies while the other shirks responsibility. Instead of striving for excellence, they set a poor example for their peers, dragging our class average down by at least 10 points. Having you two in class 16 is indeed a blessing for us. If I come back tonight, and you both still haven't bought the paper, just wait until I inform your parents. Chen Jing smirked defiantly. Teacher, may I ask? Isn't it a waste for students like us who don't right to buy it? Zhao Hong was taken aback by Chen Jing's audacity, though he spoke the truth. So now you dare to challenge me, huh? Get out and stand there. I'll have your parents come tonight. Chen Jing took 2 geography books and exited, while Zhou Zhou, unsure of what to bring, followed suit. Look at you two. Behave like this and you'll be societal failures in the future. Everyone, do not emulate their ways. Study diligently, complete your assignments, and strive to enter a prestigious university. Chen Jing found this statement laughable outside. Zhao Hong, who exploits students, does not deserve to be a teacher. Chuwei turned back, gazing at the assignments, her mind in turmoil. Why is it that despite Chen Jing's diligent efforts, he still faces scorn? Shouldn't a student be evaluated based on their current effort rather than the purchase of materials? Chen Jing squatted outside, taking notes, while Zhou Zhou wandered the corridor, looking around until he spotted someone. Wow, Chen Jing, look, it's Song Yiqing. Upon hearing this name, Chen Jing turned his head to the left and saw the blue-haired girl approaching. However, he quickly redirected his attention to the geography book, chuckling. Here's your chance. Aren't you going to make a connection? Just ask her for her QQ. Zhou Zhou was too timid, his acne-scarred face making him believe she would never oblige. If only you could ask on my behalf. I beg of you, please help me. Since you know her, it would be even easier. I don't know her, so don't make things up. After Chen Jing's reminder, he noticed Zhou Zhou's pleading expression, which nearly resembled a desperate plea. Fine, I'll ask for you. But you must promise not to disturb my studies anymore. Zhou Zhou immediately held up 4 fingers to his ear, assuring, I promise. As long as you help me get her QQ, I won't interrupt your studies again. Hearing this, Chen Jing finally stood up. As Song Yiqing approached within 5 meters, Chen Jing turned to face her. She looked back at him, recognizing him once more. Oh, caught standing as punishment? Song Yiqing whispered as she reached them, primarily addressing Chen Jing. Zhou Zhou thought to himself, you claim not to know each other, yet you act so familiar. Chen Jing shrugged. What can I say? My studies are lacking. Song Yiqing nodded, sizing him up, realizing he wasn't the type to excel academically. Chen Jing let out a light chuckle and said, by the way, could I have your contact information? My friend is rather timid and doesn't dare to ask you directly, so they've entrusted me with the task. Song Yiqing, accustomed to such scenarios, smiled and replied, your friend wouldn't happen to be him, would they? She then pointed at Zhou Yizhou with a playful grin. Zhou Yizhou quickly waved his hands in denial, insisting, it's not me, it's not me. I don't appreciate people who worry like that, so I want to give it. However, if that person were you at this point, Song Yiqing glanced at Chen Jing, as if hinting at something. Meanwhile, Zhou Yizhou discreetly reached behind Chen Jing, poking him mischievously. Chen Jing understood the message and, in a bid for peace and quiet to study later, reluctantly raised his hands in surrender, saying, all right then. I suppose that's what I want. Song Yiqing, triumphant, nodded and took a step closer to Chen Jing, whispering, sorry, but I won't give it to you either. Chapter 17. Not just friends. You're quite something, aren't you? Ha ha. Song Yiqing's triumphant laughter echoed throughout the corridor. Moments later, Zhao Hong emerged from the classroom. Upon seeing a teacher, Song Yiqing quickly bowed, saying, my apologies, teacher, for interrupting your class. She then shot Chen Jing an apologetic yet mischievous look, as if to say, I'll do it again next time. Chen Jing, shaking his head in exasperation, squatted down to continue taking notes. Zhou Yizhou, feeling embarrassed, simply sat on the ground. Zhao Hong entered the classroom and noticed Chuwei glancing towards the back door. Ahem, stop looking and focus on your problems, she said. Chuwei slowly turned her head back, her mind now elsewhere. Just moments ago, she had seen a blue-haired figure pass by. The laughter she heard earlier undoubtedly belonged to her. So why did it make her smile? It was clear that someone was chatting with her at the door. Now, only Chen Jing and Zhou Yizhou were outside. Connecting this with the previous encounter where the blue-haired girl had noticed Chen Jing. Chuwei concluded that they must know each other quite well. Unconsciously, Chuwei began to rub the pen in her right hand. Further speculation led her to believe that Chen Jing had met this girl while skipping class to go online. A dyed hairstyle surely indicated a rebellious girl. A delinquent boy and a delinquent girl. She dared not think any further, for such thoughts would lead to contemplating a future where they might have a child. Regardless, she resolved to inquire about it during her midday return home. Standing at the entrance until English class concluded, Zhao Hong exited the classroom, casting a cold glance at Chen Jing and Zhou Yizhou. Fortunately, she did not utter a word. Once Zhao Hong had walked away, the two boys finally entered the classroom. Seated at their desks, Zhou Yizhou immediately questioned, Chen Jing, I truly don't believe you don't know her. The way you two interacted just now resembled that of friends. No, it felt more like flirting. Chen Jing promptly delivered a playful slap to Zhou Yizhou's head. What nonsense. I genuinely don't know her. Every time we went online, it was just the two of us together. If I knew her, you would have known her too. Hearing Chen Jing's reasoning, Zhou Yizhou conceded that it made sense. After all, they were always together. So it was unreasonable for Chen Jing to know someone he did not. Fine, I won't dwell on that. Regardless of whether you know her or not, you must help me obtain her QQ. Chen Jing shook his head and said, Did you not see that they are unwilling to give it to me? It is not that I do not want it. Perhaps you should seek guidance from someone more capable. He extended his index finger, smiling as he added, But you did swear that as long as I assist you in acquiring QQ, you would refrain from disrupting my studies. What you referred to was not merely obtaining it, but rather a request. Thus this vow remains intact regardless of the outcome. Zhou Yizhou appeared as if he had something to say, yet his voice was caught in his throat. You wouldn't have fallen for someone without even meeting them, would you? Despite Chen Jing's casual tone, he accurately guessed from Zhou Yizhou's slightly flushed face. No way, my friend. Have you truly fallen in love? Chen Jing's words struck a chord with Zhou Yizhou. In an instant, Zhou Yizhou transformed from a dejected figure to one brimming with emotion. You have no idea, just moments ago, in a fleeting few seconds, I have already decided on a name for our child. How does Zhou's song sound? Observing Zhou Yizhou's infatuated demeanor, Chen Jing could only shake his head in resignation. All right, it's not that complicated. She is a music student, and of course, she will participate in the top 10 singers competition. Just go ahead and sign up. Let us see if she will leave her QQ number, shall we? Upon hearing Chen Jing's suggestion, Zhou Yizhou had an epiphany. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Chen Jing had intended to sign up anyway, and cheerfully said, Let us go, we'll do it together. When the two arrived at the office, it was bustling with people, all there to register for the top 10 singers. After a long wait, Zhou Yizhou glanced at the list only to find that Song Yiqing's name was not on that page. Just as he contemplated flipping further, the music teacher promptly intervened. What are you doing, student? You need to fill out the information here. While Zhou Yizhou was pondering his next move, Chen Jing stepped forward and began to fill in the details. Name, class, QQ number. It truly was those three. Seeing Chen Jing fill it out, Zhou Yizhou gathered his courage and filled it in as well. For Song Yiqing. For Song Yiqing. For Zhou's song. I'm all in. Classmates, remember to inform your peers that registration will close before evening study sessions begin. For those who have signed up, come to the music classroom tonight for the preliminary selection. Now off you go. Zhou Yizhou was ecstatic at the prospect of singing with Song Yiqing. As he reached the classroom door, for reasons unknown, he suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. This outburst was clearly heard by Chuwei. Oh no, Chen Jing is going to sing with Song Yiqing? She had anticipated Chen Jing's serious intent to participate. Upon returning to the classroom, before Zhou Yizhou could utter a word, Chen Jing reminded him, I have already devised a plan for you, so do not disrupt my studies. Understanding his cue, Zhou Yizhou promptly took out his English book and rested his head upon it. During the lunch break, Chen Jing and Chuwei arrived at the bicycle shed. Chen Jing sensed a subtle tension in the atmosphere, primarily due to Chuwei. What is wrong with you? You seem a bit down today. Chuwei shook her head. Nothing. I probably just didn't sleep well. With that, she rode ahead without waiting for him. She doesn't even wait for me, Chen Jing remarked as he hurried to catch up. On the way home, Chuwei attempted to speak several times, but struggled to find the right words. What is your relationship with that Song Yiqing? Too direct. Are you acquainted with Song Yiqing for a long time? Such curiosity. Is Song Yiqing a friend you met outside? Too intrusive. Chen Jing, do you have feelings for Song Yiqing? It seems a bit envious. Chuwei thought to herself. It doesn't matter what their relationship is to me. With a gentle sigh, Chen Jing asked with concern, "What's wrong? You seem a bit off." Chuwei pondered that perhaps Song Yiqing preferred rebellious youths, while Chen Jing was gradually improving, no longer the bad boy he once was. Indeed, as long as Chen Jing focused on his studies and refrained from frivolous distractions, he would be a good boy. Therefore, Song Yiqing would undoubtedly not fancy the reformed Chen Jing. In this inner dialogue, her previous discontent vanished entirely. "It's nothing. I'm just hungry. Let us hurry home for dinner." Observing Chuwei rejuvenated, Chen Jing shook his head. Even at over 30, he could not comprehend the thoughts of this youthful girl. Upon returning home, Chuwei found herself increasingly perplexed. Why did it matter if Chen Jing and Song Yiqing sang together? Something felt amiss. Chuwei sensed an unusual feeling within her. Such emotions were rare. It must be the overwhelming pressure of studies. She decided to tackle a few more problems to alleviate her stress. Indeed, the method of stress relief for a top student was quite different. The afternoon flew by swiftly. Chen Jing previously felt time dragged on, but once immersed in studying, it seemed to pass rapidly. He wished time would slow down, allowing him to solve a few more problems. Was this the sensation of becoming an academic prodigy? Chen Jing felt a subtle transformation within himself, an undeniable thrill coursing through his heart. After dinner at home, he returned to school. At that moment, Zhou Yizhou brought the copied exam papers. Chen Jing was surprised to find that over 100 pages amounted to only 40 sheets. "I wonder what Zhao Hong will say tomorrow." Zhou Yizhou was still quite upset. Chen Jing requested the copies not merely to appease Zhao Hong, but to lay the groundwork for future developments. "How much does a copy cost?" "It was said to be 30 cents per page, but I negotiated it down to $10. Chen Jing stroked his chin, considering this price reasonable and within acceptable limits. While one cannot overtly refuse such exploitative practices, a subtle resistance is indeed possible. The school bell rang, indicating the commencement of the auditions for the top 10 singers. This time, the school genuinely offered a respite, inviting those interested to attend the auditions. For mischievous students who seldom studied, it was an opportunity not to be missed. Chuwei held little interest in this event. Her sole concern was whether Chen Jing would advance to the finals. If he did, it would be disastrous. She silently prayed twice. "I hope Chen Jing does not make it," and with a sigh of relief, she resumed her studies. A significant number of participants entered the top 10 auditions. With thousands at the school, over 300 had registered. The music teacher was taken aback upon seeing the list. It appeared that everyone was under considerable pressure. Participants showcased their vocal talents in the order of their registration. Due to the hasty preparations, there was no time to arrange for accompaniment, so everyone sang a cappella. Each participant has 1 minute to select their most proficient section of a song. It is important to note that the songs chosen for the preliminary round will also be those for the final competition. All right, the first contestant, Song Yiqing. Please take the stage. Upon hearing her name, the entire music classroom, along with the onlookers outside, erupted in excitement. Song Yiqing, a transfer student known for her vivacious and outgoing personality, had gained notoriety for dyeing her hair at a strict school. During the day, she donned her school uniform, but by night, she transformed into a casual ensemble of a white t-shirt and jeans. Her graceful figure caught the undivided attention of Zhou Yizhou. "Hello. I am Song Yiqing from Class 2 of the 3rd year. The song I will perform is Heart Wall." The mere mention of this song ignited a fervor among the audience, as it had just been released this year. Composed by Lin Junjie, it had quickly gained nationwide popularity. The music teacher nodded and instructed the subsequent contestants to introduce themselves in the same manner as Song Yiqing had done. With a nod, Song Yiqing grasped the microphone and began. "The first time I met you, the overcast sky obscured your profile. What stories lie beneath? I feel I understand your uniqueness." These simple yet poignant lyrics effortlessly transformed the previously raucous atmosphere into one of serene tranquility. The classroom resonated solely with the melodious voice of Song Yiqing, akin to that of a lark. "My heart has a wall, yet I discovered a window, occasionally allowing a warm glimmer of light to seep through. Even if you possess a wall, my love will climb beyond the windowsill to bloom. Open the window, and you will witness sorrow melting away." As her final note lingered, the minute elapsed perfectly. The room fell silent, as everyone had never before witnessed this so-called flower vase truly possess such talent. Many had presumed Song Yiqing to be either a rebellious girl or merely a pretty face, yet her vocal prowess surpassed even that of certain contemporary stars. The music teacher nodded with approval, applauding, "Well done. You've set a splendid precedent. Now, Join me in scoring these contestants." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, with Zhou Yizhou clapping the hardest. The entire assembly cheered for Song Yiqing, except for one individual, the second contestant. He did not perceive this as an auspicious beginning. "Hello everyone. I am Yu Hui from Class 2 of the 3rd year, and I will be performing Damn Softness." The minute passed swiftly. Although this male student sang adequately, he lacked the composure and confidence that characterized Song Yiqing, resulting in shaky high notes that diminished the beauty of his performance. "Yu Hui, you need to practice more," the teacher remarked. "All right, next contestant." The preliminary round continued with fervor. The subsequent participants, lacking stage experience and facing such a large audience for the first time, were gripped by intense nervousness. Originally, over 300 individuals had registered, but more than 100 had withdrawn, too apprehensive to participate in the preliminaries. The music teacher thought to himself that it was manageable. If all 300 had taken the stage, it would have likely continued until dawn. Glancing at the list, aside from those who had performed and those who had withdrawn, only 20 contestants remained, with half an hour still left on the clock. Not only had the competitors dwindled to less than half, but the audience had also largely dispersed. This was attributed to fatigue and the majority's desire to witness how Song Yiqing would perform. Furthermore, the subsequent contestants failed to captivate, prompting many to forego watching altogether. The music teacher glanced around, disheartened to find fewer than 20 individuals remaining. Only 2 were left. The rest had presumably withdrawn from the competition. Next, the music teacher yawned. It was now Chen Jing's turn. Song Yiqing had initially felt bored, but upon seeing the familiar visage, her spirits were instantly lifted. She had longed for a moment of eye contact with Chen Jing, yet he ascended the stage, focusing on the music teacher. "Hello, teacher. I am Chen Jing from Class 36, Grade 3. I will be singing Preferred." Upon hearing the title, the music teacher's interest was piqued. This song posed considerable difficulty, particularly in its high-pitched sections. Chen Jing cleared his throat, mentally preparing his pitch. "All that was yesterday is now rendered moot. You stand before me. I yearn to love. Please grant me this opportunity." With just these 3 lines, a hush fell over the audience once more, despite its scant numbers. His deep, resonant voice, rich with abdominal support, exuded professionalism. "If I am mistaken, I shall bear the consequence. I have determined you are the answer, and I fear not the scorn of others for my fervor." Zhou Yizhou was left in stunned silence. Such simple words struck a chord within him, delivering a profound impact. "Wait, are you serious?" As Chen Jing sang, he scanned the classroom, glancing at the teacher, then at Zhou Yizhou, and then at Song Yiqing, before bowing his head once more. "Trust in your instincts. The obstinate do not tire. In loving you, I shall not retreat. I have vowed not to evade. I must pursue this." As he reached the climax, Chen Jing closed his eyes, tilting his head slightly. At that moment, he saw no one else. Only a silhouette remained in his mind. His powerful high notes, perfectly coordinated vocal cords, and resonant abdominal breath filled the space. "Even when unheard, I must love, striving to make you comprehend. There is no other path to tread. You must decide whether to accompany me. Even when unheard, I prefer you, relying on my feelings of love, awaiting your dependence, your favoritism." As he concluded with a flawless vocal transition, Chen Jing gently opened his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. "Thank you, teacher." He offered a slight bow and made his way off the stage. The music teacher shook his head in appreciation, soon breaking into applause. Though he applauded every student upon their completion, this occasion was marked not by mere encouragement, but by genuine admiration. "This student is truly remarkable. I am curious. Have you received professional vocal training?" Chen Jing shook his head. "No, I just sing occasionally when I go to karaoke with my parents." The music teacher, intrigued, began to take a keen interest in this boy named Chen Jing. Not only was his singing commendable, but he also possessed a particularly admirable trait: confidence in the spotlight, a psychological attribute essential for a professional singer. Song Yiqing had attained such poise through numerous stage experiences, coupled with her innate talent. Chen Jing, a student previously unknown to anyone, exhibited an extraordinary talent that could only be described as a rare gift, especially within the confines of a traditional Chinese educational framework. Meanwhile, Song Yiqing, with her head slightly bowed, abandoned her usual carefree demeanor and fell into deep contemplation. The music teacher, observing this rare tranquility in Song Yiqing, inquired, "What is the matter? Do you sense a rival?" Song Yiqing merely smiled faintly, choosing silence over words. The music teacher, adjusting her attire, cheerfully announced, "Next." It was then that Zhou Yizhou realized he was the next contestant, having been so absorbed in the moment that he forgot to prepare himself. Chapter 18. The discomfort of Chen Jing. What difference did it make to follow Chen Jing or to trail behind Song Yiqing? Go ahead, give it a try. If you hesitate, how will Song Yiqing perceive you? Chen Jing whispered in Zhou Yizhou's ear. At this moment, Zhou Yizhou's initial anxiety began to dissipate as he considered Chen Jing's encouragement. Believe in yourself. Your singing is quite commendable. Perform the fairy tale song you excel at. It's a love ballad, a chance to showcase your talent, a grand finale. Chen Jing's words significantly bolstered Zhou Yizhou's confidence. Clenching his fists, Zhou Yizhou stepped onto the stage, aware that Song Yiqing was watching him. After all, a friend of Chen Jing could not possibly be lacking in ability. However, when he caught Song Yiqing's gaze, he felt too intimidated to meet her eyes. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and reassured himself. I can do this. Yet, as he began to sing, he faltered, his pitch wavering. Oh no, I'm off key. This is disastrous, Zhou Yizhou thought. Panicking as he struggled to complete the song, tears welled in his eyes as he hurriedly exited the stage, forgetting to bow in acknowledgement. He rushed out of the music classroom, prompting Chen Jing to follow him outside. As Chen Jing departed, Song Yiqing called after him, "Remember to come practice tomorrow night." The music teacher turned in surprise, looking at Song Yiqing with curiosity. "Few can earn your acknowledgement," she remarked. Shrugging, Song Yiqing replied, "You know how rare it is to encounter someone with such vocal prowess." At that moment, Chen Jing caught up to Zhou Yizhou and reassured him, "Don't be disheartened. It was merely nerves." However, Chen Jing's consolation felt futile, as he had performed exceptionally well, like a deity offering comfort to a novice. "Never mind. I could never compete with Song Yiqing," Zhou Yizhou lamented, succumbing to despair. Chen Jing, unwilling to let him wallow in self-pity over a girl, declared, "Listen, my friend. Just stepping up there took courage. Do you understand? If you dare to take the stage, others will see your bravery. They won't think less of you. It's just nerves. With more practice, you could sing as well as I do." Chen Jing's encouraging words gradually lifted Zhou Yizhou's spirits. "Indeed, aside from my looks, what do I lack compared to Chen Jing? Back at the KTV, he didn't sing better than I did. Well, whatever, it's all in good fun. I just hope I don't make it to the finals," he concluded. As they returned to the classroom, Chen Jing suddenly remembered something crucial he had forgotten to tell Zhou Yizhou. "Yizhou, keep tonight's events to yourself. Don't mention it to anyone. If asked, just say you sang poorly." On Monday, Zhou Yizhou thought about Chen Jing negotiating terms, and with a sly smile, he said, "All right. Then you must help me obtain Song Yiqing's QQ number. It's essential." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jing nodded in agreement. Since Chen Jing had entered through the back door, Chuwei was unaware of his arrival. Observing a plastic bag within the drawer, Chen Jing glanced at Huang Lei. Their eyes met, and Chen Jing understood. The stock had sold out once again. He opened the plastic bag and retrieved 240, intended for the agent. The remaining amount was approximately over 1,100, as the external stock had also been depleted. The goods, purchased at 800, yielded a net profit of 1,000 after deducting labor costs. Quite satisfactory. Not long after returning, class was dismissed. Chuwei swiftly gathered her belongings and turned towards Chen Jing, asking, "How did the audition go?" Chen Jing scratched his head, replying, "Not great. You know my vocal abilities." Chuwei glanced at Zhou Yizhou, who nodded in agreement, affirming Chen Jing's statement. Chuwei felt a sense of relief, as if multiple matters had been resolved. However, she maintained a nonchalant demeanor and muttered, "With that voice, you surely won't pass." After saying this, she walked outside. Chen Jing watched her retreating figure, thinking, "You'll find out soon enough." Chen Jing led Chuwei to the small shop to place an order. Fortunately, the shop was still open, despite the late hour of 10. They agreed on the quantity of goods and exchanged 10 100 yuan notes with the shop owner. The owner eagerly inquired, "Have all the goods sold out?" "Yes, completely sold out." "We need to reorder," Chen Jing replied. "By the way, here's a note for you, boss. It contains the manufacturer's contact numbers. Their prices are slightly lower than those of the suppliers, as they offer wholesale rates." This was Chen Jing's way of expressing gratitude to the owner for allowing them to stock up. The shop owner quickly picked up the note. Realizing it was a copy from Chen Jing's notebook, listing various manufacturers' phone numbers and wholesale prices. "This is excellent. I can't compete with supermarkets due to the same supplier. But this way, I can engage in a price war without fear of retaliation. Oh, it's nothing, just minor matters. In the future, feel free to store your goods here. The owner said, albeit hesitantly. But wait, if you've sold out, new stock won't arrive that quickly, will it? Chen Jing nodded yes. It will take at least 2 or 3 days. The owner, feeling somewhat awkward, proposed, how about this? You can sell my goods. As they're not moving here and are nearing expiration, I'll give them to you at a price lower than the manufacturers, as long as they sell. Otherwise, they'll go to waste. Chen Jing perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. After all, nearing expiration still meant they were not expired. When the time came, they could market them as cheaper due to their proximity to expiration, making them more appealing to buyers. The owner, once reluctant, had now become willing, which was advantageous for Chen Jing. All right, we'll come by tomorrow afternoon to collect, he confirmed. The owner, looking pleased, waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need to call me boss. Just call me Lao Ding. Chen Jing smiled, replying, thank you, Lao Ding. By the way, could you get me a pack of Furong Wang? I need to give something to the security guard tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lao Ding handed him a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. Take these, they are more suitable. Chen Jing thought this was agreeable, preparing to pay. Old Ding promptly halted Chen Jing's actions, exclaiming, you are being too distant. This cigarette, after all, is part of my investment. The contact information for your suppliers has already been immensely helpful to me, alleviating some of my pressure. Despite 3 attempts to offer payment, Chen Jing found himself unable to do so, ultimately placing the cigarette into his backpack. Observing the girl beside Chen Jing, Old Ding, with an inquisitive expression, remarked, is she your girlfriend? In unison, they replied, no, which elicited a chuckle from Old Ding. I'm off then, he said, and with that, Chen Jing and Chuwei made their way towards the ATM, conveniently located at the school entrance. The ATM served as a resource for students needing to withdraw funds for tuition. Chuwei watched as Chen Jing effortlessly amassed money, 1,000 yuan in his hands appearing as inconsequential as mere sheets of paper. All right, let's head home. You weren't planning to smoke that, were you? Chuwei squinted and inquired. Chen Jing shook his head, responding, when have you ever seen me smoke? With a teasing glint in her eyes, Chuwei remarked, I wonder who it is that skips class daily to frequent the internet cafe, reeking of smoke and secondhand fumes. You are likely to be led astray. Perhaps soon you'll indulge in both cigarettes and alcohol. Would you care to smell my breath? Chen Jing retorted, opening his mouth wide like a hippopotamus. Preparing to exhale towards Chuwei. She recoiled in disgust, grimacing, and pushed his face away, exclaiming, EW, you are so gross, Chen Jing. Chapter 19. Promoting harmonious development on Thursday morning. Generally, spirits were high as everyone anticipated the imminent arrival of Friday and the weekend. However, today was not as bright as before, as thoughts of the 9 remaining days of classes loomed, causing a sense of impending despair. The morning classes passed swiftly, and at noon, Chen Jing invited Chuwei and Zhou Yizhou to dine out, suggesting they skip returning home. Yet before their meal, he instructed Chuwei to find a restaurant while he attended to some business with the agents and brought in the goods. Once again, they were confronted by the security at the entrance. What are you delivering this time? Chen Jing smiled and replied, Uncle, we purchased these online, given our family's modest means. We can only afford the more economical options. With that, he shoved a pack of cigarettes into the guard's hand and left without looking back. However, after visiting several establishments, Chen Jing concocted excuses to avoid eating at each one. Ultimately, they settled for a noodle shop. Chuwei was content, her appetite modest, while Zhou Yizhou expressed mild disdain, as Chen Jing was treating, and he felt the need to indulge. However, at this noodle shop, even extravagant orders wouldn't exceed 30 yuan. They ordered 3 bowls of beef noodles, 2 without chili. As the trio found a table, Chen Jing surveyed the cleanliness of the establishment, noting it was rather average, particularly the caked-on grime that clearly indicated infrequent cleaning. Chuwei sensed that Chen Jing's intentions extended beyond merely having a meal today. Given his scrutiny of the hygiene standards at multiple venues, what are you up to today? She inquired. Chen Jing stroked his chin and quietly said, you are aware of how unpalatable the school cafeteria food can be. They rely on their singular status and cut corners, perhaps even resorting to pre-prepared or frozen dishes. Following my previous experience with that chicken wing, which was exceptionally cheap at wholesale, it lacked freshness and had an off-putting odor, augmented by questionable processing methods. Hence, I contemplated finding a restaurant with an open kitchen to discuss a potential collaboration. Upon hearing Chen Jing's intentions, Zhou Yizhou understood and inquired. Are you planning to compete with the school cafeteria? Aren't you afraid of repercussions? Chen Jing had considered this possibility and admitted to being apprehensive. Being discovered could lead to expulsion. Zhou Yizhou, however, was not particularly concerned about expulsion, thinking, so what if it happens? Yet, Chuwei was worried for Chen Jing, as it was a shame to lose the opportunity to study if he were expelled. Shouldn't we reconsider? This risk seems too great. It's fine, not too significant. As long as we have evidence of the school using subpar ingredients, they wouldn't dare dismiss me, Chen Jing replied confidently. I just can't believe the school would risk its reputation regarding student food safety to expel me. Earlier, he had greeted several restaurant owners, suggesting they meet at 1:30 to discuss matters. After finishing their beef noodles, Chen Jing, concerned that Chuwei might be restless, proposed. Why don't you return to the classroom for a while? Chuwei, feeling somewhat fatigued, responded, I'll head to CU's dormitory then. Chen Jing nodded. All right, go quickly. And remember to take an umbrella. The weather outside was sweltering, and he was reluctant for her to suffer in the heat. Once Chuwei departed, Chen Jing turned to Zhou Yizhou, who was staring intently at him. What about me? Zhou Yizhou asked. Chen Jing cleared his throat. Aren't you supposed to assist me with this venture? You seem to prioritize relationships over friendship. Who will benefit from the profits? Zhou Yizhou replied, fine. I prioritize profit over companionship. At 1:30, the restaurant owners convened at the noodle shop. It's good to see you all here. The noodle shop owner greeted them with a smile, noticing several other restaurant proprietors had arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, they all took seats beside Chen Jing. Young man, you summoned us all together for what purpose? One owner inquired. With a smile, Chen Jing stated, given the heat, I will be direct. I wish to select one of your establishments to cater for the students. Cater for students? Another owner asked, what kind of meals? Don't you have a cafeteria? Chen Jing nodded. Indeed, there is a cafeteria, but the food is unappetizing and the quality is questionable. I seek a trustworthy restaurant to collaborate with. Your establishment prepares the meals, and I will handle the sales. The owners exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend. Are you suggesting we prepare meals for the entire school? One asked. Chen Jing gently shook his head. Of course not. You may continue to operate as the cafeteria. It would be a set quantity. I will inform you how many portions are needed, and you simply prepare them. I will ensure the sales aspect is managed. I chose you because your establishments maintain acceptable hygiene standards, unlike others where the kitchen grease is thicker than the walls. The noodle shop owner, who had been listening intently, nearly stumbled at this remark, glancing at his own kitchen, which bore an unfortunate resemblance to the described state. Thus, the proposal was straightforward. 3 meal sets, one with meat, one with vegetables, and another with a combination of both. What would be the cost for these 3? Chen Jing inquired, detailing his desired configurations. The owners exchanged wary looks, doubting the feasibility of his proposal. If it were the school's faculty making the request, they might believe it. But how can we trust the words of a mere boy? Forget it, you all handle it. One by one, the bosses began to rise and leave. Originally, there were 7, now only 5 remained. Chen Jing had no intention of selecting one. Chuckling, I remember you specialize in rice bowls, and you in stir-frying. In essence, they are quite similar. What do you think? Are you interested? The 2 bosses, one stout and one slender, exchanged glances and replied, I understand your implication. You wish for us to prepare the meals, which you would then deliver, taking a cut. Am I correct? Chen Jing nodded, affirming, exactly, hence I shall refrain from choosing. Both of you may present me with a genuine offer, considering the clientele consists of students who are not financially affluent. However, I must establish a few prerequisites. The vegetables must be fresh, the meat must be fresh, and hygiene should be paramount. Do not overseason for the sake of flavor. The slender boss spoke first. All right. As per your specifications, we can offer 3 meal packages at 6, 4, and 2 yuan respectively, after which you may set the final pricing. What do you think? Chen Jing found this agreeable. The price was quite low, suggesting minimal profit for the bosses. That sounds acceptable. What about you? Chen Jing turned to the stout boss. The stout boss sighed and replied, I shall follow suit, but will the cost of ingredients be covered by us or you? Chen Jing, with only the 200 yuan left from yesterday, suggested, you will need to front the majority of the costs initially. I will offer this 200 as a deposit, and once the sales are complete, I will settle the remainder. We will prioritize repaying your ingredient costs before covering our own. Very well, when shall we commence? I need to prepare the ingredients, the slender boss inquired. Tonight, it will be modest, merely appetizers, Chen Jing began, but the stout boss interrupted, standing up and waving his hand dismissively. Forget it. You all manage it yourselves. I am rather confused. Ultimately, only the slender boss remained, and Chen Jing thought it sufficient to have someone on board. Then, I would appreciate 30 portions, and I will send someone to collect them tonight. All right. Let us exchange contact information. Otherwise, I may have difficulty locating you. Chen Jing apologetically replied, I am also a student and do not possess a mobile phone. Instead, you may reach our landline at the school. I will call you when the time comes. Please do not take advantage of me. My child is in the hospital, and I am only engaging in this out of necessity. Chen Jing, surprised to learn of the slender boss's plight, reassured him, rest assured, we are merely students. We have no intention of running off. The boss accepted the money and returned 80 yuan to Chen Jing, stating, this 120 is mine. And that is settled. With the negotiations concluded, Chen Jing sighed in relief, now awaiting the events of the evening. Zhou Yi suddenly felt that Chen Jing's actions were somewhat directed against the school, asking, why do I feel as though everything you are doing is aimed at the school? Chen Jing waved his hand dismissively. Certain matters necessitate this approach. When there are no repercussions for errors, does it mean they are justified? It is not an attack on them. Rather, their actions have afforded us this opportunity. If they perform their duties adequately, how could we exploit their shortcomings? Would you not agree? Chen Jing intended to convey that it was merely a matter of opportunity presented to them. It just so happened that he had been reborn, prompting him to commence with reforming the campus. Reform? Not quite. I am dedicated to fostering social harmony while simultaneously earning entrepreneurial funds. Chapter 20. Disaster. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, Chuwei shivered slightly as she stepped onto the wooden floor. Glancing at the time, she realized that class was about to commence. The inhabitants of the dormitory were also beginning to awaken. Yang Xiyu, noticing Chuwei was awake, rubbed her eyes and remarked, Chuwei, I forgot to ask earlier. Why didn't you go home to sleep? If it weren't for the clutter on my bed, you could have rested there. After saying this, she glanced at the assortment of dolls strewn across her bed and shook her head. Chuwei chuckled, it's fine, just for one afternoon. She chose not to disclose her reasons, and Yang Xiyu did not press further. Did you know that Song Yiqing is quite the wild one? Yang Xiyu exclaimed. Having heard rumors from somewhere, regardless of their veracity, there was a chorus of agreement from her roommates, with someone adding, indeed, just look at her, dyed hair. And her clothes are a mess. She must be having a lot of fun outside. Who knows, it might not even be her first time. High school girls are particularly sensitive to such matters, and Yang Xiyu continued, it certainly isn't her first. With her demeanor, she has probably been involved with countless boys outside. Can you guess why she transferred to our school? She must have committed a serious mistake at her previous school. Otherwise, she wouldn't have changed schools. Chuwei was taken aback and interjected, not necessarily. She studies the arts, so being avant-garde is quite normal. Upon hearing Chuwei defend Song Yiqing, Yang Xiyu shook her head and said, you're naive. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been deceived by Chen Jing. Don't assume the best of people. Everyone has a story hidden behind them. Chuwei, you ought to be more discerning. Unable to argue further, Chuwei chose silence, stood up, grabbed her backpack, and headed outside. Her appearance was a novelty in the dormitory area, causing some boys to be momentarily captivated. When did this girl appear? I've never seen her before. One exclaimed. Neither have I. She must be new, another responded. At that moment, Huang Lei, overhearing their conversation, chimed in, no, she's from class 36 in the senior year. A senior? She's a senior. Apart from Song Yiqing, she's the only girl I think could rival her, another boy remarked. Keep your voice down, don't let others hear. Chuwei quickened her pace, feeling the uncomfortable atmosphere, especially with so many boys around and Chen Jing absent. Go on, ask for her QQ. She must be single. Huang Lei smiled slightly. She is single, but she only loves studying. Don't get your hopes up. Whatever, we'll see later. Just as one of the boys moved forward to ask for her QQ, he was jostled aside by another male. Initially ready to express his annoyance, he found himself apologizing. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Well, you should have looked, he retorted, still miffed, primarily due to the pain from being shoved. Before Chen Jing could speak, Zhou Yizhou approached, hands in his pockets, his expression cold and his eyes radiating an air of authority, reminiscent of a school bully. The individual, terrified, chose silence and left in a dejected manner. Chen Jing observed Zhou Yizhou's peculiar demeanor with curiosity, wondering how this lad had transformed into such a character. Zhou Yizhou yawned, and his previously stern visage morphed into that of a playful husky. Chuwei was taken aback by Chen Jing's unexpected presence and inquired, "What brings you here?" Chen Jing scratched his head and replied, "I initially intended to seek out Huang Lei, but then I spotted you." Oh, Chuwei rated this response as rather mediocre. "How did your discussions go outside?" Chen Jing nodded. "It's settled. I won't be going home for dinner tonight. You shouldn't return either. It's a perfect opportunity to savor my culinary skills." Achoo. Before Chuwei could respond, she sneezed. "Adorable. Have you caught a chill? Are you coming down with a cold?" Chen Jing expressed concern. Chuwei waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just a sneeze." Little did she know, her appearance in the dormitory area would herald the emergence of a second campus bell. Previously, Chuwei was rarely seen outside of class hours. Moreover, day students could take a direct path to the teaching building, while traversing from the dormitory area required a winding route filled with crowds. As the majority of the school comprised boarding students, the afternoon passed swiftly, yet the entrance to Class 16 appeared quite different today. During break time, numerous individuals feigned passing by, stealthily observing those within the classroom. Chuwei, seated in the front row, was particularly conspicuous. Fortunately, she remained oblivious to the fact that she was the object of their gaze, as she diligently focused on her assignments. Zhou Yizhou, however, was keenly aware, for such gossip was impossible to escape his notice. "Chuwei has been spotted," Zhou Yizhou muttered. Upon hearing her name, Chen Jing paused in his note-taking and inquired, "What do you mean?" Zhou Yizhou shook his head. "Look how many people are outside to catch a glimpse of Chuwei. Yet, I doubt she possesses the allure to warrant such attention. Enough about her. I've been your classmate since middle school, and I only find Chuwei to be pretty. Nothing more." With a fleeting glance at Zhou Yizhou, Chen Jing swiftly transformed his hands into a pair of iron claws and playfully scratched at Zhou Yizhou's waist. This approach was not only ticklish, but also bore a hint of pain. "Ha ha, what are you doing?" Zhou Yizhou, particularly sensitive, tumbled to the ground in fits of laughter. "There's no time for grandstanding. Are you making any money?" Speaking of earnings, Zhou Yizhou wiped his tears, stood up, and followed Chen Jing. After making a phone call, Chen Jing instructed Huang Lei to wait in the classroom and called Zhou Yizhou to join him at the entrance. The slender proprietor assumed Chen Jing would go back on his word. Chen Jing, accompanied by Zhou Yizhou, entered the school carrying 30 portions of food. Once again, they were halted by the security guard. "What are you doing? Is all this food yours?" Chen Jing, with one hand gripping the food, smiled. "Sir, we're just bringing in some meals for our classmates." The guard, familiar with Chen Jing, chose not to impede him, understanding the situation. "All right, you may enter. Eat while it's hot." The two proceeded to deliver the meals to the classroom, where the eager students awaited their feast. The cafeteria meals had long lost their appeal. Upon seeing Chen Jing and his companion enter with food, everyone's mouths watered in anticipation. Chen Jing placed the food on the table and remarked, "This is the meal we painstakingly acquired. However, we must take into account the limited financial means of our classmates. Thus, the A set is priced at 8 yuan, the B set at 6, and the C set at 4. Upon hearing these prices, the group felt a sense of acceptance. Even the cafeteria charged 7 yuan for a portion. Chen Jing opened one A set, revealing a standard box meal adorned with 3 dishes: roasted duck, braised meat with carrots, and greens. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, stirring their hunger. "I'll take this one, 8 yuan, correct?" Chen Jing handed over the meal and said, "We have a total of 29 portions. Everyone may choose accordingly. One more thing, after eating, please do not leave any waste in the classroom, as Zhao Hong would surely notice. Simply dispose of it in the trash bin next to the restroom." The task of selling the meals would naturally fall to Zhou Yizhou. Chen Jing took another portion and approached Chuwei, who appeared somewhat lethargic, merely wishing to rest her head on the table. Assuming she was fatigued, Chen Jing gently said, "Here, your dinner. You worked hard this afternoon. I made sure to omit the chili, knowing you would prefer the taste." Chuwei nodded, straightened up, and began to eat. The meal sold swiftly, disappearing in no time. The current hierarchy of preferences among the students was clear: box meals, the small convenience store, the cafeteria, and then the supermarket. Other classes caught wind of the enticing aroma, but by the time they arrived, all the meals were gone. Selling 30 portions could yield 180 yuan, netting a profit of 60. This was merely from one class. Chen Jing could already envision the boss wielding a spatula in a cloud of steam. After finishing the sales, he noticed Chuwei slumped over on the table. Had she finished eating and needed to rest? As he approached, he saw her face flushed. Quickly, he placed the back of his hand against her forehead. Oh no, she felt a bit hot. Chapter 21. Fever. Chen Jing was uncertain about Chuwei's condition and leaned closer, asking, Chuwei, what's wrong? With her eyes closed, she gently shook her head and replied in a soft voice, I'm fine, just feeling a bit dizzy and wanting to sleep. A cool breeze wafted through the window, intensifying the headache she experienced. Without hesitation, Chen Jing squatted down and lifted Chuwei onto his back, sprinting towards the corridor. Zhou, noticing Chen Jing carrying someone, quickly followed suit. Do you know where the infirmary is? Chen Jing asked anxiously. Zhou shook his head, saying, I only seek treatment outside when I'm unwell. I'm not familiar with the school infirmary's location. If they had to carry her outside, it would take too long. The infirmary was their only option. Excuse me, where is the infirmary? Chen Jing asked a passing student. On the first floor of the administration building. All right. Realizing he was running too fast and feeling the wind, Chen Jing called out, Zhou, drape your jacket over Chuwei. This time, Zhou complied without protest, removing his jacket and covering Chuwei. Chen Jing felt the warmth of Chuwei's body against his own, noting her elevated temperature. Feeling the gentle yet warm vibrations of the mat, Chuwei smiled faintly. It had been a long time since she experienced such warmth. She reminisced about her childhood when her father, mother, and even her grandparents had carried her. In elementary school, after she had fallen and scraped her knees, it was Chen Jing who had carried her to the infirmary. Ah, Chen Jing. The boy she once knew was so obedient. Now he seemed rebellious, engrossed in video games, a stark contrast to his younger self. As she felt the familiar warmth of his back, Chuwei wished to hold on tighter, but found herself lacking the strength. Sensing her effort, Chen Jing misinterpreted it as a sign of greater distress and quickened his pace. Zhou stood by, anxious that their clothes might slip away from Chuwei. 3 minutes later, they arrived at the infirmary, where fortunately the nurse was still present. Chen Jing gently laid Chuwei on the bed, and the nurse promptly drew the curtain. You boys wait outside, she instructed. Chen Jing nodded and added. She seemed fine this morning, but after her nap, she must have caught a chill. Now she has a fever. We should check her temperature first. If it's high, she can take ibuprofen. The nurse, hearing Chen Jing's rambling, interjected, I'm the nurse, and you're the student. With me here, the child will be just fine. Wait outside. I suspect it's merely a cold, and she needs to rest here. You two should ask the teacher for leave, stating she is with me. Chen Jing nodded and nudged Zhou. You go ask Zhao Hong for leave, saying that Chuwei and I are in the infirmary. Zhou pointed at himself. Me? Who else? Hurry up, I'll wait here. Reluctantly, Zhou thought he might as well go. As he watched Zhou's retreating figure, Chen Jing let out a sigh, feeling a pang of guilt. If he hadn't insisted on eating outside with Chuwei, she wouldn't have caught a cold. She had even sneezed during lunch, and he hadn't thought to check on her. Zhou lingered outside the office door, hesitant to enter. After all, it was Zhao Hong. When Zhao Lei had come to visit, Zhao Hong had greeted him with a smile, yet he had been scolded. However, recalling that he was there to ask for leave for Chuwei, the girl Zhao Hong cherished, he steeled himself and entered the office. He was immediately met by Song Yiqing, who paused in surprise upon seeing Zhou. I was just about to look for you, she said with a smile. Feeling flustered at the prospect of speaking alone with Song Yiqing, Zhou's face flushed. Tonight's evening study session was the time for the competition participants to practice their songs in the music room, and both he and Chen Jing had made it in. So remember to come tonight, she added. Zhou scratched his head. I made it in too. Surprised by his shyness, Song Yiqing chuckled. You did? Just relax. Still feeling awkward, Zhou suddenly remembered Chen Jing and said, Oh, but Chen Jing can't make it. Song Yiqing halted, inquiring why not. Zhou hesitated to mention Chuwei's illness and replied, he has something to attend to and can't come. Song Yiqing did not respond, but continued on her way. Zhou exhaled, feeling a sense of accomplishment for having conversed with his goddess. Moreover, having been elected among the top 10, I now have the opportunity to spend more time with Song Yiqing. Just then, a cold voice pierced through the air from behind Zhou. What are you doing here? Startled, Zhou recalled his purpose for being there. Teacher Zhao? Chuwei is unwell and is currently in the infirmary. Upon hearing that her precious student was ill, Zhao Hong exhibited little reaction. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Zhou Yizhou said nothing further and quickly exited the office. After some contemplation, Zhao Hong resolved to visit the infirmary. Considering he Chuwei was among the top 3 in the class. Arriving at the infirmary, Zhao Hong noticed Chen Jing squatting at the entrance. What are you doing here? Chen Jing, initially distracted, looked up upon hearing Zhao Hong's voice. Teacher Zhao. Adjusting her glasses, Zhao Hong's tone softened slightly. How is he Chuwei doing? Chen Jing shook his head. I'm not sure yet. The nurse is still diagnosing her. Zhao Hong refrained from asking further and approached the infirmary door, but then turned back. You needn't stay here. Return to your class. The music teacher is looking for you. Concerned, Chen Jing replied, No, I wish to wait here. Zhao Hong, sensing his stubbornness, adopted a more stern tone. Who is the teacher here? You or me? He Chuwei is a girl. Does it seem appropriate for a boy to wait here? With that, Zhao Hong pushed open the infirmary door and closed it behind her. Chen Jing's mind was far from music at that moment. Although he Chuwei's condition was likely not severe, the illness stemmed from him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He stood up and headed toward the teaching building. Upon entering the classroom, Zhou Yizhou noticed Chen Jing's arrival and was about to discuss their singing practice when Chen Jing preempted him, asking, Do you have any money? Zhou Yizhou pulled out a wad of change from his pocket. Here, take it all, he offered, having guessed Chen Jing's intentions. With the money in hand, Chen Jing made his way outside but paused when he saw Yang Xiyu still seated in her place. He recalled that he Chuwei had been resting in Yang Xiyu's dormitory. How had she caught a cold? Arriving at the infirmary, Chen Jing knocked on the door. Come in. Hearing the nurse's voice, Chen Jing pushed the door open. Oh, it's you again, she remarked. How much will this cost? Chen Jing asked directly. The nurse, surprised by the boy's concern for the girl, replied. The school will subsidize part of the cost. It won't be much, and we haven't even used any medicine yet. Chen Jing felt relieved and inquired. What is her current condition? Just a common cold with a fever, and 4-drip should suffice. Chen Jing nodded, though he Chuwei was hidden behind a curtain, rendering her condition unclear. Thank you for your help, teacher. There's no trouble at all. It's my duty, the nurse responded. Then her curiosity piqued. What makes you so concerned for this classmate? You two aren't secretly dating, are you? Chen Jing shook his head. No, we've grown up together since childhood. Childhood sweethearts. The school nurse nodded knowingly with a smile. You should head back now. Your homeroom teacher has already instructed me. With that, she gently ushered Chen Jing out. Aware that he could not linger, Chen Jing handed a neatly stacked bundle of money to the nurse. Teacher, please deduct any expenses from this. Very well, now hurry along. She replied, watching him leave. As Chen Jing exited, the nurse glanced at the money in her hand, chuckling softly as she placed it on the desk. Ah, youngsters, she mused, looking towards the curtain. Did you hear that? Chapter 22. You are not Chen Jing, are you? He Chuwei had actually awakened long before, yet lacked the strength to respond. The school nurse, ever at the forefront of gossip, teased, I truly envy those of you who have grown up together, able to rely on one another. He Chuwei offered a faint smile. Thank you, teacher. The nurse, shedding her serious demeanor, reclined with her feet crossed, seemingly enjoying some sunflower seeds. That boy is quite exceptional, such a rarity. He Chuwei tilted her head slightly toward the curtain, her thoughts unknown. However, it's best to avoid early romance. You are in your senior year, and the college entrance examination is paramount. Afterward, you may pursue whatever relationships you desire. Teacher, we are merely friends, childhood friends. Upon hearing He Chuwei's stubborn insistence, the nurse chose not to argue further, contenting herself with munching on seeds and retrieving a romance novel from the drawer. Chen Jing breathed a sigh of relief as he reached the bottom of the teaching building, unexpectedly encountering a familiar face. Song Yiqing was distributing forms to those participating in the upcoming competition. Upon spotting Chen Jing, she paused for 2 seconds before inquiring, Chen Jing, you've made it to the finals. If you have time, you can practice singing in the music room tonight. The teacher has already prepared the accompaniment. Chen Jing, lacking the motivation to practice, thought it inconsequential given his current skill level. No, thank you, he replied, then ascended the stairs. Song Yiqing watched him go, blinking in surprise. Back in the classroom, Chen Jing stifled a yawn and began taking notes, though his mind wandered to the past. In 5th grade, he had also suffered from a cold. His parents were occupied, leaving only He Chuwei to keep him company in the clinic as he received in 4. Those were good times. Whenever he wanted water, she would pour it for him. When he needed to spit, she would provide a tissue. Even when the medicine was slightly cold, she would theatrically blow on it. Yet he vividly recalled the time Chuwei fell ill as well. In the second year of middle school, consumed by his own interests, he feigned concern for her while she received an 4 in the clinic, solely preoccupied with video games. He had even considered visiting her, but was deterred when she mentioned the clinic's germs and the risk of contagion. Ultimately, he chose to go to an internet cafe instead. Enveloped in smoke, pausing his note-taking, Chen Jing exhaled a deep breath. He hoped to make amends in the future, believing that the path to redemption lay in diligent study. Closing his eyes briefly, he opened them anew, ready to immerse himself in his studies. At that moment, Song Yiqing, having completed her announcements, arrived on the 5th floor and approached the doorway of class 16, peering inside. As I entered through the back door, I caught sight of Chen Jing, diligently taking notes. It turned out she was quite the studious individual. After remarking this, I proceeded towards the office, located on the 5th floor of the senior year. As I walked down the corridor, several heads peeked through the windows. Truly, she was the belle of the school, remarkably beautiful. Not only was her appearance striking, but her singing was also exceptionally enchanting. I was certain she would take the crown in tomorrow evening's competition. Listening to the whispers beside me, Song Yiqing had long grown accustomed to such attention. Upon arriving at the office, the music teacher was just about to seek her out. Has Chen Jing been notified? The teacher inquired. Song Yiqing shrugged. No, she seems to be studying. Upon hearing that Chen Jing was studying, Zhao Hong chuckled skeptically. Are you saying our class's Chen Jing is studying? Song Yiqing nodded in affirmation. Zhao Hong shook her head in resignation. You still don't quite understand. Chen Jing has consistently ranked at the bottom of our class, and her scores in 6 subjects are not even higher than those of others in 2. Zhao Hong spoke of her student with a hint of disdain, but the music teacher held a different view. This child possesses some talent in music, she countered. Zhao Hong continued to shake her head. That matters little. She lacks the desire to learn. Even if she sings beautifully, it's merely extracurricular. If you were to make her treat music as a subject, delving into music theory, she wouldn't remain focused. Don't hold too high expectations for her. Upon hearing this, the music teacher found it difficult to respond, as she was discussing someone else's student. However, Song Yiqing disagreed. She could see a fierce determination within Chen Jing. Especially during the last auditions, she witnessed an extraordinary burst of emotion from Chen Jing, as if she were pouring forth her very soul. If Chen Jing were truly indifferent to her studies, she would have been practicing her singing at night instead of remaining in the classroom. Yet, she dared not contradict Zhao Hong, aware of her formidable reputation. During the evening study session, Chen Jing would rush to the infirmary after each class, but unfortunately, the nurse would always say she was unwell and would not let her in. Finally, the evening study ended, and Chen Jing had already packed her belongings. Hastening towards the exit, Zhou Yizhou observed her urgency, perplexed by her sudden haste, having never seen her so anxious before. Yet, if Song Yiqing were in a similar state, he mused, he would certainly be even more relentless than Chen Jing. Upon reaching the infirmary, Chen Jing encountered Chuwei, who was emerging while pressing her hand. How are you? Chen Jing hurriedly approached, draping her coat over Chuwei's shoulders and supporting her. Feeling the warmth of Chen Jing's hand, Chuwei attempted to pull away but lacked the strength. Even when feeling weak, she insisted on appearing strong. As Chen Jing guided her to the entrance, they coincidentally ran into Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei pondered what Chuwei had been doing all night to fall ill, wanting to express concern, but with Chen Jing present, it felt inappropriate. He could only wait until tomorrow. Sensing that Chuwei was in no condition to ride her bike, Chen Jing promptly unlocked her bicycle and secured it, saying, "Come on, I'll give you a ride home today." Chuwei shook her head. "I can ride by myself. I've already received my injection and am recovering." Do not be obstinate. The immune system punishes every defiant child. If you catch a chill, the injection you receive tonight will be rendered futile. With that, Chen Jing gently guided Chuwei to the side of the car, assisting her into the back seat. Taking his place in the driver's seat, he instinctively placed her hands around his waist. "I'm about to start driving," he declared, slowly easing the vehicle into motion. Chuwei, startled, tightened her grip on his hand. "If you feel dizzy, you may rest against me, but you must not fall asleep." She nodded softly, understanding his concern. Zhao Lei, witnessing this scene, felt his teeth grind in frustration. How he wished he were Chuwei's childhood companion. Chen Jing drove cautiously this time, worried about her catching another chill. Chuwei, feeling somewhat unsteady, prompted Chen Jing to gradually stop by the roadside. He then urged her, pull your hands forward a bit and lean against me, otherwise, you might fall off. Obediently, she adjusted her position, wrapping her arms around him. As they picked up speed, Chuwei, seated sideways, grew weary and rested her head against Chen Jing's back. Sensing her warmth, Chen Jing felt a measure of reassurance. The sense of safety enveloped Chuwei, lulling her into a dreamy state. She licked her lips, her gaze becoming somewhat unfocused as she murmured, Chen Jing, you are not really Chen Jing, are you? Chapter 23. Hold tighter. Chen Jing, unable to discern her words clearly, inquired, what did you say? Are you feeling warm? Chuwei licked her lips again. Her mouth and throat parched, yearning to swallow. We'll be home shortly, he assured her. Arriving at the residential complex, he helped her up the stairs directly to the 4th floor. He knocked on the door, which was opened by Chuwei's mother. Upon seeing the two children, concern washed over her. What is going on? Auntie, Chuwei caught a chill and has a fever. She received an injection in the school infirmary. Chuwei's mother looked at her daughter with concern, promptly ushering her inside. Thank you, Xiao Jing. You should head home now, it's quite late. Chen Jing nodded, replying, goodbye, Auntie. As he departed, Chuwei's mother gently closed the door behind him. Being a doctor herself, she thought that since Chuwei had already received an injection, she should feel somewhat better. How are you feeling, Chuwei? Chuwei, who had initially appeared on the verge of fainting, now had a clearer gaze, as if revived. I'm fine, Mom. I'm going to freshen up. But you seemed unwell just a moment ago. In the bathroom, Chuwei gazed at her reflection in the mirror, then feigned weakness, mimicking a near-fainting state. Haha, I do look quite convincing. Chen Jing, this is what you owe me. She reminisced about her childhood when she had cared for him, while he had neglected his own well-being, leaving her alone at the clinic. Yet, Chen Jing had been quite considerate this time, continuously checking on her. Reflecting on their time in the clinic, Chuwei felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Chen Jing had truly changed. He was no longer the same Chen Jing she once knew. She understood him deeply, recognizing the transformation within him. Within the span of a single day, he transformed entirely. Was it possible that Chen Jing had suffered a significant blow? It is often depicted in novels that protagonists endure profound hardships, leading to a moment of enlightenment, after which they strive for improvement. However, Chen Jing seemed unaffected, attending classes together daily, residing as neighbors. Observing his uncle and aunt, there appeared to be no sorrow in their lives. Yet, recalling Chen Jing's demeanor today brought a sense of joy to Chuwei's heart. It seemed that this illness had proven worthwhile, at least allowing Chen Jing to repay what he owed. Early in the morning, Chen Jing was already waiting downstairs. As Chuwei descended to the 1st floor, she caught a glimpse of Chen Jing through a crack. Then, feigning weakness, she slowly descended the stairs, gripping the handrail. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Jing turned to look. Chuwei still bore a faintly dizzy appearance. What's wrong? Did you not feel better after resting? Chen Jing mused, feeling that her cold seemed rather severe. Despite having received injections, Chuwei gently shook her head, placing her hand on her forehead. I still feel somewhat unwell. After saying this, she instinctively took her place on the back seat of Chen Jing's bicycle. Chen Jing gazed at her intently. Chuwei had initially closed her eyes, but noticing the vehicle remained stationary, she sneakily opened them for a quick glance. To her surprise, her gaze met Chen Jing's. Ugh, my head feels a bit dizzy, she thought, quickly shutting her eyes again, fearful of being discovered. At last, Chen Jing discerned the thoughts swirling in the young girl's mind. Well, let her be, he decided. Just hold on tight. Chuwei weakly draped her arms around Chen Jing's waist, fully committing to the charade. Tighter, she added, and with that, Chen Jing gradually set off. Chuwei blinked and repositioned her hands slightly forward. However, being adolescents, they were aware of the propriety between boys and girls. Thus, she refrained from leaning against Chen Jing's back. The girl in the back seat acted, while the boy in the front seat chuckled discreetly. They arrived at school, where Chen Jing first halted at the entrance of a restaurant. Do you want to head to school first? He inquired. Chuwei shook her head. Never mind. I'll wait for you. Chen Jing nodded and entered to discuss the meal boxes with the owner. 100 portions, can you manage that? The owner was taken aback, having prepared only 30 portions the previous day. Chen Jing smiled and nodded, of course. By the way, I have a request. The owner, intrigued, asked, what is it? I would like you to wear transparent gloves while preparing the dishes, and a mask and hat while cooking, primarily for hygiene. After all, these are students with weaker immune systems, And considering the volume you are preparing, it wouldn't be ideal if sweat were to fall into the food. Those are my main requests. Please prioritize cleanliness. The slender owner did not take offense at Chen Jing's demands. It was, after all, a fundamental responsibility of a chef to consider the well-being of children. Also, I hope to use only fresh ingredients, so please show me the daily inventory details. This isn't a matter of distrust, merely a desire for assurance. The owner chuckled and nodded. Of course, you are helping me earn money here. I rarely sold 100 portions in a day before. You are doing me a great favor. Moreover, with your help, I won't have any leftover stock. In recent days, I have procured a selection of watches, complete with their respective prices. Chen Jing took a glance and confirmed they were indeed sourced from the local market, even specifying the exact stall. All right, boss, you carry on with your tasks. I will need your assistance later this evening, he remarked. As they arrived at the classroom, Chuwei settled into her seat and discovered a plastic bag nestled within her drawer. Inside the bag lay a box of cold medicine. She glanced around, pondering who might have left it for her. Yang Xiu had not yet arrived, so it was certainly not from her. Perhaps Chen Jing had placed it there last night? This was the only plausible explanation, for who else would gift her cold medicine when no one was aware of her ailment? At that moment, Zhao Lei, seated in the third row, discreetly observed Chuwei's profile, noting the joy illuminating her features. How wonderful it was to see her smile. He mused about what her reaction might be if she discovered the gift was from him. Thank you, Zhao Lei. You truly are a wonderful person, he thought, feeling a rush of warmth that caused him to instinctively press his legs together. He reasoned that it would be more effective to show concern after Chuwei had spent a day with the medicine. His heart raced at the thought, and he dared not dwell further on it. Just then, Zhou Yizhou entered the classroom with breakfast for the three of them, and, upon spotting Chen Jing, hurried over. Observing Huang Lei's anxious demeanor, Chen Jing surmised the situation. Is the supermarket beginning to target us? He asked, cutting straight to the chase. Zhou Yizhou responded. Did Huang Lei mention this to you? Chen Jing nodded. I had a feeling this was the case, and I anticipated it would come to light soon. Zhou Yizhou took a seat and handed 2 portions of breakfast to Chen Jing, whispering, You left early last night, and Huang Lei didn't have the chance to inform you. The supermarket is now aware that someone at the school is selling goods, and at a lower price than theirs. However, as you mentioned, they are hesitant to escalate matters, likely fearing exposure of their pricing strategy. Chen Jing paused before responding, choosing instead to deliver a portion of breakfast to Chuwei. Returning to his seat, he smiled and asked, Do you know why they are retaliating? Zhou Yizhou shook his head, prompting Chen Jing to elaborate. Initially, we were selling instant noodles, which have a shelf life, as you know. However, now that we have ventured into selling meals and cooked dishes, what will happen to their specialty items like glutinous rice chicken? Zhou Yizhou nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. If we sell meals, people will be less inclined to purchase their glutinous rice chicken. Chen Jing agreed, noting that while the sale of instant noodles may have had some impact, the sale of meals would pose the greatest threat. If their steamed dishes went unsold and went to waste, the supermarket would surely suffer a loss. There is no need to rush. The next phase will involve a price war. They will likely lower their prices to match ours, Chen Jing explained. Zhou Yizhou scratched his head, still unclear about Chen Jing's next strategy, and quickly inquired, Should we reduce our prices? Chen Jing shook his head. Not yet. Let them restore their original prices first, and we shall maintain our current pricing for a day to observe the effects. Zhou Yizhou nodded, relieved. I was quite anxious yesterday, unsure of how to proceed, especially since they are a large supermarket while we are merely in a corner of the market. Chen Jing contemplated the subsequent steps in their plan. Now, the boxed meals can be marketed through their own retail system, resulting in swift sales. However, this stability is tenuous, requiring an opportune moment to solidify the sales framework. As the bell rang for class, Zhao Hong entered the classroom right on cue. Upon seeing her, Chen Jing's lips curled into a faint smile. Next in line was Zhao Hong. Chapter 24. If only she were my daughter-in-law. Zhao Hong scanned the room and inquired, Have you all completed the exercises I asked you to purchase last time? Yes, came the sparse replies, which did not incite Zhao Hong's ire. As long as it's done, for the next few days, everyone should visit that bookstore and acquire a newly released set of papers titled Accelerated College Entrance Examination. I have heard it has been newly issued in Beijing and is tailored for next year's college entrance examination. This time, it's not just our class that must purchase it. The entire senior literature track will be buying it as well. Consider it a small round of assessments. Understood? The test will be conducted this Saturday and Sunday. Upon hearing of yet another purchase, the students' spirits dampened. Zhao Hong, unfazed by their discontent, turned to Zhao Lei and instructed, Zhao Lei, remember to compile a list. Chen Jing found the situation quite comical from the back. What kind of papers required students to spend their own money? It was as if she fancied herself a leech, merely siphoning off their resources. Just when he lamented not having a chance to confront Zhao Hong, an opportunity presented itself. Chen Jing lowered his head and said to Zhou Yizhou during lunch, you should go and buy a copy of this test paper. Zhou Yizhou nodded in agreement. The morning classes passed swiftly. This time, Zhao Hong did not trouble Chen Jing, as she had no reason to descend from her platform. However, after school, Zhao Hong returned to the classroom once more. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention something. The educational subsidy has been released, primarily to assist high school students in purchasing mobile phones. For the next 3 days, with your student ID and identification card, you can purchase a phone at half price at the service center. In truth, she did not support the idea of students buying phones. One student in class already owned a phone, merely using it to download novels. Nonetheless, this initiative was instigated by the Education Bureau, purportedly to ensure the safety of high school students and facilitate communication with families and schools. Chen Jing recalled this moment clearly. It was when he purchased his first phone. Acquiring that phone had led him to QQ and indulging in novels, further wasting time. After finishing this announcement, Chuwei approached Chen Jing, holding medication in her hand. Why did you buy me medicine? Didn't you give me money yesterday? The school nurse prescribed me some. Chen Jing was taken aback by her inquiry. I didn't buy it. I knew the nurse would prescribe something. At that moment, Chuwei revealed the medication she held. I found an extra box of medicine in my drawer. I don't know who gave it to me. Chen Jing scratched his head and surveyed the classroom, spotting Zhao Lei tidying up his belongings. If he guessed correctly, it had to be this fellow who had provided it. Yet, Chen Jing pondered whether to reveal the source. Perhaps it's from a suitor? Haven't you noticed how many people have been coming to see you lately? Chuwei shook her head. Don't make wild guesses. Never mind who it belongs to. I want to take it. What if it's from a witch trying to harm me, the princess? Chen Jing smiled indulgently. All right. My princess, let us head home. Do you still need me to give you a ride at noon? As the conversation unfolded, Chuwei immediately pressed her hand against her temple, swaying slightly as she murmured, I still feel rather unwell. Chen Jing, previously oblivious to Chuwei's charm, instinctively ruffled her hair and chuckled. All right, let us be on our way. Upon exiting, they encountered Huang Lei and a few others gathering their meals, while Zhou Yizhou juggled both food and exam papers. Although Chen Jing had delegated this task to the two, he nonetheless approached Zhou Yizhou. It was evident that the exam paper was quite rudimentary, lacking any publisher's mark. Chen Jing surmised that the teachers had merely copied exam papers from Beijing and were selling them at exorbitant prices. How much for each set? Zhou Yizhou hesitated, admitting, I don't have any money. I borrowed these from them. 80%. Chen Jing patted his shoulder, suggesting, in that case, when you have time, print 100 copies. Then observe how well the lunch is selling. If it sells quickly and some people miss out, please inform the restaurant owner that we need 100 sets of A and 100 sets of B for lunch. Zhou Yizhou, sensing Chen Jing's intention, expressed doubt. Do we really need 200 copies? I feel like we want to sell them all. Chen Jing shook his head gently. I have a plan. Off you go. I appreciate your hard work during this time. I'll ensure you receive a share of the profits after evening study sessions. Hearing Chen Jing lay out the calculations so clearly, Zhou Yizhou playfully chided. All right, Chen Jing, feeling a bit distant, are we? Chen Jing laughed heartily. Enough chatter. Hurry along now. I'm sure you're hungry. Afterward, Chen Jing and Chuwei made their way to the bicycle stand. Chen Jing mounted his bicycle and turned with a grin. Your chariot awaits, princess. Chuwei's lips curled into a smile, revealing a delightful set of teeth as she gently perched herself on the back seat, gripping Chen Jing's shirt. We can set off now. Indeed. Upon returning to the community, Chen Jing and Chuwei ascended the stairs together. Chen Jing lingered on the 3rd floor, producing his keys to unlock the door. Just as he swung the door open, he turned to find Chuwei still there. Aren't you going home? With a hint of pride, Chuwei boldly removed her shoes and stepped into the house. Aunt Zhang, I'm here. Chuwei, you've come. Come in. Aunt Zhang welcomed her warmly. Chen Jing stood bewildered, pondering why he felt so out of the loop. He closed the door behind him, noticing the table laden with an abundance of dishes. Chuwei, it's been ages since you dined at our home, he remarked, scanning the room for his father and finding him absent. Noticing Chen Jing's perplexed expression, Zhang Shufang chided gently, "Chen Jing, why are you standing there? Wash your hands and get ready to eat." At that moment, Chuwei emerged from the washroom, looking at Chen Jing expectantly. After washing his hands, Zhang Shufang quietly explained, "Chuwei's mother is on a day shift at the hospital. And uncle, he is away on a business trip with your father. Please don't disturb Chuwei's rest. She's still recovering from a cold." Chen Jing nodded, acknowledging, "Understood, Mom." At the dining table, Zhang Shufang diligently served Chuwei, saying, "I heard from your mother that you're under the weather, so I prepared lighter dishes." "Thank you, Auntie. You're so kind," Chuwei replied gratefully. Zhang Shufang cherished Chuwei, almost wishing she were her own daughter, especially considering Chuwei's academic prowess. She couldn't help but compare it to her own son's performance, sighing inwardly. Nevertheless, she consoled herself, thinking, at least he is also striving in his studies. The interaction between the two girls was heartwarming, and Chen Jing felt a profound sense of involvement in their camaraderie. After all, it was with chopsticks that Zhang Shufang picked up the dish prepared for Chuwei. "By the way, Mom, the school mentioned that if we bring our student ID and identification card to buy a mobile phone in the next few days, we can enjoy a 50% discount." Zhang Shufang did not oppose this suggestion. "Sure, after we finish eating, I will take you all there." "You all?" Chuwei quickly declined, saying, "No need, Auntie. I can wait for my parents to come back." Zhang Shufang clicked her tongue and replied, "Chuwei, I've watched you grow up since you were little. You're practically like a daughter to me. Please don't refuse." With no retort available, Chuwei silently continued her meal. After dining, the trio made their way to the mobile phone store, which was conveniently located not far from the community entrance. Familiar faces greeted them. Yet the reality was that such acquaintances often overcharged. "Sister Zhang, we have Samsung, Sony, and Nokia here. We've also been notified that students can buy them at half price. I recommend the Nokia E66. It was released just 2 or 3 months ago, and students find it quite user-friendly. It has a sliding cover, is durable, and boasts long battery life." "What is the price?" Zhang Shufang inquired. "The original price is $19.99, so with the discount, it comes to $999. Without hesitation, Zhang Shufang retrieved 2,000 from her bag. "Make sure to get me a new one. I don't want a second-hand device." "Rest assured, Sister Zhang. We want to provide anything used." She added, "Also, please arrange for 2 phone cards, preferably from Unicom." Upon hearing the price, Chuwei quickly protested, "Auntie, that's too expensive. I don't want it." Zhang Shufang shook her head. "Don't worry about it, Chuwei. How about this? I can ask your parents for the total later tonight." Hearing this, Chuwei felt reassured and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Auntie." With the phone and the newly arranged phone cards in hand, Chen Jing admired the Nokia. In truth, they did not need to spend so much. The rapid evolution of mobile phones meant that new models emerged every 6 months, often with superior specifications. Yet, there is wisdom in the saying, "The early bird catches the worm." Chen Jing mused about finally having his own number, no longer relying on borrowing from the convenience store. He switched on the phone and browsed through the applications, relieved to find QQ available, which meant he was good to go. Meanwhile, Zhang Shufang gazed at Chuwei with affection, wishing she could have her as a daughter-in-law. Having watched her grow up, she knew her well, beautiful and academically gifted. Unfortunately, her son had not lived up to expectations, struggling in his studies, and it seemed implausible to force a union. After a brief respite, Chen Jing announced, "Mom, Chuwei and I are heading to school. We won't be home for dinner as we will be studying." With that, he continued to drive Chuwei to class. Zhang Shufang watched the two from the kitchen, struggling to suppress her laughter. She had seen these children grow up and once believed they might end up together. She genuinely cherished Chuwei. Having her as a daughter-in-law would be ideal. However, Chen Jing had become quite mischievous since middle school, akin to a playful monkey. While Chuwei was a top student, although they matched academically, their backgrounds did not align. Yet, it seemed they were rediscovering the feelings of their childhood. Upon returning to the classroom, Chen Jing noticed Zhou Yizhou with his head down. This lad had also made a purchase, and quite swiftly too. Chen Jing approached him with a smile. "So, you bought a phone as well?" Zhou Yizhou lifted his head, and Chen Jing's gaze momentarily froze. How could there be another handprint on Zhou Yizhou's face? "Are you exchanging face for money again?" Zhou Yizhou had grown accustomed to it, waving his hand dismissively. "What is the big deal? My father knows I need money every day, sometimes 1 or 2,000. Naturally, he would give me a beating. Mainly, he fears I might go online, so after he hit me, He took me to buy a phone. Chen Jing sat in his seat, exhaling deeply. Now that he had a phone, everything became much more convenient. Not just Chen Jing, but the day students had also bought phones when they returned home. Meanwhile, the boarding students had to call their parents to inquire about situations and request money for purchases. Some couldn't even buy a phone. After all, their families were poor, and perhaps their parents didn't even own one. In the evening, Chen Jing gathered 7 or 8 people to pick up food at the entrance. The restaurant owner, drenched in sweat, greeted Chen Jing with a friendly demeanor. When handling the dishes, I wear transparent gloves, and while cooking, I don a mask and hat. Hygiene is certainly not an issue. Thank you, boss. The security guard chuckled at the scene, saying, "Classmate, are you planning to take over?" Chen Jing, wanting to avoid revealing any cracks, smiled and replied, "Isn't it just that everyone wants to try something different?" The security guard waved his hand. "All right, go ahead, or the food will get cold." The group carried the food back to the classroom, which was now packed with students, not only from class 16, but also from other classes. The ones at the front were nearly starving, clutching 10 yuan in hand. "Quick, quick, I want to get an 8 yuan meal. I have no desire to eat at the cafeteria right now." Chen Jing glanced at the people behind him and said, "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I have something to announce." The classroom fell silent. Clearing his throat, Chen Jing spoke at a normal volume. "Today, our boxed lunches will see a price increase." Upon hearing this, whispers erupted among the students. "How much will it increase?" Chen Jing replied, "Set A will be 25 yuan, Set B 23 yuan, and Set C 20 yuan. Ah, that's so expensive. Why don't you just go rob someone? Don't think you can raise prices just because your food is better than the cafeteria. Yeah, at this rate, I might as well eat at the cafeteria." After allowing the students to vent their frustrations, Chen Jing raised his hand and exclaimed, "Everyone, please don't rush. I haven't finished speaking." He then pulled out a stack of papers from his drawer. "Look, this is what our homeroom teacher asked us to purchase. It costs 80 yuan at the bookstore. However, if you buy a meal from me, I'll give you this entire set of papers for free. If you don't want the papers, that's fine. It will just be 8 yuan. The students exchanged glances. Those who had bought the papers knew they were indeed worth 80 yuan. However, if they could get the papers by purchasing a 25 yuan meal, it was an incredible deal. Is this for real? Absolutely. Not a single one will be missing. All right, I'll take an A set. Chen Jing smiled. Of course, but I hope everyone agrees to one thing. If any teacher discovers the copies, just say you made them yourself, all right? Sure, of course, with such a discount. Approximately 10 minutes later, all 190 portions were sold out. Some individuals hurriedly rushed to their dormitories to fetch money, while others, moving at a slower pace, missed both their meals and their papers. Chen Jing, next time do bring more. I went to get money, and by the time I returned, it was all gone. Chen Jing, will you be selling meals tomorrow and providing papers as well? Yes, just come by at noon. Very well, please reserve a portion for me. Chen Jing nodded, feeling a sense of relief as he gazed at a bag full of money. This approach not only ensured that his classmates were well fed, but also secured the necessary papers, even managing to embarrass Zhao Hong in the process. The remaining 10 meals were distributed among those who assisted and to Chuwei, who had been sitting by Chen Jing's side, helping to collect the money. She admired Chen Jing's prowess, which remained as formidable as before, previously applied to gaming, now redirected towards life and studies. Huang Lei devoured his meal, remarking that food from outside always seemed more delectable than what the school offered. Today was merely a demonstration for everyone. Starting tomorrow, you must sell on your own. By the way, has anyone purchased a mobile phone? Chen Jing observed them, and they all shook their heads, except for Zhou Yizhou, who nodded affirmatively. However, Huang Lei mumbled that he had spoken to his mother, who said she would transfer money to the homeroom teacher, allowing him to make a purchase. Chen Jing chuckled at the sight of them sweating, expressing gratitude for their efforts. After evening study, Huang Lei would distribute the money to them. Upon hearing about the money, their spirits lifted. The earlier fatigue seemed trivial. Chen Jing merely needed to take the lead while entrusting the rest to others, as he still had to focus on his studies. During evening study, Chen Jing and Zhou Yizhou began counting the money. After deducting the amount owed to the boss, they had 1,200 yuan. Chen Jing took out 300 and handed it to Zhou Yizhou, saying, "This is for you." Then he produced another 200, instructing Zhou Yizhou to give it to Huang Lei for those who assisted. Noticing the remaining 700, Chen Jing handed over another 200, saying, "Here's your share. Tomorrow, print 200 copies of the exam papers." Zhou Yizhou accepted it with a smile, feeling secure as he looked at the 500, a substantial sum. Chen Jing, contemplating the remaining 500, thought to himself how much could be earned in just half an hour of effort. After securing the money, he began to take notes, realizing that earning was to alleviate his parents' burdens, while studying was for his own future. During the break, Chen Jing stretched lazily when Huang Lei entered, holding a black plastic bag. Just after distributing the previous batch, he returned with another. This was the earnings from other class representatives. Nearly everything had been sold. Now, not only the senior class, but even the lower grades were aware of them and came to buy. Another bag of money in hand. Chen Jing removed the portion owed to others and handed it to Huang Lei, who pocketed it and remarked, "There's one more thing. This evening, I strolled past the supermarket and noticed they launched a limited-time offer on 5 yuan chicken intestine combos." Chen Jing smiled faintly, realizing they had changed their strategy. In truth, Chen Jing had already grasped the underlying meaning. Since embarking on his studies, he had come to understand a crucial lesson. Every enterprise is driven by the pursuit of profit. Yet one must not forsake their integrity. Reflecting on the future, he pondered how much technology and harsh realities would intertwine within the lives of ordinary people. The enterprises that adhere to conventional materials are often dubbed conscientious businesses. However, Chen Jing believes that his current endeavors are satisfactory. He has managed to bring prices down, thus relieving his classmates from the burden of purchasing items above market value. In turn, he is able to accumulate funds for his entrepreneurial pursuits. It appears that the first step upon his return is to thoroughly navigate the school environment. Chapter 25, 1700 in a day. Saturday typically symbolizes joy. Alas, today entails attending class. Chuwei has nearly fully recovered and merely requires Chen Jing's assistance for the morning. The early hours of Saturday are particularly frigid, and Chuwei sits in the back seat, shivering slightly. Chen Jing slows down a bit and remarks, "I do wish we had weekends off, so you could give me some personalized tutoring. I still find myself struggling to comprehend the material. Some concepts elude me entirely." As he speaks, Chuwei gently scratches his waist with her fingers. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I'm writing here," she exclaims with a chuckle. "Don't lose heart. Take your time. There's no need to rush the process. You're already doing well. Once you finish the geography lessons, just move on to the next subject and reinforce your understanding. By the way, have you figured out who provided that medicine?" Chen Jing inquires. Chuwei shakes her head, responding, "Not yet. I left it in the reading corner. Did you not see it? I even wrote a note saying that anyone with a cold should take it." Chen Jing imagines how Zhao Lei would react upon witnessing this scenario. Upon returning to the classroom, the atmosphere is rather dreary. Zhou Yizhou sits with his eyes closed, mechanically chewing on a bun. Everyone silently wishes for a single day off, lamenting their lack of respite, feeling utterly disregarded as students. "I'm exhausted. I almost couldn't get up this morning," one complains. "Me too. My mother nearly forgot to wake me, and I almost arrived late," another adds. "Living on campus is better. It's convenient. My bus is so unpredictable." Chen Jing exhales deeply and begins his breakfast. "Chen Jing, everyone has bought new phones. The forum for our school is buzzing with activity now." Chen Jing had nearly forgotten that forums even existed, particularly without the presence of Sun Xiaochuan, who has yet to emerge. Predictions for the top 10 singers competition suggest Song Yiqing is leading, almost entirely due to votes in her favor. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing is not surprised. After all, she is a professional and possesses a beautiful voice, destined to become a star. Zhou Yizhou shakes his head in acknowledgement, but asserts, "I believe you have a chance as well." "Me?" Chen Jing points at himself in disbelief. Zhou Yizhou nods emphatically, "Of course." Chen Jing coughs softly and whispers, "Didn't I ask you not to mention it?" Zhou Yizhou lets out a sigh. All right, I won't say another word." However, he notes that with the proliferation of phones, the forum has become lively, unlike the previous desolation. Chen Jing, indifferent to the chatter, takes out his phone to place an order. This time, he requests 200 servings of A and 100 servings of BC, determined to set a new record. As the class bell rings, the geography teacher enters, accompanied by Zhao Hong, who carries a box. "I know you all have acquired new phones, making it convenient for reading novels. Therefore, all phones must be submitted during class. In order to facilitate the retrieval of mobile phones and to prevent mix-ups, labels are provided for affixing to the back of each device. All students possessing a phone are to come forth and place their labels before depositing their devices into the box." Upon witnessing Chen Jing dutifully surrender his phone, Zhao Hong found this quite astonishing. Once all phones were collected, Zhao Hong scrutinized each individual in the classroom, declaring, "This has been submitted. I now present you with a second opportunity. Those who have not yet submitted may still do so. Shortly, I shall return to my office and individually contact each parent to inquire whether they have purchased the necessary items. Should I discover anyone has failed to comply, rest assured, you shall face the consequences." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yizhou rose from his seat and approached the front, joined by a few other students of average academic standing. It seemed they were oblivious to the purpose of their schooling. While Chen Jing had submitted his phone, they remained reluctant. Zhao Hong's strategy was clear. Chen Jing, uninterested in engaging with her, began to rummage through his textbooks in preparation for class. Geography, he found, was indeed an accessible subject, and he felt his proficiency improving significantly. There were merely a few fixed answers that required memorization. The rest depended on one's cognitive agility. The geography teacher also began to regard Chen Jing with newfound respect. Throughout the lesson, he couldn't help but notice Chen Jing's earnest demeanor, and witnessing the transformation of a previously struggling student brought him a sense of solace. To err and then amend is a virtue of great magnitude. After class, Chuwei approached Chen Jing, her face radiating joy. Curiously, he inquired, "What is the cause of your exuberance? Have you won a prize?" Chuwei replied with a smile, "The geography teacher has requested your presence in the office." Chen Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that true?" Chuwei nodded, giving him a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Hurry along, don't keep the teacher waiting." Chen Jing swiftly stood and jogged toward the exit. Chuwei watched his retreating figure, genuinely pleased that the teacher acknowledged Chen Jing's commitment to his studies. Upon reaching the office door, he encountered the geography teacher, who was just about to step out. "I was just coming to find you," the teacher said, handing Chen Jing his lesson plan. "This is my lesson plan from the first and second years of high school, which you may find beneficial. It contains teaching strategies and problem-solving approaches." Filled with gratitude, Chen Jing nodded, expressing his thanks. "Go on now, class is about to commence." Though the geography teacher was male, his voice was gentle, and he rarely raised his voice at students, usually only calling upon them to respond to questions. As he observed Chen Jing departing, he reflected on how long it had been since he had seen a student with such a fervent desire to learn. Returning to the classroom with the lesson plan, Chen Jing perused its contents. A brief glance revealed the essence of the teacher's wisdom. Now, Chen Jing understood that he had gained the teacher's recognition. With diligence, one could indeed be acknowledged. He felt he was drawing ever closer to his aspirations. During lunchtime, the situation was as follows. The number of exam papers had increased by 3 or 4, and all meals had been sold out, leading to a full cash register. The total amounted to 3,200, with a profit of 1,700. Chen Jing handed the cost to Zhou Yizhou, considering that printing each paper cost 8 yuan. He then allocated an additional 200 yuan to Zhou Yizhou, with the remaining 200 distributed among the others. All right, the funds must be utilized for purchasing supplies at the supermarket. By the way, how is the situation with the little convenience store? Huang Lei chuckled. Of course, it is thriving. Now, with my cousin assisting in the procurement, it has become much more convenient, and the sales are brisk. As previously discussed, we also sell a set quantity in the dormitory, and business is flourishing now. Zhou Zhou retrieved a stack of money from the drawer, stating, "This is the revenue from the little convenience store. Currently, it takes 2 days to sell a box of supplies." Chen Jing understood that, with the arrival of boxed meals, the store's business would inevitably decline slightly. "No worries. As long as we can sell," he replied. The bell rang for class, and the Chinese teacher, yawning, walked in. It was Chinese class, once Chen Jing's forte, where he could effortlessly score a perfect 100. He had even presented an essay during his first year. Unfortunately, games had led to his decline. This lesson aimed to hone everyone's writing skills. I have mentioned numerous times how to compose an argumentative essay. Yet, some students still struggle and insist on writing narrative essays. We are no longer children. It is time to write argumentative pieces. The teacher indeed felt a sense of disappointment. It was a struggle to find 2 diligent students. Yet both produced mediocre essays. Zhao Lei scored 609 in the last entrance exam, with 140 in mathematics and 100 in Chinese. Chuwei scored 600, with 146 in English, but only 90 in Chinese. If only their Chinese scores were higher, they would be heading to prestigious universities. Each student had their strengths and weaknesses, yet none excelled in Chinese. At that moment, he instinctively glanced at Chen Jing in the last row. The situation was even more disheartening. He had not managed to score even 100 across all 6 subjects. He recalled how he once had such a gift for the language. How had games led to his downfall? At this moment, Chen Jing locked eyes with the Chinese teacher, perceiving the disappointment reflected in their gaze. Reminiscent of when Chuwei looked at him. Have you all purchased the exam papers? Yes, came the chorus of responses. All right, everyone, please complete that set of papers. Suddenly, the teacher's mood shifted. They preferred assigning papers over engaging in discussions. Chen Jing looked at the copied papers, and a familiar sensation washed over him. Since there were no classes on Saturday, the new schedule permitted a free afternoon, aside from the Chinese class. Hence, the teacher allocated ample time for the assignment, 2.5 hours, the standard duration for a Chinese examination. All right, have you all finished? Please pass them forward one by one. The teacher yawned again, collecting the papers as they came in. At that moment, commotion erupted in the other classrooms. With a considerable ruckus, students were seen hastily moving chairs towards the exits. Has class ended already? The teacher glanced at the clock, noting that there was still half an hour remaining. Please, let us go. Tonight is the top 10 singers competition, and everyone wants to secure good seats. The students began to cheer, and the entire class joined in the uproar. The teacher, overwhelmed, waved them off. All right, go on, but be cautious. Exit one at a time. The classroom buzzed with anticipation as the students awaited the hall to clear. Just as they were about to leave, they spotted Zhao Hong at the doorway. Hold on. Class isn't ended yet. Upon hearing this, the students' hearts sank. Are we really waiting until class is over? Zhao Hong surveyed the classroom and replied calmly. This evening, the top 10 singers' performance will take place on the playground. Those who wish to attend may take their stools to watch, while those who prefer to stay can study in the classroom. Upon hearing that they could finally refrain from studying, the once dull classroom suddenly came alive with energy. Students eagerly grabbed their phones, one by one preparing to leave. Noticing that there was no one outside, Zhao Hong allowed the students to exit in succession. Eventually, Chen Jing approached Chuwei and helped her carry her belongings as they made their way out. Upon reaching the playground, a simple stage had been erected, showcasing the music teacher's flair. Class 16 occupied the second tier on the left. To avoid crowding, Zhou Yizhou sat at the edge, with Chen Jing next to him, followed by Chuwei and Yang Xiyu. Only after securing their seats did they realize they hadn't eaten yet. I'm so hungry. We came without having our meals. The music teacher, noticing the arrival of students, glanced at his watch and smiled. Dear students, the evening study session hasn't started yet. You may return home to eat first. It's sufficient that you've secured your spots. He assessed the students and noted Chen Jing's presence. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why someone with Chen Jing's exceptional voice hadn't practiced in the music room yesterday. Other competitors were eager to hone their psychological resilience, and he could assist with vocal techniques as well. Upon reflection, it was clear that Chen Jing didn't require additional practice. His psychological fortitude matched that of Song Yiqing, and his technique was remarkably adept. Their eyes met, and a knowing smile and nod between the two men served as a perfect greeting. Chen Jing glanced at his phone to check the time before dialing the thin boss. Uncle, could you deliver earlier? Class ends early today. Sure, I've just finished packing. You can come and collect it. After hanging up, Chen Jing turned to Chuwei and said, You all wait here. I'll bring the food over. Just as he was about to walk away, Chuwei pulled him back. Make sure to bring 2 portions. Siyu hasn't eaten either. All right. Chen Jing replied before heading back to the classroom to call for the others. Once again, they prepared 300 meals, but this time without the accompanying worksheets, restoring the price to its original amount. Sales proceeded slowly, given the staggered dismissal times of each class, allowing them to sell while eating. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jing pulled Huang Lei aside. How have sales been at the small shop lately? Not too bad. It seems the supermarket's price reductions haven't significantly impacted us. We still maintain a 2-day quota, and sales in the dormitory are quicker. Chen Jing stroked his chin, contemplating the 2-day quota as slow. Before the evening study session, inform those in charge that instant noodles and duck legs will be reduced by 50 cents. Huang Lei nodded, jotting down Chen Jing's instructions. His academic performance had never been stellar, hovering just above 400, a stable score for a junior college. Zhou Yizhou understood Chen Jing's intentions and patted him on the shoulder. So you're planning to take on the supermarket? Chen Jing shook his head. No. I'm merely trying to earn a bit more while under the radar. Are we still selling in the first and second year dormitories? Huang Lei shook his head, responding in the negative. yet acknowledged that some were aware of their activities and would soon visit their senior dormitory. Chen Jing stroked his chin, suggesting they find a few representatives from the first and second years, ensuring they were familiar faces rather than strangers. He intended to dominate the dormitory, which would naturally lead to a decline in the supermarket's sales. This commercial battle was nearing its conclusion, and he felt compelled to capitalize on the current momentum. As in a few days, circumstances would likely change. Chen Jing sensed that the upcoming week would serve as a pivotal turning point. The cafeteria would inevitably discover the issue and would surely investigate the matter. The supermarket, exploiting its exclusivity, had been hiking prices recklessly, draining the students' resources, while the cafeteria, also leveraging its monopoly, was using food harmful to the students' health, similarly profiting from them. Furthermore, there was Zhao Hong, who, relying on her authority within the grade, collaborated with the bookstore to exploit the students. Chen Jing shook his head, confident that by 2009, they would be thoroughly exposed, long before 2013. As the class bell rang, representatives from other classes hurried over to collect meals to sell in their own classrooms. They anticipated that during the evening, the top 10 would be a topic of conversation, and the allure of snacks outside would provide an excellent opportunity for promotion. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Chen Jing informed Huang Lei that once they finished in the classroom, they should promote their offerings back at the dormitory. He felt that tonight's sales at the small shop would reach new heights. In a matter of minutes, the box meals were sold out. Previously, students would rush outside after class, but now they hurried to the back of the classroom. After distributing the money, Chen Jing sighed in relief, wishing for this trend to continue. He took the remaining 2 meals and stepped outside, with Zhou Yizhou following closely behind. Upon arriving at the playground, Chen Jing noticed a considerable gathering of boys near his designated area. He thought to himself that this felt like bullying and quickened his pace. There was no indication that this was the territory of Class 16. Chapter 26. I truly did not attend elementary school, Chuwei observed the unruly individuals before her and countered, stating that there was no sign indicating that this was their class's territory. The group erupted in laughter, with one suggesting that if she wanted the spot, she should provide them with her QQ number, after which they would relinquish their claim. Hearing such words, Chuwei internally scoffed, finding their tactics rather cliched. To demand a QQ number, they resorted to the bully's playbook. If she refused, they would be relegated to the back, as this position did not belong to Class 16. Listening to the aggressive remarks from the group, the usually outspoken Yang Xiu fell silent, retreating behind Chuwei for protection. The leader, noticing Chuwei's silence, stepped closer, reaching out to touch her face. Just as he extended his hand, another hand appeared on his shoulder. Hey, if you want her QQ, I can give it to you, Chen Jing announced as he approached. The boy scrutinized Chen Jing from head to toe. Not taller than me, he muttered. Upon seeing Chen Jing's arrival, Chuwei felt an immediate sense of relief and security. I want hers. Why would I want yours? It's her QQ I have on my phone, and I can provide it to you, Chen Jing stated confidently. The boy, still skeptical, pulled out his phone. Isn't this a male avatar? Sigh. The person likes Jay Cho, so using an idol's avatar is quite understandable, isn't it? The individual felt the same and promptly sent a friend request. Well, this position shall be yours. Await your brother's edition. He will come looking for you tomorrow. Those who obtained the QQ were satisfied and departed, leaving behind a rather distasteful remark. Chen Jing gazed at the departing faces, feeling unfamiliar with them. Conversely, Zhou Yizhou recognized those few. They were from the second year of high school, having previously sought him out to play DNF. Chen Jing turned to him. You know them? Do you know their names? Zhou Yizhou nodded. Yes, I know him. His name is Huang Kuan. He is also not studying and paid to get in. Chen Jing silently noted this individual and then handed food to Chuwei. Are you all right? Chuwei accepted the food and shook her head. I'm fine. This group just comes to stir up trouble. Yang Xiu, listening from behind, whispered. Chen Jing really gave them his QQ. Don't add them tonight. Chuwei smiled softly at this comment. That is not my QQ. It's his own QQ. Chen Jing leaned closer to Chuwei and asked quietly. Oh, you even know that this is my QQ number. You remember it quite well. Chuwei shot him a glare, but did not refute him. Chen Jing chuckled and glanced at Yang Xiu, feeling disdain for her meddling words at this moment. He truly disapproved of this girl. Suddenly, he recalled the last time Chuwei caught a cold. She had slept in Yang Xiu's dorm. Chen Jing had always blamed himself for allowing Chuwei to join. Now he pondered why sleeping in the dorm would lead to a cold. The weather was warm, A single blanket covering the abdomen should suffice. If one could catch a cold, it implied that there was nothing covering them or that they had been sleeping on something cold. Chen Jing felt he needed to clarify this in the evening. Thus, they sat until 10 minutes before the evening study session, by which time the playground was already filled with people. Zhou Yizhou noticed Chuwei and Yang Xiu chatting nearby, and then patted Chen Jing on the shoulder. Do you know the order? Chen Jing shook his head. No one had informed him of the sequence. There were 30 participants in the main competition, each allotted 34 minutes. Song Yiqing was the 10th, I am the 24th, and you are the 25th. Chen Jing nodded. All right, I'm right behind you. Zhou Yizhou thought. As long as he wasn't behind Chen Jing, it would be perfect. No worries, I'll cover for you. Zhou Yizhou felt relieved. Good brothers can tease each other. But in such matters, covering for each other is what should be done. Chen Jing gently elbowed him. No? I don't believe you've been going to the music room for nothing these days. What are you talking about? At that moment, Chuwei turned to the two. Chen Jing waved his hand. It's nothing. Zhou Yizhou will be on stage soon. He's nervous. Chuwei knew Zhou Yizhou was the only one from their class to perform and extended her fist. Go for it. Zhou Yizhou smiled faintly, clearly still too nervous. Ahem. Can everyone hear me? Let us adjust the equipment. A piercing sound cut through the air, causing everyone to cover their ears. The music teacher did not anticipate that the school's equipment was so antiquated, and despite the prolonged adjustments, nothing seemed to improve. Fortunately, the session had not commenced. They were merely fine-tuning the apparatus. The music teacher switched off the equipment and scrutinized the connections at the back, pondering that nothing seemed amiss. After 5 minutes of futile attempts, I decided to lend a hand. Chen Jing addressed Chuwei before stepping away from the group and maneuvering to the rear. Upon arriving, he found a crowd gathered there, including the director of teaching, the language teacher, and Zhao Hong, all donning official badges, exuding an air of professionalism. Initially, Chen Jing assumed only the music teacher was present, but to his surprise, Zhao Hong was also there. Noticing Chen Jing's arrival, Zhao Hong furrowed her brow and inquired, "What are you doing here?" The director of teaching, glancing at the music teacher repairing the machine, quietly asked, "Teacher who? Can this be fixed?" The music teacher, with an awkward smile, mumbled, "This equipment has been idle for too long. It might be internally damaged." Song Yiqing cast a glance at Chen Jing, speculating that his presence could not merely be for entertainment. "Can you repair it?" she asked, her voice audible enough for everyone to hear. Chen Jing scratched his head and replied, "I can give it a try." Zhao Hong intended to intervene, thinking the boy was of no help. But with the director and music teacher present, it seemed inappropriate for her to interfere. Chen Jing stepped forward, observing the disarray of wires behind the tuning device and speakers. In his previous life, he had taught children and adults to sing and had undertaken recording tasks in shopping malls. He was familiar with such matters, although he feared that the aged equipment might be beyond his understanding. Kneeling down, he meticulously examined the connections. Chen Jing removed all the cables, prompting Zhao Hong to scold. "Be careful. If you break something, you won't be able to afford the repairs." She believed he was merely causing chaos. Unperturbed by her words, Chen Jing organized each cable and reconnected them methodically. After completing the connections, he stroked his chin, realizing the issue stemmed from an extraneous sound card. The sound card served as a conduit between the microphone and the speaker, yet the cables had been incorrectly plugged in. The music teacher had connected the sound card to the speaker, whereas it should have been attached to the microphone. "That should do it. Let's give it a try," Chen Jing announced, rising and clapping his hands to signal the music teacher to test it. The music teacher tentatively grasped the microphone. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Many braced themselves to cover their ears, but no jarring sound ensued. Sensing the equipment was functioning correctly, the music teacher exhaled in relief, astonished that this novice had successfully repaired the device. She could not help but wonder if he had family involved in this field. His singing talent paired with his technical skills made it hard not to perceive him as a professional. Chen Jing exchanged glances with Zhao Hong, who hesitated to speak. Turning her head away, the atmosphere fell silent, with everyone recalling Zhao Hong's earlier remarks about Chen Jing resonating in their minds. Everyone understands, yet no one speaks. Song Yiqing gazed at Chen Jing, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. If Chen Jing's previous audition had evoked surprise and astonishment, this time it was admiration and joy. "Chen Jing, how did you know it was that question?" Listening to the music teacher's inquiry, Chen Jing scratched his head and replied, "It's actually a matter of the sound card." Upon hearing this, the music teacher had an epiphany. In truth, a sound card was unnecessary for this session, as there was already sound equipment available. However, in an effort to perfectly capture Song Yiqing's singing, it was used for the first time. Well, looking at it this way, everyone present seems quite foolish. A group of professional music students being taught by a novice. I didn't expect you to know this. You claim you didn't learn it in primary school? Song Yiqing leaned closer to him, whispering. As she approached, Chen Jing could distinctly smell the fragrance of osmanthus. The other boys observed this scene with genuine envy. After all, this was the campus belle standing right beside him. Yet Chen Jing seemed unfazed, shrugging as he replied. I didn't learn it in primary school. I started learning in my 20s. Chapter 27. Singing for You. Ahem, classmates. The top 10 singers of Xinguang's second middle school will commence shortly. The music teacher, acting as both host and judge, was quite busy. Standing on stage, he paced back and forth, explaining the rules for the evening. There were 50 contestants in total, each allotted a maximum of 4 minutes for their performances, to be completed before the end of evening study. Thus, there would be little time for breaks. Contestants were required to prepare backstage while the previous performer sang. If a contestant failed to appear, it would be considered a forfeit, and their class would be reported. Scoring would be conducted by 6 teachers, with the highest and lowest scores excluded, resulting in the final average score. The top 10 would receive certificates, while the first place winner would receive a special trophy and my exclusive benefits, which will be revealed later. Time is almost up, so let us anticipate the following contestants. The music teacher concluded, placing the microphone on the stand before descending from the stage to the edge of the judges' table. As a professional, he could only sit at the far end, with the principal's position occupying the center. The music teacher took his seat and picked up the hosting microphone, indicating that the music students would now warm up the audience. When they heard that the music would warm up the atmosphere, everyone assumed it would be Song Yiqing and eagerly awaited her performance. The first to take the stage was Chuwei. A boy stepped up to the microphone, stating, Hello everyone, I am Chuwei from class 3-2, and I will be performing Damn Gentle. Chen Jing recognized him as the one who had sung behind Song Yiqing. He remembered the immense pressure that had weighed on him, as he was not particularly striking in appearance. This time, the pressure was certainly not diminished. Chuwei glanced at the sound technician beside him and nodded. The accompaniment began to play. Chen Jing noted that the sound quality was rather mediocre, only passable for listening. He merely hoped that the microphone would function correctly. The competition proceeded fervently, with some homeroom teachers standing up during their students' performances, encouraging the entire class to wave their hands. Alleviating the contestants' pressure, some contestants took the stage, trembling at the sight of the multitude below. After all, they were all students of academia, lacking opportunities for such public performances. For many, it was their inaugural appearance, and the awkwardness was palpable. Except for the first performer, a music student. The rest were from the humanities. Off-key notes, wavering voices, and a lack of resonance were common afflictions. Fortunately, the audience's ears were somewhat dulled, and applause sufficed. Then came Song Yiqing's turn. She transformed her usual attire, donning a knee-length white dress that exuded simplicity and elegance. Hello everyone. I am Song Yiqing from class 2 of the senior year, and I will be performing Heartwall. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Indeed, she was the school beauty. Her influence undeniable. As the accompaniment began, the audience fell into a hushed anticipation, eager to hear Song Yiqing's vocal prowess. The last time they attended a preliminary selection, the audience was sparse. This time, however, they were part of a crowd numbering in the thousands, many having heard rumors from classmates about her melodious singing. Finally, they would hear it live. As the first line emerged, a person gazes at the azure sea and sky. Some forgot to breathe. Her ethereal voice floated into their ears. Initially, some had come to relax, sneaking out their phones to play games. But upon hearing Song Yiqing's voice, they couldn't help but look up in admiration. Chuwei, too, was captivated. In her eyes, there was envy mingled with recognition. This girl was indeed exceptional. Meanwhile, Yang Xiyu rolled her eyes. Listen to her voice. It doesn't even sound human. Who knows how many boys she's charmed outside. Thus, excellence breeds both acknowledgement and disdain. Yet, Yang Xiyu did not claim her singing was unpleasant. Chuwei cast a glance at Chen Jing, who seemed to recognize Song Yiqing. She was truly remarkable, although her academic achievements remained a mystery. It was evident that she was leagues ahead in her singing talent. At that moment, Chen Jing leaned over to observe Chuwei. Their eyes met briefly. Are you hungry? I have some snacks. With that, Chen Jing produced a bag of chips and handed it to her. Chuwei felt a sudden sense of security. After all, they were childhood friends. Eat. Chuwei replied, taking the chips, while Chen Jing watched her discreetly. Her cheeks, stuffed with snacks, appeared delightfully plump. Which number is Zhou? Chuwei mumbled. 24th. No rush, Chen Jing responded. Chuwei thought that was quite far off and continued to munch on the chips. Song Yiqing's song lasted nearly 4 minutes, and during that time, the entire playground was eerily silent. As the final note faded, the music teacher was the first to applaud. Believing that Song Yiqing had performed even better than in the preliminary round, the playground erupted into fervent applause. Champion! Champion! Not only were there claps, but some even shouted the word champion. If not her, then who could claim that title? Song Yiqing placed a hand on her chest and bowed slightly. Thank you, everyone, she said before making her way off the stage. No subsequent performer, regardless of their talent, could rival the brilliance of Song Yiqing. Even the judges began to award high scores, fearing that some might be embarrassed by lower marks. In the back, another student stood out remarkably. Everyone could await the revelation. The music teacher remarked this, causing Zhao Hong to ponder if it could be Chen Jing from her class. The teacher nodded affirmatively, confirming that Chen Jing possessed unique techniques in his singing, which were quite commendable. Were it not for their final year in high school, she would undoubtedly have urged him to pursue music and apply to a conservatory. Zhao Hong struggled to accept the music teacher's praise for Chen Jing. How could a student from her class receive such attention? She decided to watch closely and see how he would perform. Crossing her legs, she awaited Chen Jing's turn. When it was about to be Zhou Yizhou's turn, Chen Jing turned to Chuwei and softly said, "I'll accompany Zhou Yizhou." He appeared completely at ease, and there was nothing to suggest otherwise, as he nodded reassuringly, urging Zhou Yizhou not to be anxious. Chen Jing smiled and promptly followed Zhou Yizhou backstage, where Zhou Yizhou was taking deep breaths, feeling the pressure of so many eyes upon him. You've already shown great courage. Perhaps after this performance, you will capture Song Yiqing's attention, Chen Jing remarked, though Zhou Yizhou could not fully comprehend his words. They often joked around in class, but this was his first time on stage. Do your best, Chen Jing encouraged, patting his shoulder as Zhou Yizhou prepared to step up. As the previous performer concluded, it was Zhou Yizhou's turn. Clenching his fists tightly, he walked slowly onto the stage. You two truly are good brothers, one following the other, Chen Jing noted, only to turn and find Song Yiqing speaking to him. He felt Zhou Yizhou's anxiety and decided to stay by his side. Song Yiqing returned to her recording position, watching Chen Jing's silhouette, knowing that the outcome of the championship rested on his performance. Zhou Yizhou's turn was swift and fortunately free of any blunders. As he stepped backstage, he caught Chen Jing's eye, and Chen Jing noticed tears welling in Zhou Yizhou's eyes. Well done, he said, patting his shoulder. Once Zhou Yizhou stepped down, he felt an exhilarating lightness. This feels great. I believe if I went up again, I could perform even better. Now, please welcome the next contestant, the music teacher announced. Chen Jing closed his eyes for a few seconds, then opened them and walked towards the stage. Initially, Chuwei intended to ask Chen Jing how many points Zhou Yizhou received, but upon seeing Chen Jing take the stage, her plans changed. Yang Xiyu also noticed Chen Jing's presence on stage and frowned. What is going on? Why is Chen Jing up there? The students from class 16 were left bewildered. They only anticipated Zhou Yizhou's performance, not Chen Jing's. This was primarily because Zhao Hong had no intention of cheering for either of them. In contrast to other classes, where every student received encouragement regardless of their performance, Chen Jing's appearance on stage was met with only scattered applause. He is not going up to fix the microphone. Is he? It seems he was the one who set it up initially, Yang Xiyu joked. Chuwei, however, furrowed her brow, uncertain of Chen Jing's intentions. Standing at the microphone, Chen Jing surveyed the audience and began, "Hello everyone, I am Chen Jing from class 36. The forthcoming song is dedicated solely to one individual." At this point, the audience erupted in excitement, acknowledging Chen Jing's audacity to profess his feelings in such a grand setting. Meanwhile, the judges looked visibly displeased. As the crowd anticipated the name, Chen Jing declared, "I shall not reveal her identity. I merely wish to fulfill my promise. I sing for you, for the one I cherish." His proclamation was met with renewed applause, not solely for his vocal prowess, but for his remarkable courage. Seated in the audience, Chuwei was momentarily taken aback. Chen Jing truly took the stage. That evening, she had assumed he was jesting, yet he proved otherwise. Hadn't he been overlooked? Or had he been concealing his true feelings all along? As the prelude of For the One I Cherish began to play, the ambient noise gradually subsided. Let yesterday be forgotten. For now, you stand before me. Upon hearing the opening line, the audience was transported back to the moment when Song Yiqing performed. The tremor in that single phrase was executed with exquisite precision. Now you stand before me. I long to love you. Please grant me the opportunity. Should I err? I shall bear the consequences, for I am convinced you are the answer. I fear not the scorn of those who deem my passion extreme. As Chen Jing sang, he closed his eyes, envisioning his past self. The lyrics seamlessly intertwined with memories of a previous life. Trusting his instincts, he resolutely declared, I will not retreat in loving you. As he reached the high notes, Chen Jing opened his eyes. During the auditions, he had sung with his eyes shut, imagining the figure he adored. Now, there was no need for imagination, for she was right in front of him. His gaze fixated on Chuwei. Even if you choose not to listen, I shall love you more fervently, striving to make you understand that there is no other path to tread. You must decide whether to accompany me. Regardless of your indifference, I will love you, relying on your affection. The climax of his performance was delivered with impeccable transitions, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. When Chen Jing uttered his final line, his focus was unwaveringly on Chuwei, who was left utterly speechless. She could hardly comprehend how Chen Jing had transformed into such a skilled vocalist, contrasting sharply with the off-key singer she once knew from karaoke nights. The entire playground was captivated. Who could have anticipated that a non-professional could perform so beautifully? The consensus was clear. He was a contender for the championship. During the second chorus, Chen Jing seized the microphone, alternating between fervent shouts and soaring high notes, each emphasis striking a chord within his classmates. As he concluded, he fixed an intense gaze upon Chuwei. When the accompaniment ceased, a profound silence enveloped the playground, the judges momentarily forgetting to score. The music teacher was the first to recover, hastily applauding. This contestant is truly remarkable. I remember him from the auditions. The judges exchanged murmurs, while Zhao Hong appeared flustered, having just criticized Chen Jing, only to witness him perform at a level akin to Song Yiqing. However, she could not allow anyone to perceive her embarrassment and hastily shifted the topic. What is the worth of singing beautifully? Did you not hear him mention that he sang for someone special? Our school firmly prohibits early romantic relationships. This is not merely a matter of adhering to school regulations. Before she could finish her sentence, the vice principal beside her cleared his throat. Though early relationships must be discouraged, this time, we are selecting the top 10. Therefore, let us simply judge his singing. We shall address the matter of early romance when the time arises. Zhao Hong was taken aback by the vice principal's defense of Chen Jing and could only manage a smile. Indeed, I have believed in this student from the very beginning. This statement elicited silent amusement from the other teachers present. Surely you remember what you said back then. Champion! Champion! The shouts of champion echoed once more. Chen Jing gave a slight bow, then placed the microphone on the stand and gracefully descended from the stage. Chuwei sat quietly in her seat, a sudden sweetness blossoming in her heart. Although no one knew for whom Chen Jing had sung, Chuwei was aware. The term favoritism surfaced in her mind. Reflecting on the lyrics of the song, when Chen Jing sang, it bore an apologetic tone. Chuwei was uncertain if she had misheard. Nevertheless, she distinctly felt the emotion conveyed. She lowered her head slightly, recalling Chen Jing's words from that day when he rode his bike. I sing for you. At that moment, those words felt more like a jest, whereas those uttered 5 minutes ago were heartfelt and genuine. Chuwei fidgeted with her hands, her gaze lowered as she pondered. Hey, do you know for whom Chen Jing sang? Yang Xiyu gently nudged Chuwei's arm. Chuwei jolted back to reality upon hearing Yang Xiyu's question and instinctively replied, I don't know. I'm not a mind reader. Were it not for the darkness that had enveloped the surroundings, Yang Xiyu would have noticed Chuwei's flushed cheeks. Yang Xiyu fell into contemplation, mumbling, Do you think it could be Song Yiqing? After all, his singing is comparable to hers. Besides, Song Yiqing is often out and about. Perhaps she knows Chen Jing. Since he skips class every day, do you think they could be in cahoots? Upon hearing this, Chuwei felt a twinge of displeasure and shot a glance at Yang Xiyu. I said I don't know. This time, her uncertainty was tinged with emotion. Yang Xiyu was taken aback by Chuwei's reaction and promptly ceased her inquiries. Meanwhile, backstage, Chen Jing exhaled in relief. His performance had been relatively stable. Zhou Yizhou listened from the wings, his purpose twofold, to support Chen Jing and to converse with Song Yiqing. While Chen Jing was singing, Song Yiqing had posed several questions to Zhou Yizhou. Had Chen Jing ever taken singing lessons? Did you grow up with Chen Jing? Doesn't Chen Jing neglect his studies in class? Do you know for whom Chen Jing sang this song? These inquiries facilitated a conversation between Zhou Yizhou and Song Yiqing. Well done, my friend. The championship is undoubtedly yours, Zhou Yizhou congratulated warmly. Chen Jing cast a glance at Song Yiqing, and it was then that Zhou Yizhou realized he had misspoken. This championship is certainly not meant for you. Do not harbor such thoughts, Zhou Shun remarked, scratching his head. Chen Jing, however, bore no significant desire for victory. His purpose for taking the stage was solely to serenade Chuwei with a song. As Song Yiqing observed Chen Jing, she seemingly comprehended the situation. Coming from an ordinary family, it was unlikely that they would encourage their child to pursue such a specialized field, even if they possessed a talent for singing. After all, the current educational system is rather rigid, with few supporting their children in the pursuit of the arts. It appeared that Chen Jing was indeed exceptionally gifted. Just as Song Yiqing was about to speak, the music teacher hurried over, announcing an unexpected turn of events. What? A tie? No one anticipated that Chen Jing and Song Yiqing would receive identical scores. Not to worry, since Song Yiqing reached this score first, by the order of precedence. It is hers, Chen Jing stated, glancing at the music teacher. But what if it were not so? Song Yiqing inquired. The music teacher pondered briefly and suggested. How about this? You both sing a song simultaneously, and we will determine the higher score from the same piece. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing found it agreeable. If he were to claim victory, he would gift Chuwei an MP3. If he were to lose, it was of little consequence. At least he would have fulfilled his promise. I am ready, Chen Jing declared with a smile. Song Yiqing, crossing her arms and displaying a playful demeanor, replied. Then I am ready as well. The music teacher glanced at the clock. There is still quite some time before the conclusion. What do you intend to sing? This question momentarily stumped both Chen Jing and Song Yiqing. Noticing their hesitation, the music teacher proposed, how about Little Love Song? This was a piece Song Yiqing had previously performed in a competition, which seemed to indicate a slight bias from the music teacher towards her. Chen Jing considered and confirmed. Yes, it's by Soda Green, I certainly remember it. I can sing it. However, I don't need the championship. Chen Jing's words caused a shift in Song Yiqing's perception. Did this not need imply a sense of indifference, or perhaps suggest that he had already claimed victory without the desire to compete? The music teacher, noticing the change in Song Yiqing's expression, interjected, in that case, the championship would lack credibility. I recommend you both compete. It is quite straightforward. Although Song Yiqing did not outwardly express her thoughts, Chen Jing sensed that his earlier comments might have carried a hint of aggression and insult. Moreover, with Chuwei present, she would hardly wish to accept defeat. I apologize for my earlier words. I am willing to compete, he said. The music teacher was surprised at how quickly they had reached an agreement and promptly retrieved her phone. Please wait here. I will fetch the accompaniment. Having settled on this song, Chen Jing was somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as he had often sung this piece in his past life. Chen Jing, initially devoid of a competitive spirit, had already resolved that even if he did not win the championship, he would purchase an MP3 for Chuwei, ensuring he would not go back on his word. However, the fact that their scores coincided was rather fortuitous. Song Yiqing looked at Chen Jing and inquired, that song you just mentioned, was it for your good friend? Wow, how straightforward, he thought. Chen Jing initially intended to nod in agreement. But upon noticing the considerable number of students present in the background, he hesitated. If word got out, it would not bode well at all. The decision to remain unnamed was to prevent the teachers from catching wind of the situation. Should anyone discover it was Chuwei, it would likely result in her being persuaded to withdraw. Primarily, he did not wish to impose such pressure on her. Especially now that they were in their final year of high school, distractions were unwelcome. After the college entrance examination, they could speak freely. This was a matter not to be disclosed. Should it come to light, it would be catastrophic. Chen Jing jested. Fine, let us keep it under wraps for now. Let us familiarize ourselves with the lyrics. After saying this, Song Yiqing picked up her phone to begin searching. Chen Jing closed his eyes, believing that if he could recall the first line of the lyrics, the remainder would flow forth from muscle memory. It was a simple little love song. Before long, the music teacher hurried in, holding a lyric booklet. I've distributed your parts. They are mostly the same, so no one will be at a disadvantage, he stated. Chen Jing found no issue with it, and neither did Song Yiqing. However, Zhou Yizhou glanced over and remarked, Chen Jing, you have the climactic section. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing cast a glance. If he was to handle the climax, it would certainly enhance his standing. The music teacher elaborated that Chen Jing's high notes were well suited for that portion, while Song Yiqing's emotional delivery would effectively convey the narrative in the earlier sections. Song Yiqing felt no concern. After all, it was a collaborative effort. In such moments, they were both competitors and collaborators. You two should practice together. The music teacher concluded before stepping away to arrange the accompaniment. As the simple little love song played, Song Yiqing softly began to sing the lyrics. After finishing her part, Chen Jing took over. Zhou Yizhou listened attentively to their harmonious exchange, feeling that the two were indeed a perfect match. Their synergy was evident as they completed their parts effortlessly. Meanwhile, Chuwei had yet to see Chen Jing emerge, and the seat beside her remained conspicuously empty. This was unusual. Logically, he should have returned to his place after singing. The entire class 16 awaited Chen Jing's return, eager to inquire about his sudden participation and commendable performance. Yet, at that moment, Chen Jing was still engrossed in the lyrics. The music teacher adjusted the accompaniment and awaited the final contestant to finish. Just as the event was about to conclude, the music teacher took the stage with a microphone, announcing, "Attention, everyone, we have an urgent situation. Due to a tie in scores between two contestants, there will be a tiebreaker." Upon hearing this, the students became intrigued. Chuwei immediately understood why Chen Jing had not yet appeared. He and Song Yiqing had tied scores. Was it possible that they both contended for the championship? Some began to speculate, for only a tie at the top would warrant such controversy, as only the first place would receive an MP3. Other ties, while noteworthy, merely resulted in certificates, all within the top 10. Consequently, a tiebreaker was necessitated between Song Yiqing and Chen Jing, with the song being the same little love song. With that, the music teacher swiftly descended from the stage. "Oh my goodness, a little love song. Isn't that a tune for couples? Indeed, has it been made public?" At that moment, whispers of gossip erupted among the students. Chuwei felt a bit bewildered, but Yang Xiu instantly grasped the situation. "I knew it. The moment he sang. It was for Song Yiqing. I suspected they must have met outside. Surely they learned to sing together. How clever of me. One harbors a preference, the other a heart shield, and here comes another little love song. This is undoubtedly a public declaration." Upon hearing this, Chuwei was reluctant to believe it. Why interpret it this way? At present, she was the only one aware that the song was directed at her. Chuwei sighed with relief, glad to know that Chen Jing sang for her. Had she remained oblivious, she would have mistakenly assumed they were together like Yang Xiu, and it would have been impossible not to ponder that. Meanwhile, the two stood on stage, and the judges were nearly in an uproar. Had Chen Jing initially stated he was singing for someone, it would have remained ambiguous. But now, this was a clear announcement. Yet, some believed that this additional performance was the most captivating, eager to see what sparks would fly between the two most talented singers. At that moment, Chen Jing and Song Yiqing stepped onto the stage sequentially. Before they even began to sing, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Wow, wow, wow. The crowd was in a frenzy. Fortunately, as the accompaniment began, silence enveloped the venue, everyone prepared to listen intently. Chen Jing caught sight of Chuwei gazing at him from the audience. They exchanged glances, and he noticed her hands clasped tightly against her chest. This posture was not one of anger. Rather, it was a gesture of encouragement for herself. Chapter 29. You are not Chen Jing. This is a simple little love song. Song Yiqing began. She cradled the microphone in her hands, leaning slightly forward, her head bowed just a touch, her gently opened eyes fixated on the audience below. In an instant, the venue fell silent. Everyone looked up, captivated by the performance unfolding on stage. Some even took out their phones to record, intending to upload it online. Yet, inexplicably, the recording froze before long. "Damn, this memory card isn't sufficient. I should have bought a larger one," as some classmates complained. Chen Jing's voice resonated through the crowd. This is a simple little love song. If Song Yiqing's voice embodied the small joys of newfound love, then Chen Jing's singing reflected the bittersweet outcome of a relationship fraught with struggles over the years, ultimately resulting in unfulfilled love. The expressions on everyone's faces confirmed this truth. Initially, upon hearing Song Yiqing's voice, one felt a sense of relaxation and longing. However, when Chen Jing's voice emerged, it was impossible not to be moved. A hint of regret etched across their brows. The music teacher was the first to detect this emotional depth. Why did his singing convey such profound experiences? The music teacher was merely in his 20s, having graduated from university just a few years prior, at an age where discussions of marriage were becoming relevant. Why did he feel less worldly than Chen Jing? In the face of Chen Jing, he seemed like an inexperienced novice. With each line Chen Jing sang, there was a quiver that resonated deeply. In the climactic moment, Chen Jing lowered his hands and instinctively glanced down before raising his head again, only to find himself locked in gaze with Chuwei. At that instant, Chuwei's eyes were solely fixed on Chen Jing, oblivious to Song Yiqing who stood beside her. It seemed as though this performance was yet another solo by Chen Jing. Perhaps to others, only Song Yiqing was visible, while Chen Jing faded into the background. Chuwei offered a faint smile and suddenly lifted her left hand, beginning to sway gently. Observing this, Chen Jing's lips curled into a smile as he raised the microphone. It was now his turn to shine. Chen Jing closed his eyes, reminiscing about their childhood interactions. The evolution of their emotions was swiftly perceived by the music teacher. Where there was once unfulfilled love, there now blossomed a feeling of serendipity, as if he had finally found closure. Or perhaps, it was a chance to reclaim what was almost lost. This young man certainly had his share of romantic tales. The music teacher couldn't help but jest. The nearby instructors joined in, speculating if the two were indeed a couple. As a music teacher, surely you must know something? The music teacher quickly waved his hand, denying any knowledge. This is my first encounter with Chen Jing. If they were involved, I would certainly be aware of it. Moreover, Yiqing has only recently transferred here. They likely do not know each other. With this clarification, the teachers dismissed the thought. If they were in a relationship, it would have significant implications. If not, however, that was an entirely different matter. Even if the world were held hostage by loneliness, I would not run away. In the end, everyone ages. Writing the tale of my time intertwined with the melody of the piano, began Song Yiqing, with Chen Jing concluding the piece. As the final notes faded, what was intended as a duet came to a close, with Chen Jing casting a gentle smile towards Chuwei. The audience erupted in applause, caught off guard by such a magnificent auditory feast. Wow, their singing truly resonated with my heart. I had a relationship in middle school, but alas, one student lamented. Who hasn't experienced heartbreak? I feel as though I've just gone through a breakup, another added, wiping away tears from the corners of their eyes. Music, even the simplest of songs, can evoke profound emotions when two voices harmonize perfectly. At that moment, the music teacher took the microphone and stepped onto the stage. Casting a glance at the duo with a smile, Chen Jing and Song Yiqing bowed slightly before descending from the stage, leaving the music teacher alone. Thus concluded the top 10 singers event. The results will be announced tomorrow during the flag-raising ceremony. Everyone eagerly anticipated the outcome. Now, I hope you all return to your studies with renewed vigor. I declare the top 10 singers event officially over. Despite the conclusion, the audience yearned for more, wishing to hear Chen Jing and Song Yiqing collaborate once more. After stepping off the stage, Zhou Yizhou found himself at a loss for words. Watching the two on stage, he had abandoned his aspirations of pursuing Song Yiqing. Chen Jing and Song Yiqing were perfectly matched, exuding a couple-like chemistry. Chen Jing appeared composed, while Song Yiqing seemed still entranced by the emotions of the song. As Chen Jing's partner, she could discern the sentiments conveyed through his voice, an intangible quality that was difficult to replicate. Even if imitation is possible, one's current abilities have yet to reach such heights. Chen Jing exhaled deeply and patted Zhou Yizhou on the shoulder before departing. After speaking, he cast a glance at Song Yiqing. What's the matter? Still lost in the song? Upon hearing this, Song Yiqing emerged from her reverie, looking at Chen Jing with a hint of skepticism. It's truly hard to believe that you have never sung before. Chen Jing shrugged, admitting that while he practiced online daily, singing was not his forte. At this moment, Zhou Yizhou chimed in. Chen Jing has no time to learn singing. Every time we skip class, we are engrossed in the internet. Song Yiqing bit her lower lip, deciding not to press further. In truth, she already understood the outcome. During this collaboration, she performed adequately while Chen Jing exceeded expectations. Yet something was still lacking in emotional depth. However, Song Yiqing quickly reconciled this in her mind, acknowledging that perpetual victories can be burdensome. Much like in gaming, when one achieves 10 consecutive wins, the anxiety of potentially losing the next match looms large, casting doubt on the ability to maintain that streak. Should one falter, future games could be approached with a lighter heart, thus enhancing performance. With her hands clasped behind her back, Song Yiqing teased, I didn't expect you to still be a rebellious youth. With your talent, Have you never considered studying music and pursuing a career in it? Upon hearing this, Chen Jing admitted to himself that he had contemplated such a path. Since that day of the auditions, he realized that his vocal skills had not diminished. In fact, he could participate. However, he understood that this choice would likely preclude him from attending the same school as Chuwei, as music majors typically gravitated towards conservatories. Unlike prodigies such as Song Yiqing, Chuwei, too, would not apply to a music academy. Chen Jing lamented the greatest regret of not continuing his friendship with Chuwei in university. Had they attended the same institution, the outcome might have been different. Thus, he resolved to strive diligently, hoping to be in the same school or vicinity as her. Perhaps it's best to let it go, Chen Jing concluded. Song Yiqing nodded gently. All right then, if you don't come, I'll have one less competitor. As Chen Jing and Zhou Yizhou exited the backstage area, they fortuitously encountered their music teacher approaching. Chen Jing, you performed exceptionally well. I recorded a video. I'll send it to you tomorrow. The teacher regarded Chen Jing with an almost adoring gaze. Chen Jing smiled and nodded as the crowd began to disperse in an orderly fashion. Glancing up, he noticed that his group had yet to move and decided to make his way to the back. Upon returning to his position, he observed Chuwei, who was craning her neck to assess the departing audience. Stealthily, Chen Jing approached her from behind and gently tapped her left shoulder. As anticipated, Chuwei first looked to her left. Turning to the right, she caught sight of Chen Jing, who was struggling to suppress a laugh. How childish you are, she remarked. Her gaze fixed on the somewhat mischievous Chen Jing, making it difficult to reconcile him with the serious singer from earlier. Noticing her unwavering stare, Chen Jing wondered if his singing had captivated her. At that moment, a breeze swept through, tousling his hair, and as he turned to glance in another direction, his profile inadvertently presented itself to Chuwei. The graceful arc of his side profile appeared quite striking. Chuwei shook her head slightly, asserting, "You are not Chen Jing." Chapter 30. He shines. The students of Class 16 were utterly taken aback by Chen Jing's remarkable singing abilities, especially considering his poor academic performance. Chen Jing, not responding to Chuwei's words, merely shook his head as he strode forward with 2 chairs in hand. Chuwei furrowed her brow, questioning whether the person before her was indeed Chen Jing. Meanwhile, many in the crowd recognized his face. He was the one who could sing. Really? They exclaimed, astonished. Oblivious to the new nickname he had acquired, Chen Jing transitioned from being known as the unparalleled genius to simply the guy who can sing. Chuwei trailed behind him. Observing his silhouette, she had intended to speak with him, yet the cacophony of voices around them made it difficult. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhao Hong stood at the entrance, calling out names one by one. Fortunately, both troublemakers had participated in the top 10 singers event, so no one had skipped class. As they settled back into their seats, curious glances were cast towards Chen Jing, who had become a figure of intrigue within the school. Zhou Yizhou, seated beside Chen Jing, glanced down and whispered, "You're quite the sensation now." Chen Jing shook his head, indifferent to the attention. His gaze shifted to Chuwei, who was busy organizing her belongings, prompting him to do the same. Noticing the students' focus drifting, Zhao Hong cleared her throat, redirecting their attention. "All right, there will be no evening study session. If parents are here to pick you up, please call them to come early." Afterward, she cast a glance at Chen Jing at the back of the room, but refrained from offering any praise. She held a dismissive view of him, believing that singing held little merit without practical application. As the bell rang, a wave of relief swept through the classroom, and students hastily packed their things to head home. Any opportunity to return early was seen as a triumph. Chuwei, having finished packing, turned to Chen Jing, who was also ready and looking back at her. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them as they stood up together. Chuwei was brimming with questions for Chen Jing. She could hardly comprehend the transformation in him. Who would have thought he could sing so well? Had he been skipping classes to pursue music? It seemed plausible, especially with Zhou Yizhou's involvement. He too had been known to skip classes, and his singing was decent. I never imagined Chen Jing could sing so beautifully. Truly, music seems to enhance a man's charm. I suddenly find him more attractive, she mused. After Chen Jing left, the classmates felt emboldened to discuss him. As they spoke animatedly, Zhao Lei remained behind, staring into his drawer. He mused that while Chen Jing possessed many talents, he hardly fit the mold of a model student. Previously, Chen Jing had skipped classes to surf the internet, and now he was delving into singing and making money, certainly not the behavior expected of a good student. Zhao Lei pondered why, Despite his academic excellence, consistently ranking among the top students, he remained unpopular. Just as he finished organizing his belongings, he noticed the Chinese teacher entering the classroom, her gaze fixed intently on him. Zhao Lei pondered, could it be that they are seeking me out? Is it possible that my recent performance in Chinese has been commendable? The Chinese teacher took a few deep breaths. Zhao Lei, she uttered, pausing to catch her breath once more. At that moment, Zhao Lei realized that they were indeed looking for him, and his previously gloomy mood brightened slightly. If he excelled in Chinese, his overall score would surely be satisfactory. Just as Zhao Lei brimmed with anticipation, the teacher inquired, has Chen Jing left? Hearing Chen Jing's name left Zhao Lei momentarily bewildered, and he responded, it seems he has. May I ask what you need him for, teacher? The Chinese teacher glanced around the classroom, confirming his absence. Very well, you should head home early as well. After exchanging pleasantries, the teacher departed. Observing the hurried arrival and equally swift departure of the teacher, Zhao Lei wondered what was amiss. Could it be that Chen Jing had failed to submit his work once more, causing the teacher distress? It was indeed a possibility, especially considering they were in their final year of high school, where teachers' nerves were often frayed. Encountering a student like Chen Jing, who carelessly turned in a haphazard paper, would undoubtedly be exasperating. Tomorrow, during the Chinese class, he would witness Chen Jing facing the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, awaiting his reprimand, Chen Jing and Chuwei were descending the stairs. Many eyes turned toward the duo, with girls glancing at Chen Jing and boys doing the same. Recently, Chuwei had garnered a bit of attention, though not to the extent of song Yiqing. Yet, it was Chen Jing who had become the center of attention that evening. Wherever he went, eyes followed. He had not anticipated that a simple act of singing would elevate him to such prominence. He had experienced similar scrutiny before, albeit during class when he was called upon to stand as punishment, and never had he encountered such a crowd. Did you hear that Chen Jing is singing for someone? Surely it's for the person beside him, someone speculated. Isn't it obvious that it's Song Yiqing, given their duet in that love song? Another chimed in. What if they are both involved? Listening to the whispers around him, Chen Jing realized the truth in a saying, fame can be a double-edged sword. Such events were better suited for university, where acceptance was more prevalent. Once outside, it was somewhat relieving. The darkness obscured the details of faces. The pair rode their bicycles out of the school gates. The evening breeze was refreshing as they headed home. Chuwei brushed aside a few stray hairs blown by the wind and inquired, when did you learn to sing? This was not merely her curiosity. It was the question on the minds of every teacher and student in the school. Chen Jing shook his head, declaring it a secret. Chuwei thought back to their childhood, when they had grown up together, and found it amusing that he still held secrets. You're not skipping classes to practice singing, are you? She pressed further. Chen Jing maintained his silence, reiterating that it was indeed a secret. However, I am doing this to earn your trust. I won't deceive you as I did in the past. At this point, Chuwei felt at a loss for words. Chen Jing had made similar claims before, yet they had never been credible. She vaguely remembered that he had never spoken a truthful word. Each time she chose to believe him, it resulted in disappointment. But now, things were different. That was merely a jest, yet he had fulfilled it. So, if this counts as one instance of honesty, what do we make of all the times you've deceived me before? Chuwei pursed her lips, deliberately avoiding Chen Jing's gaze. Although Chen Jing had previously exhibited a carefree demeanor, he had since undergone a significant transformation. Chen Jing contemplated a particular phrase, but decided to keep it to himself. I won't tell you, he declared. Observing Chen Jing's mischievous expression, Chuwei clicked her tongue in annoyance. Stealing a brief glance at him, she noticed the evening breeze tousling his long hair. As a senior in high school, engaging in singing was often viewed as frivolous and opportunistic by their peers. Yet, watching Chen Jing stand confidently on stage, alternating between relaxed and intense moments, completely absorbed in his performance, she felt as if he were radiating light, brilliantly luminous. Chapter 31. Are you planning to open a chain supermarket? Chen Jing arrived at school early in the morning. Following his remarkable performance the previous night, he had become quite the sensation within the school. As he walked through the corridors, numerous students cast their eyes upon him. Fortunately, the gossip seemed confined to the seniors, as the freshmen and sophomores were still unaware of Chen Jing's true appearance. Upon hastening to the classroom, his entrance prompted everyone to lift their heads in curiosity. After a night of heightened attention, the way others regarded Chen Jing had shifted dramatically. As he returned to his seat amidst the scrutiny, he spotted Zhou Yizhou hunched over his desk, engrossed in his phone. Surely he isn't perusing some illicit material, Chen Jing mused. Sneaking a glance to discover Zhou Yizhou was browsing a forum. Chen Jing, you're trending, Zhou Yizhou exclaimed, moving his phone closer. Chen Jing frowned slightly, puzzled by the commotion. The forum in question was dedicated to the new Port No. 2 high school, and among the threads was one discussing the top 10 singers, which had garnered hundreds of replies. What's going on? Chen Jing was not particularly astonished by the numbers. Observing Chen Jing's unperturbed demeanor, Zhou Yizhou rolled his eyes, thinking Chen Jing was merely pretending to be calm while internally flustered. By the way, rumors are swirling about you and Song Yiqing, Zhou Yizhou remarked casually. At this, Chen Jing's expression shifted. What? Who's spreading such nonsense? Does it even need to be spread? Just look at your song choices, Heart Wall and Preference, and that duet of sweet love songs. Everyone's convinced you're using this opportunity to make an announcement. They say, since you're an art student and possess such incredible singing talent, your cultural scores for the arts exam must be low, so you're definitely aiming for a university. Zhou Yizhou's comments left Chen Jing momentarily bewildered. He shook his head, incredulous at the absurdity of the rumors. Didn't you have a crush on Song Yiqing? Why are you so pleased about me talking to her? After Chen Jing's remark, Zhou Yizhou finally caught on, but merely shook his head in response. Please. I knew she was a dream unattainable, but you two are a true match. If you actually end up together, remember to take it easy. Chen Jing playfully nudged Zhou Yizhou, chuckling as he scolded him. You ought to fill your head with some knowledge. Knowledge? I've got plenty of that, Zhou Yizhou retorted. Grinning, Chen Jing reflected silently on Zhou Yizhou's thoughts. Noticing Chen Jing's speechlessness, Zhou Yizhou smirked and asked, with all this buzz circulating, aren't you planning to clarify the situation? Are you suggesting that we should pretend until it becomes real and truly become a couple? Chen Jing shook his head. There's no need for explanations. Today coincidentally marks the flag-raising ceremony, and the school leaders will address this matter. Chen Jing sensed that the upcoming speech would undoubtedly touch upon this issue, as the administration would not overlook it. At that moment, Huang Lei hurriedly approached the two. Chen Jing had intended to review some problems, but, noticing the sweat dripping from Huang Lei's brow, inquired, What's the matter? Huang Lei swallowed nervously and replied, The supermarket has reduced prices again. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yizhou felt a twinge of concern. Chen Jing, however, appeared unfazed. It's about time, we should follow suit. Chen Jing stated this with remarkable calmness. Yet Zhou Yizhou countered, if prices drop, won't our profits diminish? Are we doing this merely for profit? Chen Jing's words left Zhou Yizhou and Huang Lei at a loss for a rebuttal. He then produced a sheet of paper detailing the items that had been discounted. The prices should approximate this level. The supermarket is unlikely to reduce prices again. They have exhausted their options. I will discuss new merchandise today, and our current funds should suffice. Huang Lei examined the list of discounted items, noting that some items retained their prices while others had decreased by 50 cents. Additionally, there were prices for new items listed below: sanitary napkins, toilet paper, soap, shampoo, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and towels. Observing these items, Huang Lei realized that Chen Jing was not merely opening a small convenience store. He was aiming to establish a chain supermarket. If we stock these items, what reason would people have to visit the supermarket? Huang Lei exclaimed in astonishment, prompting Zhou Yizhou to quickly take a look. Staring at the extensive array of additional products, he felt bewildered. Chen Jing smiled at their expressions, saying, as the inventory increases, we must exercise even greater caution. Being discovered would pose significant problems. So daily necessities will be sold within the dormitory. Items like sanitary napkins, however, cannot be sold in the boys' dorm, nor can they be sold by boys in the classroom. Therefore, we need to recruit a few familiar girls to act as agents in the dormitory. With this explanation, the two understood that greater scale necessitated greater discretion. Once the supermarket was set up, the only remaining challenge would be the cafeteria. If the cafeteria noticed that their dishes were not selling, they would surely suspect something amiss. The class bell rang, signaling geography class, which was Chen Jing's favorite subject. He listened intently throughout the lesson, and as it transitioned to the flag-raising ceremony, he felt a sense of excitement. Previously, students found the flag-raising ceremony tedious, but this time it promised intrigue, as the rankings of the top 10 singers would be announced, particularly the identity of the champion. The forum of the second high school had been abuzz with speculation about who would emerge victorious. Some believed it would be Chen Jing, citing his emotional singing, while others favored Song Yiqing, a professional with striking looks, perfect in every way. The popularity of both candidates was evenly matched, and they were merely awaiting the announcement. Class 16 gathered on the playground, with Chen Jing standing at the back, becoming the center of attention. Meanwhile, Song Yiqing stood beside him. Class 1, being the sports class, was exempt from physical exercises, while Class 2 was the arts class, encompassing music, fine arts, and broadcasting. The remaining classes were divided into liberal arts and sciences. The arts class required external training, and their schedule was irregular, so the first group began with Class 3. Class 2 became the final team to perform the gymnastics routine for the senior year. Class 17 was not large in number, and Song Yiqing stood at the back of the girls' formation. Although there was a distance between them, they were the only two who could see each other. Occasionally, classmates from other formations would turn their heads to glance at the duo, for they were indeed figures of great interest. As the music for the gymnastics began, Chen Jing's movements were exceptionally precise, demonstrating an impeccable execution that could be described as flawless. Meanwhile, Song Yiqing watched in astonishment. Just last time, Chen Jing had struggled with the routine, yet here he was, performing with such finesse. Chen Jing certainly would not reveal to anyone that he had taken a supplementary gymnastics lesson with Chuwei. Once the gymnastics concluded, the national flag was raised, followed by speeches on stage. Traditionally, it was the deputy principal or a distinguished student who would deliver an inspiring address. However, this year, it was the music teacher's turn, a rare opportunity for them to speak from the stage. Recognizing the audience's anticipation, the music teacher began, diverging from the usual motivational tone of other educators. Instead, the music teacher fostered an atmosphere of relaxation. After the laughter from the students subsided, the teacher set down the microphone and produced forms, certificates, trophies, and a mysterious grand prize. Spreading the forms before them, the music teacher resumed speaking, announcing the rankings of the top 10 singers. As the music teacher surveyed the students below, a sudden thought struck. Next, I will announce the 10th place winner. The announcement of the rankings from the bottom up elicited a wave of discontent among the audience. Suppressing a smile, the music teacher continued, 10th place goes to Class 36. The mention of Class 36 piqued everyone's attention. Chen Jing belonged to Class 16. How could they possibly rank 10th? Was it due to their low scores in the chorus? As the audience pondered in shock, the music teacher proclaimed, "Congratulations to Zhou Yizhou from Class 36. Following this, the music teacher applauded. Zhou Yizhou had already anticipated this outcome, as he was aware that he and Chen Jing were the only representatives from Class 16, with Chen Jing being the likely champion. It was evident that he would claim the 10th spot. Zhou Yizhou stood before Chen Jing, feeling a gentle pat on his shoulder from behind. Chen Jing recognized that Zhou Yizhou was indeed a strong contender. The announcement continued with the 9th place winner, and as each ranking was revealed, Class 2 appeared most frequently. It was no wonder they were deemed the specialists of the competition. Out of the places from 3rd to 10th, Class 2 claimed 5 positions. Finally, it was time to unveil the 2nd place winner. Under the sun, the audience squinted at the music teacher on stage. Initially, there seemed to be no doubt that Song Yiqing would take the lead. However, an unexpected contender, Chen Jing, had emerged. The music teacher glanced at the list, the only one privy to the identity of the 1st place winner. Now, we are left with only 2 students. I will announce one, and the other's score will no longer need to be disclosed. Therefore, I will first reveal the 2nd place. With that, the music teacher scanned the audience before leaning closer to the microphone. The 2nd place winner is from Class 2 of Senior 3, Song Yiqing. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire playground erupted in enthusiastic applause. This applause seemed directed at Song Yiqing, yet it was evident that a greater portion was intended for Chen Jing. Upon hearing his name, Chen Jing glanced sideways and discovered that Song Yiqing was gazing at him. Having come to terms with her defeat yesterday, Song Yiqing exhibited little emotional fluctuation today. She raised her thumb in a gesture of approval. Chen Jing smiled faintly in return. Mirroring her gesture, the top position was undoubtedly secured by Chen Jing from Class 36 of Senior 3. At the announcement of his name, not just the 12th grade, but the entire high school department turned their attention towards him. Now, let us invite the named individuals to the stage to receive their awards. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Jing straightened his posture and walked forward. The music teacher observed as both Song Yiqing and Chen Jing approached simultaneously. 10 students stood on the stage, and while Chen Jing initially intended to stand to the side, the music teacher firmly guided him to the center position. The awards began from the 10th place. When it was Song Yiqing's turn, the music teacher handed her the certificate as usual, but without the customary congratulations. "This loss is not unjust, quite commendable," he remarked. Song Yiqing nodded, fully aware that the championship title was certainly not hers this time. The music teacher said no more, turning to Chen Jing instead. Their eyes met, and they exchanged smiles. The music teacher regarded Chen Jing with an admiration akin to a mouse gazing at rice. A large fish eyeing bait, increasingly fond of him. "Congratulations. Here is your champion's reward, an MP4. With that, he presented Chen Jing with the certificate, trophy, and an unopened MP4. Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be an MP3? "Thank you, teacher," he replied. The music teacher patted him on the shoulder, beaming with appreciation. "This is not the only gift. Come by the office later." After sharing a smile, the music teacher turned and posed for a photograph. Chen Jing had not anticipated that the MP4 would be just the beginning of his rewards. Once the photos were taken, the award ceremony concluded. Under the spotlight, Chen Jing returned to his seat, realizing that more words were yet to be spoken. The music teacher descended the stage, and the dean of discipline ascended. He took the microphone and tested it a few times. "Dear students, this Best Singer event was organized for you seniors to unwind as you prepare for the college entrance examination. Now that you've relaxed, it's time to focus on your studies and not to dwell on trivial matters, especially those contemplating early romances, understand? Furthermore, let me clarify that Chen Jing and Song Yiqing are not a couple. They do not even know each other. Please refrain from spreading rumors online. Our school strictly prohibits early relationships." After this declaration, the students fell silent. It seemed like saying it made no difference. Previously, such prohibitions had not deterred romantic entanglements. However, one piece of information was indeed useful. Chen Jing and Song Yiqing were not in a relationship. "All right, first and second year students stay behind. Seniors may leave." Upon returning to the classroom, Chen Jing found himself surrounded by admirers. "Is this the trophy? It looks magnificent. MP4 is indeed impressive, seemingly the latest model. Capable of playing television and costs several thousand yuan. Had I known it was an MP4, I would have participated as well." Some individuals not only praised it, but even contemplated unboxing it. Chen Jing promptly took it and said, "All right, class is about to begin." With that, he placed the item into the drawer. This object was available for everyone to examine. The trophies and certificates were displayed on the table. Yet the collective interest in such items was minimal. They merely served as decorative pieces at home, devoid of intrinsic value. At this moment, Zhou Yizhou also placed his certificate on the table, feigning confusion. "Where's my certificate?" This scene evoked a collective sentiment among the classmates that he was merely posturing. Zhao Lei was the sole boy who remained seated, diligently working on his problems. During physical exercises, he stood behind Chen Jing, observing him ascend the stage to receive his award and then descend. Zhao Lei envisioned himself receiving an accolade, yet realized it was merely a fantasy. His previous participation in the mathematics competition was nothing more than a futile endeavor. The only certificates available to him were those awarded annually for being an exemplary student, which paled in comparison to Chen Jing's accomplishments earned through competition. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of frustration, unable to comprehend why Chen Jing seemed transformed. In the past, Chen Jing's demeanor had incited disdain from Chuwei, yet he could still converse with her. Now, with Chen Jing's current disposition, how could Chuwei harbor any animosity? The next lesson was Chinese. Zhao Lei suddenly recalled that the Chinese teacher had approached Chen Jing the previous day, likely to reprimand him. At that moment, the class bell rang, prompting everyone to return to their seats. The Chinese teacher entered, clutching a hefty stack of papers, appearing in good spirits with a slight smile. "How did the competition results turn out?" the teacher inquired while organizing the papers. "Chen Jing is the champion," Zhou Yizhou exclaimed from the side. The teacher, astonished, gazed at Chen Jing seated in the back row. "What? He asked first?" Before the teacher could offer praise, Zhou Yizhou continued, "I'm 10th. This revelation provoked laughter from the classmates. "A remarkable duo," the teacher quipped, playfully addressing the pair, who took the jest in stride. "All right, that's enough chit-chat. Let us move on to the papers." Speaking of the papers, frustration welled within the teacher. Having concluded, the teacher picked up several sheets, primed for criticism. With just over 200 days remaining, the Chinese language was not particularly challenging. Besides the multiple-choice questions, the subjective questions also had standard answers. It wasn't as if students could answer randomly. Furthermore, the essay, What is an argumentative essay? Surely, no one is unaware of that. The teacher conveyed this from the stage, while not a single student dared to utter a word. How is it that they entered with such cheerfulness, only to turn somber at the mention of the papers? At that moment, a student spoke up, and Zhao Lei instinctively felt it would be about Chen Jing. Chapter 33, Becoming Highly Coveted. Indeed, it was about Chen Jing. The teacher produced a paper prominently displaying a score of 73. An abysmal result. Only Zhou Yizhou and Chen Jing in the class likely scored lower. Oh, do not be deceived by the mere score of 73 on this examination paper. The composition is exceptionally well crafted, both in its arguments and its relevance to the topic at hand. This time, the prompt discussed mutual assistance, and students are advised to refrain from reiterating the oft-exhausted themes that teachers have grown weary of, such as references to figures like Jack Ma or the 10 most touching individuals. While these subjects may hold merit, they have become overused and evoke a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Instead, one might delve into ancient history or, at the very least, draw inspiration from the revolutionary heroes of the Republic era. Incorporating the profound sayings of esteemed leaders could also enrich the narrative. Now, allow me to recite this composition for your perusal, so you may grasp the essence of what is meant by a dragon's head, a pig's belly, and a phoenix's tail. The author has adeptly applied my earlier suggestions, you see. As soon as the teacher began to speak, Chen Jing recognized the composition as his own. He was pleasantly surprised that the Chinese language teacher would commend him. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had composed this essay with a sense of nostalgia. In a previous life, he had sold pirated books and often regretted not having read more. Thus, he frequently perused exemplary essays. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei furrowed his brow, pondering why he refrained from chastising Chen Jing after being so incensed the previous day. Upon finishing the introduction, the Chinese teacher paused to write the structure on the blackboard. The first paragraph was quite conventional, yet it was commendably so. Such an adherence to form is essential. Now, listen closely to the first argument. The literary giant Ba Jin once stated, "My life's goal is to assist others, to ensure that everyone may experience spring, that every heart may find illumination, that every life may attain happiness, and that every individual may enjoy freedom in their development." This quote serves as a renowned maxim, and from here, one can draw upon Ba Jin's works such as Family, Spring, and Autumn to comfort those in despair, guiding them toward peace. His life's ambition was to aid others, whether through kind words or tangible acts of compassion, genuinely bringing warmth and light to those traversing the cold nights. Having concluded his remarks, the Chinese teacher placed the examination paper on the podium and surveyed the students below. How does this writing strike you? Is it not conventional, yet perfectly aligned with the topic? I urge you all to take note. With that, he continued his discussion. A quarter of an hour passed, and the entire composition was dissected, leaving the students in awe of its quality. Although it adhered to conventional norms, it was evident that the author possessed profound depth, as if they had penned numerous essays and developed their structural insights. Many believe the essay to be the work of Chuwei, as she consistently achieved the highest scores in Chinese class, making such a composition plausible only for her. Yet, someone interjected, recalling that the score was far too low for Chuwei to be the author. Before the class, the teacher produced a sheet of paper solely containing the composition, already filled with writing. "This is a copy I transcribed yesterday," he declared. He then took adhesive tape and the composition paper, descending from the podium to the library corner. This area had never been adorned before, but the teacher affixed it to the wall. Sometimes, when you are uncertain about how to write, you may come here to take a look. Of course, copying it is the best approach, as it facilitates your understanding. With that, he cast a glance at Chen Jing, their eyes meeting fortuitously. "Come to my office after class." Chen Jing thought to himself that this was a good sign. The language teacher seemed to have changed her opinion of him. However, Zhao Lei also overheard this and thought that it was finally time to reprimand Chen Jing. Being called to the office for a scolding indicated a more severe reprimand. Otherwise, he would have shown no leniency here. Chuwei, meanwhile, gazed at the essay and wondered who the genius behind it was. Could it be Zhao Lei? It was indeed possible, for in this class, only Zhao Lei could compose such an essay. Yet, the score was peculiar. She had awarded a mere 58 points, just 2 points shy of full marks. Once the papers were distributed, the lesson commenced. Everyone was eager to discover who the brilliant mind was behind the essay that garnered a total score of 73, but unfortunately, they did not get to see. As the entire language class drew to a close, it was also the time for lunch break. This test was not challenging, and passing was quite straightforward. In the past, students would rush out with their bowls at lunchtime. But now they waited for the teacher to leave before staying in the classroom for Chen Jing and a few others to fetch their meals. According to their agreement, Chen Jing had to visit the office after class. Chuwei accompanied him, anxious that Chen Jing might face reprimand. Just then, Zhao Lei was also heading to the office with the test paper in hand. His first intention was to inquire about the author of that essay, and secondly, to witness Chen Jing's embarrassment. At lunchtime, there were few teachers in the office, as most had gone to eat early. Only the music teacher, the language teacher, and two other instructors remained. The music teacher and the language teacher awaited their intended student, both calling out simultaneously, "You, come here." Neither anticipated that the other was also seeking Chen Jing. The music teacher, assuming the language teacher intended to scold Chen Jing, chuckled, "This child is quite talented. He excels in singing." The language teacher, aware that Chen Jing had secured first place in singing, contemplated for a moment and waved her hand, saying, "You go ahead. I'll wait for you." Chen Jing approached the music teacher and immediately noticed a registration form on the desk. "Teacher, you wouldn't be." The music teacher waved his hand dismissively. "Just call me Brother Tao. My real name is Zheng Tao, and I'm not much older than you." After the pleasantries, Zheng Tao produced a registration form. "Chen Jing, have you ever considered participating in competitions?" Upon hearing this, Chen Jing shook his head, then nodded. This ambiguous response left the music teacher momentarily perplexed. However, he remained patient and smiled. "I initially intended to keep it brief, but fearing I might not be clear, I will elaborate. I want you to pursue art examinations and apply to a music academy. Please don't rush to decline me." With that, the music teacher presented a thin booklet containing the admission process. "This is the flowchart for the art examination. Take it with you. I'll assume you have no prior music education, and that is fine. We want to participate in the provincial joint examination, but will only take the independent assessments outside the province. The procedures are quite simple. The provincial joint examination pits all candidates in the province against each other, and choices for provincial schools are based on scores. You cannot select out-of-province schools unless they recognize your joint exam scores. In contrast, the independent assessments are specifically organized by some independent institutions or top-tier schools, allowing candidates from across the nation to compete, thus presenting a greater level of pressure. However, do not be concerned. Your prospects are exceptionally promising. With systematic training alongside me during this period, there exists a substantial likelihood that you will gain admission to the vocal performance program at the conservatory. I understand that your academic performance has not been stellar, as evidenced by your recent monthly examination score, which was merely in the double digits. Nevertheless, do not let this dishearten you. For those pursuing artistic examinations, the emphasis on artistic merit significantly mitigates the requirement for high academic scores. For instance, while the threshold for undergraduate admission is typically set at 400 points, certain institutions may accept scores as low as 200. Admittedly, this is an exception. Generally, music academies prefer scores exceeding 300 points. However, this is a target you can certainly achieve. As your music instructor has indicated, Chen Jing possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the cultural score requirements for art examinations, which are not particularly stringent. Moreover, if Chen Jing opts to pursue artistic examinations now, the pressure regarding academic performance diminishes considerably. Nonetheless, schools like Chuwei's may not be within reach. Upon hearing this, the language teacher felt a twinge of anxiety. He had observed Chen Jing's diligent efforts in studying lately, indicative of a desire to attend university. Furthermore, the composition he submitted, scoring 58 points, could potentially garner a perfect score in the college entrance examination. Yet, with the music teacher's suggestion of Chen Jing studying music, the language teacher pondered the fate of Chen Jing's literary talent. Would it go to waste? After a night of contemplation, he resolved to invite Chen Jing for a discussion regarding competition opportunities. If Chen Jing could secure an award and subsequently improve his scores, he might even qualify for guaranteed admission to esteemed institutions. Additionally, considering Chen Jing's previous commendable performance in language studies, even if he does not receive a recommendation or win an award, he must get back on track. With these thoughts in mind, the language teacher made a decisive plan. Chen Jing must strive for success. Chapter 34. What? You want me to score 600 points? Having familiarized himself with the intricacies of the artistic examination process, Chen Jing found that 10 minutes had elapsed since the school day ended. To be candid, he felt a flicker of excitement. The appealing aspect was the realization that he could gain admission to a university without an exceptionally high academic score. However, he needed to ascertain whether he could attend Chuwei's university. Do not feel pressured. I am merely presenting you with an alternative path. You may discuss this thoroughly with your parents. The music instructor reassured him, refraining from imposing any obligations, recognizing that few families in this era can support a pursuit of the arts. Furthermore, he had taken the time to understand Chen Jing's family circumstances. His father was an employee at a steel plant, while his mother worked at a garment factory, earning a meager monthly salary of around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Such financial constraints indeed pose significant challenges to a career in the arts. Nevertheless, the instructor harbored a strong desire for Chen Jing to study music, even if financial assistance were not provided. Chen Jing nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude to the teacher. The music instructor patted Chen Jing on the shoulder and exited the classroom. Upon leaving the office, he noticed a beautiful girl waiting at the door. "Classmate, who are you looking for?" he inquired casually. "I'm just waiting for a friend to head home with," Chuwei replied. Upon hearing this, the music teacher paid little mind and proceeded outside. However, after taking a few steps, he reflected on the situation. Waiting for a classmate? There was only Chen Jing inside. Could she be waiting for him? This thought instilled a vague sense of unease within the music teacher. Meanwhile, it was the language teacher's turn to feel impatient. Before he could utter a word, Zhao Lei walked in. Initially, Zhao Lei noticed that Chuwei hesitated at the entrance of the classroom. Yet he mustered his courage to witness Chen Jing's misfortune. "Zhao Lei, what is the matter?" The language teacher's tone was less than amicable, particularly towards this academically inclined student, for he had a penchant for certain subjects over others. Had the mathematics instructor been present, he would have undoubtedly greeted Zhao with a beaming smile. Zhao Lei cast a sidelong glance at Chen Jing before earnestly inquiring, "Teacher, may I ask who authored today's essay? It was quite well crafted, and I wish to glean some insights from it." Upon the mention of the essay, the language teacher exchanged a significant glance with Chen Jing, then turned his gaze back to Zhao Lei. "Take a guess. Who do you think wrote it?" To this query, Zhao Lei immediately suspected Chuwei. Although the scores did not align, she may have merely wished to express herself through writing, responding casually to earlier questions. "It must be Chuwei," he posited. The teacher shook his head, then gestured for him to look at Chen Jing. Zhao Lei was taken aback, perplexed by the implication. It was written by Chen Jing. At this revelation, Zhao Lei was stunned. "What? Chen Jing wrote it? Enough now, it's getting late. You should head home for dinner," the language teacher remarked, unwilling to squander time in idle conversation, as there were more pressing matters at hand. Zhao Lei nodded, casting a disbelieving glance at Chen Jing before departing. Upon leaving, he noticed Chuwei waiting at the doorway. She had overheard the teacher's earlier comments. Astonished that the essay was indeed penned by Chen Jing. As Zhao Lei exited, the language teacher first jested, "Do I need to introduce myself?" Chen Jing suppressed a chuckle and shook his head. The name of the teacher, Qi Wendong, was indelibly etched in his memory. "Your dedication to studying is commendable. Pursuing music would be a loss." Qi Wendong directly broached the subject, asserting that music was not his forte. "Did you truly write this essay yourself?" His skepticism lingered. For Chen Jing had long neglected his studies. Over the past 2 years, Chen Jing's language scores had dwindled to single digits, prompting 6 teachers to abandon hope for his improvement. Yet recently, Qi Wendong had heard murmurs among the faculty that Chen Jing had been seen writing during class. Though the content remained a mystery, this essay seemed akin to a declaration of intent, evidence of Chen Jing's commitment to his studies. If Chen Jing affirmed its authorship, it would suffice. Sort of, Chen Jing replied ambiguously, which left Qi Wendong feeling somewhat vexed. "What do you mean by sort of? Did you write it or not?" "Well, I've read a few exemplary essays and perused some ancient proverbs," Chen Jing elaborated. The language teacher sighed in relief. Just the night before in that morning, Qi Wendong had tirelessly searched for exemplary essays available for purchase, finding none resembling Chen Jing's work, hence his excitement upon encountering it. Qi Wendong nodded, his expression transforming entirely. Chen Jing vividly recalled the disappointment and disdain reflected in Qi Wendong's eyes that day in class, now replaced by a look of relief and admiration. Indeed, familiarizing oneself with more model essays is beneficial, Qi Wendong remarked with a smile, retrieving a form from his drawer and extending it to Chen Jing. Upon receiving it, Chen Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Publication information for excellent essays. Chen Jing exhaled with relief. It was merely a publication, after all, and it would yield some remuneration. I thought you were going to ask me to participate in some competition or school examination like the music teacher. Chuwei, this time, did not shake his head but calmly responded. This is merely the first step. First, we publish your essay, and then, as a foundation, you can register for the competition. Oh, a competition, indeed. The process is quite simple and will not consume much of your time. There is no need for anything else. Just use the essay you have written, and its publication is the best outcome. With the achievement of being published, you will have an advantage in the competition, and the judges will pay more attention to you. If your ranking in the competition is commendable, it will be a significant accomplishment, and the school will reward you. Of course, if you secure a provincial first prize and go on to the national essay competition, winning there could lead to a chance for direct admission. Upon hearing about the possibility of direct admission, Chen Jing's interest was piqued. Noticing the spark in Chen Jing's eyes, Chuwei doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. However, with your current academic score, even if you were to win at the national level, direct admission is unattainable. Your performance in other subjects must also be exceptionally brilliant. Thus, you must dedicate this time to studying. Combine the fervor you have for singing with your academic efforts to improve your scores. Chuwei's words resonated with Chen Jing, conveying the essence of focusing solely on academics rather than the music entrance examination. What score is necessary for direct admission? Chen Jing posed the crucial question. After some contemplation, Chuwei provided a figure, at least 600. 600. This number was utterly unbearable for Chen Jing. Achieving 200 is commendable at this point, and 600 seems utterly fanciful. Chuwei recognized the daunting nature of this figure, but still offered encouragement. Previously, your Chinese exam papers were nearly blank with single-digit scores. Now, achieving 73 is already a significant improvement. However, Chuwei sensed that his reassurances were inadequate. He stood up, patted Chen Jing on the shoulder, and said, "All right. You should head home for a meal, then fill out this form and bring it to school. I will submit it for you." The publication is from an old classmate of mine. Chen Jing understood the implication. Whether or not he could secure direct admission was uncertain, but this publication was assured. "Thank you, teacher." Chuwei nodded. "Hurry along. Don't linger here. I am quite hungry." Chen Jing smiled slightly and turned to leave. At that moment, Chuwei was waiting by the door. Leaning against the wall, she raised her head, her large eyes fixed on Chen Jing. Though there was a hint of surprise in her gaze, it was predominantly filled with pride. Upon overhearing their conversation and learning that the essay was written by Chen Jing, she felt an inexplicable sense of pride. "Let's go home for dinner," Chen Jing said, affectionately ruffling Chuwei's hair before taking her arm and heading downstairs. Upon returning to the community beneath the steel factory, Chuwei's mind suddenly felt chaotic. There had been too much happening today. Chen Jing initially intended to head upstairs when Chuwei suddenly called out to him. He turned, seeing her gaze fixed upon him. Chuwei exhaled. But as she began to speak, her thoughts became tangled. "Chen Jing, today's writing assignment." No, it's about the art examination." "Ah, it's you again. What's with the art exam and the essay, and also the top 10 singers?" Chuwei initially believed she had organized her thoughts well. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, she lightly tapped her forehead, wondering why her tongue had become so tangled. Just as she lifted her gaze, she noticed Chen Jing holding a small box in his hands. "Here, this is a gift for you." Chen Jing spoke softly, yet Chuwei heard him clearly. Staring at the box in his hands, she found herself at a loss for words. If she wasn't mistaken, this was a prize that Chen Jing had won. Observing her dazed expression, Chen Jing offered a slight smile. "A promise is a promise. The last time you mentioned you wanted to see me perform on stage, I did just that and emerged victorious. You said you wanted an MP3, but I can only offer you this MP4. Chen Jing's words left Chuwei somewhat bewildered. Noticing that she remained rooted to the spot, he stepped closer and placed the MP4 into her hands. "Consider this a treat for the time you've spent tutoring me, teacher." After saying this, he patted her shoulder and added, "I'm off now. I'm starving and need to eat." With that, he ascended the stairs, leaving Chuwei to gaze down at the unopened package in her hands. Aside from her birthday, Chen Jing had never given her gifts. Actually, he hadn't even given her anything on her birthday. Gifts were exchanged only during childhood birthdays. As they grew older, it was only Chuwei who gifted him. Chen Jing had no money to give her, especially since he needed it for internet access. When he received gifts, he would often sell them at a price, just to afford internet time. Yet, this time, he had given her a gift. There was no special occasion, neither a birthday, nor New Year, nor any holiday, just a simple Monday. Chuwei turned to glance at Chen Jing, who had now reached the second floor, peering at her through a crack between the stones. She couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing his expressionless face peering through the gap. The budding emotions she had felt moments ago were instantly shattered by his playful antics. Noticing Chuwei coming upstairs, Chen Jing continued his ascent. Upon returning home, both parents were present. However, Chen Wangxing appeared to have just awakened from a nap, having worked the night shift. Whoever invented the three-shift system should be ashamed. It's exhausting. He yawned, glancing at the dishes on the table with little appetite. Turning around, he spotted Chen Jing entering with his backpack and smiled. My boy is back. Were your classes tiring today? Chen Jing shook his head and placed his backpack by the shoe cabinet for easy access when leaving. At that moment, Zhang Shufang brought out a bowl of winter melon soup. Quickly, go serve yourself some rice. After both father and son washed their hands and served their meals. Just before they could take a bite, Chen Jing suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I think my phone is in my backpack. Dad, could you help me get it?" Hearing this, Chen Wangxing shot him a glance, thinking to himself, now you're commanding your father? Don't play with your phone during dinner, he replied. No, I need to check my homework from noon, Chen Jing insisted. Defeated, Chen Wangxing set down his chopsticks and crouched beside the backpack. Upon opening the bag, he discovered a trophy and a certificate instead of his phone. Chen Wangxing carefully examined these items. Son, where did you pilfer this from? You must return it to its rightful owner at once. Chen Jing sighed, pondering whether it was truly impossible for him to have earned an award. It seems so. Just look at the name on the certificate, he replied. Chen Wangxing picked up the certificate and read aloud. Top 10 singer champion, Chen Jing. Staring at the familiar yet slightly unfamiliar characters, Chen Wangxing felt disbelief wash over him. His foolish son had actually won an award? While it may not have been an academic accolade, it was nonetheless conferred by the school. Impressive. All traces of fatigue vanished from Chen Wangxing as he gazed at the microphone trophy and certificate, his heart swelling with joy. Observing his expression, Zhang Shufang inquired, "Is this top 10 singer award from the school?" Chen Jing nodded affirmatively. Yes, it was organized by the school. Chen Wangxing took a seat at the dining table, admiring the trophy, filled with a sense of pride. Additionally, Chen Jing continued, "Look beneath your certificate, there are more items." Chen Wangxing stood up again, hurriedly retrieving the items. However, upon glancing at the two documents, a frown creased his brow. Art examination? Newspaper publication? What is this? To be honest, he understood none of it. Chen Jing spent 5 minutes elucidating the process of the art examination. Initially, the elderly couple felt at ease, hearing that a music teacher had specifically sought him out to encourage him to apply to a music academy. Isn't that what every parent hopes for? However, as the conversation progressed, their brows furrowed. Though proud of Chen Jing, they were acutely aware of the financial burden associated with studying the arts. Little Jing, the truth is, we are not familiar with this matter, and we cannot assist you, Zhang Shufang remarked. Chen Jing nodded in understanding. This is merely a pathway to university. If I pass the school examination and obtain the qualification certificate, I would have the opportunity to attend college, and the required cultural score is not particularly high. He continued. As for the newspaper publication, I wrote an essay that my language teacher found commendable. She wishes to submit it for publication in a newspaper or literary magazine, which could earn me a fee and allow me to participate in national competitions. If I perform well, I could secure a spot in certain designated institutions. But the prerequisite is to achieve a cultural score of over 600. Upon hearing the figure of 600, both parents gulped. Achieving such a score sounded simple. Yet they were acutely aware that Chen Jing had not even accumulated 600 points over an entire semester during the last parent-teacher meeting. Little Jing, regardless of your choice, your parents will support you. With these words, Chen Jing understood that his parents recognized the expenses associated with the arts, yet still wished for him to pursue it. The decision now rested in Chen Jing's hands. Before Chen Jing could finish, his phone rang. He pulled it from his pocket and saw it was Zhou Yizhou. You rascal, still keeping my phone in your backpack? Chen Wangxing joked. Chen Jing answered the call, only to be met with a cacophony on the other end. This is bad. Something has happened. Chapter 35. Disturbance after finishing his meal. Chen Jing forwent a midday rest and rode his bicycle straight to school. Upon arriving at the classroom, he was relieved to find that there were only about 20 to 30 students present. Why is there no food? I paid a deposit yesterday. Otherwise, I would have arrived earlier. We intended to train and skip the cafeteria, but now you've sold out. The cafeteria is closed, and we have nothing to eat. What should we do? A few individuals inside were clamoring, and Chen Jing recognized them immediately by their attire. They were from the sports class. At that moment, Zhou Yizhou raised his hand to signal for silence. Listen to me, he began. I have already called the uncle to prepare the food. Before he could finish, the leader of the group stepped directly in front of Zhou Yizhou. If this matter isn't resolved satisfactorily, we will escalate it to the principal and see if you can still sell here. Rest assured, we can sell. Today's meals will be treated as a courtesy for everyone. At that moment, Chen Jing entered, a smile adorning his face. Upon seeing Chen Jing, Zhou Yizhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. Who are you? Who is this? The leader either shut his eyes or looked away, refusing to meet Chen Jing's gaze. Chen Jing recognized him immediately. It was Huang Kuan, the troublemaker from yesterday who had instigated a confrontation with Chuwei. Chen Jing refrained from introducing himself and instead glanced at Zhou Yizhou. What is going on? With Chen Jing's backing, Zhou Yizhou gathered the courage to speak up. They gave Huang Lei 20 yuan yesterday in the dormitory, claiming they wanted to order food for 30 people. 20 yuan? Chen Jing frowned. To place an order, one must pay in full. He then looked at Huang Lei, who wore a pained expression. In that instant, Chen Jing understood. This group had likely coerced Huang Lei into accepting that 20 yuan, employing bullying tactics. We've already given 20 yuan. Do you think we want to pay the rest? Huang Kuan placed his hands on his hips, his legs shaking naturally, exuding the demeanor of a street thug. Chen Jing observed him, sensing a confrontational vibe, as if Huang Kuan were challenging him to retaliate. Fortunately, Chen Jing knew that resorting to violence was unwise. Even if justified, it would lead to loss. It was clear that Huang Kuan had brought his entourage simply to take advantage of a free meal, likely stemming from the incident involving Chuwei. Chen Jing recalled receiving a friend request on QQ from Huang Kuan, which he had not accepted. Truly, one who bears a grudge. With a sigh, Chen Jing expressed a sense of regret at their encounter. Oh, if you had mentioned this earlier, it would have been much easier to prepare food for everyone. After glancing at Huang Kuan, he continued, this matter can certainly be resolved. Chen Jing approached Zhou Yizhou and whispered a few words, which Huang Kuan could not catch. Hurry up, we're all starving. Judging by their demeanor, it was evident they were eager to dine without payment. There was no point in reporting this to anyone. Huang Kuan understood the consequences of informing the principal, as those selling food would face severe repercussions. Fortunately, Chen Jing was resourceful. Turning to Huang Kuan, who sported an insufferable expression, he smiled and said, so, you wish to dine for free. This statement ignited the fury within Huang Kuan. Do you know how to speak? Huang Kuan understood that this group dared not approach a teacher, so he felt emboldened to teach them a lesson, to strike a few blows. Knowing that Chen Jing and his friends would not dare report it, Huang Kuan shoved Chen Jing. Anticipating the move, Chen Jing remained steadfast, unyielding. Oh, really? Huang Kuan, filled with curiosity, exerted greater force as he pushed toward Chen Jing. The strength of Huang Kuan was overwhelming, causing Chen Jing to stagger several steps backward until he collided with the wall. The dull thud of impact resonated in the ears of all present. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Jing's mouth, only to be quickly followed by an eye roll as he collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing this, Huang Kuan furrowed his brow, bewildered by the dramatic reaction from what he considered merely a gentle shove. At that moment, Zhou Yizhou hastily grabbed his phone and directed it at Huang Kuan and his companions, exclaiming, my friend has a heart condition. Is this how you treat him? This is attempted murder. Call the police immediately. Noticing the recording, Huang Kuan quickly raised his hand, intent on snatching the phone away. What are you filming for? It was just a light push. Is it really necessary to act like this? We train harder than this every day. However, Zhou Yizhou nimbly dodged to the side, stowing the phone away in his pocket. I've already preserved the evidence. You're finished. The onlookers, initially there for entertainment, reconsidered their involvement upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. Zhou Yizhou, unfazed, proceeded to call the authorities. Huang Kuan maintained his nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. He thought that the worst outcome would be a reprimand from a teacher. There was no way the police would be involved. Huang Kuan, let's just leave, urged those behind him. Though Huang Kuan wore a scornful expression, he contemplated the gravity of the situation. Fearing Huang Kuan might flee, Zhou Yizhou taunted, are you really considering running away? I didn't see you acting so cowardly earlier. I thought you were tougher than that. Regardless, whether you stay or go, we'll wait here for the police. If you run, they'll just come to your dorm or classroom to find you. Huang Kuan, upon hearing Zhou Yizhou's words, scoffed derisively. Run? I'll be right here waiting. At that moment, Zhou Yizhou connected the call, rendering Huang Kuan momentarily speechless. The tactic of provocation proved effective. Once Zhou Yizhou finished his call, Huang Kuan slammed his hand on the table, declaring, I haven't done anything wrong. I can go to the police station if need be. But as for your situation, if the school finds out. Huang Kuan's veiled threat caused a flicker of concern in Zhou Yizhou's heart. Despite Chen Jing lying there, he was acutely aware of the conversation. Even if the school were informed, it wouldn't be a significant issue. After all, this boy had previously attempted to get close to Chuwei. A little education wouldn't hurt. Yet Zhou Yizhou was no pushover, responding with a smile. The most we would face is a note on our record, or perhaps nothing at all. But if you go to the police station, just look at the outcome once they see the evidence. Upon hearing the mention of the police station, Huang Kuan's companions suddenly felt uncertain. Huang Kuan, you're still here? It's late. You should just grab some instant noodles. I'm also tired. I'm leaving. One by one, they departed, leaving Huang Kuan alone. His expression turned grave. He had anticipated the situation escalating to such proportions. What had initially seemed like a chance for a free meal had now spiraled into a potential visit to the police station. At that moment, Chen Jing opened his eyes, gazing at Huang Kuan, who appeared distressed. Upon noticing Chen Jing awake, Huang Kuan immediately stood up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Look, he's awake. Clearly, there's nothing wrong. Do we still need to call the police? At this moment, Huang Kuan was shaking his head while Chen Jing chuckled and shook his own head in response. The collision earlier had indeed been somewhat painful, leaving a tingling sensation. However, in light of Huang Kuan's statement, Chen Jing merely shrugged and laughed. Of course I will call. I have merely awakened, which does not absolve you of your actions. Chen Jing had not intended to confront him so soon, yet he had inadvertently walked into the situation himself. Such is the nature of physical training, one becomes quite muscular. Huang Kuan had prepared for the earlier push, yet it still caught him off guard. Now, Chen Jing sat on a stool, perusing his study materials. While Huang Kuan grew increasingly anxious, especially as the wait for the police stretched on. After 7 or 8 minutes, a team of officers entered the classroom. Come with us, they instructed. Fortunately, it was lunchtime, and the exterior was devoid of people, leaving the arrival of the police unnoticed. The officers only required Chen Jing, Zhou Yizhou, and Huang Kuan to accompany them, while the others were permitted to remain behind. Thankfully, the police advised them against spreading rumors, as misinformation could easily circulate. Inside the police car, Zhou Yizhou sat upright, anxious to avoid any missteps. Chen Jing, on the other hand, remained relatively at ease, engrossed in a book. Huang Kuan, however, felt uncomfortable, being the accused. Glancing at the group of officers, he swallowed nervously and quietly inquired, Will you be speaking to our parents? Acknowledging that he was indeed the assailant, the police maintained a stern demeanor. We will notify them, they replied. Huang Kuan could only nod, pondering how the situation had escalated so quickly. Tempers flare quickly, but they also dissipate just as rapidly. Now, reflecting on the matter, he recognized the impulsiveness of his actions. Upon arriving at the police station, the three exited the vehicle, and Zhou Yizhou spotted a man in a short-sleeved police uniform standing at the entrance. Zhou Yizhou swallowed hard, and Chen Jing noticed his unease, following his gaze. Hello, Uncle Zhou, Chen Jing greeted politely. This revelation rendered Huang Kuan momentarily speechless. Chen Jing knew the police? Please, come in, the officer beckoned. Zhou Yizhou's father recognized Chen Jing, realizing that he was quite similar to his own son. Upon entering the mediation room, silence enveloped them, as Huang Kuan had requested for his mother to be present. After waiting for over half an hour, a middle-aged woman hurried in. Huang Kuan's mother was somewhat plump yet adorned in vibrant clothing, her fingers painted with nail polish. Kuan, you have made your mother worry to death, she exclaimed, rushing to Huang Kuan's side with an expression of concern. Upon seeing his mother, Huang Kuan felt a wave of comfort wash over him, his legs beginning to shake involuntarily. Observing this, Chen Jing thought to himself, indeed, it is indulgence that nurtures such behavior in children. With the arrival of the parents, it was time to commence proceedings. Initially, Zhou Yizhou's father was to mediate, but given their familiarity, it seemed inappropriate, leading to the appointment of Zhou Yizhou's father's apprentice instead. We have gathered a sufficient understanding of the situation, the mediator began. The children were merely playing at school, but your child applied excessive force, resulting in the other being pushed against the wall and knocked unconscious. The purpose of this meeting is to mediate and seek the victim's forgiveness, as this would facilitate resolution. If one chooses not to forgive, then your child may face disturbances to public order and intentional harm, leading to a 5-day detention and a fine of 500. The police have articulated their stance, and at this moment, Huang Kuan's mother felt a surge of panic upon hearing about the detention. A monetary penalty is bearable, but a detention would surely leave a permanent record, potentially ruining his future. This clearly illustrates the pitfalls of ignorance. Chen Jing understood that these matters were trivial and would not result in a criminal record. Huang Kuan cast a glance at Chen Jing, his face adorned with a smile. The child, lacking understanding, expressed his willingness to compensate, stating that he would not mind undergoing any medical checks as long as his health remained intact. He then proposed to treat them to a meal and offer an additional 1,000 yuan as compensation. Huang Kuan's mother was evidently reluctant for her child to have a permanent record. However, Chen Jing desired something more substantial. A light penalty would only encourage Huang Kuan to believe that Chuwei could continue to harass him, jeopardizing his business. Moreover, considering Huang Kuan's demeanor in class, he certainly deserved a lesson. Noticing Chen Jing's silence, Huang Kuan's mother forced a smile and took out her phone. "Let me make a call." With that, she exited the room. Chen Jing speculated that she was likely calling for reinforcements or connections. At that moment, Huang Kuan sensed he had backing, his gaze towards Chen Jing turning disdainful. Chen Jing remained impassive, curious to see the outcome of the situation. 2 minutes later, Huang Kuan's mother re-entered the room. "This matter is quite manageable. Young ones, your arguments are all rather systematic. Who can tell if what you say is true or false? You claim my son pushed you. Therefore, he indeed did push you. So, let us agree to my earlier proposition. Otherwise, this could become quite complicated, wouldn't you say?" Despite her seemingly amiable tone, the underlying message was anything but cordial. At that moment, the police were about to speak, but Chen Jing interjected, "There are witnesses. Classmates have seen everything." Upon hearing this, Huang Kuan's mother flicked her hair back, averted her gaze, and muttered, "Who knows if you are colluding? Now that you are aware my family has some means, you seek to extort us." Chen Jing bristled at the accusation of extortion. Before he could respond, Huang Kuan's mother swiftly continued, "We will go to the hospital for an examination immediately, and I will cover all expenses. If there are any issues, we will take responsibility. If not, then this matter concludes here. My family is quite familiar with Director Zhang Mu. We often dine together." Hearing the name Kuan, Chen Jing couldn't help but be reminded of an old acquaintance. However, it was remarkable how quickly Huang Kuan's mother shifted her demeanor, initially conciliatory. A mere phone call had transformed her into a formidable presence, invoking the authority of someone influential at the school to pressure them. At that moment, the mediation room door swung open, revealing Zhou Yizhou and his father. Zhou Yizhou held a file folder in his hands. "This contains the video evidence from the mobile phone." Huang Kuan's mother froze. "What? A video?" Zhou Yizhou had intended to smirk, but, with his father present, opted for a calm tone. "It's the video of your son pushing someone." Upon hearing this, she panicked. This was irrefutable evidence. Huang Kuan's mother realized she had prematurely celebrated her earlier triumph. During a phone call, the other party stated that the school lacked surveillance, video recordings, and evidence, rendering it impossible to substantiate claims of assault solely based on hearsay. Ultimately, it would entail a mere expenditure for a medical examination, which seemed inconsequential. However, now evidence had surfaced. Chen Jing exhaled deeply and glanced at Huang Kuan. From Huang Kuan's eyes, it was evident that he remained defiant, even in the face of detention. It appeared that with his mother backing him, he felt emboldened to act with impunity. This reminded Chen Jing of Huang Kuan's demeanor in the classroom. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Kuan's mother suggested, "How about we first visit the hospital for an examination? We can proceed based on the results. If there is an issue, we will take responsibility. If not, we can consider this concluded. The police station is hardly a pleasant place to linger." Upon hearing this, Chen Jing mused to himself about her underlying tenacity. First, she approached the situation gently, then with firmness, and now with even greater resolve. "Fine," he thought. "If you wish to adopt a hard stance, I shall respond in kind." Chen Jing placed his hands on the table, maintaining a calm demeanor while observing the mother and son across from him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "All right, Since you insist on my visiting the hospital, I shall comply. Huang Kuan's mother agreed that a hospital visit was acceptable, with a round trip taking an hour. And given that Chen Jing was accompanied by a police officer, they received priority for the examination. The entire process was not inexpensive, amounting to over 1,000. Upon returning to the mediation room with the results, it was unsurprising that Chen Jing exhibited no issues, save for minor superficial redness. Huang Kuan's mother, upon learning this, felt a sense of relief. Detention was now out of the question. At most, it would entail a financial burden. Without waiting for Huang Kuan's mother to speak with the police, Chen Jing asserted, "The injury report is here, and I can ensure that the video of Huang Kuan's assault and the injury report will be presented in the principal's office before the end of the day. Additionally, I will have classmates who witnessed the entire incident sign the report as witnesses. Whether you believe it or not, the principal's departure time is fixed, and Huang Kuan's expulsion will coincide with it." Chapter 37. What is desired is not detention, but preventing your return to school. Chen Jing's words left Huang Kuan's mother in shock. What do you mean by expulsion? Surely, it cannot be that serious. The police officer involved in the mediation also regarded Chen Jing with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that a student could possess such an understanding of the process. It was quite impressive. He recognized that Chen Jing's intent did not seem to be to secure Huang Kuan's detention, but rather to prevent his return to school. Oh dear. This is a trivial matter. There is no need to escalate it to the principal, Huang Kuan's mother thought, her earlier demeanor entirely transformed. As if the barrier she had put up had crumbled under Chen Jing's pressure. Irrespective of her protests, Chen Jing continued, "Now, I require Huang Kuan to write a letter of guarantee." Upon hearing that merely writing a guarantee would suffice, Huang Kuan's mother felt reassured. Right, of course. We will write. Let us do it right now." Observing Chen Jing's assertiveness, the police officer produced paper and a pen. Huang Kuan's mother had not anticipated Chen Jing's level of professionalism. It seemed he had already considered every possible escape route. "You must guarantee that you will no longer harass Chuwei. Secondly, you will not seek any further engagement with us. These are the two stipulations." At the mention of Chuwei, Huang Kuan's mother appeared momentarily bewildered. "Who is this Chuwei?" Before Huang Kuan could respond, Chen Jing chuckled. "It's a female classmate from school. Last night, your son harassed someone." "Hiss, how could I forget? If that's the case, wouldn't it be considered sexual harassment?" After speaking, Chen Jing turned to the mediation officer beside him. The officer nodded. If the girl indeed claimed it was sexual harassment and there was physical contact, it would qualify as such. The officer was unsure why he felt compelled to answer, but sensed that Chen Jing exuded professionalism. Upon hearing the term sexual harassment, Huang Kuan's mother sighed internally and then turned to look at Huang Kuan. At that moment, Huang Kuan was also gazing at her. "What are you looking at? Hurry and write. Why are you so useless at this moment?" Huang Kuan's mother thought to herself. Feeling frustrated by the opposing child's articulate arguments while her own son seemed so inept. After Chen Jing's thorough approach, she felt utterly helpless. Watching Huang Kuan complete the guarantee letter, the handwriting was relatively legible. "Is this acceptable?" Huang Kuan's mother did not address Chen Jing, but spoke to the officer instead. The officer glanced at the guarantee letter, then at Chen Jing. Chen Jing found it satisfactory, nodded, and said, "All right, this will suffice." Upon hearing Chen Jing relent, both Huang Kuan and his mother felt a sense of relief. This matter thus drew to a close. After delivering the videotape, Zhou Yizhou was summoned to the office by his father for a reprimand until Chen Jing emerged. Zhou Yizhou hurriedly approached, but, remembering his father was behind him, whispered, "How did it go?" Chen Jing waved his hand dismissively. "It's all settled." At that moment, Zhou Yizhou's father exited. "Uncle Zhou," Chen Jing called out. Zhou Yizhou's father nodded slightly, adopting a stern demeanor. "Do not cause trouble at school. If it happens again, I will personally come to apprehend you." This admonition was clearly directed at Zhou Yizhou. Zhou Yizhou could only nod in agreement, and then followed Chen Jing out of the police station. Upon exiting, the sky had transformed into a fiery hue. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, having taken far too long. What happened? Zhou Yizhou could not resist asking. Chen Jing briefly recounted the events from the mediation room and produced the guarantee letter written by Huang Kuan. Zhou Yizhou's eyes widened. "Wow. Isn't this Huang Kuan's lifeline? We could have him expelled just like that." As for the expulsion, Chen Jing was uncertain, but with this document in hand, Huang Kuan would surely refrain from acting recklessly. They walked back to class. Hearing they were to attend class, Zhou Yizhou's mood instantly soured. In the past, he would have relished the opportunity to skip school and indulge at an internet cafe. However, now Chen Jing had redirected his fervor towards studying. Yet, with the day already so late, what was the point of going back to school? Noticing Chen Jing's mischievous grin, Zhou Yizhou realized he was being teased. All right, you can head home. My dad told me to wait here for him. Chen Jing nodded and departed. He intended to return to school first. But as classes had yet to conclude, he opted not to enter and instead headed to the nearby convenience store. As he approached, he could hear the store owner, Old Ding, humming a tune. Chen Jing approached and noticed Lao Ding with a cigarette dangling from his lips, his body gently swaying as he wiped the counter. A pack of Zhonghua, please. Upon hearing the voice, Lao Ding turned abruptly, recognizing Chen Jing. Ah, it's you, Boss Chen. With this shift in address, Chen Jing quickly waved his hand and jested, you seem to be thriving these days. Lao Ding's complexion appeared much more vibrant than on the first day, when he had seemed half dead. This is all thanks to you. I've sold out my stock, and now I have new goods that are even cheaper than before. What do you think? Furthermore, I've heard that the supermarket owner went to negotiate with the supplier, but it seems the prices didn't work out. Recently, he came to ask me about it, and I had to pretend that I was struggling. While speaking, Lao Ding produced 2 packs of Zhonghua. Chen Jing waved his hand and laughed. Just kidding, I don't smoke. Nevertheless, Lao Ding insisted on thrusting the packs into Chen Jing's hands, adopting a serious demeanor. Take them. You still need to manage that security guard. Keep 1 pack for goodwill. With no other option, Chen Jing reluctantly accepted the 2 packs of cigarettes. Is it all right if I leave my goods here, Lao Ding? Lao Ding shook his head. No problem at all. My warehouse has plenty of space. Your goods take up most of the room here, so I only bring in a little each time. Chen Jing glanced around the small shop, realizing that it indeed alleviated a lot of pressure for Lao Ding. Even if he stocked more, Chen Jing could assist in selling it. In a broader sense, one could say that Chen Jing was now supporting Lao Ding's small shop. Lao Ding could stock the goods entirely for Chen Jing to sell, while he himself would not need to invest so much money in inventory. A win-win situation. Lao Ding scanned the vicinity to ensure no one was around, and then beckoned Chen Jing closer. Chen Jing furrowed his brow slightly and leaned in. In a hushed tone, Lao Ding whispered in Chen Jing's ear, this morning, Lao Lu came to find me, primarily to inquire about my situation. After all, he suffered losses at your hands. And I've been affected even more, so he wants to collaborate with me. Upon hearing the word collaborate, Chen Jing was not particularly surprised. It was about time. He suggested that we lower our prices together. If that doesn't work, he plans to report you to the school and make it public. Returning to his position, Lao Ding saw Chen Jing nod lightly. Just be cautious. I can only feign hardship. I can't offer you much help. Mainly, you should avoid engaging in a price war with him. He can't compete at all. Lao Ding fanned himself with a hand fan, feeling quite comfortable. Previously, Lao Lu had been so arrogant in front of him, yet now he had to come seeking cooperation. The root of all this stemmed from the presence of the still underage high school senior before him. Chapter 38. Trouble arises, tears of laughter after enduring the class. Chen Jing waited at the bicycle shed for Chuwei to emerge. The senior class finished last, while the first and second year students hurriedly rushed to the shed. Is that Chen Jing? Yes, I've seen him on the forum. He's the top of the 10 best. Oh my, he's really handsome. Chen Jing might not be conventionally attractive, but his singing had elevated his charm significantly. Watching the younger students stare at him, while the girls dared only to steal glances, Chen Jing suddenly experienced an unprecedented feeling. Chen Jing had become quite the seasoned veteran in such matters. Instead of feeling embarrassed, he even tossed his hair nonchalantly. How ostentatious. The younger female students who witnessed this quickly averted their gazes and hurried away. Chuwei spotted someone standing by the bicycle rack from a distance. She was perplexed as to why Chen Jing had ventured out alone during lunch and had skipped his afternoon classes. Zhao Hong had mentioned he was preoccupied with something, but the specifics remained undisclosed. Chuwei's concern was that Chen Jing might revert to his old ways of skipping classes to indulge in online activities. This troubling thought consumed her throughout the afternoon, making it difficult to focus on her studies. She hurried over to Chen Jing, who had not yet spoken. Taking the initiative, she asked, "Where did you go this afternoon?" You and Zhou Yizhou were both missing. As she noticed the flush rising on her cheeks, Chen Jing smiled faintly. Was this concern for him or mere curiosity? Stop smiling and tell me, she urged, though her tone was urgent. She secretly feared that Chen Jing might reveal something she did not wish to hear. Let us move. It's too crowded here. Chen Jing suggested as they mounted their bicycles. I visited the police station today. Upon hearing police station, Chuwei's pace abruptly slowed. Could it be that Chen Jing was apprehended for online activities? It was indeed a possibility. Minors engaging in such behavior might find themselves summoned by the authorities. Do you remember that guy who harassed you on the playground last night? Chuwei, initially preoccupied with thoughts of online activities, found herself momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift in topic. She recalled a man who had approached her asking for her QQ number. Connecting the dots, she feared that Chen Jing might have intervened on her behalf, resulting in a brawl that led to their being taken by the police. You didn't get into a fight and get taken away, did you? Chen Jing nodded, then shook his head, indicating, well, sort of. He hit me, but I didn't retaliate. Upon hearing this, Chuwei furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Chen Jing for any signs of injury. Aware of her intense gaze, Chen Jing gritted his teeth and feigned pain. Why didn't you fight back? Chuwei asked urgently, bewildered by the absurdity of someone who would simply take a beating. I couldn't retaliate. That would have made it a mutual fight, which is a different matter altogether. Chen Jing replied. Chuwei thought to herself that Chen Jing was indeed foolish. If he couldn't win, why not run away? So didn't you escape? I couldn't. It was in the classroom, Chen Jing explained, glancing at her. Chuwei appeared increasingly anxious, her rapid breaths causing her chest to rise and fall visibly. Suddenly, she stopped her bicycle, leaving Chen Jing puzzled by her reaction. Chuwei fixed her gaze intently on him, her enchanting eyes shimmering with emotion. Her jaw quivered slightly, yet her lips remained stubbornly sealed. Observing the strain etched upon her brow, Chen Jing realized that he had miscalculated. He had inadvertently made her worry. I was only joking. Look, he said, hastily retrieving the receipt and guarantee from the police station from his bag. In just 2 minutes, he recounted the events of his visit to the police station. See, that person will no longer harass you. Rest assured. Chuwei raised her head to glance at Chen Jing. Just as a solitary tear rolled down the corner of her eye, panic seized Chen Jing's heart. What to do now? Foolish girl. Chuwei left behind a single remark and pedaled forward on her bicycle. Chen Jing had no choice but to follow, but judging by her demeanor, it seemed that all was well. As Chuwei slowed her pace, she turned to Chen Jing and inquired, are you saying he went to find Zhou during lunch and then called you? Chen Jing nodded affirmatively. Yes, they couldn't resolve it, so I had to step in. It's primarily about the matter at hand. It doesn't concern you. Sensing Chuwei's potential guilt, Chen Jing chuckled. Come on, why are you still crying? You're so concerned about me. Chuwei scoffed. I am not. It was the sun. This weather is just unbearable. The tense atmosphere dissipated, and Chen Jing felt a wave of relief. Please refrain from fighting in the future, and don't let yourself be beaten. Getting beaten is foolish. Don't you understand what self-defense means? Upon hearing self-defense, Chen Jing was all too familiar. Fighting is mutual assault. Even if the other party strikes first, if you retaliate, it's still mutual. Only if the other person wields a knife and I respond with my fists is it considered self-defense. Indeed, Chen Jing had read numerous news articles in his past life where what was initially deemed self-defense was ultimately ruled otherwise, or deemed excessive. Moreover, it was now 2009, and the legal landscape surrounding such cases was not yet developed. It wasn't until the 2018 Long Gu case that self-defense laws began to take shape. Chuwei dismissed these thoughts, glancing at Chen Jing and muttering, then if you're not home during lunch in the future, just let me know in advance, or else I'll be waiting in vain. Chen Jing had forgotten to mention it, as the urgency of the moment had overwhelmed him. All right, I'll tell you next time. Upon hearing this, Chuwei pouted and fell silent. By the way, when I get home and my parents ask, I'll say it was for studying. You'll help me cover for that, right? Otherwise, they'll never accept my excuse of selling food and going to the police station. Hearing this, Chuwei instinctively hesitated to agree. However, upon reflection, it seemed like merely a stereotype of Chen Jing. Skipping class to surf the internet, hiding things from their parents. Yet, doing so now wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It was indeed prudent to keep it from uncle and aunt. During dinner, Chen Jing completed the form and explained today's events to his parents, fabricating a story about supplementary classes, with Chuwei serving as his alibi. Afterward, he returned to school for evening self-study. When Huang Lei spotted Chen Jing arriving, he hurried over. Are you all right? Zhou hasn't returned, and no one is answering the phone, so I had to wait for you. Chen Jing shook his head. I'm fine. It's all taken care of. Huang Lei felt a twinge of guilt, knowing the trouble had stemmed from him. Chen Jing patted him on the shoulder, signaling him not to blame himself. All right, just focus on selling your goods. Speaking of which, Huang Lei pulled out a small square wrapped in newspaper from his backpack. This is the money earned over the past few days. My cousin said to convert it all into red bills. I exchanged it with old Ding after school this afternoon. It's all yours and your cousin's share. The others have been divided. After saying this, he handed the money to Chen Jing. It had been a while since Chen Jing had received money, as he had let Zhou Yizhou keep it, fearing his parents would find out. Chen Jing took the document and, feeling its thickness, was somewhat astonished. It must be at least 6 or 7,000. Chapter 39, All Love Letters. After deducting costs, the profit was a mere 5,000, which included the 1,700 from the previous meal and ticket promotion. Huang Lei gazed at Chen Jing with admiration. Who could have imagined that a student could earn such a substantial sum in such a short time? Not only he, but everyone involved in the sales regarded Chen Jing with great respect. Chen Jing placed the money into his backpack just as Zhou Yizhou entered the room. Noticing Zhou Yizhou's low spirits, it seemed he had been scolded by his father. Upon arrival, Zhou Yizhou slumped onto the desk to sleep, ignoring those around him. Chen Jing, on the other hand, took a newspaper submission form to find the Chinese teacher. Standing at the office door, Chen Jing did not see the teacher, but came face to face with Zhao Hong. Chen Jing, what brings you here? I won't approve your leave request. If you need to take time off, have your parents call me. Zhao Hong's perception of Chen Jing was indeed limited to 2 scenarios, requesting leave or receiving a reprimand. I am looking for the Chinese teacher. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong glanced at Qi Wendong's desk, which was unoccupied. Come back later. He is likely. Before Zhao Hong could finish, Qi Wendong appeared at the door. Have you filled it out? Upon seeing Chen Jing, he guessed that Chen Jing was there to submit the form. Chen Jing nodded, indicating he had completed it. Qi Wendong took the form, glanced at it, and nodded in approval. Very well, I shall submit it for you tomorrow. If there is nothing else, you may return to your evening study. Chen Jing nodded, exchanged a glance with Zhao Hong, and then departed. Zhao Hong was intrigued as to why Chen Jing was submitting a form to Qi Wendong, an affair she was entirely unaware of. Wendong, what form did Chen Jing submit? Qi Wendong returned to his desk and replied while examining the form. Chen Jing has written a commendable essay, and I intend to have it published in the newspaper. Upon hearing that Chen Jing's essay was to be published, Zhao Hong found it hard to believe. Since when had the class's underperformers achieved such a feat? Chen Jing. Zhao Hong dismissed the notion outright. Qi Wendong nodded, noting that Chen Jing had indeed been studying lately, and his writing skills surpassed those of Class 4. Class 4 was the top liberal arts class in the school, a cohort poised to aim for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida. Class 3 was recognized as the best science class. Hearing Qi Wendong extol Chen Jing's talents, the entire office was skeptical, particularly the head of Class 4. Although the head teacher of Class 4 taught mathematics, hearing that a student from another class outperformed his own in essay writing was hard to accept. Zhao Hong was taken aback by Qi Wendong's praise for Chen Jing and quickly interjected. That student is merely adept at taking shortcuts. You claim he writes well. He might have copied it. If you believe he can write an essay, I might as well believe a sow can climb a tree. After her jest, Zhao Hong glanced at the other teachers, who were all laughing. Who among them was unaware that Class 6 had 2 underachievers, previously reprimanded for skipping class to surf the internet? The idea of them now being published was indeed quite amusing. As the geography teacher prepared his lesson plans, he remarked, "This child, Chen Jing, has indeed been diligent in his studies lately. In my geography class, he appears to be the most attentive. Moreover, he has copied my lesson plan quite well, surpassing even some of the more academically inclined students." Suddenly, Zhao Hong recalled the last English class, where Chen Jing had been taking notes on geography instead of paying attention. During my English lesson, he was scribbling notes on geography. I suspect he might have received payment from someone to transcribe. The geography teacher initially considered refuting this notion, but ultimately decided against it. After all, even he had harbored a stereotypical view of Chen Jing. Had it not been for Chen Jing's correct answer that day, he would still perceive him as a disinterested student. At that moment, the political science teacher adjusted his glasses. His class was scheduled later, which was why he was only now collecting the examination papers. "Zhao Jia, have you noticed something peculiar about this test?" Zhao Hong, however, had not paid attention to any oddities. As long as they had purchased the paper, she was satisfied. "What is the matter? Did Chen Jing manage to answer it as well?" Zhao Hong jested. The political science teacher shook his head, explaining that a few papers had a frosted texture, while most were standard A4 sheets. Upon hearing this, Xiaohong finally grasped the implication. Her quick mind speculated whether the bookstore owner had reduced costs again. Perhaps A4 paper was cheaper than frosted paper? It's all the same, as long as they completed it, she declared, leaving the political science teacher with little room for objection. However, when he reviewed Chen Jing's paper, he noticed that what had previously been blank answer sheets were now filled with responses. Some even bore a striking resemblance to the correct answers, indicating that he had genuinely engaged with the material. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she remembered that most teachers would find it implausible for Chen Jing to be studying, and she silenced herself. At that moment, Chen Jing returned to the classroom, where several students were purchasing snacks. The evening often brought hunger, and despite having just finished dinner, the allure of spicy strips was undeniable. However, Huang Lei appeared troubled, and Chen Jing sensed something was amiss. Sure enough, Huang Lei confided in him about the situation. Is the supermarket allowing agents to sell in the dormitories? What are the prices? Not high. Comparable to ours, Chen Jing responded, surprised by the supermarket's audacity to offer such low prices. Let them sell their products. We shall continue ours, but we will lower our prices in 3 days. With lower costs, mainly labor. Chen Jing believed the supermarket could not compete with their overhead expenses such as utilities, rent, and manpower. He hoped the cafeteria would not retaliate too quickly, as his goal was to earn 10,000, and the takeaway meals were a crucial component of that plan. At that moment, Zhou Yizhou's mood lightened, and he began to chuckle. Chen Jing, you've made it big. He then picked up his phone, and Chen Jing saw that a top post on the forum read, Top 10 Singers Champion, Chen Jing. Curious, he clicked on it, only to find it was a video that could only be viewed on a computer. While the comments were accessible, Chen Jing is truly handsome. How did I not notice such a charming figure at our school before? Does anyone have Chen Jing's QQ? I'm willing to pay. I believe Chen Jing and Song Yiqing make a perfect pair. Despite the school's clarifications, I suspect they are secretly a couple. These 3 comments garnered the most replies and likes. Before Chen Jing could react, Huang Lei suddenly recalled something. Chen Jing, take a look in your drawer. Observing Huang Lei's bashful demeanor, Chen Jing leaned down to inspect the drawer. To his astonishment, he found a dozen envelopes of various colors, pink, blue, white, yellow, and more. Chen Jing immediately raised his gaze to stare at Huang Lei. Huang Lei scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and softly confessed, they asked me to place these in your drawer. They just bought snacks. Chen Jing sighed softly, gazing at the drawer, and retrieved one of the envelopes. Upon inspection, he realized it was indeed a love letter. Chapter 40. It's Chen Jing they're looking for. While Chen Jing appeared unfazed by the collection of love letters, Zhou Yizhou felt a twinge of envy. Having participated in the top 10, why was no one discussing him? Share one with me, Zhou Yizhou said with a tone of jealousy that reached Chen Jing's ears. Chen Jing gathered all the love letters and placed them into Zhou Yizhou's drawer. They're all yours. If any pique your interest, just let me know. No way. There are no pictures. Speaking of appearances, Zhou Yizhou quickly turned to Huang Lei and asked, did you see their faces when you delivered them? Huang Lei raised a hand to his chin, attempting to recall the events that transpired after school that afternoon. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, only one came to mind. There's one junior I know who is quite attractive. I can't remember the others. A junior? Zhou Yizhou immediately began sifting through the love letters, eager to find that particular one. I remember it was pink, Huang Lei reminded him. Zhou Yizhou's eyes landed on 2 pink envelopes. Choose one. He promptly picked one up and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. The 2 emitted distinct scents. One was a subtle jasmine fragrance, while the other bore only the scent of plain paper and wood shavings. The aroma of the junior could not possibly resemble the latter. It had to be the jasmine. Upon opening it, he found only a few simple lines. Senior Chen Jing, I was particularly impressed by your singing yesterday and would love to get to know you better. Let us learn to sing together. If you agree, please add my QQ. From the words, Zhou Yizhou could sense that this was indeed the junior. He could hardly contain his excitement, reaching for his phone to add her. At that moment, Chen Jing interrupted. Aren't you interested in Song Yiqing? Why are you adding a junior? Zhou Yizhou waved his hand dismissively, muttering, Song Yiqing is yours. I no longer want her. This junior is mine. Don't you dare steal her. Chen Jing. Zhou Yizhou was already envisioning names for their future children. What's the junior's name? Zhou Yizhou glanced at the envelope again and noticed the signature in the lower left corner. Yuqi. This name was simple yet pure. Before Zhou Yizhou could add the junior, Huang Lei suddenly patted both of their shoulders, urging, Look quickly, their SA competition on the forum. With that, they both leaned in closer. The post was fresh, just half an hour old. Newport number 2 high school flower rankings. Upon a closer examination, Song Yiqing prominently occupies the first position. When did the competition for the title of school beauty commence? One wonders if Song Yiqing feels any pressure. Zhou Yizhou is presently inclined to visit an internet cafe, as the photographs displayed there cannot be viewed on a mobile device. Huang Lei, upon hearing his words, adopts a skeptical stance. Our classmate He Chuwei could indeed contend for the title. Their styles are markedly different. Moreover, there remains ample time, a full month, to engage in this rivalry. Upon hearing the name He Chuwei, Chen Jing vaguely comprehends the purpose of this school beauty contest. It is likely that the music teacher has crafted this persona for Song Yiqing, first igniting interest through the upload of videos from the top 10 campus competition, followed by the establishment of a school beauty ranking to solidify her image. It seems she may well pursue a singing career post-art examination. Coincidentally, the timing aligns perfectly with the provincial joint examination, serving as a strategic promotional endeavor. Chen Jing did not anticipate that this music teacher possessed such marketing acumen. Nevertheless, it is best to refrain. Being in the 3rd year of high school, we have little time to indulge in artistic pursuits, as we must prepare for university entrance examinations. Chen Jing does not wish for He Chuwei to participate, fearing it would distract her. Moreover, should she fail to secure the top position, it would undoubtedly weigh heavily on her heart. However, upon viewing the school beauty ranking, an unexpected plan began to form in Chen Jing's mind, albeit one that would require considerable time to unfold. As the class bell rang, He Chuwei approached the back row with her book in hand. Noticing Zhou Yizhou still engrossed in his phone, she promptly cleared her throat. Zhou Yizhou instinctively raised his head, and upon seeing He Chuwei, his previously cheerful expression morphed into one of resignation. He stood and relocated to an empty seat beside her. What are we studying today? Geography is nearly done. Perhaps politics? Time flew, and soon it was Friday. Perhaps the following day, Saturday, would herald the long-awaited single day off. The sweet scent of grass and foliage filled the air. In recent days, nothing significant had occurred. Huang Kuan had penned a letter of guarantee and dared not disturb He Chuwei, refraining from visiting the classroom to cause trouble. Meanwhile, the supermarket continued its price wars, and today marked a day of reduced prices. Speaking of academics, Chen Jing realized that his memory had greatly improved. Concepts that once eluded him could now be retained with diligence. In this moment, he felt fortunate to be studying the humanities. Beethoven, had he been in the sciences, he would be burdened with memorizing formulas and solving problems, a daunting task given the limited time. The final class of the morning was English, where Zhao Hong reviewed the exam papers. Yet, at the conclusion, she returned to an old topic. This week's exam paper is available for purchase, the same set as before. But it is newly released. We must practice. Zhao Lei, remember to tally. With that, Zhao Hong departed. Upon hearing about the exam papers, Chen Jing thought, isn't this fortuitous? With papers available, he could profit significantly. Chen Jing, the usual arrangement? At this moment, many classmates turned to Chen Jing, eager to inquire about previous discounts. Chen Jing nodded affirmatively. Very well, let us sort it out after school this evening. He then whispered to Zhou Yizhou, the usual deal, make 400 copies, and sell them to other classes as well. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yizhou felt invigorated, fully aware that this was an opportune moment to capitalize. The current lunch and dinner offerings have evolved beyond the slim proprietor, now including a portly counterpart responsible for crafting noodles. One afternoon, as Chen Jing was making his way to the bicycle stand, a man abruptly approached him. Hey, are you looking to catch a ride home? Chen Jing furrowed his brows and inquired, what ride? The man chuckled, a van. I can take you directly to your home. It's quite convenient. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing instantly grasped the situation. This was an illegal taxi service. In his previous life, such vehicles were commonly found at subway stations, bus stops, and school entrances. A van could accommodate 7 or 8 passengers, and each individual would pay a considerable fare. Contemplating this, Chen Jing asked, how much? The man glanced at Chen Jing, then at He Chuwei beside him, and replied with a grin, for the two of you, it's 40 yuan, round trip. No matter how far. You both need to prepare for the Gaokao, so don't waste your time getting home. With 20 yuan per person, that totals 140 yuan for 7 people. And with 2 trips a day, it amounts to 280 yuan. After deducting fuel costs, the profit would be substantial. Moreover, The van would likely carry multiple groups. Realizing this, Chen Jing sensed an opportunity. The earnings from this single van were meager. Perhaps a bus would yield greater profits, albeit at a higher expense. However, Chen Jing's mind, informed by his past experiences, was already formulating a plan. By the time school ended that afternoon, Zhou Yizhou went to the entrance to collect some photocopied materials while Chen Jing managed the sales. As Zhou Yizhou stepped out of the school, intending to head to the copy shop, he was approached by several men clad in short sleeves. After scrutinizing them, he noticed one individual sported tattoos. Just as he was pondering the situation, the leader of the group, hands in his pockets, looked down at him with disdain and asked, "Are you Zhou Yizhou?" Zhou Yizhou swallowed hard and naturally shook his head. "No, I'm Chen Jing. Zhou Yizhou is my buddy." The leader smirked coldly. "We're looking for Chen Jing." Chapter 41. Escalating conflict. While Chen Jing awaited the photocopied materials in the classroom, he grew concerned when Zhou Yizhou did not return. "You all can take a look first. Everyone can pay in advance. The items are ready and will be delivered tonight." After saying this, Chen Jing instructed Huang Lei and the others to manage the sales while he went to investigate. At that moment, Zhou Yizhou found himself in a vividly colored room. A sign outside proclaiming 24-hour self-service adult fun. He was shoved into a corner and kicked several times. "So, you thought you could steal someone else's girlfriend, huh?" The leader sneered, then grabbed his phone and said, "I found him. Come over." Zhou Yizhou thought to himself that he hadn't wronged anyone or stolen anyone else's girlfriend. Was it the classmate he had added a few days ago? But she hadn't agreed to anything, which seemed odd. A few minutes later, a man entered the room. Zhou Yizhou looked up in astonishment. It was Huang Kuan. Yet, Huang Kuan was equally taken aback. "Aren't you supposed to be capturing Chen Jing?" "Well, Chen Jing is right here. You can decide how to handle this," he said. Huang Kuan slapped his forehead in realization. "Brother, you've got the wrong guy. This is Zhou Yizhou, not Chen Jing. His father is a policeman." Upon hearing this, the leader panicked. "Isn't it this lad who claimed to be Chen Jing? How has it turned into Zhou Yizhou?" Huang Kuan now wears a face of regret. He initially intended for Chen Jing to face some hardship, even if it meant expulsion. With the risk of being expelled looming, he struck the son of a police officer. Zhou Yizhou thought to himself, "My father is a police officer. Why should I back down? I shall remember you all. I will report this right now." With that, Zhou Yizhou reached for his phone to make a call. The leader of the group swiftly knocked Zhou Yizhou's phone to the ground, warning him not to attempt to report. "Don't think your father's position makes you exceptional. Now, go fetch Chen Jing, and this matter will no longer concern you." The thug displayed a certain cleverness. If Zhou Yizhou showed weakness now, it would be all over. He needed to be assertive to intimidate Zhou Yizhou. Zhou Yizhou was not foolish. If he had a chance to escape, why not take it? "All right," he replied, ready to leave. Yet Huang Kuan intercepted him, insisting, "You call him out." Left with no choice, Zhou Yizhou picked up his phone and dialed Chen Jing. Fortunately, they had previously established a code. During their DNF gaming sessions, they often used secret phrases. At that moment, Chen Jing had yet to arrive at the school gate when he received the call from Zhou Yizhou. Upon answering, Chen Jing asked, "Hello, what's the matter?" Zhou Yizhou replied, "I'm at the adult novelty shop. Come quickly to help me move some things." Chen Jing intended to respond, but upon hearing the phrase "come quickly," a memory stirred. "Come quickly" in their code meant "help me urgently," as calling for help directly was deemed inappropriate. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jing asked, "Are you certain you need me to come quickly?" Zhou Yizhou affirmed, "Yes, hurry." Chen Jing then hung up and dialed 110. The police arrived promptly. "What brings you here again?" It was the same officer as before. Chen Jing recounted the situation, and the officer understood. Meanwhile, Zhou Yizhou continued to negotiate with the thugs, hoping Chen Jing would grasp the urgency and assist in calling the police. The thugs, distracted by the adult products inside, found their thoughts wandering. Suddenly, a commotion outside drew their attention. If Chen Jing arrived, they would proceed to confront him. Unfortunately, the footsteps did not suggest just one person. In walked 4 uniformed police officers, with Chen Jing trailing behind. Upon recognizing familiar faces, the officer chuckled. "Well, what a fortunate coincidence. Let us go." The gang, along with Huang Kuan, stood frozen in shock. How had they ended up with the police? Zhou Yizhou hadn't called for help, nor had he mentioned anything related to it. As the informant, Chen Jing was also required to accompany the officers to the station. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Huang Lei awaited the return of Chen Jing and Zhou Yizhou, but with all the food sold, they had yet to appear. After some thought, Huang Lei speculated that the items must be too heavy to carry alone, prompting him to call upon representatives from other classes to assist. Just as they were about to head out, the group overheard some chatter in the corridor. I heard that Chen Jing from class 36 was beaten up by some second-year students. Can you believe how pathetic that is? Really? They did well. Who told him to act so pretentious, especially with Song Yiqing? You see, one cannot approach Song Yiqing. She is so stunning, the school belle. How could he dare to reach for her, unaware of the multitude who admire her? Indeed, Chen Jing is utterly deluded, nowhere near the caliber of those affluent young masters. Overhearing these remarks, Huang Lei recognized those were the same individuals who had caused trouble previously, trailing behind Huang Kuan as if they had come specifically to disseminate rumors. Hastily returning to class, he discovered that Chen Jing and Zhou Yizhou had not yet returned. This was dire news. He truly had been assaulted. The speed at which the rumor spread was astonishing, as soon everyone in the various classes was aware of the situation. Chuwei learned of it from Yang Xiyu. Chuwei, did you hear? Chen Jing was beaten. Upon hearing this, Chuwei jolted, immediately turning to Yang Xiyu. What happened? When did this occur? Listening to Chuwei's barrage of questions, Yang Xiyu clicked her tongue. She had little affection for Chen Jing, even harboring some disdain for him, given his pretentiousness. If he was beaten, so be it. I don't know. I just see people talking about it outside. At that moment, Huang Lei had returned from the copy shop to the classroom, confirming the unfortunate news. Chen Jing and Zhou Yizhou were indeed missing. Chuwei quickly descended from her seat and approached Huang Lei, inquiring, "What is the matter?" Huang Lei sighed. Chen Jing has been assaulted. He has gone to the police station. Upon hearing this, Chuwei furrowed her brow, disregarding everything else as she dashed outside. She felt certain that Chen Jing had been targeted because of her. The previous incident remained unresolved, and that guarantee letter had proven useless. She hurried to the school gate, mounted her bicycle, and sped off, regrettably unaware of the police station's location. Meanwhile, the students at school were abuzz with the news, which had not only reached their peers, but also the teachers. The version circulating was that Chen Jing had an altercation related to Song Yiqing, as she had an abundance of admirers, and one of them had taken issue with him. Currently reigning as the top school belle, Song Yiqing's suitors were numerous, and the pairing of her with Chen Jing had always garnered attention, ultimately leading to this incident. Even Song Yiqing, practicing in the music classroom, became aware of the unfolding events. She had not anticipated such a situation. Aware of her many admirers, she had even declared her disinterest in romance. Yet her QQ was inundated daily with friend requests. Chen Jing was beaten? What on earth happened? One of her classmates remarked. Song Yiqing shook her head. Yet this matter seemed inextricably linked to her. Rising from her seat, she headed outside. Hey, where are you going? Her classmates called after her. You can't be going to save Chen Jing, can you? Chapter 42. Chen Jing was beaten. Who am I? Song Yiqing, hands in her pockets, contemplated briefly before walking towards the school gate. Upon learning of this incident, Zhao Hong's anger surged. Chen Jing truly knows how to stir trouble. Who claimed he had turned over a new leaf? Is this what he considers studying? After some consideration, Zhao Hong decided to make a phone call. Hello, is this Chen Jing's parents? Chen Jing has been assaulted and is currently at the police station. In the police station, Chen Jing observed Zhou Yizhou, whose face bore bruises of both blue and purple hues, pondering how these individuals had dared to strike him. Meanwhile, the other ruffians and Huang Kuan squatted nearby. The one interrogating them was none other than Zhou Yizhou's father. What transpired? How could one be assaulted merely for stepping outside? Chen Jing found himself intrigued, questioning why Zhou Yizhou, who held no grudge against them, had been targeted, especially knowing that his father was a police officer. Zhou Yizhou gritted his teeth, appearing as if he would sacrifice himself for his brother. When I left school today, I encountered them. They insisted on finding you and urged me to call you out. But am I that kind of person? Who am I? I am your best brother. I would never betray you. I told them, whatever it is, let it come at me. Zhou Yizhou raised his chin, suppressing the pain, tears glistening in his eyes. Before Chen Jing could feel moved, Zhou Yizhou's father emerged. What is going on? His tone remained stern, despite his son's injuries. Zhou Yizhou shook his head, displaying a demeanor that suggested he considered the beating worthwhile. It's nothing. Dad, he replied weakly. Zhou Yizhou's father, with a serious expression, stated, This is a workplace. You must address me by my title. With a soft sigh, Zhou Yizhou complied, murmuring, Yes, Officer Zhou. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yizhou's father turned his gaze from his son to Chen Jing, inquiring quizzically, Why did they seek you out yet assault Zhou Yizhou? During the interrogation, those thugs had all recounted a similar tale, claiming that Zhou Yizhou had declared he was not Zhou Yizhou, but Chen Jing. At this revelation, Chen Jing furrowed his brow, realizing the inconsistency with Zhou Yizhou's account. Zhou Yizhou promptly coughed several times, feigning an inability to speak. Chen Jing shook his head, stating, I am unsure. The last time I came, he signed a guarantee. Yet this occurred. Zhou Yizhou's father remained impassive, replying, Then we shall proceed according to what you mentioned last time. Chen Jing felt bewildered. What did it mean to act as per the previous discussion? It refers to the process of expelling him from school, Zhou Yizhou's father clarified before turning to leave. Chen Jing understood. Though outwardly stern, the father was indeed concerned for his son. The assault on his own child left him powerless to retaliate directly. Thus his frustration manifested in this manner. Shortly after Zhou Yizhou's father departed, a police officer approached, bearing several loaves of bread. You didn't eat dinner, did you? He remarked, placing the bread into the hands of Zhou Yizhou and Chen Jing. Chen Jing recognized him as Zhou Yizhou's father's apprentice. Indeed, this was the essence of fatherhood. As the two were savoring the bread, Zhou Yizhou's mother suddenly arrived. Oh dear Yizhou, she exclaimed. Zhou Yizhou's mother, slightly plump with graying hair, possessed strong arms, a testament to her skills in preparing breakfast. Zhou Yizhou's father had adhered to the call for late marriage and childbirth, resulting in having Zhou Yizhou at the age of 30. Who struck you? Truly a beast. Zhou Yizhou's mother could not restrain her expletives, as she had never been so harsh on her son. Observing Zhou Yizhou's silence, Chen Jing quickly intervened, saying, Hello, auntie. At that moment, Zhou Yizhou's mother noticed the presence of another individual nearby. Who might you be, young man? She inquired. I am Chen Jing, auntie, he replied. Ah, Chen Jing. I am aware of you. My Yizhou mentioned you today. He even brought breakfast for me this morning. I owe you my gratitude for looking after my business despite the considerable distance from home. After speaking, Zhou Yizhou's mother cast a glance at her son. Although filled with concern, she still gave his arm a gentle tap. Despite the evident pain on Zhou Yizhou's face, she did not relent. Tell me, whom do you associate with daily, that you can be bullied by ruffians? I was frantic when your father called me. Shouldn't you visit a hospital? Zhou Yizhou nodded, agreeing, but stated he needed to stay here a while longer. His mother was well aware of the company he kept at school, particularly with Chen Jing beside him. During the parent meeting, they were informed that they were the offspring of two extraordinary families. However, they were not the top scholars one might expect, but rather the least academically inclined. It seemed the Zhou family had no inclination towards education. While they were exchanging pleasantries, Chen Jing's parents arrived. They had been preparing a meal at home when they received a call from the teacher and hastily rushed over. Who called regarding my son Chen Jing? Chen Wangxing burst in, visibly upset. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Jing quickly rose, looking at his father with confusion. Dad, why are you here? Chen Jing was unaware of his parents' arrival, as he had not informed them. Chen Wangxing approached him anxiously. How are you, son? Where were you hurt? This inquiry only deepened Chen Jing's confusion. If he had been harmed, then who was he? Chen Wangxing hurriedly checked Chen Jing over, but Chen Jing grasped his hand. Dad, why are you here? I haven't been hurt. Before Chen Wangxing could respond, a sorrowful voice interjected from the side. Uncle Chen, I was the one who got hurt. Chen Wangxing looked at Zhou Yizhou, whose face was bruised and swollen, perplexed. Setting aside the question of whether Chen Jing had been injured, if both were attacked, surely both would have visible injuries. How could one appear as normal while the other resembled a swollen pig's head? This is quite a tale, Chen Jing thought, unsure where to begin, as the matter grew more peculiar, especially when conveyed to his parents. How did you find out I was hurt? Chen Jing asked, prompting Chen Wangxing to pull out his phone and point at the screen. Your homeroom teacher reported that you were assaulted and taken to the police station. Your mother and I rushed over immediately, but seeing you well now is a relief. Clearing his throat, Chen Jing interjected, Dad, perhaps you should say less. Only then did Chen Wangxing recall the presence of the injured party beside them, scratching his head in embarrassment. Those ruffians must face severe punishment. They should spend their lives in prison for daring to harm others. It was as if the weight of knowing his own son was not the one injured lifted a burden from his heart. Zhang Shufang, having listened to the father-son exchange, felt gratitude upon hearing that Chen Jing was unharmed. Shortly thereafter, Huang Kuan's mother arrived, accompanied by the school's director, Zhang Mu. The gravity of the situation has surpassed what Huang Kuan's mother could bear. Previously, it was merely a minor skirmish. Now, however, It has escalated to the point of physical violence. Upon entering, Huang Kuan's mother observed Chen Jing appearing unscathed, while the boy beside him bore the marks of a brutal beating. In that moment, she realized they had struck the wrong individual. Chapter 43. Song Yiqing has also arrived. Huang Kuan's mother was filled with regret, pondering what sort of trouble her son had gotten into. If there was to be violence, it should have been directed at the right person. Meanwhile, Zhou Yizhou's mother, upon seeing Huang Kuan's mother, was filled with indignation. Look at what your son has done to mine. Huang Kuan's mother found herself at a loss for words. No matter how she responded, it would lead to complications. At that moment, Director Zhang Mu adjusted his glasses and stepped forward to mediate. Rest assured, Mrs. Zhou, the school will ensure that justice is served for Zhou Yizhou today. Mrs. Zhou, however, felt the school could not be relied upon, as she had entered alongside the mother of the aggressor, clearly indicating they were in cahoots. No need for that. The police will deliver justice for my child. In her view, her husband, a police officer, was far more dependable than the school. The waiting room was filled with people when, from the back, a police officer's voice rang out. Young lady, what brings you to the police station? At this, everyone turned to look, but regrettably, nothing was revealed. All eyes were drawn to the appearance of a figure, Chuwei. Chen Jing spotted Chuwei and wondered why she had been summoned as well. It was unexpected. At that moment, Mrs. Zhou focused on the girl arriving in the same school uniform as Zhou Yizhou. Could it be that she had come to inquire about Zhou Yizhou? She certainly appeared to be a kind-hearted girl. Chuwei, noticing Chen Jing and his parents, wiped the sweat from her brow. Uncle, Auntie, you are here as well. She felt a bit embarrassed amidst the crowd. After speaking, Chuwei glanced at Chen Jing, who seemed perfectly fine. Contrary to the rumors circulating at school that he had been beaten to the point of being incapacitated, he looked healthy and vibrant, while Zhou Yizhou appeared battered and bruised. Mrs. Zhou watched Chuwei closely, feeling a sudden sense of satisfaction. Her son had been attacked, and it was clear that this girl had come out of concern for him. Well done, my son, you found such a wonderful girl, she thought to herself, unable to articulate her feelings. Hello, Auntie. Chuwei greeted Zhou Yizhou's mother, who responded with a beaming smile. Oh, hello. How are you? Have you had dinner? Chuwei nodded, and for the first time, Zhou Yizhou observed his mother wearing such a joyful expression. It stirred faint memories of her smiling at him like this in his childhood. Please don't mind her. This is my mother. She is quite friendly. Zhou Yizhou said lightly, as his mother gently nudged him before turning to Chuwei with a smile. That's just how my auntie is. Chuwei returned the polite smile, and then turned to Chen Wangsheng. Uncle, what is the current situation? Under normal circumstances, Chuwei could directly inquire of Chen Jing. Yet the presence of parents rendered such a question somewhat inappropriate. However, she thought it best to allow Chen Jing to elucidate the matter. Chen Wangxing found himself at a loss as to where to begin. Chuwei turned her gaze toward Chen Jing, who succinctly recounted the events of the day. She mused internally that this was a misunderstanding, yet simultaneously felt a sense of relief upon seeing Chen Jing unscathed. Meanwhile, Zhang Shufang remained silent. Her attention fixated on Chuwei, who appeared markedly different from her usual self at home. Upon hearing that Chen Jing had been assaulted, she felt compelled to skip evening study sessions to check on him. Perhaps it was the lens through which she viewed the situation, but to her, Chuwei seemed to embody the essence of a daughter-in-law for the Chen family. How delightful! Zhang Shufang had long wished for Chuwei to become her daughter-in-law, and she was indeed the most favored candidate. I hardly knew the way to the police station and got lost several times, Chuwei murmured while seated beside Chen Jing. Jing was well aware of her poor sense of direction, often unable to discern east from west. Your sudden arrival startled me. Please refrain from such impulsiveness in the future, Chen Jing remarked. Chuwei lightly scoffed, muttering that he had startled her. News had already spread throughout the school that he had been attacked. Chen Jing was taken aback by the rapid spread of rumors, feeling as though it had been orchestrated. Had he barely entered the police station when the news had already circulated across the campus? It felt deliberate, as the waiting room, which had initially housed just 2 individuals, had now swelled to 10, all awaiting their turn to be heard. At that moment, Zhou Yizhou's mother directed a question toward Chuwei. May I ask how old you are? Initially, Chuwei thought the question was not directed at her, but upon instinctively glancing over, she realized the inquiry was indeed aimed her way. Oh, I'm 17, she replied. Zhou Yizhou's mother nodded in satisfaction. 17 is perfect, quite fitting. Observing the interaction, Zhang Shufang felt a flicker of unease, as if she were in competition for a daughter-in-law. Just then, a voice from the security guard at the back announced, "This is the police station. What brings you here?" All eyes turned to the entrance, where a girl with blue hair and a man in a suit strode in. Song Yiching. Recognizing her school uniform, the others discerned she was from Newport No. 2 High School. Zhou Yizhou's mother thought to herself, surely not. Is she also a friend of Zhou Yizhou? Why were so many people concerned for her son? Neither Chen Jing nor Zhou Yizhou anticipated Song Yiching's arrival. They presumed it had no relevance. Song Yiching quickly spotted Chen Jing sitting there, disregarding the surrounding parents, and asked, "What is your condition? Are you injured anywhere?" Chen Jing shook his head. "No, what brings you here?" It was only then that Song Yiching noticed Chuwei beside him. Observing Chen Jing, she remarked with confusion, "You don't look injured. Rumors are circulating that you were beaten to the point of being unable to care for yourself." At this statement, Zhou Yizhou's mother finally comprehended the situation. These individuals were not there for Zhou Yizhou. They had come to see Chen Jing instead. Chen Jing pondered. If he was purportedly incapable of self-care, then who was he truly? Chen Jing realized that this was a misunderstanding. Rubbing his head, he sighed. Things are not as they seem. Unsure of where to begin his explanation, he turned to the man in the suit beside Song Yiching, inquiring, "Who might this be?" The silent gentleman only deepened Chen Jing's suspicion that he could be her brother or some other relative. "This is my father's lawyer. You've been assaulted, and we intend to see that the perpetrator faces justice," Song Yiching clarified. Her presence was primarily due to the rampant rumors linking her to Chen Jing, as the outside world speculated that this incident stemmed from her involvement. Observing the lawyer beside him, Chen Jing mused that such a grand gesture must have been for his sake. Zhang Mu was equally astonished by Song Yiching's arrival, fully aware of her family's background. Zhang Shufang watched silently, a sense of unease creeping in as she pondered the implications of another girl showing concern for Chen Jing. Chuwei was indeed remarkable, yet Song Yiching also appeared quite admirable. Song Yiching scanned the room, her gaze landing on Zhou Yizhou, who had been on the receiving end of a beating. Internally, Zhou Yizhou grappled with his predicament. Had it only been Chen Jing present, he would have gallantly defended his brother, but with Chuwei and Song Yiching now involved, it was clear that their concern was for Chen Jing, not him. Chapter 44. Resolution. Everyone, please remain calm. The matter will soon be resolved, Zhang Mu, as the director of education, felt compelled to address the situation. Huang Kuan's mother was taken aback by the gravity of the situation, never anticipating such a turnout, especially with the presence of a lawyer. "Director Zhang, is it really so serious?" she asked with a forced smile. Had Song Yiching not shown up, there might have been room for negotiation. However, her father's lawyer's presence left little space for leniency. At that moment, Song Yiching and Zhang Shufang exchanged glances. Before Zhang Shufang could utter a word, Song Yiching smiled brightly. "Hello, Annie. You must be Chen Jing's mother." Zhang Shufang stole a quick glance at Chen Jing, but their eyes did not meet, so she could only respond with a smile. Yes, hello, young lady." Upon hearing the phrase young lady, Song Yiching covered her mouth and giggled. "Thank you for the compliment, Annie." Seeing Song Yiching's bashful demeanor, Zhang Shufang pondered whether she should speak further. The girl's character seemed delightful. Could she perhaps harbor feelings for Chen Jing? Listening to their exchange, Chen Jing felt a twinge of confusion and glanced at Chuwei, who was attentively listening but not engaging in the conversation. At that moment, Chen Wangxing observed Song Yiching's demeanor and thought to himself how impressive his son truly was. Chen Jing sighed inwardly, contemplating how this situation had unfolded. Despite having no apparent connections, everything seemed inexplicably intertwined. Sitting beside Zhang Shufang, Chen Wangxing and she exchanged subtle nudges. "Look, that girl seems quite decent," he remarked. "But Chuwei is better. After all, she has been our neighbor for over a decade." Chen Jing truly was impressive. He had underestimated him. The two shared hushed whispers, filled with a sense of pride, particularly Chen Wangxing. Zhou Yizhou, witnessing both Chuwei and Song Yiching arriving for Chen Jing, was torn between two emotions. One was confusion over why everyone sought out Chen Jing, when he was the one who had been harmed. The concern was all for him. Both are exceptionally beautiful, and one of them is destined to become a future singer. How could they both be enamored with Chen Jing? The arrival of Song Yiching can be interpreted as an acknowledgement of her feelings for Chen Jing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have brought a lawyer with her. Alternatively, she might believe that Chen Jing is in a predicament. He has his childhood friend Chuwei and the unexpected Song Yiching. How is he to choose? The current laws do not permit polygamy. unless one of them is a traditional girl willing to assume a subordinate role. Fortunately, Chen Jing has never considered any other girl. His heart belongs solely to Chuwei. No matter how impressive Song Yiqing is, Chen Jing would not spare her a second glance. Today, Chuwei's presence brings Chen Jing joy. But with Song Yiqing showing up as well, he finds himself in a difficult situation. Chuwei is equally astonished to see Song Yiqing. Observing their interaction, it becomes evident that Chen Jing and Song Yiqing share a deeper connection. Otherwise, she wouldn't have personally brought a lawyer. Could it be that Song Yiqing is indeed Chen Jing's secret girlfriend? Had they engaged in something more? Chuwei dares not ponder further, glancing at Chen Jing beside her. Noticing her gaze, Chen Jing turns to meet her eyes, sensing her confusion. Wait here, I will clarify the situation, he assures her. Believing that only Song Yiqing possesses the answers, while Chuwei may only have heard rumors. With that, Chen Jing rises and approaches Song Yiqing. I would like to inquire about what transpired at school. Song Yiqing is equally eager to uncover the truth, and together they walk to the entrance of the police station. How did you end up here? This matter doesn't seem to concern you, Chen Jing queries. Song Yiqing shrugs, her expression one of resignation. I heard a version at school that goes like this. I am the top of the school beauty list, with many admirers. And you are the champion of the top 10 singers, which led to some rumors. Then, one of my suitors assaulted you, and I thought it was because of me. She explains, glancing at the lawyer she brought along. Chen Jing slaps his forehead, realizing the misunderstanding. It's not like that, he clarifies. Spending several minutes detailing how Huang Kuan first harassed Chuwei, then sought trouble in the classroom, and finally how Zhou Zhou was mistakenly identified as Chen Jing and beaten. After hearing the full story, Song Yiqing feels somewhat speechless. The incident has nothing to do with her. So why is the entire school spreading rumors that my relationship with Chen Jing caused him to be attacked? She wonders. I apologize for dragging you into this. Chen Jing expresses, feeling remorse for involving Song Yiqing. Bringing a lawyer must have incurred significant costs. Song Yiqing shakes her head, her gaze towards Chen Jing shifting unexpectedly. Previously, she regarded him merely as an intriguing rival, but now, she perceives his admirable character and maturity, distinguishing him as a remarkable young man among his peers. It's nothing. Even without the rumors, one should come to the aid of a friend in distress, she reassures him. No trouble is the best outcome. Chen Jing nods appreciatively, expressing his gratitude with a smile. Together, they step into the police station. At this moment, Zhou Yizhou's father emerged, observing the waiting area nearly filled to capacity. His gaze tinged with confusion. What transpired? Zhou Yizhou's mother inquired first. Those ruffians are on the run. A recent theft has escalated into an intentional injury case. Now a criminal matter, he replied, casting a glance at Huang Kuan's mother, his voice cold. Your son is the mastermind, having employed others for illicit activities, warranting detention and fines. In severe cases, it could lead to criminal charges. You are also responsible for the victim's medical expenses. Huang Kuan's mother, initially believing that Zhang Mu's presence would ensure protection, now realized there was no hope for salvation. She could only seek Zhang Mu's assistance, yet he was merely the vice principal. Now confronted not only by the police, but also by Song Yiqing's lawyer. Chen Jing observed her, recalling how indifferent Huang Kuan's mother appeared last time. Now, however, she was rendered speechless. Wasn't she fond of leveraging her connections? Zhang Mu's presence proved futile. Zhou Yizhou's father exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Jing. Despite Zhou Yizhou being assaulted, the absence of video evidence meant it could not be definitively fatal. Chen Jing possessed footage of the assault, which would soon grace the principal's office. Zhou Yizhou's father turned his attention back to Huang Kuan's mother and Zhang Mu, primarily addressing Zhang Mu. You are Zhang Mu, the vice principal of Newport No. 2 High School, correct? Upon being named by the police, Zhang Mu hastily stood up, smiling apologetically. Yes, that's me. Zhou Yizhou's father exhaled deeply, his tone serious. I will report this matter to higher authorities and issue a notification regarding the police situation. I hope the school will cooperate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mu understood that the school would not settle privately and must release pertinent information or risk being deemed uncooperative. Of course, Zhang Mu acquiesced. Zhou Yizhou's father surveyed the room one last time, deliberately avoiding looking at his own son. All right, this matter concludes here. Everyone may leave. Chapter 45. Shocking the entire school. Song Yiqing departed first, having grasped the situation's essence, deeming it unnecessary to linger. Next were Chen Jing and Chuwei. Chuwei, come back with us. It's late, and there's no need for you to return to school. You look exhausted and sweaty. You must not have eaten, right? I'll prepare some soup at home to warm you. Chen Jing's mother offered kindly. Chuwei beamed, replying, Sure, thank you, Annie. It's been a while since I've tasted your cooking. Chen Jing watched the two converse, a sense of happiness blossoming within him. Finally, Zhou Yizhou's family remained. Zhou Yizhou's mother observed as everyone departed, shaking her head at her son. Look at others, now look at you. She bore the expression of a parent lamenting a child's shortcomings. Why do those two girls come to see them, yet not a single one for you? You were the one who got beaten. Mom, what are you talking about? Your son is quite popular at school. Zhou Yizhou protested. Oh, spare me, his mother retorted. Disdain evident as she stood and walked toward the office, leaving Zhou Yizhou alone in the waiting room. He could only shake his head in resignation, thinking to himself, what use are women? Being alone is far more enjoyable. Chen Jing found himself riding Chuwei's bicycle to return her home, as his own was at school. Meanwhile, Chen Wangxing was transporting Zhang Shufang. It was quite a delightful sight, with the older couple and the younger pair. Zhang Shufang occasionally stole glances at Chen Jing and Chuwei, believing them to be a perfect match. The following morning, when Chen Jing entered the classroom, his classmates were perplexed. Hadn't he been beaten so severely that he couldn't fend for himself? Yet here he was, seemingly unscathed. Chen Jing, you're not. Huang Lei, upon seeing Chen Jing, was equally astonished. Chen Jing sighed, explaining that it was Zhou Yizhou who had suffered the beating, and that an announcement would be made on the bulletin board today for those curious enough to check. However, Zhou Yizhou did not show up until class started, evidently taking time to recover. At this moment, an announcement interrupted the proceedings, accompanied by a crackling sound from the speakers. Chen Jing recognized the voice of Zhang Mu. Due to serious violations of school regulations, Huang Kuan from Class 2 of the second year has been expelled, as decided by the school leadership during a meeting. For the specifics of the incident, please refer to the bulletin board after class, and may it serve as a cautionary tale for all students. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing thought to himself that the school's response was rather swift. The evidence had only just been delivered to the principal's office. It appeared that even without the evidence, Huang Kuan would inevitably face expulsion. As soon as class ended, everyone rushed outside, leaving only Chen Jing and Chuwei in the classroom, engrossed in their studies. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered in front of the school's bulletin board, consisting not only of seniors, but also first and second year students. Let me see what's going on, Huang Lei said, managing to squeeze his way through to the announcement. The gist was that Huang Kuan had orchestrated an attack on Zhou Yizhou from class 36 of the third year, enlisting the help of some outside delinquents. While Huang Lei pondered this, a classmate noticed another announcement nearby. Wow, someone's essay made it to the newspaper. This caught Huang Lei's attention, and he shifted his gaze. Chen Jing from class 36 of the third year has had his essay published in the newspaper, and this serves as an official commendation. Huang Lei was taken aback. What is this? Not only Huang Lei, but also the classmates who had come with him were left bewildered. Upon closer examination, they discovered that the essay was identical to one displayed in their classroom. What did this signify? It indicated that the essay was indeed written by Chen Jing. No way. Who would believe that? The essay section was highly competitive among prestigious high schools in the province, and for Chen Jing to have achieved this was remarkable. At that moment, Chen Jing was still seated in the classroom when Huang Lei burst in. Chen Jing, you made it to the newspaper. Chen Jing looked up, a perplexed expression on his face. How could Huang Lei have known about this? How did you find out? He asked. Their essay notice outside announcing your publication. Huang Lei replied, genuinely astonished that it was Chen Jing who had written it. As other classmates returned and learned of the news, they were equally intrigued. How could Chen Jing, who never studied before, possibly write such an impressive essay? More and more students gathered around Chen Jing, leaving him almost breathless. Is it really your work? Was the most frequently asked question. Chen Jing scratched his head and jested. Are there any other Chen Jings in class 36? At that moment, everyone cast surprised glances. Indeed, it was Chen Jing, leaving aside Zhao Hong, who in this class did not hold a stereotypical view of Chen Jing. The delinquent who frequently skipped class to surf the internet had accumulated a mere 600 points over a semester, yet managed to pen an essay that scored 58. This was despite the Chinese teacher's deliberate grading leniency. Had it been the college entrance examination, it would have been a perfect score. From this moment on, it could be said that everyone began to reassess their opinions of Chen Jing. At that moment, during the break, a sudden cacophony emanated from the loudspeaker. Hello, hello. We have an important announcement. Recently, we have established a thorough investigation team that has apprehended several couples engaged in early romantic relationships, predominantly among the senior year students. In their final year, must they allow romance to adversely affect their academic performance? Would it not be wiser to postpone such matters until after the college entrance examinations? Therefore, as per the school's administration's decision, prior to the examinations, boys and girls are not permitted to interact too closely, cannot share meals, nor visit each other's dormitories. Should any such relationships be discovered and deemed early romance, expulsion will ensue. Upon hearing this, the students felt little concern. This announcement posed no real threat to high school students. Those who wished to pursue romance would simply do so discreetly, while those who did not would remain uninvolved. Chen Jing was unaware that this announcement was primarily aimed at him and Song Yiqing. After all, it had reached the teacher's ears, sparking rumors about Chen Jing and Song Yiqing, which subsequently led to Huang Kuan's involvement. Thus, this announcement served to eliminate early romantic relationships. Just as school was dismissed for lunch, Zhao Hong walked in. "I have something to say." Observing the expression on Zhao Hong's face, it seemed she bore unfavorable news. There will be no afternoon classes. Some students haven't been home in over 10 days, so they are encouraged to return early. Upon hearing this, the students were puzzled. What does it mean for those who aren't going home? They queried. It means we are officially on break. Tomorrow evening, you are to return for evening study. The break begins now. With that, Zhao Hong left without a backward glance. Logically speaking, Chen Jing's essay being published in the newspaper should have been a point of pride for any homeroom teacher. Yet Zhao Hong showed no inclination to boast. If it were Zhao Lei, she would have relished the opportunity to announce it to the entire school. However, with Chen Jing, she had no intention of celebrating. She feared that if other classes learned about the existence of such a waste in class 16, she would lose face. Despite the fact that this news had already shocked the entire school. Upon hearing about the break, the classroom erupted with excitement. Students who had already prepared their bowls for lunch began to pack their belongings instead. Chen Jing scratched his head, wondering what to do about lunch. "Huang Lei, what will we do about the food?" he asked helplessly. Huang Lei chuckled. "I'm not going home. I'll sell it. There will surely be many boarding students who won't be going home either." Chen Jing nodded, recognizing that he had to leave the arrangements to Huang Lei. After packing his things, he glanced at Chuwei, and the two exited the classroom together. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a foot protruded, tripping Chen Jing at the classroom door. Chen Jing stumbled painfully and quickly rose, grasping the railing in the corridor for support. Chuwei was taken aback, quickly supporting Chen Jing, her face etched with concern. "What happened? Did you trip?" The voice from the side prompted them to look up. It was Zhao Lei. At that moment, Zhao Lei walked past Chen Jing, and Chen Jing was certain that this brat had been the one to trip him. This little rascal, resorting to underhanded tactics. Was he trying to be unpleasant? Did he think he could act with impunity just because his aunt was the homeroom teacher? However, Zhao Lei had already walked far away, making it inconvenient for Chen Jing to confront him. Thus, limping down the stairs, Chuwei initially intended to assist Chen Jing, disregarding any school rules. Yet, Chen Jing waved his hand. "It's fine, I can walk. You wouldn't want to get expelled, would you?" Chuwei sighed, wanting to help, but Chen Jing wouldn't allow it. They maintained a distance greater than before, enough for two people to stand comfortably between them. Maintaining distance was a sign of respect for school regulations, while accompanying him was an expression of naive affection. Chapter 46. The Strong Woman. Chuwei. Upon arriving at the bicycle shed, Chuwei realized that Chen Jing, with his injured foot, surely could not ride a bike. "Today, I shall carry you," she declared confidently. Chen Jing had never ridden on the back of Chuwei's bicycle before, and now, despite his injury, he would experience it. Chuwei pushed the bike out of the school gate, and Chen Jing hobbled along behind her. "Hop on, let me show you my cycling skills," she said with great assurance, confident that carrying someone was a trivial task. Chen Jing remained silent as he plopped onto the back seat. In an instant, Chuwei furrowed her brow, feeling a significant weight on the rear seat. The bicycle seemed unable to move. "Why aren't we moving?" Chen Jing teased from behind. Chuwei gritted her teeth and summoned all her strength, pushing down hard on the pedals. As she felt the wheels begin to turn, Chen Jing was somewhat surprised. Chuwei was quite strong after all. Chuwei's focus was intense as the handlebars swayed from side to side. Thankfully, after a wobbly start, they managed to stabilize after riding for several meters, albeit slowly. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei, watching from a distance, was filled with anxiety upon seeing Chuwei actually carrying Chen Jing. He had initially expected Chen Jing to walk home alone and was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Wasn't this tantamount to mischief? Chen Jing, seated on the back, held onto the iron ring beneath the seat. It wasn't that he didn't want to embrace Chuwei. It was simply that her backpack was pressed against his face. The journey was silent as they arrived at the steel factory community. Some neighbors, spotting Chen Jing being carried back, teased them. "Oh, today it's Chuwei giving Chen Jing a ride. How rare." The strong woman, Chuwei. Chuwei could only respond with an awkward smile. At that moment, Chen Wangxing and his wife came down and were momentarily stunned upon seeing Chuwei carrying Chen Jing. "Chen Jing, why did you let Chuwei carry you back?" Zhang Shufang reproached him. Before Chen Jing could respond, Chuwei laughed and said, "Auntie, Chen Jing sprained his foot. So this is the only way." Hearing that Chen Jing had injured his foot, Zhang Shufang hurried over to check, finding that it wasn't too serious. He was merely limping. "All right, when we get back, we'll apply some ointment for bruises. Now come with us." Upon hearing the call to go out, Chen Jing inquired, "Where are we headed?" Observing his father clad in a white shirt and suit trousers, and his mother in a floral dress, he deduced that they were off to an appointment. "Your uncle has returned and invited us over for a family dinner," came the reply. The mention of his uncle caused Chen Jing to furrow his brow slightly. Chen Wangxing had 5 siblings, being the fourth among them, while his elder brother held the position of the eldest. Thus, Chen Jing was ushered outside. Chuwei glanced at Chen Jing's retreating figure and chuckled softly before ascending the stairs. On this occasion, Chen Wangxing exhibited a generous spirit, hailing a taxi from the roadside to convey them to the restaurant. 20 minutes later, Chen Jing's family stood at the entrance of an upscale dining establishment. "Hurry up. Your uncle is waiting inside," Chen Wangxing urged, perhaps feeling the pangs of nostalgia after a long absence from his siblings. As they walked, Chen Jing reflected on his uncle and other relatives. His uncle had a son and a daughter. The son, a university student, had married the daughter of a government official and was now thriving. Thanks to this advantageous connection, the daughter was sent abroad. In his previous life, Chen Wangxing had suffered a grave injury that left him bedridden in a hospital, with his uncle and aunt visiting only on the first day, subsequently neglecting him. Only his second aunt and younger aunt would occasionally check on him. At every family gathering, his uncle would boast about his son's achievements. Now, it appeared that his uncle's son had recently wed and was preparing to announce a pregnancy, though it seemed rather excessive to host a dinner simply for this announcement. Struggling slightly, Chen Jing arrived at the private room, where Chen Wangxing adjusted his attire and pushed the door open. "Everyone's here," he announced. "Wangxing has arrived. Come in, come in." As the door swung open, Chen Jing beheld a table nearly filled with guests, with only his family yet to arrive. However, it was evident that the meal had already commenced, as the dishes had been disturbed and everyone's bowls were brimming with food. "Little Jing, you were delayed due to school," Chen Wangxing smiled apologetically. His uncle waved dismissively. "No worries. Education is of utmost importance." This was merely a formality. Everyone present was acutely aware that Chen Jing's academic performance was far from stellar. Chen Jing surveyed the surrounding relatives, noting how much younger they seemed. "Little Jing, do greet everyone. It's been ages since we last met." Chen Wangxing nudged. Chen Jing complied, acknowledging them politely. Indeed, it had been quite a while since they had seen each other, especially after his uncle's family relocated to the provincial capital, resulting in rare opportunities for visits. The so-called 3 major festivals, Spring Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, and Mid-Autumn Festival, only allowed for a reunion during the Spring Festival. Little Jing has grown taller, nearly reaching 1.8 meters. "I see," one relative remarked. Listening to the exchanges of pleasantries, Chen Jing mused that if he were his genuine 17-year-old self, he would likely only manage an awkward smile. However, he was no longer that boy. "Almost there, still growing," he replied. Speaking of height, his uncle's son was notably shorter at only 165 centimeters. "Little Jing, how are your grades? The college entrance examination is approaching, isn't it?" This question was a recurring theme, cloaked as small talk, but with an ulterior motive. Chen Wangxing was about to respond, but Chen Jing interjected, "My grades are decent. I'm working hard." "You must strive for excellence, little Jing. Only by attending a good university can you secure a bright future," his uncle chimed in. "Indeed, your son merely gained admission to a university and wed the daughter of an official." Chen Jing has taken note of this. When his father suffered a broken leg, he sought to borrow money from this cousin, but was met with refusal, though he claims his wife is stringent with finances. The truth remains that he never disclosed this predicament to her. Had he done so, assistance would have been forthcoming. I recall when my cousin lacked the means for university. He borrowed 20,000 from Chen Wangxing. Once one enters a formal position, there is a palpable fear of impoverished relatives seeking support. I, too, am striving in my own way. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Jing observed the unmistakable lack of pride on his parents' faces. Each time they were reminded of their son's academic performance, it was a source of shame. In the past, Chen Wangxing would have undoubtedly remarked on this. Now, as Chen Jing approaches high school graduation, the prospect of failing to enter university looms large, and he harbors hopes that his uncle's son might lend a helping hand. However, this time, Chen Wangxing's attitude has shifted. Presently, Xiao Jing excels in his studies. His composition has even been published in a newspaper. Upon hearing of the publication, his uncle's son was incredulous. Being part of the establishment, he understood the necessary procedures and the caliber of work required for such an honor. If compositions could easily be published, only the top students from the elite class would achieve that. Surely, Chen Jing's achievements must be a fabrication to mislead his parents. The compositions that grace the pages of newspapers are typically of exceptional quality. Perhaps Xiao Jing is indeed performing well? Which edition is it? The uncle's son feigned praise. Yet his intent was to expose the truth. It was indeed the Huaxi Daily from just yesterday, Chen Jing replied candidly. The Huaxi Daily? His uncle's son remained skeptical. The newspaper holds considerable prestige as a provincial publication. It would be extraordinary for Chen Jing to feature therein. Remarkable, Xiao Jing, to have your work published. I shall see for myself upon returning home, his uncle's son declared. Following this, the uncle chimed in. There must be a copy. Have the waiter bring it over. Is there one? Let him fetch a copy. We must certainly take a look at such an exceptional composition from our Xiao Jing. Chapter 47. Public revelation. No one believed in Chen Jing's academic prowess. They were well aware of his disposition. Despite Chen Wangxing and his wife's unwavering support for their son, Chen Jing's lack of diligence, mischievousness, and misbehavior were all too evident. The notion of Chen Jing's essay being published was akin to entrusting a delinquent with the reins of a police station, an impossibility. Although they exchanged polite compliments, Chen Jing could discern the underlying intentions. They sought to publicly unmask him. Very well, let the unveiling commence. At that moment, the waiter presented a newspaper. Placing it on the table, the uncle turned it to face him. On which page? He inquired, squinting. Chen Jing genuinely could not recall, and replied, I'm not entirely sure. His response only deepened his uncle's son's disbelief. Typically, one would be notified of the section in which their work was published, and Chen Jing's uncertainty clearly indicated he had never been published before. Unable to discern the contents himself, the uncle passed it to his son with a smile, remarking, Chen Yu had also written an article that made it into the newspaper. To my surprise, Xiao Jing has indeed made a name for himself, following in his brother's footsteps. Chen Yu, being the son of my uncle, has little recollection of the events surrounding the newspaper publication. As he searched for Chen Jing's essay, he humbly remarked that it was merely a collection of casual writings. While others may be oblivious, he was aware that he had purchased a section to publish a piece, motivated by a desire to enhance his reputation, especially as he was courting his current wife at that time. The family gathered to witness the show put on by his uncle's household, yet they were powerless to intervene. Just as Chen Yu was about to speak, he spotted an essay on a prominent section, an outstanding essay by a senior student from Xinguang No. 2 Middle School. Chen Yu hurriedly scanned it, not bothering to read the content, only eager to see the author's name. At the conclusion, he found it signed, Chen Jing, Class 36, Senior Year, Xinguang No. 2 Middle School. This was troubling. It was indeed written by Chen Jing. Furthermore, it was not one of those paid placements. Chen Yu recognized which sections were purchased. Thus, he initially examined those few sections, considering that Chen Jing might have paid for his piece as well. However, those sections did not contain his essay. Instead, the one featuring Chen Jing's work was dedicated solely to outstanding essays, ensuring that every exceptional piece could be showcased fairly. Such works are readily discernible in quality, rendering any purchase futile. Recalling that he had once been featured in a municipal newspaper, which required payment, Chen Jing's achievement of appearing in a provincial newspaper was notable. Observing Chen Yu's astonished expression, Chen Jing took a sip of water and smiled, stating, I cannot possibly compare to my cousin. He was featured in the largest section of the Anqing Daily, while I am not as remarkable. At this moment, it was indeed the first time Chen Yu felt overshadowed during a family gathering. Could it truly be written by Xiao Jing? Even his uncle found it hard to believe. Though Chen Yu was reluctant to accept it, he could only respond with a smile, acknowledging, yes, it was Xiao Jing who wrote it. His essay is truly outstanding. This statement bore no ulterior motives, serving purely as praise. His uncle seized the newspaper, squinting at the print, and confirmed that it was indeed Chen Jing. Xiao Jing, you are quite impressive. Your cousin only appeared in the newspaper during his university years, yet you have made it in high school. You must aim for a good university. At this moment, his aunt chuckled, and Chen Wangxing joined in the laughter, saying, just getting into university is already a blessing, everyone. Please eat before the dishes grow cold. Previously, when negative remarks were made about Chen Jing, Chen Wangxing could only listen and force a smile. However, the situation had changed. Now that newspapers still hold a readership, being featured is a mark of honor. Chen Wangxing stood tall, serving Chen Jing a piece of pork knuckle. Chen Yu glanced at Chen Jing and sensed a transformation. He no longer resembled the mischievous boy who once refrained from speaking and dared not retort to adults. Today, Chen Jing seemed more like a mature adult, especially one seasoned by the trials of life. Although his retort was subtle, Chen Yu could discern the underlying meaning. The implication that his own newspaper feature was bought and merely municipal, in stark contrast to Chen Jing's provincial recognition. A sense of maturity radiated from Chen Jing. Strangely, after half a year apart, Chen Jing felt somewhat unfamiliar. Uncle did not finish reading, but noticed Chen Jing's name written above. Quite good, quite good. Xiao Jing has indeed made progress. How about this? Chen Yu happens to have some free time lately. Why not help Xiao Jing with his studies? After all, he is a university student. Uncle still did not want to lose. At that moment, Chen Jing swallowed a mouthful of rice and chuckled. Isn't sister-in-law pregnant? Chen Yu still has time to come over. Upon hearing this, Uncle completely forgot the reason for their gathering today. Oh dear, how could I forget? If it weren't for Xiao Jing's reminder, I would have overlooked it. The reason for inviting everyone today is that we have a happy occasion at home. This news was a surprise to everyone, and they quickly raised their glasses to toast. Conversely, Chen Yu found it odd. How did Chen Jing know that his wife was pregnant? This information had only been revealed to their parents yesterday, and they had agreed to share it during dinner today. How could Chen Jing possibly know? If it is a boy, then our Chen family will have a worthy successor. Uncle said, having consumed a bit of wine. Congratulations, congratulations. At that moment, Chen Wangxing took a sip of wine and quietly inquired, Xiao Jing, how did you know sister-in-law is pregnant? We were all unaware. Chen Jing thought to himself that the announcement had not yet been made. Dad, you forgot that you mentioned at home that cousin had just married not long ago and would likely be expecting a child soon. And that uncle would invite us to dinner. Chen Wangxing frowned slightly, wondering if he had actually said that. However, whether he had or not was inconsequential. Everyone was aware now. Chen Jing breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he must be cautious with his words in the future. It was close to becoming an awkward situation. Xiao Jing, at that moment, Aunt approached Chen Jing. He quickly stood up and smiled. Aunt was slender, and her eyes crinkled with her smile. Xiao Jing, I have something to ask of you. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing inquired, what is it? If it's within my ability, I will certainly help. Aunt was quite kind. It was she who had previously taken people to the factory to seek compensation. It's about your cousin, as you know. She is now in the 3rd year of junior high. Her math is decent, but her Chinese consistently fails, especially her composition, which is even worse. If her grades do not improve, she won't be able to enter high school. At this point, Aunt delicately mentioned, Xiao Jing, your compositions have been published in the newspaper, so I was hoping you could tutor my niece. Upon hearing this, Chen Wangxing, who was savoring pig's head meat, turned around quickly. Of course, that can be arranged. I will have Chen Jing go to your house in a few days. Hearing this, Aunt felt delighted and waved her hands in protest. Oh no, there's no need for that. I will bring the child to the community in a few days. Aunt was concerned that Chen Jing might not go, so she insisted on bringing her niece over. However, it was indeed true that suggesting Chen Jing go in a few days seemed a bit courteous and insincere. Delivering her niece directly would be more genuine. Chen Jing thought it was nothing. Tutoring would be beneficial for him as well, reinforcing his own knowledge. No problem, Aunt, he replied. Let us do it tomorrow morning. It just so happens to be Sunday. Aunt sighed in relief, continuously praising Chen Jing. Chen Yu observed this scene, recalling how everyone used to plead with him to help with their studies. Now it is settled, Chen Jing has transformed. Chapter 48, A Visit by Initiative. In a previous life, Chen Wangxing would have indeed sought Chen Yu's assistance in tutoring Chen Jing, and Chen Yu would have expressed her reluctance, contemplating a tutoring fee. Yet, Chen Jing readily agreed, without even mentioning the matter of remuneration. This time, Chen Wangxing enjoyed his drinks, pleased with his son's accomplishments, savoring a sense of pride before his relatives, a feeling he had never experienced before. The gathering was notably harmonious, devoid of pretentiousness. As the dinner concluded, everyone departed one by one. Upon reaching the restaurant's entrance, Chen Yu, driving an Audi A6, parked at the front, alighted, and assisted her uncle into the car. The Audi was indeed impressive, albeit not his own. It belonged to her father. Chen Yu returned to the driver's seat, rolled down the window, and smiled at Chen Jing's family. "Uncle, shall I give you a ride?" With just Chen Yu, her father, and Chen Jing, the car could accommodate them perfectly. Zhang Shufang was about to politely decline when Chen Jing interjected with a smile. "Thank you, brother Chen Yu. No, it's merely a formality. Are you truly accepting this offer?" Chen Jing, recalling his sprained ankle, thought it would be a shame to pass up a ride. Thus, Chen Jing settled into the passenger seat while his parents took the back, sharing space with his uncle. One could not help but notice how remarkably similar his uncle and father appeared in their drunken states, as though they were cast from the same mold. Particularly their balding heads. His uncle was completely bald, while Chen Wangxing was rapidly approaching the same fate. "Xiao Jing, was your announcement in the newspaper supported by the school, or was it your own initiative?" Chen Yu, driving, glanced at Chen Jing through the rearview mirror, eager to uncover any inconsistency in his story that might reveal the truth, thus easing his own mind. "It was during an exam when I wrote an essay that my language teacher found commendable, prompting me to give it a try," Chen Jing replied, his words carefully crafted, leaving no room for contradiction. Chen Yu could only smile in response. "That's commendable, indeed. By the way, how did you come to know about your sister-in-law's pregnancy?" "We only learned of it yesterday." His curiosity piqued. He wondered how Chen Jing had gained such knowledge. Realizing he could not evade the question, Chen Jing chuckled. "It was mentioned during my brother's wedding that they should have children soon, and then my uncle suggested that if she were pregnant, we should all gather for a meal." Upon hearing this, Chen Yu fell into contemplation, questioning whether such remarks had indeed been made. However, given that everyone had been drinking at the wedding, he doubted anyone would recall. Thus, Chen Jing skillfully navigated the conversation. The remainder of the ride was silent until Chen Yu pulled up to the entrance of the steel plant community. "Uncle, we shall take our leave now." "All right, take care." They exchanged pleasantries, and Chen Jing assisted his father back home. After a long-awaited day off, Chen Jing retreated to his room to rest, applying some ointment to his injury. The foot injury was quite bothersome and made movement inconvenient. Just as he was about to nap, a series of knocks interrupted his peace. Wondering who could be at the door at 2 in the afternoon, he opened it to find Chuwei standing there, clutching a book. "What brings you here?" Chen Jing recalled that they had not made any prior arrangements. "Class is in session," Chuwei replied with a hint of peculiarity. She had come to check on him, concerned that his leg might hinder his ability to ascend the stairs. Chen Jing sighed in relief. "Please, come in, teacher." Chuwei strode confidently into Chen Jing's home, as if it were her own. The two households were quite similar, both featuring a study desk on the balcony. A suggestion made by Chuwei's father, who believed it would absorb the essence of nature and enhance their academic performance. In reality, it was simply about basking in the sun and replenishing calcium. "How is your foot?" Chuwei inquired with genuine concern as she took a seat. Chen Jing winced in pain, uttering a sharp gasp. Observing Chen Jing's grimacing face, Chuwei stifled a laugh, finding his performance rather lacking. "An injury to the muscles and bones requires 100 days of recuperation. You'll need to rest for 100 days, she remarked. Chen Jing winced again and nodded gently. "All right, then for this 100 days, I shall trouble teacher he to drive me to school each day." Chuwei did not refuse. 100 days was merely a jest, as he would likely recover in about 4 or 5 days. "Driving you for 4 or 5 days is no issue. But there is a condition. You must master political science today, and I shall agree." "Deal." An hour passed. Chuwei stared in astonishment at the political science textbook. Just moments ago, Chen Jing had recited an entire section of knowledge flawlessly. "What kind of brain do you have?" Chuwei could hardly believe that Chen Jing's memorization speed had increased significantly. This was perhaps his only commendable skill. "Could you please pour me a glass of water?" "Teacher, I've become quite thirsty from all this reciting." Chuwei shook her head in disbelief before rising to fetch the water. If it were anyone else, they would certainly suspect Chen Jing of peeking. However, Chuwei had secured the book tightly enough that he could not see a thing. Upon returning with the water, she asked, "How can you memorize so quickly?" Chen Jing gulped down the water, feeling a chill from the nearby electric fan. "It's just how I memorized it. I've gone over it many times at school," he offered as an excuse. After all, revealing his extraordinary memory would surely be met with skepticism. "At this rate, you might indeed catch up in 200 days, she acknowledged. In the arts, like Beethoven, mastering the material yields points. Remembering their previous conversation about the arts examination, Chen Jing turned to Chuwei and inquired, "By the way, what do you think about the last arts examination?" "Me?" Chuwei pointed to herself and then shook her head. "I know nothing about the arts examination, nor do I know how to discuss it." She truly lacked knowledge on the subject, having no acquaintances in the arts. Suddenly, a thought struck her: Song Yiqing. Song Yiqing was an arts student. Although Chuwei was unfamiliar with the examination process, she had heard a few things previously, noting that the cultural scores were not exceedingly high. If Chen Jing could indeed improve his studies during this period, a score of over 400 points would suffice. Such a score could potentially grant him admission to those arts-focused institutions. A cultural score of 400 might only qualify him for a third-tier university or a vocational college. However, combining a 400-point cultural score with a favorable ranking in the arts examination could very well secure him a place at a first-tier university or even a prestigious 985 or 211 institution. Perhaps you should ask the music teacher or Song Yiqing. You seem quite familiar with her, and she undoubtedly has more insight, Chuwei suggested calmly. Despite her tranquil demeanor, Chen Jing understood that proposing such a visit could lead to trouble. There are only a little over 200 days left. Chen Jing felt the weight of time pressing upon him. In a previous life, 200 days seemed excessive. Now, however, 200 days feels utterly insufficient. How delightful it would be to be reborn in the first year of high school, with the awareness of the remaining days. If only one could awaken to this realization sooner. Chuwei wore a look of exasperation, wishing for better outcomes. Despite having employed every conceivable method, Chen Jing remained unmotivated to study. He refrained from speaking, as he could hardly reveal the truth of his rebirth. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhang Shufang returned home to find Chen Jing and Chuwei studying together on the balcony. "Hello, Auntie," Chuwei greeted with a smile. The sight of her instantly dispelled Zhang Shufang's fatigue. "You two continue studying. I shall prepare some fruit for you." Indeed, when studying at someone else's home, it is customary for the host to serve snacks. As Zhang Shufang sliced pears, she glanced at the two immersed in their studies. It had been ages since she had witnessed such a scene. The last time was during Chen Jing's elementary school years, when they would sit at the small table on the balcony to complete their homework. As they grew taller, the table was replaced, and regrettably, in high school, they had not shared such moments of study together again. The balcony table had since become a repository for miscellaneous items. "Here comes the fruit," Zhang Shufang announced, presenting a platter adorned with toothpicks. "Thank you, Auntie," Chuwei replied with a bright smile that warmed Zhang Shufang's heart. How could there be a child more suited to be a daughter-in-law? "We are family now, let us not stand on ceremony. Today, I shall prepare your favorite braised pork ribs. Let us invite your parents over for dinner. It's been too long since we gathered. And it's perfect since you both have a day off." Upon hearing about the braised ribs, Chuwei's eyes sparkled. "Then I will definitely eat 2 bowls of rice today." Chuwei's enthusiastic response brought a smile to Zhang Shufang's face, and she waved her hand dismissively. All right. You two continue studying. I won't disturb you." Watching Zhang Shufang leave in a hurry, Chuwei turned her attention to Chen Jing, who was engrossed in solving problems, reflecting on the delightful atmosphere. It reminded her of their childhood days, around the age of 10, when they would sit here, copying English words. Chuwei had a natural aptitude for English, while Chen Jing struggled, mispronouncing the 26 letters as 24 and failing to recognize any phonetic symbols. She patiently taught him to read, but even after half an hour, he had only managed to memorize a single word. Once they entered junior high, their academic paths diverged, and they were no longer in the same class. This discrepancy in progress led Chuwei to tutor Chen Jing, who had transformed into a rebellious and playful child by that time. Even with her tutoring, he showed little interest, preferring to be outside playing. In high school, Chuwei deliberately chose to attend the same class as Chen Jing, hoping to support and elevate his studies. Unfortunately, the first 2 years were largely unproductive. Thankfully, things had changed now. Chen Jing was beginning to awaken to his potential. As she reminisced about the past, A smile graced Chuwei's face. In contrast to Chen Jing, she retained a clearer memory of their shared history. It feels as if elementary school was merely yesterday, and the transformation of Chen Jing into a mischievous lad occurred just the day before. Yet today, he stands as a diligent student. Chuwei playfully spears a piece of pear with a toothpick and brings it to Chen Jing's lips. Instinctively, he opens his mouth to take a bite, only to find nothing but air. Ha ha ha, you still fell for it. Chuwei laughs heartily, finding amusement in teasing Chen Jing. His expression remains unchanged, prompting Chuwei to think he might be upset, so she offers it again. Chen Jing wonders if he could truly be deceived a second time, and once more. He opens his mouth. Alas, he bites into emptiness again. Ha ha ha, how could you still be fooled? Chuwei's laughter is so infectious her eyes nearly disappear. Chen Jing turns to gaze at her, and Chuwei, tilting her body and closing her eyes in laughter, appears rather endearing. A slight smile graces Chen Jing's lips. How had he not noticed her beauty before? It's as if she has been enhanced by a filter since his rebirth. At this moment, Chen Jing picks up another toothpick, spears a piece of pear, and presents it to Chuwei. She takes a deep breath, opens her eyes, and sees Chen Jing offering her the fruit. The expression on his face is overwhelmingly affectionate, his eyes brimming with warmth akin to the declarations of love seen in dramas. Chuwei's smile vanishes, and she stares intently at Chen Jing. What are you doing? Aren't you going to eat it? Chen Jing asks softly. The atmosphere shifts from joyous to somewhat ambiguous, causing Chuwei to swallow hard. Should she take a bite or not? It seems Chen Jing's expression truly lacks any intent to deceive her, making her forget the earlier trickery. Chuwei slightly parts her lips, ready to bite into the pear. In an instant, Chen Jing retracts his hand sharply. The sound of her teeth clashing echoes clearly. Ha ha ha. You fell for it too. Chen Jing's expression shifts from tender to uproarious laughter. In truth, his initial gaze was sincere. He had realized that a girl had nestled into his heart. However, as Chuwei was about to bite down, the thought of withdrawing his hand crossed his mind. And before he knew it, his hand had already been pulled back. Chuwei, biting her lip, nods in frustration. She is determined to reclaim her dignity in this playful exchange. Listening to the laughter of the two children, Zhang Shufang, busy preparing vegetables in the kitchen, feels a surge of joy. It is delightful to see the children so harmonious. Indeed, their camaraderie is palpable, as at this moment. Chuwei is playfully chasing Chen Jing. All right, enough of the teasing, we still have studying to do. Chen Jing allows Chuwei to vent her frustrations through a few playful punches, serving as a means to ease her irritation. Breathless, Chuwei acknowledges the need to study. Come on, let me see how you've been writing your exercises. The two return to their previous spot, and the atmosphere shifts to a serene quiet, as if their earlier antics had never occurred. Chen Jing steals a glance at Chuwei, feeling a wave of happiness. Others cannot perceive this side of her. They see Chuwei only as the obedient girl, quiet and reserved. It is only in his presence that she reveals her playful nature. As evening approaches and dinner time arrives, Chuwei's parents join them, primarily because it has been a while since the family has gathered for a meal. He recalls the last time they shared such a moment was during the Dragon Boat Festival. Chuwei's parents both bear the surname He. Her father is named He Hao and her mother He Dan. The couple possesses slender physiques and amiable visages, though He Dan, who works in a hospital, exudes a certain aloofness upon first glance. Chen Wangsheng produced a bottle of white liquor distributed by the factory during the New Year celebrations. It has indeed been a while since we gathered. Come, old He, let us drink to our heart's content today. He Hao, also an employee at the factory, had exhausted his supply of liquor during their last gathering, leaving Chen Wangsheng to provide the libations this time. All right, let us indulge today. For the children have a holiday tomorrow. Do take it easy. Your last hospital visit revealed concerning levels of blood sugar and uric acid, He Dan interjected, casting a reproachful glance at Chen Wangsheng. Old Chen, I had already scheduled your health checkup. Why did you not attend? Chen Wangsheng smacked his forehead, exclaiming, Oh dear, I completely forgot about the checkup. Very well, on Monday, I shall secure an appointment for you, He Dan declared, with Zhang Shufang chiming in. Indeed, a checkup is necessary. Once you see the report, you will hesitate to indulge in alcohol. In truth, He Dan merely wished for her husband to moderate his drinking, thus advocating for the checkup. If Chen Wangsheng's results mirrored her husband's, then both would have to abstain from drinking. Fortunately, neither of the two smoked. I heard from Chuwei that little Jing's essay was published in the newspaper. He Hao inquired, his eyes widening. Chen Wangxing nodded with a smile. Yes. It was just released yesterday. Upon receiving this confirmation, He Dan glanced at Chen Jing, as if she perceived a transformation in him. Chen Jing had previously been quite mischievous, notorious for his disinterest in academics. Yet now, he was seen seeking tutoring from He Chuwei, and to be featured in the newspaper was a remarkable turnaround. I have watched little Jing grow since childhood, He Dan remarked, raising her glass to clink with Chen Wangxing's. Chen Wangxing took a sip of his drink, exhaling with satisfaction as he said, "We owe it to your Chuwei for assisting Chen Jing with his studies. Otherwise, his progress would not have been so swift." This exchange of compliments left little room for the two children to interject. Chen Jing seized Chen Wangxing's glass, raising it towards He Hao. "How about I share a drink with you, uncle?" Upon witnessing Chen Jing lift the glass, Zhang Shufang and He Dan swiftly intervened. "What sort of nonsense is this? Minors should not be drinking." "Oh, just refrain for now. You may toast your uncle once you are of age," He Hao added. Chen Jing nodded gently, which sparked a hint of jealousy in Chen Wangxing, who felt slighted that his son chose not to toast him. Concluding that if a toast was out of the question, he would pour drinks instead, Chen Jing lifted his glass, amusing the two older gentlemen. This gesture was particularly endearing to He Hao. Chen Jing observed He Chuwei's family with a smile, relishing the pleasant atmosphere, yet a question lingered in his mind. He recalled that after university, He Chuwei's family had moved away, though the reason escaped him. Wait a moment. As Chen Jing pondered the timeline of his previous life, he suddenly remembered that He Chuwei's grandfather had passed away around this time, though he could not recall the exact date. He glanced at He Chuwei, who wore a smile, pondering how to navigate this situation. Despite his efforts, Chen Jing could not discern the cause, only knowing that it had occurred during this period. If it were a heart attack or stroke, he might have been able to intervene earlier. He strained to remember, but could not retrieve the details. Chen Wangxing noticed Chen Jing with his head lowered, seemingly lost in thought, and asked, "Xiao Jing, what troubles you? You appear to be dozing off." Chen Jing, brought back to reality, smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just feeling a bit drowsy after dinner. Why not join Chuwei and watch some television?" "You can lie down on the sofa," suggested Chen Wangxing. Chen Jing nodded and sat down on the couch with He Chuwei. Zhang Shufang observed the harmonious pairing of the two on the sofa and felt a surge of joy within her heart. In contrast, He Dan, noticing the two children together, harbored a different sentiment. After all, one family had a son, while the other had a daughter. If only my Chen Jing could achieve the same academic success as Chuwei, Zhang Shufang jestingly remarked. He Hao and He Dan exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. Now that Xiao Jing is studying, I have yet to witness the same dedication in him that I see in Chuwei. Believe me, if Xiao Jing puts in the effort during this period, he will surely gain admission to university. Chen Wangxing raised his glass in response, saying, "Then let us toast to your auspicious words." Laughter erupted around the dining table, filling the entire household with warmth and joy. Yet, Chen Jing's mind lingered on the passing of He Chuwei's grandfather. This matter was one that could not be disclosed prematurely, as it would be difficult to explain. At that moment, an advertisement played on the television. "Busy, just busy, it's better to be busy." Chen Jing recalled this advertisement vividly, particularly the phrase, which applied to many situations. For instance, when inviting friends to play video games, if they declined, one could easily use that line. Similarly, in the workplace, when asked for assistance, one could sarcastically employ the same phrase. "Chuwei, how long has it been since you visited your grandfather?" Upon hearing Chen Jing's question, He Chuwei chuckled. "What do you think? Do you believe my grandfather is like the elderly portrayed on television, all alone? I visited him before the school term began," she added. Chen Jing nodded and continued, "Is your grandfather in good health?" "Quite well, actually. The last time I visited, he was still able to go out and pick vegetables." Due to the nature of the advertisement, He Chuwei did not ponder deeply on why Chen Jing had inquired about this. Chen Jing stroked his chin, lost in thought. If he could still pick vegetables, his health must be decent. Perhaps it was not a matter of health that concerned him. Chen Jing furrowed his brow, still unable to grasp the underlying reason. He only remembered that He Chuwei had been particularly distressed at that time, needing comfort, while he had chosen to escape online instead. Later, when He Chuwei suddenly caught a cold for an unknown reason, Chen Jing could have offered care, but regrettably, he had again opted for the internet. He shook his head, reflecting on his past actions. The gathering continued until 8 o'clock, with He Dan assisting Zhang Shufang in clearing the table. while the two men remained engaged in boastful banter. You know, I've watched these two kids grow up, Chen Wangsheng remarked, gazing at the two on the sofa. Moved by nostalgia, He Hao, his face flushed and his gaze slightly unfocused, was still able to respond. Indeed, we have seen them grow from childhood. We even joked that when they grew up, they would marry, and we would be in-laws. Being both neighbors and in-laws truly strengthens the bond, he added. Chen Jing and Chuwei naturally heard this and thought to themselves, even the father-in-law approves. At this moment, He Dan emerged and shot a glare at He Hao. Do not speak such words in front of the child. They still have the college entrance examination to consider. Nowadays, schools strictly prohibit discussions of romance, and these remarks might lead the child astray. All right, Shufang, we shall take our leave now. He is quite heavy in his drunken state. As He Dan spoke, she moved to support He Hao. Chuwei, come quickly and assist your father. Despite He Hao's slender frame, the effects of alcohol made him as heavy as if burdened with stones. Chuwei rose to help, and upon noticing this, Chen Jing also stood up. He endured the pain from his sprained ankle and approached He Dan, taking He Hao's hand. Auntie, allow me to assist. I possess strength. With that, Chen Jing lifted He Hao from under his elbows and armpits. Look at my son-in-law, such a fine young man, He Dan remarked, as He Hao continued to jest. Chuwei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she shot him a glare alongside her mother. Just as Chuwei was about to inquire about Chen Jing's ankle, he had already assisted He Hao outside. It was evident that Chen Jing was putting forth great effort. Hearing He Dan's words filled Chen Jing with joy. At least his father-in-law approved of him. However, it seemed that his mother-in-law was reluctant to concede or recognize him so soon. As they carried He Hao back home, Chen Jing suddenly turned around and whispered, "Your book is still downstairs. You may retrieve it tomorrow. I plan to review it tonight." Surprised yet pleased to learn that Chen Jing intended to study during his break, Chuwei found it remarkable. Unlike Chen Jing, she was aware that the following day was a holiday, and thus no studying would occur today. Yet, Chen Jing was different. He still yearned for knowledge. A rare occurrence indeed. All right, I shall fetch it tomorrow. Is your ankle all right? You shouldn't have climbed the stairs. Upon receiving a nod in response, Chen Jing assured her that he would apply some medicinal alcohol later. Chuwei nodded, and just as Chen Jing was about to speak again, he hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. What is the matter? Chuwei asked, noticing his restraint. Chen Jing smiled and shook his head, rubbing his hands together. The matter concerning her grandfather remained unmanageable, and addressing it felt awkward regardless of the approach. It's nothing. I shall take my leave now. With that, Chen Jing gazed intently into Chuwei's eyes, his expression resolute. With a gentle yet firm tone, he said, "Good night." After bidding her farewell, he waved and swiftly turned away, not looking back. This was the first time Chuwei had heard Chen Jing say good night, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her gaze slightly trembling. The words echoed in her mind, and a glimmer of happiness appeared in her eyes as she pressed her lips together and softly replied, "Good night." Chapter 50. A Good Lesson from Cousin. The following morning, while Chen Jing was still asleep, the door swung open. "Xiao Jing, wake up. Your cousin will arrive in 10 minutes. Chen Jing furrowed his brow and opened his eyes to a blurry figure, likely his mother. Having studied late into the night, he had just managed to cover a significant section before finally resting. A glance at the clock revealed it was still before 7. "Hurry, wash up. You stayed out late playing." Zhang Shufang almost let slip the words about playing until so late. However, her son had indeed been studying until then. After all, while studying on the balcony, she noticed Chen Jing still immersed in his studies even after midnight. The tone of her voice shifted from reproach to concern. Not only Chen Jing, but Zhang Shufang herself had yet to adapt. "All right, rise and wash up," she urged, immediately turning to leave, chuckling softly as she covered her mouth around the corner. It was the first time she felt such concern for a child studying so late. Chen Jing got up, washed, and changed his clothes, just as a knock echoed from the door. "Xiao Jing, open the door. Your little aunt has arrived." Upon opening the door, he found 3 figures standing there, his little aunt, his cousin, and his younger brother. Since his uncle also bore the surname Chen, both children shared the family name. His cousin was named Chen Yuan, petite with a small face, embodying the image of a dutiful girl, her hair fashioned into a bun. His younger brother, Chen Fong, who seemed to be in the first year of junior high, bore some resemblance to their little aunt, a testament to the Chen family genes, albeit shorter in stature. Come in, Chen Jing beckoned them inside. His little aunt chuckled, gently patting the children. Quickly, call your cousin. Both cousins simultaneously exclaimed cousin, one with enthusiasm and the other with reluctance. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? At that moment, Zhang Shufang emerged. I've already eaten, she replied. These two children are in your care today. No worries, just relax, his little aunt assured, then turned to the children. Today, you will study with your cousin Chen Jing. He is a model student featured in the newspaper. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan expressed disdain, while Chen Fong stifled a laugh. After their little aunt departed, Chen Jing called the siblings to the balcony. However, Chen Fong was resistant. Cousin, take me out to play. I want to go to an internet cafe. Chen Jing was momentarily at a loss for words, asking, what? An internet cafe? What are you talking about? Chen Fong looked puzzled. Wasn't he coming to his cousin's house meant for playing? Meanwhile, Chen Yuan sat down, pulling out her homework to work on. She was well aware of her cousin's disposition. Hearing about Chen Jing's newspaper feature seemed implausible to her, especially when it was suggested he would tutor her. She had no interest in extra lessons. Her previous experience with Chen Yu was unsatisfactory, too strict and condescending, yielding minimal results. It hardly felt like a class, and she did not enjoy it. As for Chen Jing, he was best forgotten. During her previous visits, they hardly studied, spending their time engaged in various pastimes instead. In her home, she could never win an argument against her mother, so she resorted to doing her homework here. With the third year of junior high upon her, there was no time to squander. Cousin, just take me out. I'm picked up and dropped off by my parents every day, and I never have a chance to go. Chen Fong pleaded, adopting a charming demeanor. In the past, Chen Jing would undoubtedly have taken his younger siblings out for fun. However, this time was different. What fun! It's time for studying. Chen Jing's sudden reprimand startled Chen Fong, leaving him wide-eyed and speechless. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Take out your homework and start writing it now. The sudden shift in Chen Jing's demeanor left the siblings taken aback. Was this really their cousin? Your aunt summoned you to learn, not to play. Very well, today's primary focus will be on the art of essay writing. With that, Chen Jing moved a stool to sit beside the two of you. Chen Yuan was startled, particularly by his stern tone, reminiscent of her own homeroom teacher. Chen Fong, hesitant to speak, merely retrieved his notebook. Chen Jing glanced at them and inquired, what type of essay are you currently working on, a narrative or an argumentative piece? An argumentative essay, Chen Fong replied. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, remained silent, observing Chen Jing intently. All right, an argumentative essay is manageable. Wait here. I will fetch a newspaper. Within moments, Chen Jing returned, placing a newspaper before them. The siblings simultaneously gazed at the printed words, an outstanding essay by a senior student from Xinguang Second High School. Following the usual format, Chen Yuan quickly checked the byline. And indeed, it was Chen Jing's name. Her mind began to whirl. When did her cousin's work make it to the newspaper? Is this truly your work, cousin? Chen Fong exclaimed, astonished and unable to believe it. Chen Jing maintained his stern demeanor, replying, whether it is my work or yours, that is irrelevant. I have shown you this to focus on the content, not merely my name. By this time, Chen Yuan had finished reading the introduction. After 2 minutes, she completed the essay. It was indeed exceptional. She had encountered numerous exemplary essays, but none mirrored Chen Jing's structure. Let me see your notebooks, Chen Jing requested, eager to assess their abilities. However, both students hesitated, one reluctant to present it, the other feeling shy. Chen Fong, let me see yours, Chen Jing called out directly. Reluctantly, Chen Fong produced his notebook. Chen Jing flipped through a few pages and began to read. Both Chen Yuan and Chen Fong focused intently on him. Chen Yuan was curious to discover Chen Jing's insights, while Chen Fong silently hoped he would not be criticized. Indeed, for this essay, scoring you 30 points would be generous, Chen Jing remarked, picking up a pen to commence his instruction. To begin with, how can we craft a compelling introduction? Chen Fong was at a loss, but Chen Yuan calmly replied, by presenting the main topic. Nodding in agreement, Chen Jing continued, precisely. But how do we introduce the topic effectively? Chen Yuan furrowed her brow slightly and responded, by writing a relevant statement. Still nodding, Chen Jing probed further. And what should that statement entail? Famous quotes, she answered. Correct, but why did your use of quotes still yield a low score? This question was particularly piercing, leaving Chen Yuan speechless. Now, let me impart a technique to you. Pay close attention. Chen Jing glanced at the essay prompt and rephrased Chen Fong's original words. After 3 minutes, he composed a paragraph imbued with famous quotes, yet concluded with provocative statements. Like a hook, it captivated the reader's interest and enticed them to delve deeper. This was the first time Chen Yuan had encountered such a teaching method. It was indeed quite distinctive. In fact, refraining from employing adversarial rhetoric is entirely feasible. Embellishing the language suffices. However, adversarial discourse is undoubtedly the simplest and most effective method. For instance, when discussing perseverance, many individuals might commence with a familiar adage. After Chen Jing posed his question, Chen Yuan remained in contemplation, while Chen Fong was the first to respond. Turning an iron pestle into a needle, he declared. Chen Jing nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this proverb immediately springs to mind, alongside the notion of a sword honed over a decade. However, if one were to pursue the narrative further, it may lead to a decline in engagement. Conversely, positing that an iron pestle cannot indeed be transformed into a needle through an adversarial lens could prove more compelling. Consider this. If numerous essays all begin with the same cliché, the instructor will inevitably experience aesthetic fatigue. By introducing an adversarial perspective, at the very least, one might capture the teacher's attention. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan fell into deep thought. If Chen Jing's assertion holds true, then this approach is indeed commendable, even exceptional. Now, let me propose a topic for you to write about. The theme is perseverance. You may utilize the example of the iron pestle, or any other instance that springs to mind. There is no requirement for length. 400 to 500 words will suffice. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan seized her pen and began to write, realizing that Chen Jing's brother truly possessed insight. Chen Jing observed the siblings as they wrote, occasionally emitting sounds of contemplation that caused them to feel a twinge of anxiety, fearing their compositions might fall short. 20 minutes elapsed, and both siblings submitted their essays. This won't do. It's insufficient. The adversarial element is lacking, Chen Jing remarked, noting that their writing was overly gentle. Furthermore, Chen Yuan attempted to take shortcuts by incorporating the words of a prominent figure, which undermined her ability to present a counterargument. Ahem, this won't suffice. You should avoid using famous quotes for your opposition. Feel free to reference international figures, or those from the Republican era or modern times, but not that particular individual. With that, he decided to bypass the topic, acknowledging that while they had grasped the concept, their approach remained too mild and required further practice. After evaluating their initial arguments, it became evident that both siblings employed common points of discussion and their writing style needed refinement. They began with a narrative before delving into analysis, which is acceptable. Yet if everyone adopts this formula, it will undoubtedly lead to aesthetic monotony. All right, let me impart another technique, he continued, instructing them for 2 hours from start to finish. Chen Yuan's perception of Chen Jing underwent a profound transformation. Who would now dare label him as a slacker or a useless individual? With his method of essay writing, Chen Yuan could distinctly sense an enhancement in her abilities. However, she recognized a significant deficiency in material accumulation. Having read too many model essays led her thoughts to be easily swayed. In truth, her writing was commendable, albeit somewhat conventional, necessitating innovation. Now, regarding the theme of innovation, which will likely emerge as a significant topic in future essays, how would you approach it? At that moment, Chen Yuan responded, it should focus on the advancement of technology. Chen Jing nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, I suggest structuring your writing from the individual to the group, then to the nation, and finally to the world. Then select several compelling arguments. Topics such as aerospace rockets are well known and can be easily articulated, yet only 5 arguments are permitted. You must integrate other technologies to create an additional 5, thus fostering innovation. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan felt a flush spread across her entire being. This method is incredibly effective. Chen Fong was momentarily taken aback, finding the concept somewhat obscure. Chen Yuan now believed that Chen Jing truly possessed the ability to compose essays. The article in the newspaper was indeed written by him, not a fabrication. Furthermore, Chen Jing's cousin taught far better than Chen Yu's. When did you become so remarkably skilled, cousin Jing? Chen Yuan inquired, lifting her gaze. Chen Jing sensed the shift in Chen Yuan's attitude, which brought him some comfort. It simply requires more practice, observation, and learning, he replied. Chen Yuan smiled slightly and whispered, cousin, this must be your exclusive secret formula, right? It wouldn't be right to share it with us. Chen Jing waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble. Since and entrusted you to me, I am obliged to teach you well. Moreover, with your upcoming exams, if I can help improve your scores, it is my duty as a sibling. If I do not assist you, who will? His words made Chun Yuan think of Chun Yu. She vaguely recalled when Chun Yu attended tutoring sessions, subtly seeking compensation for his efforts. In contrast, Chen Jing had never mentioned money, and he genuinely imparted knowledge. Reflecting on her initial attitude when she first arrived, Chen Yuan bit her lip and softly said, I apologize, cousin. I underestimated you before. Chen Jing was taken aback by her candidness and waved his hand. It's all right. Don't fret. Who would see me and ask for my help, anyway? However, he was genuinely surprised by her previous disdain. It seemed that others held on to their stereotypes about him too firmly. Thankfully, the Chen Jing who used to indulge in video games had vanished. Now, he was a diligent learner. Just as Chen Yuan was about to speak, there was a knock at the door. Chen Jing approached to open it. And to his surprise, it was Chuwei. Before he could utter a word, Chuwei walked in unceremoniously, as if entering her own home. She immediately spotted the siblings on the balcony. Chen Jing scratched his head and chuckled. These are my younger cousins, here for tutoring. Upon hearing tutoring, Chuwei furrowed her brow and asked, Oh, are they receiving tutoring from you? This was her only assumption, as Chen Jing's current grades could hardly warrant him tutoring anyone else. Chen Jing smacked his forehead and clarified, They sought me out for tutoring. I am teaching them how to write essays. Hearing about the essay instruction, Chuwei's eyes lit up. She was well aware of Chen Jing's writing prowess. Initially, she had merely intended to grab a book, but now she stumbled upon this delightful opportunity. Observing the sparkle in her eyes, Chen Jing affectionately shook his head. No need to rush. I can also share my essay writing techniques with you. Let us wait for the monthly exam before the national day. That will be a good measure of your skills. At this moment, Chuwei was less interested in receiving tutoring from Chen Jing and more focused on providing him with guidance to help elevate his scores. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan and her brother shared the same sentiment upon seeing Chuwei. When did Chen Jing's cousin acquire such beautiful female classmates? They seldom visit Chen Jing's home and rarely encounter this neighbor. Hello, sister, Chen Yuan greeted first. Chuwei squinted her eyes and smiled. Hello. How is Chen Jing's teaching going? Chen Fong found it difficult to respond, while Chen Yuan earnestly replied, He teaches exceptionally well, even better than the teachers. Chapter 51. I want to attend the same university as you. Chuwei was taken aback by the high praise for Chen Jing. Better than the teachers? She was intrigued and stepped forward, noticing the table cluttered with drafts. Sister, you are stunning, Chen Fong shyly remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing widened his eyes, ready to pull his ear. Fortunately, it was Chen Yuan who first tugged at Chen Fong's ear. Don't speak recklessly. Indeed, the bloodline pressure prevailed. Chen Fong could only mutter under his breath. I thought you were here to have fun, but it turns out you are serious about studying. I simply can't learn. In truth, Chen Jing was merely helping Chen Fong study alongside Chen Yuan, initially intending to teach only her. However, if Chen Fong later recalls Chen Jing's method when writing essays, he might come to express his gratitude. Sister, are you Chen Jing's girlfriend? The recently reprimanded Chen Fong unwittingly broached a sensitive topic. You little rascal, instead of studying, you're fixated on this. Have you been dating at school? Chen Jing interjected, moving to pull Chen Fong up. Despite his outward demeanor, he secretly hoped Chen Fong would speak more. Chen Fong was merely a mouthpiece. Chuwei was also surprised by the boy's audacity and glanced at Chen Jing. Your cousin resembles you quite a bit. Chen Jing quickly coughed twice, his gaze evasive. Not at all. Chen Yuan noticed Chuwei was intently observing the drafts and promptly stated, Chen Jing's teaching is exceptional. Just in one morning, I feel my essay writing has improved significantly. Hearing his cousin's praise, Chen Jing would usually be indifferent, but in front of Chuwei, he felt a sense of comfort. Not at all. Too kind of you, teacher he. Just as they were conversing, Zhang Shufang returned. With 2 additional children in the house, she needed to start preparing meals early. Auntie, let me assist you, Chuwei said, rushing to offer her help upon seeing Zhang Shufang preparing to cook. Oh no. You should help Chen Jing with his studies instead, Zhang Shufang remarked, leaving Chen Yuan astonished. What? This girl is actually helping Chen Jing with his studies? Then her abilities must be remarkable. Chen Yuan thought her cousin's essay skills could certainly secure him a place at a prestigious university. So this girl must be capable of entering a top-tier institution. After several attempts to intervene, Chuwei found it challenging to assist. Primarily, With 2 children in Chen Jing's household, it was inconvenient to provide him with tutoring, especially since his foot was injured, making it difficult for him to go upstairs. Sister, are you exceptionally skilled at studying? Chen Yuan inquired, looking up. Before Chuwei could respond, Chen Jing gave a thumbs up. Your sister Chuwei is someone who can score 600 points. Upon hearing 600, Chen Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite being in the 3rd year of junior high, she is quite knowledgeable about high school studies and the college entrance examination scores. A score of 600 is certainly among the top in the district, at least within the top few hundred. Chuwei quickly waved her hand, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Jing, signaling him to refrain from making such statements. No, I only scored 580 in the last monthly exam. Chen Jing thought to himself that there was no rush. After all, he would achieve a score of 600 in the college entrance examination. Chen Yuan was equally astonished to hear about the 580 score, as it was certainly enough for a solid place in the 1st tier of universities. With a stroke of luck, she might even make it to a 211 university. What about our cousin? Chen Yuan turned to Chen Jing, catching him off guard with her inquiry. Chen Jing's gaze wandered, scratching his head in hesitation. And Chen Yuan surmised that his score was probably not as high as Chuwei's, but should still be over 500. I think it's over 550. Chuwei murmured from the side. Over 550. Chen Yuan gasped in surprise. Her cousin was still the same cousin. This left her perplexed. If Chen Jing was still not studying, how could he write essays? Moreover, he certainly did not appear to be someone who neglected his studies. By the time lunch arrived, Auntie came in, and they all sat down to eat together. Yuan, how did you fare learning with your cousin today? She inquired, her heart somewhat anxious as she had been pondering this during work. Calmly reflecting, she recalled that Chen Jing's academic performance had not been particularly impressive. Thus, she had come over at noon to assess the situation. If it was unfavorable, she would take the child home to do homework. However, Chen Yuan nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Cousin taught me very well, and I have already learned how to write essays. Hearing this, Auntie felt relieved and looked at Chen Jing with a beaming smile. Little Jing is indeed promising. I remember last time when I called Chen Yu to tutor, Yuan didn't he express such praise? Chen Jing smiled in response, remarking that it was merely part of his duty. If Chen Yuan scores well in the high school entrance exam and then attends a good university, she might even become a boss someday and help me out. His playful banter elicited laughter from the table. If I can get into a good university, I will certainly owe much to my cousin, Chen Fong chimed in, seeing her playful son now intent on attending university. Annie thought to herself that Chen Jing truly had something special about him. After finishing their meal, Zhang Shufang was tidying up the dishes in the kitchen when Auntie noticed the 3 children sitting on the sofa watching television. After a moment of hesitation, she placed an envelope on the dining table and covered it with a cup. Yuan, Fong, it's time to go home. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong was the first to stand up. In the past, he would have been reluctant to leave, as it meant he could play with Chen Jing. Now, however, being at his cousin's house meant he could only study, making going home seem more appealing. Just go, Zhang Shufang called from the kitchen. Sister-in-law, I'm heading out now. The kids are tired. All right, be careful on your way, Auntie replied. At this moment, Chen Jing also stood up to see them off at the door. Thank you, little Jing. We are family. There is no need for formalities. Hearing this, Auntie felt a warm sensation in her heart. She sensed that Chen Jing had matured and grown up. As Auntie left with the children, Chen Jing turned around and noticed an envelope on the dining table. In keeping with the principle of still being a child, Chen Jing called out Mom. Zhang Shufang noticed an envelope, furrowing her brow as she glanced at Chen Jing and inquired, Did you see if it was from your aunt? Chen Jing shook his head. Upon opening the envelope, Zhang Shufang found 200 yuan within. Here, take this as your reward, she said, handing the money to Chen Jing before returning to wash the dishes. Holding the 200 yuan, Chen Jing felt no surge of joy. As he grew older, such a sum seemed trivial. Later, Chen Jing planned to take a nap when Chuwei arrived again, this time with books in hand. However, as soon as she settled on the balcony, she produced a notebook. To Chen Jing's astonishment, it contained all the processes for the art examination. How did you come to know so much? He wondered. Did you ask someone? Last time, the music teacher gave you recommendations for art schools. This is the specific process I copied from online accounts of art students. Chuwei explained calmly. Yet, Chen Jing felt a stir of gratitude in his heart. So, which process do you wish to follow? Chuwei sought to understand Chen Jing's thoughts. Turning to face her, Chen Jing's gaze was resolute. The process itself is not the most important. The art examination is merely a shortcut to an end goal. He paused, then added, and that goal is to attend university with you. Chapter 52. Attentive Chuwei. Chen Jing's tone was unwavering, and Chuwei stared intently at him, her heart swelling with happiness at his words. Even if the hope seemed faint, she perceived Chen Jing's earnest desire to learn, yet the time was too short for them to progress together. Initially, Chuwei had wished to learn from Chen Jing the art of writing, curious as to how he crafted such excellent essays. However, upon hearing his declaration, she dismissed that thought. If her writing were to improve, it would only serve to widen the gap between them. As they exchanged glances, Chuwei sensed the determination and a hint of intensity in Chen Jing's eyes, causing her cheeks to flush. Quickly, she averted her gaze. If you wish to attend the same university as me, then you must work hard. After saying this, she cupped her face in her hands to hide her blush from Chen Jing. I know I must put in the effort, but how can I possibly score 600? Therefore, this art examination might be my only opportunity, Chen Jing replied, and Chuwei understood. If Chen Jing were to succeed in the examination, he might indeed gain admission to a school. However, while researching the previous night, Chuwei had learned all there was to know about art examinations, and her expression turned slightly regretful. Actually, you're pursuing the school examination within the art examination framework. However, to study in our province, you still need to take the provincial unified test. Chuwei articulated the specialized terminology, clearly having done her homework, prompting Chen Jing to ask, what is the provincial unified test like? Chuwei shook her head, her demeanor growing somber. The music teacher was right, given your abilities. Participating in the school examination would yield a higher probability of obtaining a passing certificate, as it assesses individual skills. For instance, instruments such as the piano, guzheng, and saxophone can all be versatile. Even the guitar is divided into electric and classical varieties. Therefore, one could pursue a solo in popular singing, significantly increasing the likelihood of success. After Chuwei made her point, Chen Jing inquired whether the provincial unified examination would suffice. Chuwei shook her head once more, retrieving her notebook and flipping through several pages adorned with strategies for the art examination. Look, the provincial exam does not offer a major in popular singing. If you wish to partake in the provincial examination, you must study vocal techniques, whether it be bel canto or folk styles. Additionally, proficiency in piano, music theory, and ear training is required. Since you have not studied these, achieving a commendable rank would be quite challenging. Chen Jing, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. If that were the case, the only option would be to take the university entrance exams, which are conducted outside the province and bear no relevance to the provincial context. Thus, it becomes evident that if one wishes to pursue a shortcut in popular singing, it must be done outside the province. Yet, Chen Jing was aware that Chuwei ultimately secured admission to Hongchang University in the provincial capital, Hongchang City. If I perform well, I will remain within the province. Chuwei murmured, her gaze lowered, tinged with melancholy. She understood that she would likely stay in the province, and if her scores were satisfactory, attending Hongchang University would be certain. However, she had researched that in order to gain admission to Hongchang University through the art examination, one must rank within the top 50 in the provincial unified examination. Given that Chen Jing had not studied professional music, how could he possibly rank among the top 50? Perhaps I should put in more effort. Chen Jing's remark brought Chuwei back to reality. Observing Chen Jing's confident demeanor, she thought to herself, how can you strive? A score of 600 cannot be achieved overnight. Setting that aside, she mused that there might be other avenues. One could never be too certain. Chen Jing had come to understand the difficulty of the provincial examination, yet exceptions do exist. Come on, what shall we study today? He said optimistically. Chuwei, still slightly bowed in thought, felt a flicker of joy at the notion of attending university, yet simultaneously, she was filled with anxiety and yearning. Lauscher, it's time for class, Chen Jing exclaimed, imitating Donald Duck's voice, which successfully pulled Chuwei from her reverie. Indeed, there was no need to dwell on uncertainties. Focusing on studies was paramount. Chuwei rallied herself. From this moment forth, she would provide Chen Jing with supplementary lessons, bridging the gap in their scores as much as possible. At the end of the day, Chen Jing and Chuwei immersed themselves in the ocean of knowledge, with Chuwei even keeping pace with him. Chen Jing's capacity to absorb knowledge was increasingly robust. If presented with a geography test, He felt confident he could at least pass, no longer producing answers akin to those of an elderly person. When dinner time arrived, Chuwei remained at Chen Jing's home to share a meal, after which they would attend evening study sessions together. Having sprained his ankle, Chen Jing had no choice but to rely on Chuwei to ride him to school. "Why are you so heavy?" she remarked, straining slightly in the front. Chen Jing shrugged. "I'm quite light. It's just that your strength is insufficient." Upon being told her strength was lacking, Chuwei's face flushed crimson as she summoned all her energy to accelerate. Were it not for the burden of her backpack, Chen Jing would have genuinely liked to rest against her back for a moment. Upon arriving at the school gate, two gentlemen clad in white shirts came into view. One was Zhang Mu, the other the head of the senior year group. It appeared to be an incident concerning early romantic entanglements. "Hey, you two, why are you so close?" Zhang Mu's gaze fell upon Chen Jing and another student, who were arriving together in an ambiguous manner. Chen Jing, feeling aggrieved, could only lean on his leg and respond, "Director, I twisted my ankle. There's nothing I can do." Zhang Mu was well aware of Chen Jing's background, having been to the police station twice, which left him quite wary of any further association with this boy. All right, just don't walk together from here on out. Others might think you're in a relationship," he remarked before attending to the other students. Chen Jing and his companion could only proceed further with a distance between them. Upon entering, they spotted Zhao Lei with his head bowed. Chen Jing understood Zhao Lei's sentiments, a twinge of jealousy that he intended to address. Just before evening study, Zhao Lei was tasked with counting the students who had purchased test papers. As he inquired one by one, he discovered that many had acquired different types from his own. The variations were merely in the paper quality. The content remained identical. "Where did you get these?" As a day student, Zhao Lei was unaware that Chen Jing was providing meals along with the papers. One student, reluctant to betray Chen Jing, frowned and replied, "What do you mean where?" "I bought them." Zhao Lei pressed on, "Where did you buy them?" The student, growing impatient, retorted, "Why do you care where I bought them? Aren't they purchased?" "Zhao Hong asked you to tally. Are you counting purchases or their sources?" This rebuttal left Zhao Lei's face flushed, rendering him speechless. Gritting his teeth, he continued his tally. Most students behind him had the same paper type, entirely different from what he had bought, as they all knew Zhao Lei was Zhao Hong's nephew. Thus, no one was inclined to inform him of the paper's origin. In Chapter 53, Chuwei surprisingly made the list. Zhao Lei approached Chen Jing, convinced that Chen Jing had not made any purchases and with no intention of inquiring further. He merely intended to take notes. At this moment, a group at the table noticed Zhao Lei passing without asking them anything and promptly stood up. "Hey, you didn't ask us anything." Upon hearing their voices, Zhao Lei turned back, wearing an expression akin to a dead fish, and asked, "Can you buy them?" At this time, Zhou Yizhou produced 2 copies, placing them before Zhao Lei. "Take a good look. What is this?" Observing Zhou Yizhou's still recovering face, Zhao Lei chose not to provoke him, fearing repercussions. He quickly noted down the names without further comment. Chen Jing observed Zhao Lei's demeanor, truly lacking in social grace. It is not a fault to like a girl, but one must choose the right approach to pursue her. Subtle machinations behind the scenes are decidedly unwise. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei submitted the list to Zhao Hong, who, upon reviewing it and finding that everyone had indeed purchased the papers, felt relieved. "Very well, you may return." With all purchases accounted for, Zhao Hong felt satisfied, anticipating a bountiful share of the commission. Zhao Lei had initially intended to mention the discrepancy in paper quality, but reconsidered, deciding it was not worth addressing, especially since Zhao Hong had remained silent on the matter. During evening study, Chuwei continued to sit beside Chen Jing, providing tutoring assistance. This scene drew the attention of classmates, who occasionally glanced back. After all, Chuwei was undeniably stunning, and beside her sat Chen Jing, who possessed a melodic voice. In their eyes, the pairing of Chen Jing and Chuwei seemed far more appealing than that of Chen Jing and Song Yiqing. As Chen Jing immersed himself in his studies, Zhou Yizhou, who was idly playing on his phone, suddenly leaned in. "Chen Jing, you all should take a look at this." His words invited Chuwei to join. The 3 of them gathered around the phone, gazing at the school beauty rankings. To their surprise, Song Yiqing claimed the top spot, followed closely by Chuwei. A frown creased Chuwei's brow. "Why am I on this list? I didn't sign up." Chen Jing shared her sentiment, doubting that Chuwei would participate in such a contest, deeming it largely meaningless. Currently, the two were merely 2,000 votes shy. Zhou Yizhou, observing the unfolding drama with amusement, noted Chen Jing's disapproval. What's the matter with you two? I thought you'd surpass Song Yiqing. Noticing their apparent lack of interest, Zhou Yizhou inquired further. Chen Jing shook his head, dismissing the notion. Forget it. This has nothing to do with us. It's merely a list concocted for Song Yiqing's sake. He speculated on the rationale behind Chuwei's inclusion, surmising it was an attempt to enhance the perceived value of Song Yiqing's first place. Yet, such tactics would inevitably tarnish Chuwei's reputation. To Chen Jing's astonishment, Zheng Tao would go to any lengths to boost Song Yiqing's notoriety. During the intermission of evening study sessions, Chen Jing ventured to the office but found Zheng Tao absent. Later, he learned that Zheng Tao was in the music classroom. Upon reaching the classroom's threshold, Chen Jing heard the harmonious sounds of piano and singing. He knocked gently on the door. Moments later, a senior music student opened it. Chen Jing, you've arrived. Upon recognizing Chen Jing, Zheng Tao sprang to his feet, with Song Yiqing turning to glance at the entrance. Zheng Tao had eagerly awaited this moment, as if he had been yearning for a precious gem. So, have you come to a decision? Zheng Tao rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Chen Jing nodded, a smile gracing his lips. I've familiarized myself with the processes and strategies for the art examination and wish to consult you regarding a few queries. Feel free to ask. I'm well versed in this domain. Zheng Tao encouraged, eager for Chen Jing to inquire further. I would like to know if I can gain admission to Hongqiang University through popular singing. As soon as the question escaped Chen Jing's lips, Zheng Tao's expression shifted to one of concern. Popular singing is only available during the school examination. It's limited to this province, which one tea suffice. Zheng Tao continued, with your talent, you would be wasting your abilities here. You have the potential to attend top music academies like Sichuan Conservatory, Zhejiang Conservatory, or Shanghai Conservatory. These institutions are havens for aspiring musicians. Chen Jing had heard of these esteemed schools and was aware that many prominent singers hailed from their ranks. Moreover, graduates from music academies often found lucrative opportunities in teaching. A classmate of mine graduated from Sichuan Conservatory and now teaches at an arts examination institution, earning no less than several $100,000 a year. Zheng Tao not only highlighted which schools were favorable, but also addressed the employment prospects for music graduates. However, Chen Jing had alternative avenues for financial success and continued to probe. Then, what is the process for gaining admission to Hongqiang University through music? This question posed a challenge for Zheng Tao. Why would someone capable of pursuing a degree in popular vocal performance at a prestigious music academy choose to remain at a provincial 211 university? You see, Hongqiang University is within the province, necessitating participation in the provincial entrance examination. This examination involves 2,000 candidates competing together, with results determined through both written and oral assessments. It requires proficiency in music theory, sight singing, ear training, vocal performance, and instrumental skills, areas in which you appear to be entirely uninformed, correct? Chen Jing nodded helplessly, admitting that he possessed some knowledge of music theory, but was otherwise lacking. While Chen Jing had a foundational understanding of music theory, he was oblivious to the other subjects. Zheng Tao clapped his hands and spread his arms in a gesture of exasperation. Indeed, you have not studied these subjects. Now, time is scarce for learning them. Even if you were to study, how would you compete against students who have dedicated 3 years or more to their craft? Therefore, under your circumstances, it would be prudent to pursue the entrance examination for popular vocal performance and concurrently study music theory and ear training independently. Vocal performance and piano can be learned later in university. With this explanation, Chen Jing began to grasp the situation, realizing that it echoed what Chuwei had conveyed. Evidently, Chuwei's guidance was exceptionally thorough. Very well, I shall contemplate this further, Chen Jing replied. Observing Chen Jing's continued hesitation, Zheng Tao felt a pang of urgency. Why was Chen Jing, who possessed a voice coveted by countless aspiring musicians, still indecisive? Could it be familial circumstances? Rest assured, if you choose to study music, I shall waive your tuition and offer my guidance free of charge until you gain admission to the music academy. The other students were taken aback by this declaration. Free tuition, such a generous offer. They had never encountered such favorable treatment. Zheng Tao believed that nurturing 2 students for music academies within a year outweighed any financial considerations. However, Chen Jing was more concerned about the feasibility of gaining admission to Hongqiang University than the tuition itself. I sincerely appreciate your kindness, teacher. I will discuss this with my parents, Chen Jing responded. Hearing this, Zheng Tao sensed a glimmer of hope, It seemed the issue lay with Chen Jing's family. Rest assured, I guarantee that I will not charge tuition, and I will even cover the registration fee. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing recognized Zheng Tao as a commendable teacher. As he was about to depart, Chen Jing leaned closer to Zheng Tao and whispered a request. Teacher, please remove Chuwei's name from the campus flower list. She is on the verge of her college entrance examinations, and it would be detrimental to her performance if this were to affect her results. Chapter 54. Undertaking the task of student transportation. Zheng Tao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chen Jing would be aware of this matter. Thank you, teacher. Chen Jing smiled before casting a glance at Song Yiqing. Best of luck. I hope you gain admission to the music academy. With that, Chen Jing exited the music classroom. Song Yiqing, curious about the conversation between Chen Jing and Zheng Tao, inquired, "What did he say to you, old Zheng? Is he coming or not?" Song Yiqing was intrigued by Chen Jing's thoughts on the matter, feeling that it bore two sides. If Chen Jing were to join, he would certainly be a rival, yet simultaneously an inspiration. Conversely, if he chose not to come, it would mean the absence of an engaging competitor. It's nothing of significance. Zheng Tao mused as he watched Chen Jing depart, thinking to himself, this child is indeed something special. From Chen Jing's desire to apply to Hongqiang University, Zheng Tao instantly surmised Chen Jing's intentions. Undoubtedly, it was the girl named Chuwei who prompted this aspiration. However, he hoped that Chen Jing would contemplate his future path more thoughtfully. Graduating from a music academy could lead to a respectable salary. As Chen Jing ambled along the road, he pondered the challenges that a career in music might entail. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he would strive diligently for now. He had devised a plan to assess his performance in the upcoming National Day examination. Should he witness significant improvement, he would reconsider his options. As Chen Jing ascended the stairs, albeit with a slight limp, he was grateful for the handrail that provided support. Upon returning to the classroom, he observed Zhao Lei stationed beside Chuwei, seemingly inquiring about a question. Chen Jing approached them with a smile and remarked, "What question are you discussing? I would like to see as well." Upon noticing Chen Jing's arrival, Chuwei remarked, "Just as we were about to begin discussing, you can join us." Zhao Lei, feeling slightly irked by Chen Jing's omnipresence, thought to himself that he could not escape him, even in the midst of a simple question. Perceiving Zhao Lei's subtly hostile gaze, Chen Jing jested, "Zhao Lei, could it be that you harbor feelings for Chuwei?" This prompted Chuwei to shoot a reproachful glance at Chen Jing, disapproving of his lightheartedness at such a moment. Zhao Lei, taken aback by the comment, hastily refuted, "How could that be? I was merely asking a question." Noticing Zhao Lei's defensive reaction, Chen Jing smiled gently, encouraging him to continue his inquiries. However, Zhao Lei, feeling embarrassed, decided to excuse himself, stating, "I will write on my own." With that, he took his paper and departed. Watching Zhao Lei leave, Chen Jing mused that he had certainly gotten his comeuppance. He knew that Zhao Lei would be reactive and might say something awkward. The words exchanged now made it nearly impossible for Zhao Lei to approach him for questions or even to confess his feelings in the future. Consider it a fitting retribution for his earlier provocation. At that moment, Chuwei shot Chen Jing a disapproving look, but chose not to address the previous comment. Instead, she inquired, "Where have you been? You've twisted your ankle and are still wandering about." Chen Jing took a seat and responded with a grin. "Am I not allowed to go to the restroom? Or do you intend to accompany me?" Chuwei cast a playful glare at him, prompting Chen Jing to raise his hands and surrender. "All right, I concede. No more jokes. I was at the music room, seeking out Zheng Tao to discuss matters regarding the art examination." Upon hearing that Chen Jing had indeed sought out Zheng Tao, Chuwei felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Was Chen Jing considering participating in the art examination? Applying to a music academy? Yet, there were no independent music academies within the province. He would certainly have to venture outside. Reflecting on it, Chen Jing's academic performance made it challenging to gain admission to a prestigious university. If he could leverage music as a pathway to a better institution, it would undoubtedly be a positive turn of events. "What did you discuss?" Chuwei inquired eagerly, though trepidation lingered in her voice. Chen Jing shrugged, recounting. "He mentioned that I could have my tuition waived, and that he would even cover the registration fee, encouraging me to pursue music." Upon hearing this, Chuwei thought it was a near certainty. Such a significant temptation would surely sway Chen Jing. Fortunately, Chen Jing shook his head and clarified, "I did not agree. I plan to take the exam in October 1st to evaluate my situation. Based on my results, I will determine my direction." Upon hearing those words, Chuwei breathed a sigh of relief, remarking that Chen Jing always spoke in half-truths. In fact, Chen Jing was deliberately teasing her, eager to witness her concern for him. All right, for the sake of the upcoming monthly exam, let us push through. The evening study session concluded swiftly, and students began to disperse one by one. At that moment, Chen Jing made his way to the entrance, where a throng of unlicensed taxi drivers awaited. Observing them vying for passengers, he mused about the profitability of such endeavors. With only a handful of day students, competition for rides was fierce. Why don't we take a taxi? My ankle is sprained. And riding on your bike must be taxing for you, Chen Jing suggested. Although he relished being carried by Chuwei, he could sense her fatigue. Studying was already exhausting. Adding the burden of transporting him would only exacerbate her weariness. Recalling the fare from their last trip, Chuwei shook her head vigorously. No, it's too expensive. 50 yuan for 2 people is enough for a week's pocket money. Chen Jing agreed internally, yet his injured foot continued to swell painfully. All right then, let us head out. Seated in the back, Chen Jing contemplated a solution that would alleviate the strain on both of them. The following morning, he requested Chuwei to take him to the bus station. Although she was uncertain of his intentions, she complied and rode there with him. Chen Jing diligently noted the contact information of the drivers. Only then did they return to school. Once at school, during a break, Chen Jing seized the opportunity to make a phone call from around the corner. Hello, is this the bus station? He inquired. Yes, how can I assist you? Replied the bus driver. I would like to discuss a potential collaboration. Go on, the driver encouraged. Given that it is currently the off-peak travel season, your passenger volume must be low, correct? Indeed, the driver confirmed. I am proposing an arrangement to provide transportation for students, Chen Jing elaborated. After a brief pause, the driver responded, Sounds good. I will come by at noon today. Thank you, driver, Chen Jing replied before ending the call. With this conversation, he had successfully established a preliminary agreement with the drivers. If all went well, they could commence picking up students at the entrance, taking advantage of the idle vehicles during the off-peak season. Back in the classroom, Chen Jing shared this development with his friends Zhou Yizhou and Huang Lei. Both brothers praised Chen Jing's ingenuity, astonished at his ability to conceive such ideas. Their task was to discreetly gather information about day students while selling snacks, particularly identifying those who might be inclined to use unlicensed taxis, thereby converting them into clients. Thus, Chen Jing refrained from discussing these plans in class, opting instead to invite the drivers to the school entrance for a trial. If successful, he intended to promote their services through his marketing network, ensuring that the rates would be more affordable than those of the unlicensed taxis, or else what incentive would there be to choose this service? At noon, as classes let out, Chen Jing spotted a minibus and a coach parked outside, with the drivers waiting below for students to exit. Meanwhile, the unlicensed taxi drivers, noticing the arrival of these legitimate vehicles, were likely pondering a loss of business, recognizing that their operations could hardly compete with this organized transportation service. Chapter 55. Adjusting the fare upon exiting the school gates, Chuwei pushed her bicycle while Chen Jing limped toward them, exchanging glances with the two drivers. The drivers, still smoking, hastily extinguished their cigarettes upon Chen Jing's arrival and greeted him courteously. You were the one who made the call, right? Chen Jing smiled and nodded. Yes, that was me. What do you think of the environment? The two drivers chuckled and shook their heads. The environment is good, but we still have to attract customers ourselves. We lack the audacity to solicit them. After pondering for a moment, Chen Jing suggested, you should prepare a sign that reads something like student pickup and drop off. This way, everyone will see it without you having to shout for attention. He continued, by the way, is there any issue with you accepting private jobs? He had refrained from asking this over the phone for fear of jeopardizing the conversation, so he waited until their meeting to inquire. The two drivers exchanged glances and laughed. There are certainly risks, but as long as we remain discreet, it should be fine. I have a colleague who operates in the East District, and the authorities tend to turn a blind eye. As long as we don't make a fuss, we should be all right. Otherwise, we would have to shamelessly shout out our services. Reassured by the lack of significant issues, Chen Jing nodded, emphasizing that safety was paramount. In that case, I will leverage my contacts to help you expand your customer base. Regarding pricing, what are your expectations? The drivers had already discussed this beforehand. The going rate for unlicensed taxis is 25 yuan per trip. We can do it for 20 yuan for a round trip, and we will give you a commission of 5 yuan per person. What do you think? After some inquiry, Chen Jing refrained from responding immediately, instead asking, How many passengers can your minibus and bus accommodate? Our bus can hold 40 passengers, while the minibus accommodates 25, they replied. Chen Jing stroked his chin thoughtfully, calculating. In a single day, there would be 6 trips, 1 in the morning, 2 at noon, 1 in the afternoon, and 2 for evening classes. If each round trip costs 20 yuan, that amounts to 120 yuan a day. If the bus is filled to capacity, that could yield nearly 5,000 yuan a day. That seems excessively profitable. He shook his head in disbelief. This is too expensive. Charging 20 yuan is less appealing than the unlicensed taxis. The drivers exchanged glances again and chuckled, but those unlicensed taxis charged 25 yuan. Chen Jing persisted, so? If we set the fare at 20 yuan per person for 6 trips a day, that totals 800 yuan. This is significantly less than what was initially anticipated. Upon hearing this, the drivers suddenly felt the offer was not worthwhile. Well, that's not even worth it compared to driving unlicensed taxis. Chen Jing smiled at their reaction. Earning 800 yuan a day translates to at least 20,000 yuan a month. After accounting for fuel expenses, there should still be a profit, right? Moreover, as this is the off-peak travel season, your vehicles would otherwise be idle. Anything is better than earning nothing at all. Plus, you only need to operate during meal times. During other idle periods, you can take on additional jobs. After hearing Chen Jing's persuasive arguments, the 2 drivers were taken aback by his eloquence. Despite his youthful appearance, Chen Jing's demeanor exudes a sense of maturity and composure that one might typically associate with seasoned leaders. While I appreciate your perspective, it is imperative that we secure a full complement of students. Otherwise, our expenses may not even be covered. Additionally, how shall we calculate your commission? The drivers, seasoned in the industry, were well aware that Chen Jing would demand a share. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Jing proposed a commission of 5 yuan per person. Upon hearing this substantial figure, the drivers were initially inclined to protest, but Chen Jing continued, stating that this pricing was intended to combat illegal operators. Do you wish for your business to be usurped by them? Therefore, a portion of my commission must be allocated toward developing a network to assist you in attracting clients. Once the competition from illegal services diminishes, we can revisit the topic of commissions. Chen Jing's reasoning was impeccable, leaving the drivers with no grounds for dissent. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. The drivers, after some reflection, realized that at 15 yuan per person, they could potentially earn 600 in a day, amounting to 18,000 in a month, a lucrative opportunity indeed. Having settled these terms, Chen Jing expressed that he had summoned them for a trial run in attracting clients. They had witnessed firsthand the tactics employed by illegal operators. Assisting you in securing clientele is indeed advantageous. Chen Jing's words resonated, and the drivers found it difficult to hold any grievances regarding the financial arrangements. After all, he was providing them with work, and gratitude was in order. Thank you for your assistance. Initially, when someone called, we presumed it was an adult, only to discover you are just a child. Observing Chen Jing, they marveled at the capabilities of today's youth, finding him far more adept than their own generation. I must return home now. There is no need to accompany me at noon. I will reach out to you in the afternoon. Should there be sufficient participants, I will send you each individual's home address so that you can map out the most efficient routes. That will suffice. See you in the afternoon. After bidding farewell to the drivers, Chuwei finally felt she could breathe. She was astounded by Chen Jing's prowess. What he had articulated was beyond her expectations. Chen Jing navigated such situations with an effortless grace, addressing every aspect with finesse. How did you come up with that? Chuwei asked curiously. Chen Jing chuckled softly, explaining that given the exhaustion of your driving me around, I thought it a perfect opportunity to develop this venture, especially since my foot may take some time to heal. Primarily, it's about the profit. With the commission, I could potentially earn over 10,000 yuan a month. Although Chen Jing spoke nonchalantly, Chuwei was taken aback. A mere commission could yield such an income? Her father earned 3,000 a month, and her mother, working tirelessly in the hospital, brought home only 6 or 7,000. Together, they barely made 10,000, while Chen Jing could effortlessly claim that amount each month. Noticing Chuwei's astonishment, Chen Jing realized he had misspoken. Such statements should not be made in her presence, nor to anyone else, for that matter. I was merely jesting. Realistically, I might earn about 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing this more modest estimate, Chuwei sighed in relief, relieved that Chen Jing was not engaging in illicit activities. Is today at noon the last time I'll be giving you a ride? Chuwei chuckled. Chen Jing nodded gently, acknowledging the sentiment. If there are many people tonight, we might be able to squeeze in. By afternoon, Chen Jing received numerous requests from individuals eager to ride. For 20 yuan to travel all day was certainly more appealing than the 25 yuan charged for 2 trips by illegal taxis. He dispatched the addresses of each passenger to the drivers to facilitate route planning. To safeguard privacy, he instructed those in the neighborhood to refrain from writing specific building numbers, opting instead to note significant landmarks for those in self-built homes. Zhou Yizhou was genuinely impressed by Chen Jing until he uttered a particular thought. Your family runs a breakfast shop. We could sell breakfast uniformly, allowing everyone to enjoy their meal on the bus. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yizhou's eyes widened, and he clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, foster father. Chapter 56. Trial Operation. Zhou Yizhou had not anticipated that Chen Jing would think of his family as well. Truly, this is what a brother does, considerate and comprehensive, thinking of everything. If the drivers could sell breakfast from his family's shop each morning, they could potentially serve 60 customers. With 60 individuals, even at 3 to 4 yuan each, that would yield over 200 yuan, a significant profit for the breakfast shop. All right, tally how many people are interested. We will limit today's ride to 65. If we reach capacity, we'll consider tomorrow, Chen Jing decided. He planned to conduct a trial operation that evening, personally funding the rides for 65 individuals, primarily to gauge the dynamics of the round trip. As school let out in the afternoon, those willing to ride the bus followed closely behind Chen Jing. Chuwei contemplated cycling home, but Chen Jing remarked, "Come, let me show you the bus ride today. We'll return together." Upon reaching the school gate, the 2 drivers awaited them from a distance, unencumbered by the need to solicit passengers like illegal taxi drivers. Chen Jing, supported as he walked forward, smiled and inquired, "So, have you planned the route for the 65 passengers?" The drivers promptly nodded. Having driven in the city for over a decade, they were well acquainted with its intricacies. Throughout the afternoon, they had divided the passengers into 2 groups, selecting the optimal routes based on their various destinations. Rest assured, every student will return home in the shortest time possible. We split our routes. One will head east, the other west, completely avoiding any overlap. Chen Jing nodded in agreement. Let us board then. However, the 2 drivers exchanged glances, hesitating. But we haven't collected the fare yet. Shouldn't that come first? At that moment, Chen Jing produced 800 yuan. This amount covered the 3 trips for the afternoon, after school, during class, and after evening study. The drivers, upon seeing the money, felt reassured and politely accepted it, smiling. All right, let us board then. I have the list. Those whose names are called can board this bus. Those not called will take the minibus. The students assumed they needed to pay. However, they soon realized that Chen Jing was covering the entire cost. Some had prepared their money in advance. Chen Jing, why are you paying for everyone? One student inquired. Chen Jing waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Consider today a trial run. Everyone rides for free. If it proves suitable, we'll start charging from tomorrow. The classmates gazed at Chen Jing with admiration. In the entire school, no one could accomplish what he had done. With rising prices at the supermarket, subpar food in the cafeteria, and a class teacher who seemed to drain resources, it was Chen Jing who genuinely cared for his peers. All right, everyone, stop looking at me. This vehicle not only delivers you home, but also ensures your safety. A bicycle, when compared to this larger vehicle, cannot match its security. Therefore, you all may discuss this with your parents. Let's be clear about this. If you are willing, approach me tomorrow. If not, I will bear no ill will. Do not take it to heart, as every family situation is different. With that, he turned to the driver. Please drive safely and adhere to traffic regulations, ensuring the students arrive home securely. The driver chuckled. Rest assured, my driving skills are reliable. Chen Jing nodded, recognizing the driver's steady hand at the wheel. He was indeed an experienced driver. All right, we will return to school tonight. Remember the time. The driver will come to pick us up. After speaking, Chen Jing exited the vehicle. As Chuwei stepped out, she teased, "You resemble a ticket seller." Chen Jing agreed, realizing that his words echoed those of a ticket attendant. So, how was the experience? He inquired. Chuwei pondered for a moment, lightly tapping her chin, and replied softly, "It was decent. Though I felt a bit car-sick and stuffy. However, it got us home quickly. Riding a bicycle would take at least 10 minutes. While Chen Jing himself did not experience motion sickness, Chuwei's discomfort presented a concern. Motion sickness was an inevitable aspect of travel, and he knew he needed to devise a solution. Upon arriving home, Chen Jing discovered his parents were working the night shift. A warm meal awaited him on the table, already prepared. After dining, he and Chuwei rested for a while, standing at the entrance of the steel factory community, awaiting the bus. Chuwei observed Chen Jing, sensing a newfound maturity in him, one that transcended that of his peers. She reflected that if she were in his position, she could not have conceived the thoughts he had. After a 10-minute wait, the bus finally arrived. Upon boarding, the driver expressed his dissatisfaction, but thankfully, it was not directed at Chen Jing. This schedule is still off. I departed from the end, yet the children have just finished their meals and haven't had time to rest. Chen Jing furrowed his brow. He had not considered this issue at the time. If the last student to be dropped off was also the first to leave, it indeed left little time to spare. However, this problem was beyond Chen Jing's ability to resolve. It needed to be addressed by the driver who planned the route. Before Chen Jing could respond, the driver assured him, "I'll discuss this with Lao Hu to find a solution." Seeing the driver's dedication, Chen Jing felt reassured, nodding as he made his way to the back of the bus. Upon arriving at the school, Chen Jing observed a considerable number of unlicensed taxi drivers lingering at the entrance, seemingly without any passengers to attend to. 7 or 8 of them gazed longingly at the bus as it rolled into the street, their expressions imbued with melancholy, which made Chen Jing reluctant to meet their eyes. In contrast, the bus driver, alighting from his vehicle, regarded the group with a palpable air of disdain. He was a certified professional, a legitimate operator, and thus looked down upon those who drove illegal cabs. As the students entered the school, they sought out Chen Jing to discuss the arrangements for classes the following day. Within 10 minutes, 65 individuals had expressed their intentions, with 50 deciding to hire the bus for the entire day. Others were still contemplating, some genuinely believing that taking a vehicle was unnecessary. Chen Jing selected 15 individuals from those who preferred to ride and provided the driver with their addresses. Each additional stop necessitated a more intricate plan. However, in pursuit of profit, the drivers bore no grievances. Zhou, noticing that a substantial number of students still wished to ride, inquired whether additional vehicles should be summoned. Given the numbers, we could certainly call for another bus, he suggested. Chen Jing shook his head and replied softly, "We must leave some opportunities for the unlicensed drivers. Moreover, we ought to maintain a competitive edge. Once the demand for their services diminishes, we can then request another bus." Chapter 57. Zhao Hong learns of the forged exam papers. Zhou admired Chen Jing, utterly at a loss for words to praise him. With his demeanor, who would believe he was merely a high school student? Nevertheless, Chen Jing picked up his books, intent on studying, prompting Zhou to shake his head in disbelief. He truly is a high school student. The evening study session concluded swiftly, and everyone began to tidy up in preparation to return home. At that moment, Zhao Hong made a phone call to the bookstore owner. "Hello, how is it going?" "The sales have certainly picked up this time." Zhao Hong mused that her commission would be substantial. The revenue from selling these papers was nearly rivaling her salary. If this continued monthly, it would undoubtedly surpass her regular earnings. However, the bookstore owner sounded perplexed, asking, "What is selling quickly?" "It has only been 50 copies sold so far." Upon hearing 50 copies, Zhao Hong fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the fact that her entire class had purchased them, and other classes had also bought a considerable number. How could it be merely 50 copies? "You mustn't be deceiving me. 50 copies can't possibly be accurate. My records indicate at least 300 or 400 sold." The bookstore owner, feeling wronged, responded with evident frustration. "Don't accuse me of deceiving you. You should come see for yourself. We started with 10 boxes of papers, totaling 1,000 copies, and I have only opened 1 box. 9 boxes remain unopened. How can you accuse me of dishonesty? I am the one worrying here." Listening to the grievances and complaints on the other end of the line, Zhao Hong found it hard to believe. Setting aside other classes, how could Zhao Lei, her own nephew, submit a false sales report? "I assure you, my statistics show at least several hundred copies sold. If you continue with this line of reasoning, it is pointless." She now suspected that the bookstore owner was reluctant to provide her with a commission and was attempting to evade responsibility. The bookstore owner sighed. "If you don't believe me, come to the store and see for yourself." Zhao Hong, now fully convinced of the inconsistency, finished packing her belongings and waited for the other teachers to finish their work before heading out, finding the streets rather desolate. The bookstore is situated right at the entrance of the school. Upon entering, Zhao Hong immediately noticed the bookstore owner, whose face bore an expression of melancholy. Upon recognizing Zhao Hong, the owner headed towards the storeroom, and she followed him inside, where the dim light cast a somber atmosphere. Adjusting her glasses, Zhao Hong observed the owner standing before 9 stacked boxes. "See, I would never deceive you. None of these have been sold. Only half of the first box has been sold," he lamented. Faced with this reality, Zhao Hong was taken aback. She was aware that her entire class had made purchases, as had other classes. What could have gone awry? Suddenly, she recalled a conversation from the office, where a teacher had mentioned that the exam papers were not the same. It wasn't the content that differed, but rather the quality of the printed paper. With her keen intellect, she quickly deduced the situation. Someone had taken the original papers to make copies. This meant they could avoid purchasing the papers altogether. "I see now. This must be the trick of those little rascals," Zhao Hong exclaimed, chastising the students in front of the bookstore owner, who recognized that Zhao Hong had grasped the situation. "What is going on? You must tell me." Zhao Hong recounted how the students had been making their own copies of the exam papers. The bookstore owner, filled with regret, exclaimed, "How can I sell anything now?" Zhao Hong pondered the magnitude of this copying scheme and concluded that it was certainly not a simple matter. "All right, I will investigate this further when I return," she declared before departing, leaving the sorrowful owner behind. As Zhao Hong rode her bicycle, her mind was consumed with thoughts about the incident. Was it possible that Zhao Lei was involved? She dismissed the notion, firmly believing that he would never betray her, nor would he even know who was behind this scheme. She resolved to confront Zhao Lei the following day to clarify matters. With her head down, she was determined to uncover the truth, but as she turned a corner, she failed to notice a vehicle signaling a right turn behind her. The driver, assuming she would stop, collided with her at a speed of 30 miles per hour. The impact sent Zhao Hong flying 2 meters. She immediately glared at the vehicle, her eyes fierce. "What are you doing? Can't you see someone is here?" Initially intending to stand up, a sudden realization struck her. After shouting, she collapsed onto the ground in silence. The driver, panicked, thought, "Oh no, this person knows how to extort money." The next morning, during what was supposed to be an English class, their language teacher arrived instead. "Your teacher, Mr. Zhao, is unavailable these days, so several of us will take turns substituting." Upon realizing it wasn't Zhao Hong, the students collectively sighed in relief. The substitute teacher was gentler than their regular one. After the class, Zhao Lei approached the podium, adjusted his glasses, and calmly stated, "The head teacher was in a car accident yesterday and is currently hospitalized." Hearing this, the students, including Chen Jing and Zhou, were taken aback. Chen Jing could not recall any incident involving Zhao Hong being struck by a vehicle. How could such a thing have happened? If she had not been hit in a previous life, then this accident must have occurred because she had returned, altering certain timelines. If that were the case, what had triggered this event? As she pondered this, Chen Jing's thoughts turned to the matter of the exam papers. It is highly probable that Zhao Hong became aware of the examination papers, leading to a shift in the timeline. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, such an incident would not have occurred. Consequently, each of us could contribute 60 yuan to extend our condolences to Teacher Zhao. What does everyone think? Initially, there was genuine concern among us, but upon hearing about the donation, hesitation crept into our hearts. Why must we part with our money? Yet, none could refute it. It was evident that this was Zhao Hong's intention. Noticing the silence, Zhao Lei spoke up. "This afternoon, everyone should contribute 50 yuan. After school, a few of us will accompany me to express our sympathies." Without waiting for any objections, Zhao Lei descended from the podium. Chen Jing observed him, noting that he did not seem to exhibit signs of social anxiety, unlike when he stuttered while questioning Chuwei. During the lunch break, Chen Jing remained on the bus, but he received news that even the unlicensed taxis had reduced their fares, now charging 20 yuan for 2 trips. After the donations were collected, Zhao Lei selected several individuals to accompany him. Among them were Chuwei, Yang Xiu, and a few male students who commuted daily. Chen Jing and Zhou were not chosen. Zhao Lei specifically called out to Chuwei, as if he had no intention of inviting Chen Jing. Chen Jing understood and was indifferent, turning to Zhou to say, "Come with me to the hospital today. It's the perfect opportunity to check on my foot." Now that the sale of meals and snacks had stabilized, Chen Jing felt a sense of unease. This stability suggested that the supermarket would retaliate, and the cafeteria would soon become aware of the situation. Zhao Hong was now cognizant of the photocopying of examination papers. Chen Jing furrowed his brow as he gazed into the drawer, sensing an ominous premonition. This week, or perhaps once Zhao Hong is discharged, the supermarket, cafeteria, and bookstore owner Zhao Hong would inevitably converge upon us. Chapter 58. The calm before the storm. After school in the afternoon, the sun shone brightly, despite it being 5:30. One might easily mistake it for 4 o'clock. The sun was scorching, making it difficult for everyone to keep their eyes open. Chen Jing, however, felt relatively unfazed. Strangely, in his previous life, the heat seemed to intensify year by year. Presently, the highest temperature reached only 36 degrees, yet by around 2020, it had soared to 40. As he walked down the street, some recognized Chen Jing, and even a junior bravely approached him to request his QQ number. "Senior, could you please share your QQ?" This junior displayed remarkable courage in directly asking for his QQ number, especially during a time when early romantic relationships were strictly prohibited, with teachers monitoring the entrance. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Jing replied, "All right, make sure to remember it." He divulged his QQ number while secretly wishing for a polite refusal. It would be uncomfortable to decline her in front of others. As he watched the junior walk away, satisfied, Zhou Yizhou expressed envy from the sidelines. However, at that moment, Chen Jing noticed a group nearby with unfriendly gazes directed at him. Upon closer inspection, a few young men were standing together, glaring menacingly. Could it be that, in this day and age, such a cliché scenario still persisted? Chen Jing wondered if the junior who had just approached him was perhaps the girl he liked, harboring resentment for asking him for his QQ. How very predictable. Chen Jing shook his head and walked towards the school gate. The two, now affluent, hailed a cab to the hospital where Zhao Lei and others were headed. Fortunately, they managed to catch the last wave, as the workday concluded at 6, and Chen Jing arrived at 5:48. While Chen Jing underwent his examination, Zhao Lei had already reached the ward with his classmates. Upon seeing the top student of her class, Zhao Hong's face brightened with a smile. "Ah, what brings you here? You must be exhausted from the journey." "Not at all," the classmates replied in unison. At that moment, Zhao Lei placed a fruit basket on the nearby cabinet. "You shouldn't have gone to such expense. Please take it back or share it among yourselves." "No need, teacher. This is for your health," Yang Siyu chimed in with a smile. Though the remark was polite, Zhao Hong felt a sense of comfort in her heart. After a brief chat, Zhao Hong, prioritizing her studies, asked everyone to head home. But she kept Zhao Lei back for a private conversation. Once the others had left, Zhao Hong's expression turned serious as she glanced at the fruit basket. "This basket must have cost quite a bit, right? The money is also in the basket." Only when she heard about the money did Zhao Hong cast a quick look at the fruit basket, deliberately avoiding any direct action in front of Zhao Lei. Instead, she inquired, "Are you aware of the situation regarding the test paper in class?" Hearing this, Zhao Lei furrowed his brow. "What about the test paper? The matter of photocopying it?" "Yes, isn't that your aunt's intention?" Zhao Hong shot a puzzled look at Zhao Lei. "When did I ever say that it was my intention? Tell me everything you know." Zhao Lei was reluctant to speak. He harbored resentment towards Chen Jing. However, he was aware that if he remained silent, his entire class would hold a grudge against him. He possessed enough emotional intelligence to recognize this. Noticing Zhao Lei's hesitance, Zhao Hong sat up straight, her gaze fixed intently on him. "Zhao Lei, have you grown so bold that you no longer heed your aunt's words?" With a sigh, Zhao Lei spent the next 2 minutes recounting the incidents involving Chen Jing and Zhou Yizhou selling food in the classroom, as well as the arrangement of buying food in exchange for test papers. Zhao Hong felt a rush of anger, her heartbeat quickening. "It's Chen Jing again. That very Chen Jing. Have you known about this all along?" "Yes." The realization that Zhao Lei was aware of the situation, yet chose not to inform her, ignited her fury. "Fine, I understand now. You may leave." Zhao Hong did not wish to see Zhao Lei any longer. "I thought this was what you wanted, and, considering the cost saving." Zhao Hong's anger intensified at Zhao Lei's words, as if she heard him accusing her of wanting to hoard more money. "I said, get out." Her tone was fierce this time, leaving Zhao Lei with no option but to exit the ward. As he stepped out, he spotted 2 figures in the distance, Chuwei and Yang Siyu. Chuwei appeared somewhat flustered, intent on returning to inform Chen Jing that Zhao Hong was already aware of their affairs. Just before Zhao Hong questioned Zhao Lei, Chuwei, about to leave, had overheard Zhao Hong's voice at the door. Yang Siyu, intrigued by Zhao Hong's perspective on financial matters, insisted that Chuwei accompany her. Consequently, they overheard discussions concerning Chen Jing. At that moment, Chen Jing had just emerged from a medical appointment, his foot wrapped in a bandage and support brace. Upon spotting Chuwei and Yang Siyu at the hospital entrance, he quickly requested Zhou Yizhou's assistance to walk over to them. Chuwei and the other classmates lingered at the entrance, awaiting Zhao Lei's arrival with a taxi. Turning back to check for Zhao Lei, Chuwei unexpectedly encountered Chen Jing. Observing the bandaged foot, she immediately approached him with genuine concern, inquiring, "What happened? Did the doctor say it was serious?" Chen Jing smiled and shook his head, assuring her that it was not severe and that the brace was merely to facilitate walking, promising recovery within a week. Relieved by this news, Chuwei felt at ease. Zhou Yizhou, witnessing their interaction, gently released his supportive grip. He reflected that he should not be in the car, but rather beneath it. Upon seeing Chen Jing, Chuwei recalled matters from the hospital. "By the way, I have something to discuss with you when we return." Chen Jing pondered for a moment before hailing a taxi from the roadside. "Why don't you come with us? It's a spacious vehicle." Naturally, Chuwei was eager to accompany Chen Jing home and nodded in agreement. Just then, Zhao Lei exited the hospital and was taken aback to find Chen Jing present. Coincidentally, as Chen Jing boarded the taxi, Chuwei assisted him, following suit to enter the vehicle herself. Alas, the rare moment of solitude he had hoped for was swiftly dissipated. He had intended to escort Chuwei home. Zhao Lei clenched his fists quietly. "Chen Jing, this time, it's not me who will be treating you." Inside the taxi, Chuwei recounted the events from the hospital. Chen Jing, unfazed, had already deduced much of it, and her account merely confirmed his suspicions. "It's all right. I have a plan to address this," he replied, having already formulated a strategy upon learning of the situation. Days later, with Xiaohong absent, the atmosphere in the class had markedly improved. Chen Jing's circumstances were a blend of stability and turmoil. Zhou Yizhou's mother's breakfast shop was thriving, and both mother and son were in high spirits. Zhou Yizhou's father maintained his stern demeanor, neither scolding nor praising them. Incidents involving student transportation outside the school had led to several conflicts. Unlicensed taxi drivers, feeling threatened by the buses encroaching on their business, had banded together in defiance. Fortunately, the two drivers were legitimate, rendering the dissenting voices ineffective. Unable to confront the drivers directly, the unlicensed operators seemed to redirect their frustrations towards Chen Jing. They learned from the students that a certain Chen Jing was orchestrating these events. Meanwhile, Chen Jing sat in class, sneezing repeatedly, almost convinced he was coming down with a cold. Chapter 59, This is About You. On a Saturday afternoon, Chen Jing and Zhou Yizhou received the news. The supermarket could not lower prices any further and had to revert to the original prices prior to the increase. Furthermore, it seemed the cafeteria was aware of the students selling meals but chose not to report it, suggesting they too had something to hide. Another significant development was that Zhao Hong had been discharged from the hospital today, dressed in a soft yellow long dress and wearing makeup. Upon her entrance into the classroom, she immediately spotted Chen Jing and Zhou Yizhou at the back. "Chen Jing, Zhou Yizhou, you too, step outside." The command came without any preamble, and some students barely caught the words. Chen Jing understood that he was being singled out and promptly picked up a book before exiting the room. Zhao Hong surveyed the classroom and instructed, "Take out the papers we purchased last time. We have yet to discuss them, so you may begin writing." With that, Zhao Hong set her belongings down and walked out. Upon seeing Chen Jing and Zhou Yizhou at the door, she coldly commanded, "Chen Jing, wait for me in the office." Under Zhao Hong's watchful gaze, Chen Jing made his way to the office, avoiding any eye contact with her. He surmised that Zhao Hong was already aware of the food and snack sales, as Chuwei had mentioned. Today, it seemed, he was to face the consequences. Zhou Yizhou, witnessing Chen Jing's departure, lost interest in standing outside. Noticing Zhou Yizhou's slouched posture, Zhao Hong shouted, "Stand up straight. You look disheveled." Zhou Yizhou rolled his eyes in silence and adjusted his stance. In the past, Zhao Hong would have reprimanded him directly, but this time, her frustration was directed elsewhere. She turned and followed Chen Jing to the office. Chen Jing stood at the office door. It was class time, and typically, the teachers would be occupied elsewhere. Thus, it should have been unoccupied. However, four individuals were present inside, one of whom he recognized as Old Lu, the supermarket owner. The four men regarded Chen Jing with expressions of anger, and had it not been for the school setting, they might have confronted him directly. Zhao Hong then entered the office, took her seat, and glanced at the others. "No rush. We shall wait for one more person," she stated. Chen Jing pondered who that could be, perhaps Zhang Mu? It seemed likely, as he was the only one who could provide Zhao Hong with support. Old Lu glared at Chen Jing with a fierce intensity, never expecting that a mere student could orchestrate his downfall. After a few minutes, a knock resounded from outside the office. "Chen Jing, go answer the door," Zhao Hong commanded. Chen Jing, indifferent, approached and opened the door, his expression one of utter astonishment. To his surprise, it was his father. Chen Wangxing looked equally anxious, and, upon seeing his son at the door, his worry deepened. "Is that your father?" Zhao Hong inquired. Chen Wangxing, sheepishly stepping into the office, bent slightly as he entered. "Ah, it's me, teacher. What seems to be the issue? Has my son gotten into trouble again?" Chen Wangxing had been at work when he received the call, his heart racing with concern. "Your child is truly remarkable," Zhao Hong replied with a sarcastic undertone. Chen Wangxing glanced at Chen Jing, furrowing his brow. "What has happened, teacher?" At that moment, Zhao Hong remained silent, instead exchanging a glance with old Lu. Understanding the cue, old Lu stepped forward and coldly stated, "Your son has opened a chain supermarket at school. Are you aware of this?" Chen Wangxing was taken aback. "What? A chain supermarket? I don't understand. What exactly is going on?" In the supermarket, old Lu let out a cold snort, remarking on how Chen Jing's son was selling goods without permission. "Are we still going to operate this supermarket?" At this moment, Chen Jing could only shake his head in resignation, thinking that the competition we were engaged in was meant to be a price battle, not this situation brought about by his father. Chen Wangxing pulled Chen Jing aside, gesturing for him to remain silent. Nevertheless, Chen Jing persisted, stating, "It's quite simple. I need some supplies, so I wholesale a bit for myself. If my classmates want some, I sell to them at a lower price. Is there a problem with that?" Upon hearing this, old Lu immediately retorted, "Is that really wholesale? You're practically running a chain supermarket, and your prices are even lower than mine. How can I survive?" As he spoke, old Lu began to express his grievances. Chen Jing shook his head and calmly replied, "What's wrong with serving students? Isn't your supermarket also catering to them? What is wrong with my low prices? I have a fixed pricing strategy, and I won't accumulate excess inventory or fear unsold stock." Upon hearing fixed pricing, the supermarket owner nearly broke into tears. "Your prices are lower than those of my suppliers. How can I lower my prices? I still have labor, utilities, and rent to consider." At this point, Chen Jing delivered a decisive blow. "We can also provide delivery and services at designated locations. Therefore, your business model is fundamentally flawed." Hearing this, old Lu's hands trembled. From one perspective, it did seem as though Chen Jing was bullying him. Fortunately, Chen Jing continued, "Do you not understand why I am doing this?" At this juncture, old Lu's trembling hands ceased, and his gaze wavered uncertainly. Prices in the supermarket had surged dramatically. Instant noodles that retailed for 35 yuan were selling for 4 yuan. In city convenience stores, a serving of glutinous rice chicken was just 4 yuan, yet here, it was priced at 5 yuan. What? Are your suppliers superior? With this statement, old Lu found himself at a loss for words, having bet that Chen Jing would refrain from mentioning it, but he was mistaken. Aye. Old Lu stammered, unable to refute the point. "All my goods are directly supplied by manufacturers, with no middlemen profiting from the price difference. And it also stimulates the local economy. My bulk noodles are 3 yuan a bowl, or even 5 yuan, and my packaged instant noodles are 2 yuan a pack. Are my prices favorable or not? I just want to ask you, is this sufficient?" Chen Jing's voice was not loud, yet each word carried weight. The supermarket owner bit his lip, struggling to articulate a response. "Do you have anything to say? Raising prices to get rich off students?" This statement shattered old Lu's resolve. Chen Wangsheng, who had been listening nearby, seized Chen Jing's arm. "Xiao Jing, stop. Brother, you are indeed in the wrong. We are all from impoverished families. How can children survive with your price hikes?" Although Chen Wangxing's words were gentle, old Lu slumped in his chair, rendered speechless. As Chen Wangxing observed one person falter, he turned his gaze toward a man dressed in red nearby. Chen Jing did not recognize this man, but his demeanor resembled that of someone operating a clandestine taxi service. "Brother, what is this?" Chen Wangxing asked with a wry smile. "It seems this person is also affected by something Chen Jing has done." Chapter 60. And you? I am the one responsible for transporting students to and from school. As soon as the man spoke, Chen Jing let out a cold laugh. A black car driver openly identifies as such. No one will discriminate against him, nor will anyone regard him with undue esteem. Upon hearing these words from Chen Jing, the black car driver became displeased. "Look at your son. Does he know how to engage in a proper conversation? We toil from dawn till dusk to escort children to school. What do we seek? Money indeed." The expression on the black car driver's face became somewhat uncontrollable at the mere mention of those 3 words. "What do you mean by seeking money?" Though he attempted to refute, his rebuttal lacked any real strength. At that moment, Chen Wangxing inquired. What has my son done? He hasn't even taken his driving test. How could he affect you? The black car driver quickly replied. Your son may not drive, but he hires someone to do so. We have 7 or 8 drivers out here just trying to make a living, and he has brought in a bus to transport children to school. How can we make a living? Without waiting for Chen Wangxing to respond, Chen Jing immediately countered, let me ask you, is it my hiring a bus that affects your business, or is it the price of transportation? This statement struck at the heart of the black car driver's argument. Well, just like old Lou from the supermarket, left speechless. Now it's my turn to speak, Chen Jing continued. Why the silence? Do you feel guilty? What guilt? I am merely doing a good deed by transporting children. The black car driver retorted instantly. Chen Jing's expression turned calm, his tone steady yet pointed. If what you do is a good deed, then what I do is an act of kindness. You black car drivers charge 25 yuan, merely responsible for 2 trips, and yet still demand additional payment. Is that not exploitation? When the topic shifted to money, the black car driver hesitated, his gaze faltering, hands shoved into his sleeves. Rendered speechless. At this moment, Chen Wangxing asked, Xiao Jing, how much are you charging? 20, Chen Jing replied. 20? That's just 5 yuan cheaper. However, noticing the black car driver's sideways glance and silence, Chen Wangxing sensed something amiss. If it were merely a 5 yuan difference, then their rates would have been adjusted long ago. My 20 yuan covers the entire day. Upon hearing entire day, Chen Wangxing understood. So, it amounts to 6 trips a day, each costing just over 3 yuan, with home delivery included. Moreover, the bus I called for has certified drivers from a legitimate passenger transport station. What do you have? Just a driver's license. Furthermore, my bus is safe. It is specifically designed for this purpose. While you, aren't you trying to cram 10 people into a van? Therefore, do you still have anything to say? If you find this issue troublesome, feel free to discuss it with Zhang Mo. Chen Jing deliberately elongated his last syllable, startling the black car driver into a hasty retort. What nonsense! Don't say such things here. That is utterly baseless. While Zhao Hong, who was still munching on her snacks, heard that this unlicensed taxi was actually collaborating with Zhang Mu, she was taken aback. She was unaware of this situation. So how did Chen Jing come to know about it? In the brief exchange between the two, Zhao Hong sensed something distinct about Chen Jing. This child was undoubtedly not an ordinary high school student. In just a few minutes, his words were precise and compelling, each sentence resonating with reason. Furthermore, he spoke fluently without a stutter, articulating his thoughts with remarkable clarity. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over her. If he said it wasn't true, then it must be so. Deep down, everyone was aware of the reality. Once Chen Jing finished speaking, the driver of the unlicensed taxi fell silent. Feeling as despondent as the supermarket owner, Lu, Chen Wangsheng, who was listening nearby, was taken aback, marveling at when Chen Jing had developed such eloquence. Simultaneously, he felt his son was radiating an extraordinary aura. You are certainly mistaken. This matter doesn't merely concern the child's safety, but rather his finances. Chen Wangxing's words struck deep into the driver's conscience. Chen Jing felt that his father, though silent, had a knack for hitting the nail on the head. Shifting his gaze to a portly man, Chen Wangxing inquired delicately, might I ask what your son has done? Upon seeing the focus shift to him, Zhao Hong thought that the show was finally about to begin. She had summoned these individuals, hoping they would confront Chen Jing. Resolving the issue with him would be even better. However, the first 2 had faltered, and now it was up to this man. She believed that Chen Jing would certainly be unable to handle him. After all, this man was not merely a minor figure like Zhang Mo, the head of the teaching staff. Your son is standing up against the entire school. Though Chen Jing did not recognize him, he could surmise that he was likely the cafeteria chef. After excluding the unlicensed taxi driver and the supermarket owner, the remaining candidates would be the bookstore owner and the cafeteria chef. The probability of this man being the chef was higher, especially since Zhao Hong would not place the bookstore owner at the forefront. We, the diligent staff, tirelessly prepare meals for the children, yet they all flock to eat outside. Doesn't that break our hearts? Chen Wangsheng, somewhat bewildered, asked. Isn't it normal for children to want to eat out? The chef quickly shook his head. Not at all. Your son brings the meals to school, delivering them directly to the students. Chen Jing stifled a laugh and asked, Isn't that a good thing? Every student is quite busy with their studies. If they can have their meals delivered, wouldn't that save time and allow for more rest and study? Chen Jing's argument was impeccable, leaving the chef no choice but to concede. The school entrusts us with the responsibility of preparing meals for the students to ensure their safety. The food from outside can be filthy. How can you let the children consume it? Doesn't your conscience ache? If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? That was precisely the phrase Chen Jing had been waiting for. When it came to hygiene, he had chosen this restaurant from among dozens of others, all of which maintained open kitchens and recorded daily procurement information, which was publicly displayed for the students' reassurance. What about you? Chen Jing directed his words towards the chef, who suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The items in their establishment were not only overlooked by the students, but sometimes even disregarded by the higher-ups. As for the concept of an open kitchen, it was a distant notion. The students merely formed queues for their meals, forever oblivious to the workings behind the scenes. At a loss for a response. Well, it is now my turn, Chen Jing continued. The restaurant mentioned above maintains a kitchen that is tidied daily. Should anyone doubt this, they are welcome to witness its cleanliness. I insist that gloves are worn when handling ingredients, and that chef hats and masks are donned during cooking to ensure a minimal standard of hygiene. And what of you? Do you also wear gloves? Chapter 61. A battle of wits. With this assertion, the chef found himself utterly speechless. It was true that in the back kitchen, such precautions were seldom observed, with only the chef hats being worn at best. Speaking of safety, one might presume that the outside world is safer, wouldn't one? We also conduct sampling inspections to ensure compliance. Should anyone encounter foreign objects in their meals, we offer a full refund and compensation. What about you? I recall numerous classmates recounting experiences of finding hair in their food, yet you turned a deaf ear, offering no refunds, merely claiming that everyone possesses a health certificate, therefore deeming the food safe. How utterly revolting. Upon hearing this, the chef's face drained of color, struck by the weight of the accusations. This doesn't comply with regulations. If the higher-ups were to discover your actions, one must wonder whether you could continue your studies here, he retorted stubbornly, his words laced with an implicit threat. Chen Jing merely shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips, for he awaited this very statement. You exploit your monopoly and set arbitrary prices, compelling students to purchase meals at 7 yuan for a mere 3 dishes. And what of those dishes? For 8 yuan, I could procure a generous serving of meat, a portion of mixed dishes, and a vegetable. For 6 yuan, a large meat serving and a vegetable, and for 4 yuan, a portion of mixed dishes with a vegetable. Tell me, which option would the students choose? The chef fell silent, prompting Chen Jing to press further. Now, I must inquire, do you truly adhere to the regulations? Your kitchen abuses pre-prepared meals, frozen pork, frozen chicken feet, and lymph meat among other questionable items. Shall I list them for you? At this, the chef's eyes widened in terror. He had not anticipated that Chen Jing would possess knowledge of such matters. Only a select few were privy to these secrets, and even the higher-ups remained unaware. Yet here stood Chen Jing, seemingly well-informed and in control. Speak, Chen Jing thundered, startling everyone in the office. Setting aside the frozen goods, the lymph meat incident when Chuwei brought food over, only to find herself repulsed by what she encountered, came to mind. At that moment, Chen Jing resembled a judge, elevated and scrutinizing the chef. The chef stuttered, unable to articulate a response. This round was undoubtedly a victory for Chen Jing. As the chef faltered, Zhao Hong suddenly felt a sense of dread. It was as if the end was nigh. However, the matter of her receiving kickbacks was known only to herself and the bookstore owner, and Chen Jing was certainly unaware. Chen Wangxing's expression also mirrored a sense of numbness, reminiscent of the feelings encountered during a night of heavy drinking. Well, it appears we are down to the last one. Brother, what troubles you? Might it be wise to confess now? Chen Wangxing's words caused the bookstore owner to cough softly. What am I supposed to do? I am merely a bookseller, dedicated to serving students. So what brings you here today? I have come to seek justice, Chen replied. As a bookstore owner, I work tirelessly to stock my shelves, solely to provide children with more materials to enhance their academic performance. Yet your son buys a copy from us, makes a photocopy, and sells it to other students. Is this not undermining our livelihood? Upon hearing this, although Chen Wangxing could not pinpoint any wrongdoing on the part of the bookstore, he was certain that a mistake had been made. Surely that is not a grave matter. Whenever my child purchases a test paper, I compensate him. Naturally, I must support his learning, Chen Wangxing responded courteously. Indeed, but have you considered what your son is doing? The bookstore owner continued, following Chen Wangxing's lead. Chen Jing glanced at the teacher's desk and noticed the previous test paper, an original copy. He approached, held it up, and exclaimed, "Look here. You claim this paper is from Beijing, yet it bears no publisher's mark? This is clearly a product with no credentials, and you expect to sell it for 80 yuan? Is this not exploitative?" The bookstore owner, displeased by this assertion, quickly retorted, "What nonsense are you speaking? What do you mean by exploitative? This paper was created by esteemed teachers from Beijing. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to procure it?" Chen Jing scoffed. "Let us set aside that issue for the moment. Even if your claims are true, what is wrong with me making copies for my classmates? The content is identical. And there is no problem with that, is there? Or do you feel aggrieved simply because I did not purchase it from you?" This statement struck a nerve with the bookstore owner, who stammered, pointing at Chen Jing. "What are you insinuating? What do you mean I am losing money? This is something I painstakingly acquired." "Very well, then enlighten me. Which esteemed teachers from Beijing are you referring to? Please provide their names, the publishing house, and the source." Chen Jing countered. The bookstore owner, unwilling to concede, continued to argue, "What I share with you is the result of my own connections. Many would desire this but cannot obtain it. Do you intend to extract information from me? Preposterous. Moreover, what you are doing is the dissemination of pirated materials, which is a crime." At this moment, Chen Wangxing, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly intervened. "Is it truly that severe?" Seeing the bookstore owner's obstinacy, Chen Jing shook his head. "The first question on this geography test is identical to the first question from the 2008 Jiangsu College entrance examination. The second question mirrors the second question from the 2008 Anqing third mock exam. The third question," as Chen Jing recited the multiple-choice questions. The bookstore owner's gaze began to falter. "Are you suggesting that the papers from esteemed teachers in Beijing also reference these questions? By consolidating all these questions onto one paper, are you not also engaging in the distribution of pirated content?" With these words, the bookstore owner realized he was cornered. Chen Jing breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his sharp memory, which he had honed for this very moment. "And you continually accuse me of disseminating pirated materials, claiming I am unworthy. Yet, why do you not address the potential collusion you have with certain teachers?" As soon as Chen Jing spoke, Zhao Hong promptly responded with a sound of surprise. "You colluded with a certain teacher to force students to purchase overpriced materials, didn't you? The intention behind this is to profit from it. Is there any inaccuracy in my statement?" After saying this, Chen Jing cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Hong. "This is not the case," Zhao Hong interjected defensively. "Then why are we being compelled to buy sets of papers priced at 80 yuan? You must be aware of the actual cost, right? You should know how much genuine content is included." This was directed at the bookstore owner, who quickly retorted, "It is genuine content. Do not slander me here." Chen Jing raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "What if I simply give away the papers I purchased to those who didn't buy them? Is that not permissible, Teacher Zhao?" Upon finishing this statement, Chen Jing looked at Zhao Hong. She swallowed hard, not expecting the conversation to shift back toward her. "All right. Of course it's fine," Zhao Hong replied, feigning calmness. The bookstore owner, noticing her response, exclaimed, "How could you betray us? Teacher Zhao, how did we begin this discussion? You were the one who asked us to sell these." This remark made Zhao Hong anxious. "What did I say? Now you're the one slandering me." Seeing the two engaged in an argument, Chen Wangxing interjected, "So, how much are you selling these papers for?" Chen Jing shook his head. "I am not selling them. I am giving them away." Chen Wangxing was somewhat puzzled by this. Anyone who comes here to buy a meal will receive a set for free. This approach encourages them to purchase more meals and enhances customer loyalty. After Chen Jing explained, Chen Wangxing nodded as though he understood. Everyone present was left bemused by Chen Jing's eloquence. "If you do not resolve this matter regarding your son, I will not be leaving," the driver of the black car declared, sitting down with a look of grievance. "Your son has shattered our livelihood. Unless this issue is rectified today, you shall not depart." This was directed at Chen Jing, who was taken aback by the audacity of these individuals. "Oh, you want to let me leave? Consider those who depend on me for their livelihood. What will they think?" Just then, a knock echoed from outside the office. Chen Jing opened the door to find Zhou Yizhou, Huang Lei, and several representatives from different classes. "You may also step outside to see if the bus drivers and chefs agree." Zhou Yizhou chuckled. "The chefs and bus drivers outside have stated that they are all legitimate. Should any issues arise again, they must be cautious as they exit." Upon hearing this, everyone swallowed hard. "The cake is quite large. Do you think you can completely smash it? Would they agree?" Chen Jing's words rendered the four individuals momentarily speechless. Zhao Hong swallowed again, and it was now her turn to speak. "Chen Jing's father, you must understand, The purpose of sending children to school is for education, to prepare for university. Chen Wangxing quickly nodded in embarrassment. Yes, of course. Indeed, they come to learn. Now, consider what Chen Jing has done. Is this conducive to learning? At his age, his primary focus should be on academics. Zhao Hong has now become exceedingly tactful in her speech, refraining from provoking Chen Jing for fear of being caught in a compromising situation. The teacher's words ring true. Chen Wangxing understands that this matter must reach a conclusion. So he gazes at Chen Jing and suggests delicately, Xiao Jing, perhaps we should. However, Chen Jing shakes his head and responds with a smile, Dad. What is the purpose of attending school? It is to learn, to achieve better grades, and to gain admission into a prestigious university. He continues, and what is the purpose of entering a good university? To secure a desirable job. And what is the aim of obtaining a good job? To earn money, correct? So, what is wrong with me earning money now? With this statement, Chen Jing seemingly eliminates the intermediary steps. Have you not yet grasped the essence of this situation? His words draw the attention of everyone present. Chen Jing looks at the four individuals, then glances at Zhao Hong and articulates, there was never a loophole to exploit. It was you who created the opportunity. Everyone comprehends this truth. Indeed, each individual harbors self-interest, and it is this very self-interest that has culminated in the current predicament. Every situation possesses its boundaries, and exceeding those limits invariably leads to complications. If you truly care about the students, you ought to contemplate how to earn their genuine acceptance, rather than insisting on your erroneous actions without seeking to amend them, and subsequently calling upon my father. Having said this, Chen Jing retrieves his mobile phone, stating, I have recorded all that was said earlier, and all present are witnesses, thus it is valid. I cannot guarantee when this recording may resurface in the principal's office, the Education Bureau, or perhaps even in the media. Chen Jing utilizes the gentlest words to convey the gravest threat. The four individuals are rendered speechless, merely listening to Chen Jing's assertions. So, will it be rectification, or will you persist on your current path? The choice is yours. We have already wasted considerable time. Has this matter reached its conclusion, Teacher Zhao? Chen Jing directs his attention toward Zhao Hong. At this moment, Zhao Hong appears outwardly calm, yet her back is drenched in perspiration. Very well, Mr. Chen, I would appreciate it if you could make a trip. Chen Wangxing maintains an exterior of tranquility, while internally, he feels as though he is drumming with anxiety. His son is exceedingly formidable, an eloquent debater. Chen Jing casts one last glance at the five individuals before turning to depart. Zhou Yizhou looks at Chen Jing with the same admiration one would reserve for a celebrity. You may return to your classes now. With that, Chen Jing intends to escort his father to the entrance. At the school gate, the security guard greets Chen Jing with a cheerful demeanor. Dad, you should head back now. Chen Wangxing gazes at Chen Jing, his expression filled with bewilderment. How is it that he feels he scarcely recognizes the person before him? Is this indeed his son? The display in the office was entirely unexpected. He never anticipated that Chen Jing could single-handedly shoulder such a burden, articulating his arguments with such rationale. It appears that Chen Jing has managed this situation largely by himself, with others merely assisting. Contemplating this, Chen Wangxing places a hand on Chen Jing's shoulder. Dad does not know what to say, just do well in school. With that, Chen Wangxing mounts his bicycle and departs. Watching his father's retreating figure, Chen Jing silently vows to himself, it is imperative to alleviate the fatigue of my parents as swiftly as possible. Upon returning to the classroom, all eyes were fixed upon Chen Jing. As Zhou Yizhou entered, the others began recounting Chen Jing's heroic exploits. The admiration in their eyes was palpable as they learned how Chen Jing had effectively subdued Zhao Hong. Oh dear, please do not look at me so. The matter is not as extraordinary as it seems. However, I kindly request that you refrain from spreading rumors, for any such indiscretions could jeopardize the benefits I bestow upon you in the future. Upon concluding his remarks, the classmates paid little heed, for they were inclined to trust Chen Jing's words. In this class, all had purchased items at some point, naturally adhering to Chen Jing's guidance, save for Zhao Lei, who had never made a purchase and harbored disdain for the idea of financially supporting Chen Jing and his companions. The five individuals from the office appeared to have emerged from a fierce battle. The first to depart was the cafeteria chef, whose absence would likely not be felt greatly, though adjustments would need to be made to eliminate any opportunistic practices. Yet, patrons would still frequent the establishment. Next to leave was the unlicensed taxi driver, followed by old Lou from the supermarket, and finally, the bookstore owner. The latter had grown disillusioned, for it was Zhao Hong who had initially approached him with these matters, only for her to later cast the blame solely upon him. From now on, I shall adhere to the rules, the bookstore owner declared as he made his exit. At this moment, only Zhao Hong remained, her hands resting on the table as she cradled her head. She had never anticipated that Chen Jing would outmaneuver her in such a manner. Chapter 63. The incident. Currently, Chen Jing held all the leverage, allowing him to conduct affairs within the school, provided that the higher authorities remained unaware. That evening after classes, Chen Jing pondered the time before turning to Chuwei. Chuwei, have you encountered any issues lately? Upon hearing Chen Jing's affectionate address, Chuwei shot him a sidelong glance. Nothing of consequence. But please refrain from calling me that in school. Are you looking to get expelled? Chuwei's playful demeanor elicited a smile from Chen Jing. Understood. I may call you that outside of school. If you continue like this, you might just find yourself walking home, Chuwei warned, attempting to withdraw her supportive grip from Chen Jing. He feigned great discomfort, exclaiming, "No, it hurts terribly." With a scoff, Chuwei acknowledged his pretense. Yet her grip tightened around him. Now, Chen Jing and Chuwei could travel by bus at no cost, rendering bicycles unnecessary and making their journey home considerably more convenient. Much to Chuwei's relief, upon arriving home, Chen Jing opened the door to find the lights still on. Typically, his parents would be in their rooms at this hour. He spotted Chen Wangxing and Zhang Shufang seated at the dining table, their moods seemingly subdued, the atmosphere heavy with tension. "Parents, what troubles you?" Chen Jing wondered if his father had discussed today's events in the office. Hearing his voice, Zhang Shufang lifted her head, forcing a faint smile. "Xiao Jing is back. Are you hungry? Would you like a bowl of noodles?" Chen Jing shook his head. "No need, Mom. I'm not hungry. What is the matter?" At this, Zhang Shufang gestured for Chen Jing to close the door. Once he complied, she continued. Chuwei's grandfather fell while tending to the vegetable garden. Upon hearing these words, Chen Jing suddenly recalled a fragment of memory. Had he suffered a blow to the head? He blurted out. Zhang Shufang lifted her face in confusion, surprised that Chen Jing was aware of it too. "Did Chuwei tell you?" Chen Jing could only nod in affirmation. He remembered that Chuwei's grandfather was quite healthy, but the vegetable plot was muddy, and while tending to it, he accidentally slipped and fell into the pond. He struck his head. Had it not been for another gardener nearby, he could have drowned. Chen Jing recalled that he was currently in the hospital receiving emergency treatment, but the injuries were too severe, and he could not be saved. Furthermore, Chuwei's grandfather had once been an employee at the steel factory, and coincidentally, when the factory opened its doors to the children of employees, he Hao came in, and he grandfather gradually retired to the countryside to enjoy his old age. Chuwei's grandfather had even once mentored Chen Wangxing, making him a sort of teacher. In this light, it was no wonder Chen Wangxing appeared even more despondent. It was unexpected that such a robust individual as he Lao would encounter such a misfortune. Chen Wangxing turned to look at Chen Jing, forcing a strained smile. "My son has also become quite clever. He has begun to turn the tides at school." Though this remark seemed complimentary, Chen Jing detected a hint of sarcasm beneath the surface. Upon returning home, Chen Wangxing pondered the transformation of Chen Jing. How had he changed so drastically? The old Chen Jing was playful, uninterested in studying, and completely careless with money. Now he not only studied diligently, but also earned money. However, the activities he engaged in at school were not befitting a high school student, just as Zhao Hong had pointed out. At such an age, Chen Jing ought to prioritize his studies. "Rest assured, I am indeed studying. I dedicate my days to learning. Those matters are handled by others." Chen Wangxing raised his head, gazing at Chen Jing, shaking his head. "Let us set this matter aside. Chuwei would undoubtedly find it even harder to accept. Be sure not to mention this in front of others. Your uncle, he is currently in the hospital, wishing to keep this from Chuwei. We should find time for our family to visit the hospital." Chen Jing nodded, recognizing the necessity of visiting and preparing a red envelope. At that moment, Chuwei returned home to find the house empty. However, she knew her parents were not on the night shift today. There was no note on the dining table. And just then, her phone buzzed with a message. "Chuwei, your mother and I have to work late tonight. You should go to bed first." Chuwei pursed her lips and proceeded with her evening routine. She had grown accustomed to being alone at home during such times. Just as she lay in bed intending to read a book before sleeping, her phone suddenly rang. It was a notification from QQ. Upon checking, it was a message from Chen Jing. What could Chen Jing want at this late hour? "Chen Jing, are you asleep?" Chuwei, "Not yet. Planning to read for a while." Chen Jing, It's so late. Stop reading and go to sleep. You need to wake up early tomorrow. Chuwei, don't tell me you're going to sleep now. Chen Jing, of course, I'm going to sleep. I'm exhausted after a full day of classes. Chuwei, I don't believe you. I've heard from Annie that you've been staying up late studying these past few days. Chen Jing, not at all. That was just my mother's exaggeration. If I were to sleep now, I would share my essay techniques with you. Upon hearing about essay techniques, Chuwei hesitated for a moment. In truth, her sole aspiration was to attend Hongchang University. She had never contemplated anything beyond that. However, she feared that if Chen Jing were to teach her, her scores might suddenly soar, making it impossible for him to catch up. Chuwei, all right, fine, I'll go to sleep then. Chen Jing, okay, good night. Chuwei, good night. Chen Jing, good night, don't reply. Seeing this message, Chuwei smiled faintly, then set down her book and nestled deeper into her blankets. With such a heartfelt good night, her sleep was bound to be sweeter. After waiting for 5 minutes without receiving a reply, Chen Jing thought to himself that she must have fallen asleep. He placed his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling. The structure of their rooms was identical. Where he lay to sleep was where Chuwei usually slept. During this time, he must take good care of her emotions. The reason he sent that QQ message earlier was that Chuwei was home alone and might feel lonely. Sending that message could provide her with a sense of security. Yet, he knew that certain matters were beyond salvation. The downside of rebirth was that one often knew too much. Regarding Chuwei's grandfather, everyone hoped for a miracle, but only Chen Jing understood the difficulty of the situation. The following morning, Chuwei got up and freshened up. Just as she was about to leave, the front door swung open. To her surprise, it was her father, Hao. Dad, you're back. Chuwei exclaimed, her voice brimming with vitality. However, Hao appeared utterly exhausted, yearning only for rest. I'm back. You're heading to class, aren't you? Hao replied tersely. Yes, I'll be leaving soon. Chuwei, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, noticed her father's haggard appearance. Just yesterday, he had been clean-shaven, yet today he sported a stubbly growth. His hair was also somewhat disheveled. It seemed the night shift had taken its toll on him. Dad, go rest. You can have lunch over at Uncle Chen's, she said before he retreated to his room. Not wanting to disturb him further, she exited the house. As she descended the stairs, she spotted Chen Jing waiting at her doorstep. He had his head slightly bowed, yet his gaze was directed upward, almost playfully. Without teacher I can't make it down. Chapter 64. Grandpa in the hospital, Chuwei stifled a laugh and assisted Chen Jing down the stairs. Breakfast was available in the car, which was quite convenient. Many students would have to rush out early to buy breakfast and eat it at school. Now, they could enjoy their meal in the car, saving a considerable amount of time. Upon arriving at the school gate, Chen Jing noticed that not a single black car was in sight. Driver, could you arrange for 2 buses to come tomorrow? The black cars are gone. All right. I'll notify them immediately. Once in the classroom, the atmosphere felt stifling. The weather was oppressively hot, predominantly due to humidity, and some students had already caught colds. The entire environment felt heavy, making it difficult to concentrate on lessons. Only a few top students, including Chen Jing, managed to focus. The southern weather was indeed like this, damp and sultry. Sitting in class, Chen Jing stretched his neck, sensing a persistent ache throughout his body. Who is Chen Jing? I'm looking for Chen Jing. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Jing lifted his head and saw a burly man standing at the doorway. Furrowing his brow, Chen Jing rose to his feet and inquired, "What is it?" The man, spotting Chen Jing, bellowed, "Come out." At that moment, Zhou Yizhou looked up, noticed that Chen Jing had stood, and promptly got to his feet to support him. The two approached the classroom entrance just as the large man strode forward. This man was unlike Huang Kuan. He was merely robust. "Are you Chen Jing?" he asked, surveying Chen Jing and noticing the bandaged foot. "Yes, what is it?" Chen Jing responded calmly. The man grunted and pointed at Chen Jing, declaring, "I command you to open your QQ and accept the friend request from someone named Xiaoxiong." Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoxiong. He recalled the name from an earlier instance when she had sought to add him as a friend, but he had declined. The reason being that she wanted to discuss QQ matters. Realization dawned upon him. This was an old trick, but rather ingenious. Initially, he had thought the man might seek vengeance or confront him, but instead, he had come merely to request a QQ acceptance. Observing Chen Jing's momentary stupor, the burly man's expression hardened. "You've upset Xiaoxiong. Hurry and add her." Chen Jing hastily retrieved his phone, a suppressed smile on his face, opened QQ, and accepted the friend request. I've done it, he exclaimed. As he confirmed the acceptance, the man let out a cold snort. You've shown yourself to be sensible. With this, Xiao Xiong shouldn't be unhappy anymore, right? A voice from behind the man whispered, uncertain. The burly man was unsure, but felt there was a good chance it would suffice. After a brief glance at Chen Jing, he departed. Once he was out of earshot, Chen Jing could no longer contain himself. Ha ha ha, how can such a thing happen? He had never anticipated such a scenario unfolding in his life. It was clear that the burly man was a suitor of the younger girl, but not her only admirer. His motives were pure. As long as Xiao Xiong was displeased, he would go to great lengths to ensure her happiness, even if it meant having Chen Jing add her to bring a smile to her face. He was willing to oblige. This was the ultimate realm of a devoted admirer, akin to someone who would wait outside a hotel room, ready to pay for the accommodation. Zhou Yizhou, perplexed by the encounter, soon glanced at Chen Jing's phone. Oh, isn't that the girl from last time? Zhou Yizhou recalled having stumbled upon her name. Xiao Xiong, while sorting through an envelope. He had attempted to add her several times without success. Chen Jing contemplated the girl's appearance. She somewhat resembled Huang Lei's description and was indeed quite adorable. However, she had long since faded from his interest. His focus was now solely on one person. Never mind, let us focus on our studies. Chen Jing regarded this as a mere interlude and resumed his academic pursuits. The day passed uneventfully until, while preparing to attend evening self-study, Chuwei suddenly received a phone call. Her expression shifted from a smile to deep contemplation. In just a minute, the call ended. Chen Jing sensed something amiss. It was likely concerning that matter. Chuwei, I'll accompany you, he said with unwavering conviction, providing a sense of security to Chuwei, who was still enveloped in sorrow. Grandfather, he. Chuwei could no longer contain her emotions. Tears as large as mung beans streamed down the corners of her eyes. Chen Jing stepped forward, gently grasping Chuwei. She collapsed against his shoulder, weeping uncontrollably. Chen Jing could only tenderly caress her back, realizing that in such moments, words were unnecessary. It was best to allow her to express her grief before offering comfort. Listening to her cries, Chen Jing was reminded of his past self. During his college years, his maternal grandfather had passed away. However, he was too distant at that time to witness their final moments together, only able to see his grandfather lying in the coffin, devoid of breath. He suppressed his own emotions, feeling Chuwei's body grow weaker, and quickly wrapped his arms around her waist. At that moment, Chen Wangxing rushed down the stairs. Seeing Chen Jing and Chuwei embracing, he expressed no disapproval. He had just received a call informing him that grandfather, he was nearing the end. Taxi, over here. Chen Wangxing first hailed a cab. Xiao Jing, quickly take Chuwei to the car, he urged anxiously. Chen Jing nodded, and at that moment, Chuwei lifted her head, her face washed clean by her tears. Chen Jing's shoulder was already soaked. The three of them climbed into the vehicle. Your mother is at the hospital caring for grandfather, she just called me, Chen Wangxing said. The rest of the message was unspoken, as both Chuwei and Chen Wangxing understood its implications. In the car, Chuwei fought to suppress her sorrow, resting her head on Chen Jing's shoulder. She felt as though her body had surrendered all strength, yearning to lean against someone. Grandfather. Memories of her grandfather flooded her mind. The time spent in the countryside as a child, riding on his back while playing with a small pinwheel, and the moments when she fell and he showed great concern for her. She recalled a bowl of noodles he had prepared for her, with an egg in her bowl while his contained only noodles. My dear Wei Wei is the most well-behaved. Grandfather loves Wei Wei the most. The more she reminisced, the deeper her sorrow sank, filling the car with nothing but her muffled sobs. It will be all right. Do not worry, Chuwei. Chen Wangxing turned to offer comfort. Yet, at that moment, Chuwei could absorb nothing. Her mind was solely filled with the image of her grandfather's smile. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the hospital, the very one where Chuwei's mother worked. Upon entering, Chuwei appeared revitalized, rushing towards the hospital. Chen Wangxing assisted Chen Jing as they followed her inside. Chuwei hurried towards the inpatient department, seeking out the front desk nurse. My mother is Dan. Which ward is my grandfather in? She asked rapidly. The nurse replied, Room 309. Chuwei expressed her gratitude and immediately dashed towards the third floor without a moment's pause. Passing rooms 301, 303, and 305, at last, she found 309. Instead of entering, she peered through the glass of the door. Inside, she noticed someone attending to her grandfather. It appeared to be Zhang Shufeng. But she could not see her grandfather's face, only the foot of the bed. Fear gripped her, preventing her from opening the door. She dreaded the sight of her grandfather's condition. Chapter 65. Grandfather, I can no longer see you clearly. Zhang Shufang was still tidying up when she lifted her head and suddenly spotted a face at the door. The two exchanged a brief glance, both with reddened eyes. Zhang Shufang approached and opened the door. Chuwei has arrived. Come in, she said, her voice choked with emotion. Chuwei took several deep breaths, determined not to let her grandfather see her tears. Upon entering the ward, she finally beheld her grandfather lying on the hospital bed. He was connected to an oxygen tube, and four in his arm, with various wires attached to his heart. Seeing her grandfather in such a state made Chuwei cover her mouth, desperately suppressing her sobs. At that moment, Zhang Shufang stood at the doorway, not wishing to intrude on Chuwei's moment. Turning her head, she noticed Chen Wangxing and Chen Jing approaching. At the entrance of the ward, Zhang Shufang wiped away her tears and said to Chen Jing, Xiao Jing, you should go in and see Grandpa. He used to take care of you when you were little. Chen Jing nodded, and upon seeing Chuwei inside, gently opened the door and stepped in. Chen Wangxing and Zhang Shufang settled into the waiting chairs at the entrance. As Chen Jing advanced, witnessing his grandfather's condition tugged at his heartstrings. Once relatively healthy, he now appeared frail. Observing Chuwei struggle to hold back her tears, Chen Jing softly wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Chuwei initially flinched, then looked up to see Chen Jing. Leaning her head against him, tears began to flow. It seemed that Grandpa he had heard the commotion and attempted to open his eyes. Wei, Grandpa, he croaked, his voice hoarse and laden with the dialect of their homeland. Chuwei hurriedly grasped her grandfather's hand, saying, I'm here, Grandpa, I'm here. She fought back her tears, not wanting her grandfather to know she was crying. A faint smile graced Grandpa he's lips as his hand gently rubbed against Chuwei's small one. My Wei is the sweetest, he said, exerting himself to speak, though his words were barely audible. Chuwei lowered her head, pressing her lips together. Feeling the rough texture of her grandfather's dry hand, her heart heavy with emotion. Have you eaten, Wei? Grandpa he's voice reached Chuwei's ears, rendering her speechless. Chen Jing understood that this was love, a love etched deep within their bones. Grandpa can't see you, can he? Grandpa he initially expressed joy, but the weight of his words caused his frail face to tremble. His beloved granddaughter stood before him, yet he could see nothing. Chuwei raised her head, noticing her grandfather's eyes were indeed open, but he seemed unable to see her. Grandpa, what's wrong? I'm right here, she exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. Grandpa he's lips quivered as he too struggled to hold back his emotions. Don't worry, Grandpa is fine, he replied, turning his head in Chuwei's direction. Yet he could see nothing but a faint light. Shadows were visible, but no details emerged, like being enveloped in a thick fog. Grandpa, it's me, Chen Jing. Do you remember me? Chen Jing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, a smile returned to Grandpa he's face. How could he forget? During summer vacations, when Chuwei returned to the countryside, Chen Jing always accompanied her. Grandpa he had taken care of two little ones all by himself, proudly introducing them as his grandchildren, treating Chen Jing as his own. How could I ever forget my grandson? Have you eaten? Upon hearing the mention of his grandson and the question about having dined, Chen Jing could no longer contain himself. He turned around, his voice trembling as he softly wept. I have eaten, Grandpa. Do not worry. Grandpa he wished to nod in acknowledgement, but found his strength had waned considerably. You too must study diligently, he said, his voice hoarse yet imbued with profound warmth. Yes, Chen Jing and Chuwei replied in unison. Grandpa he's lips quivered once more, and the tears filled his searching eyes. It seems I may not witness Wei's entrance into university. Upon hearing this, Chuwei shook her head vigorously. No, Grandpa, you will surely recover. I not only want you to see me enter university, but also to graduate, find a job, and earn money to honor you. And you must see me married. What if the person I wish to marry does not meet your approval? A tear trickled down Grandpa he's cheek. His mouth turned downwards as he softly replied, Wei, Grandpa hopes for your well-being in all aspects, be it entering university, seeking employment, or marriage. I fear I may not see what kind of man your husband will be. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, Grandpa he paused after every few words. At that moment, Chen Jing wiped his tears, approached, knelt down, and gently placed his hand atop Grandpa he's palm. Chuwei sensed that Chen Jing seemed to wish for her to release her hold on Grandpa's hand. With a gentle release, Chen Jing took hold of Grandpa's hand. Drawing a deep breath, he then placed Grandpa He's hand softly against his face, his own hand covering it. Grandpa He was momentarily taken aback, but as Chen Jing exerted a slight pressure, he realized this was an invitation to feel the contours of his face. Chen Jing remained silent, gently guiding Grandpa He's hand to caress his face. With all his remaining strength, Grandpa He nodded faintly. I understand. Only Chuwei remained somewhat bewildered. Her mind in disarray and struggling to process the situation. She merely assumed that Chen Jing was helping to warm Grandpa's hand. Chen Jing tightened his grip on Grandpa He's hand and softly reassured him, Grandpa, do not worry. It seemed that a heavy weight had been lifted from Grandpa He's heart. He pressed his lips together and murmured, Wei Wei. Chuwei hurriedly responded, I am here, Grandpa. What troubles Grandpa the most is my dear Wei Wei. As he spoke, another tear slipped from the corner of Grandpa He's eye. Chuwei lowered her head, unable to control her emotions. Grandpa, please rest assured, you will recover. I will take good care of myself. Even when my parents work late, I dare to stay home alone. Grandpa He was acutely aware of his condition and feared he would not survive the night. The ability to converse felt like a fleeting moment of clarity. At that moment, He Hao and his wife entered the room. He Dan had also come during her break, while He Hao was preoccupied with administrative tasks, which were quite cumbersome. Chuwei, He Dan exclaimed upon seeing her daughter, unable to hold back her tears. At this moment, Chen Jing stood up, feeling that his presence was becoming less appropriate. Auntie, I will take my leave now. He Dan nodded gratefully. Thank you, Xiao Jing, for coming to see Grandpa. He has not loved you in vain. Chen Jing truly regarded Chuwei's grandfather as his own. He recalled that his grandfather had passed away when he was merely 1 year old, leaving him with little emotional attachment to the concept of a grandfather. However, during his childhood visits to the countryside with Chuwei, he experienced the warmth of intergenerational love from Grandpa He. As he stepped outside, he pondered how he might have prevented this tragedy had he been able to comprehend the underlying reasons at that time. Chapter 66. Irrevocable Fate. Chen Jing's family waited outside, while discussions continued within. When the door opened, He Hao was in tears, lamenting, Old Chen, what would my family do without you? Chen Wangxing quickly rose to support him, saying, What you say is unfounded. Grandpa He was my mentor as well. It is only right that I care for him. He continued, You know my father is in great health. His medical reports are all excellent. Yet, calamity strikes without warning. He Hao could not fathom why such misfortune had befallen them. He Dan also comforted He Hao, choking back tears. Dad can still speak. Perhaps there is hope. My director has said there is still a chance for recovery. He Hao, however, was not inclined to hear such words and waved his hand dismissively. Old Chen, you should head home now. We will keep vigil tonight. Chen Wangxing understood and nodded gently. Very well, should anything arise, do not hesitate to call us. We shall come immediately. As Chen Jing's family departed, Chuwei remained by her grandfather's side. Grandpa offered a slight smile, reassuring her, Wei Wei, do not worry. Though Chuwei did not fully grasp his words, she nodded and replied, Grandpa, do not fret, I will take good care of myself. Grandpa wished to speak further, but the words caught in his throat, unable to escape. Anxiously, Chuwei called out, Mom. At that moment, Dan rushed in and noticed her grandfather's complexion had turned ashen. I'll go fetch someone. As Dan dashed out, Chuwei anxiously observed her grandfather. At that moment, a bundle of money slipped from under the blanket, at least 2,000 yuan. Chuwei grasped her grandfather's hand with one hand while attempting to tidy the money with the other. This money must have been given by Uncle Chen. In the car on their way home, Chen Jing's family remained silent, their spirits low. Upon arriving home, Chen Wangxing sighed. I never imagined old he would encounter such a fate. Why do good people not live long? He felt a profound sadness, having been neighbors for so many years. Grandpa He often brought over vegetables and would generously share extra with their family. Zhang Shufang nodded in resignation. Who could have foreseen this? Let us hope old he can endure this trying time. Only Chen Jing understood the gravity of the situation. Perhaps this time, things would be different. He suddenly recalled his alteration of the timeline. Although Grandpa He was still hospitalized, he had not been present during the previous incident and had not acted in such a manner. This time, however, his visit seemed to have reassured Grandpa He, which might have a positive psychological effect. Chen Jing could only offer silent prayers. It was not until the deep of night that he heard footsteps from upstairs, indicating someone had just returned home. He picked up his phone. Chuwei, disoriented, returned home, quickly washed up, and lay down on her bed. The phone emitted a sound, prompting her to immediately pick it up. Initially assuming it was a message from her parents, she discovered it was from QQ. Upon opening it, she found a message from Chen Jing. Don't overthink it. Grandfather will surely be fine. Chuwei replied, I am terrified. I fear I may lose my grandfather. Chen Jing responded, such words must not be uttered. You should knock on wood 3 times. Taking him seriously, Chuwei rose and tapped the wooden table 3 times. Chuwei then asked, why are you still awake at this late hour? Chen Jing replied, as you know, I must study at night, but I will be sleeping soon. He continued, you should also get some rest. You've cried like a little kitten today. Chuwei retorted, I saw you crying as well. Chen Jing exclaimed, you caught me. All right then, let us sleep. See you tomorrow. Chuwei agreed. All right, I am quite tired too. Chen Jing wished her good night, urging her to sleep. Good night, she replied. Good night. No need to respond, he added. After 5 minutes of waiting and noticing that Chuwei's profile picture had gone dark, Chen Jing finally felt at ease enough to sleep. However, Chuwei found it impossible to doze off, as the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on her heart. Early the next morning, Chen Jing awaited Chuwei at the door. He observed her unsteady descent down the stairs, her complexion pale, indicative of a restless night. What is grandfather's condition now? He inquired. Chuwei felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of her grandfather. The doctor had mentioned that they were still in the process of resuscitation and that it depended on the circumstances. Her tone was calm, yet Chen Jing understood the turmoil within her. All right, let us go. I will take you immediately if anything arises. Upon arriving at school, Chuwei found it hard to concentrate on her classes. Meanwhile, Zhou Yizhou was boasting to Chen Jing. Did you know that the rogue taxi drivers have all left? Chen Jing nodded, acknowledging the news. Zhou Yizhou continued. Moreover, the supermarkets have lowered their prices and no longer dare to act recklessly. The cafeteria, too, has improved slightly in quality, but that is the extent of it. Chen Jing felt indifferent, believing that as long as they changed their ways, profits would eventually follow. However, the absence of competition made the school feel as though it had been punctured, leaving only the cold cash in their bank accounts. As the day came to a close, Chen Jing noticed that Chuwei's spirits remained low. Shall we take a stroll to lift your mood? He suggested. Chuwei shook her head, her face etched with anxiety. I want to go to the hospital to see grandfather. Chen Jing countered. No, it's too late. It's nearly 10 o'clock. Have your uncle and aunt contacted you? No, she replied. Then that means grandfather is likely all right. Chen Jing attempted to soothe her. Chuwei lifted her gaze to the night sky, obscured by clouds, with not a single star in sight. Let us head home, she said. The following day brought no bad news, and they went together to visit grandfather, though they could only stand outside, unable to enter. On that day, He Hao approached Chen Wangxing. Why did you secretly slip me 2,000 yuan? He Hao intended to return the money to Chen Wangxing, as he and his wife had already provided assistance earlier, and it seemed inappropriate to accept yet another sum. Upon hearing the mention of 2,000 yuan, Chen Wangxing furrowed his brow. No, that's not right. Shufang didn't take any money either, as we are aware, he remarked. Could it be from someone who came to visit? He Hao pondered for a moment, recalling that visitors had indeed given money, but it had all been handed to him directly. There was no clandestine exchange involved. Suddenly, Chen Wangxing's thoughts turned to someone, Chen Jing. Noticing the peculiar expression on Chen Wangxing's face, He Hao inquired, what is the matter? Chen Wangxing shook his head, exclaiming helplessly, I fear this money may have come from Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing, how could he possibly have that much money? He Hao questioned, perplexed. Chen Wangxing was at a loss for words and waved his hand dismissively, saying, I shall explain this to you another time. You must accept this money, after all. It is the child's heartfelt gesture, and given that He Lao has cared for Chen Jing for a time, it is not unreasonable for him to address you as grandfather. Reluctantly, He Hao acquiesced to Chen Wangxing's persuasion and accepted the money. The following day, initially believing that nothing was amiss, Chuwei received a phone call just before heading to school. Chuwei, come to the hospital immediately. Dread filled her. The tone was far too ominous. Chapter 67. A moment of respite. Chen Jing and Chuwei rushed to the hospital. Grandfather, he had been moved out of the restricted ward into a regular room. Chuwei silently prayed that this meant he had recovered. Alas, her hopes were dashed. Surrounding grandfather, were numerous people, all bearing sorrowful expressions. Upon seeing Chuwei arrive, Dan quickly pulled her aside. You must see your grandfather one last time. The words struck Chuwei like a thunderbolt, leaving her in a state of shock. Grandfather. Tears streamed down her face as she dropped to her knees. Grasping grandfather's hand tightly. Sensing her presence, grandfather he attempted to move but found himself unable. After a tense few seconds, a suffocating silence enveloped the room as the heart monitor flatlined. In that moment, everyone understood. Grandfather he had departed this world. Chen Jing felt a profound awareness that grandfather he had been waiting for Chuwei. Thankfully, he had not left without her by his side, leaving no regrets behind. The room soon filled with cries of grief, while Chen Jing's family stood at the periphery, quietly wiping away their tears. The next day, Chen Jing's family, along with Chuwei's, returned to their hometown to arrange the funeral. Witnessing the mourners donned in mourning attire, Chen Jing, not being a close relative, did not follow suit. Nevertheless, Chuwei stubbornly placed a mourning band on him, signifying that he was indeed a beloved child of grandfather he. Others felt it inappropriate to object, and thus it remained. After 2 days of mourning, the burial concluded the somber proceedings. Chuwei had wept for 2 days, her tears seemingly inexhaustible. Chen Jing recognized that she was particularly despondent at that moment. As they all returned to Xinguang district, the adults engaged in conversation while Chuwei remained silent. Upon arriving home around 2 in the afternoon, having taken a leave from school, Chuwei found herself at leisure. By 5 or 6 in the evening, Chen Jing contemplated taking Chuwei out for a breath of fresh air to help her unwind. Fortunately, his foot had healed sufficiently, allowing him to walk without needing her assistance. Chen Jing arrived at Chuwei's doorstep and knocked gently. The door was opened by He Hao. Xiao Jing has arrived. Please come in and take a seat. He Hao's mood was also rather low. Chen Jing tactfully said, Uncle He, I would like to take Chuwei out for a little stroll. After all, she has been through so much these past few days. Rest assured, I will simply show her around. He Hao, too, wished to accompany Chuwei for a change of scenery, as their conversations had dwindled lately. All right, I will speak to her, he replied before turning to find Chuwei. After about 5 minutes, Chuwei emerged slowly. Initially, she intended to decline, preferring to rest, but upon seeing the sincerity etched on Chen Jing's face, she decided to move forward. Noticing her silence as she put on her shoes, Chen Jing felt a sense of relief. The two descended together, yet conversation eluded them. Where shall we go? Chen Jing refrained from adopting a lively demeanor to comfort Chuwei, knowing that such exuberance would not resonate with her current sorrow. Chuwei shook her head. I don't know. Didn't you say you were taking me out for some fun? Chen Jing flashed a thumbs up and replied, Come on. I'll take you for a look around. His tone was gentle. Had he been overly animated, Chuwei might have found it off-putting. Fortunately, it was evening. The heat had dissipated, and a gentle breeze accompanied them. Where are we headed? Chuwei inquired, grasping the hem of Chen Jing's clothing. After a moment of thought, he suggested, I'll take you to a park where we can walk and enjoy the scenery. A park sounded delightful. Chuwei had seldom visited such places and could indeed use some relaxation. After more than 20 minutes, they arrived at a man-made lake park on the outskirts of Xinguang district. This was Chuwei's first visit. How did you know there was a park here? She asked curiously. Chen Jing scratched his head, realizing he couldn't divulge that he had once frolicked here in a past life. I researched it. This place is quite enjoyable. Chuwei did not doubt him and waited patiently as he parked the car, after which they strolled side by side into the park. The trees here were not particularly dense, yet one could hear the calls of various insects. The ground beneath their feet alternated between concrete and stone paths, the latter proving uncomfortable after just a few steps. They made their way directly to the lakeside, where there was a stone railing. Chuwei leaned against it, gazing at the koi fish in the water, silent and contemplative. Chen Jing stood beside her, close enough to ensure her safety should she entertain any dark thoughts. Observing the koi, he smiled and remarked, Did you know that making a wish while looking at koi might actually make it come true? Upon hearing this, Chuwei turned her head to question him. Is that true? Have your wishes come true? Chen Jing shook his head. No, I read about it online. Many people make wishes to the koi, and some even toss coins into the water to make a wish. It seems to be quite effective. Chuwei nodded gently, then intertwined her fingers and closed her eyes. Watching her press her forehead against her clasped hands, Chen Jing felt a sense of contentment wash over him. All right, she said, opening her eyes and looking at Chen Jing. Did you make a wish? Chen Jing realized that he too could wish, and imitated Chuwei's gesture. She tilted her head, observing his profile, and a faint smile finally graced her lips. She felt fortunate that Chen Jing had improved. Chen Jing opened his eyes and smiled, declaring that he was well. Chuwei immediately inquired about his wish. Chen Jing waved a finger from side to side, stating that it couldn't be revealed, for speaking it would render it ineffective. Chuwei ceased her questioning, instead gazing at her reflection in the lake, silently wishing for it to come true before wandering off to explore the park. Having come to the park, they ought to enjoy it thoroughly. As they passed the exercise area, Chen Jing effortlessly leaped onto the pull-up bar and completed 10 repetitions. Chuwei watched in wide-eyed amazement, having never witnessed such a display from him. Once finished, Chen Jing relaxed his hands and asked if she wished to try. Chuwei quickly shook her head, insisting she couldn't manage even one, as she couldn't reach the bar. I can lift you up, Chen Jing offered, though Chuwei was eager to attempt it. She approached the bar and said, "Don't help me just yet. Let me try." After speaking, she looked up at the bar and jumped with all her might. The good news was that she made contact. The bad news was that she slipped down without grasping it. Chen Jing chuckled and shook his head, moving closer to her. They exchanged glances, and Chen Jing sought her consent. Chuwei nodded, and Chen Jing placed his hands under her armpits, lifting her up. "Grab on," he urged before she could feel embarrassed. Chuwei seized the bar, and Chen Jing released his grip. "Now try to pull yourself up," he encouraged. Chuwei's face flushed crimson as she exerted herself mightily. Just as her head was about to clear the bar, she faltered and fell back down. Although she had only managed one, Chen Jing gave her a thumbs up. "One is impressive." Chapter 68. "This star, I give to you," Chuwei gasped for breath, exclaiming that it was exceedingly difficult, wondering how Chen Jing could manage 10 while she had barely accomplished one. Feeling frustrated, she questioned why it was so hard. Chen Jing shook his head and encouraged her, explaining that most girls struggle to do even one. Achieving one was commendable. This was a physical fitness test for boys, while girls had sit-ups, which were entirely different categories. Chuwei felt as though completing even one had nearly taken her life and waved her hands dismissively. "Please don't involve me in professional sports again. It's too exhausting." She noticed a piece of equipment nearby, yellow in color, designed for placing both feet on either side, allowing for forward and backward movement, or both feet to move simultaneously. Chen Jing observed the equipment, thinking it was widely recognized, as no one had missed playing on such apparatus during childhood. "This one suits me," he mused. Chuwei perceived it as requiring only foot strength and deemed it not difficult at all. In truth, Chen Jing intended to point out that this was equipment designed specifically for the elderly. They continued to play until 7 in the evening, as the sky gradually darkened. However, Chen Jing showed no intention of returning. Instead, he led Chuwei to a spot closest to the lake, which lacked a railing and was primarily used for fishing. There, he spread out on a patch of soft grass, perfectly cushioned, allowing them both to rest comfortably. As she gazed upon the nocturnal scenery, Chuwei blinked her eyes. It seemed as though it had been ages since she last beheld the stars, a moment only revisited now in her final year of high school. Chen Jing observed the rippling surface of the lake, stirred by a gentle breeze, and remarked, "Do you not think the lake resembles a painting, capturing the entirety of the sky?" Chuwei nodded in agreement. Yet, her thoughts lingered on her grandfather. At that moment, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Chen Jing, do you think Grandpa is watching over us from above?" Upon hearing her, Chen Jing turned to her and noticed her reddened eyes. However, he chose not to delve deeper into the matter and simply smiled, assuring her, "Indeed, Grandpa, he can see us lying here," smiling with satisfaction. "Yes, it must be so," Chuwei replied, blinking away tears that cascaded down her cheeks. She gazed at the twinkling dots in the dark sky and asked, "I have heard that those who pass away become stars in the heavens. Is that not true?" Chen Jing nodded affirmatively. Chuwei endeavored to locate the star that belonged to her, oblivious to Chen Jing's absence. "Grandpa, I hope you are well in that place," she whispered inwardly. As sorrow surged within her, she hastily wiped her tears and glanced around, realizing Chen Jing was nowhere to be found. She quickly sat up and searched for him, only to see him approaching from a distance. "Where did you go?" Chuwei inquired. Chen Jing shook his head, explaining, "I spotted someone familiar over there and went to say hello." Chuwei teased, "It wasn't one of your friends from outside school, was it?" Chen Jing chuckled. "I have no friends outside of school." With that, he reclined back to his previous position. Relieved by his return, Chuwei settled back onto the grass. "Chen Jing, which star do you think my grandfather is?" she asked softly, yet Chen Jing still heard her. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled. "It must be the brightest one at that moment." Chuwei felt the same and took a deep breath. All right, let us go. It's getting late, and I'm a bit hungry. Chen Jing nodded in agreement. Sure, let us head home. The two walked side by side, with Chuwei placing her hands behind her and Chen Jing with his hands in his pockets, one remaining in a fist. As they reached the bicycle parking area and prepared to leave, Chen Jing gently tapped Chuwei's head with his clenched fist. What was that for? She asked, rubbing her head, looking at him quizzically. Chen Jing extended his fist, and Chuwei focused intently on it. If it's a bug, I'll step back, she warned, recalling past encounters where Chen Jing had frightened her with insects. Slowly, he opened his palm, revealing a small bug. Sensing the unusual attention, the creature began to emit a soft glow from its tail. A pale green luminescence fluttered gently before Chuwei's eyes. While she marveled at the sight, Chen Jing tenderly said, "This is the star you wished for. It's a gift for you." Chuwei watched the glowing being drift away, her gaze shimmering, reminiscent of the ripples on the lake's surface stirred by the breeze. At that moment, she turned her eyes towards Chen Jing. Chen Jing wore a smile on his face, though his eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow, reflecting a tender affection. Chuwei's lips curled downward, on the verge of tears, moved by Chen Jing's demeanor. Suddenly, a flurry of fireflies danced toward Chen Jing. Observing this, he urged, "Run." As Chuwei saw the multitude of fireflies surrounding Chen Jing, she couldn't help but laugh, quickly taking her seat behind him as they sped away. This little excursion lightened her spirits, especially when she recalled the sight of Chen Jing engulfed by the fireflies. "What do you want to eat tonight?" Chen Jing inquired. "Let us just have dinner at home," Chuwei replied, tilting her head. "No," Wei finally stepped out. "Let us eat something outside instead." Chen Jing's suggestion sparked Chuwei's interest, yet she hesitated, thinking of the meal awaiting them at home. Noticing her silence, Chen Jing understood. She was still in a melancholic mood, and perhaps it was best to return home for dinner. "How about this? I'll take you to the snack street for a bit, and after we pick something up, we can head home." Upon hearing this, Chuwei felt agreeable and replied, "All right." Chen Jing brought Chuwei to a nearby street lined with food stalls. Do not inquire how he knew of this place. It was a memory from his previous life. It was Chuwei's first visit to such a venue, primarily due to her lack of time. The aromas of barbecued delicacies, fried treats, stinky tofu, chicken necks, and meat sandwiches wafted through the air, making her stomach rumble with hunger. Chen Jing, too, was nostalgic for the delightful scents. "I'll have 6 skewers of grilled sausage. I want 2 portions of stinky tofu. I want to ride the carousel." Chuwei's enthusiasm burst forth. She wanted to buy everything, especially to bring some home for her parents. As Chen Jing carried their purchases, he watched Chuwei ride the carousel and took out his Nokia to capture the moment. When Chuwei noticed him photographing her, she attempted to hide, but it was too late. He had already captured her glance. As the carousel came to a halt, Chuwei exhaled and approached Chen Jing. "Why aren't you playing?" she asked. Chen Jing paused, astonished. "Have you ever seen a man riding a carousel? Especially one so pink?" Before he could elaborate, Chuwei's attention was diverted to the food again. "I'll have 6 portions of sizzling tofu. And 2 portions of potatoes, please." Observing Chuwei's mood brighten, Chen Jing felt a sense of fulfillment. That night was indeed worthwhile. Chapter 69. Rumors abound. The following morning, the dining table at Chen Jing's home was adorned with the leftover delicacies from the previous night. There was simply too much to consume. However, no one held Chen Jing accountable, as they understood he had taken Chuwei out to lift her spirits. Chen Wangxing regarded his son with a nod. "You've done well, my boy." Chen Jing recognized that his father was referring to the previous incident. "Dad, Mom, rest assured, I'm focused on my studies at school." Hearing Chen Jing's resolute words, Chen Wangxing refrained from further inquiries and instead asked, "Has anyone at school been causing you trouble again?" Chen Jing shook his head. "No, I have recordings now. They wouldn't dare take the risk." Thus, Chen Wangxing felt reassured, nodding his head without uttering another word, but instead began to gnaw on the chicken necks left over from yesterday. He thought to himself that next time, he should indeed purchase less. The amount from both places was far too much to consume. After Chen Jing finished his morning routine and stepped outside, he happened to see Chuwei descending the stairs. It was indeed a moment of mutual understanding. Chen Jing jested, and Chuwei shot him a glance, softly inquiring why he hadn't stopped her the previous night. Chen Jing gently patted her shoulder, assuring her that it was of no consequence. "How was your meal last night?" he asked. The mere thought made Chuwei feel queasy. "Don't mention it." Just recalling the stench of that stinky tofu makes me want to vomit. Chen Jing stifled a laugh. All right, it was just that one time. It's nothing to worry about. They departed together, estimating that their transportation would arrive shortly. Upon arriving at the classroom, they noticed that everyone was staring at Chuwei. After she took her seat, Yang Xiu leaned in and whispered, Chuwei, I heard your grandfather, if Chen Jing were to learn of this, he would certainly have to silence Yang Xiu's incessant chatter. Fortunately, having spent some time to relax yesterday, Chuwei's spirits did not plummet dramatically. She merely responded. And Yang Xiu clicked her tongue thrice, asking, what is going on? Weren't you just saying your grandfather was doing well? Chuwei, upon hearing this question, was disinclined to respond. Since she chose silence, Yang Xiu felt awkward and refrained from pressing further. At that moment, a burly figure approached the classroom door. He strode in directly and fixed his gaze on Chen Jing. Chen Jing pondered the situation. Hadn't they just become friends? Why was he back? You need to respond to Xiao Xiong's message, pronto. Chen Jing was taken aback by the lengths this fellow would go to and immediately inquired. Do you have feelings for Xiao Xiong? The burly man retorted coldly. None of your business. Just reply now. Chen Jing quickly grabbed his phone, assuring him, I'll respond right away. Class is about to start, and I promise to reply before then. The giant then exited, leaving Chen Jing utterly speechless. What kind of devoted admirer was this? Despite his jest, Chen Jing, as a male, felt this fellow's actions were unnecessary. If this were to be shared online, he would likely be met with half ridicule and half sympathy for his overly romantic persona. As Chen Jing glanced at his phone, he noticed that Xiao Xiong had sent numerous messages over the past few days, mostly inquiries about his well-being. However, with so much on his plate, he had hardly paid attention. Good morning, Senior Chen Jing. Good evening, Senior Chen Jing. Will you be going to the music classroom? Faced with an array of questions, Chen Jing could only reply, Thank you for your affection, Junior, but as we are in our third year of high school, I must focus on my studies. So I kindly ask you to refrain from such. He had initially intended to mention that he had someone he liked, but then recalled his current status as a prominent figure in school. If that information were to leak, it could lead to considerable trouble. With that response, Chen Jing hoped the burly man would not return. Zhou Wanzhou, sitting nearby, couldn't he help but chuckle. He had never witnessed such a situation before. Why don't you just give in to him? The big guy might just give up, he suggested. Chen Jing shook his head. Let us focus on our studies. To his surprise, when the class concluded, the hulking figure reappeared. Are you going to respond? Is that how you reply to messages? The robust man arrived and immediately questioned Chen Jing. Chen Jing felt he had done nothing wrong and continued. You need to see me with your goddess for it to ease your heart. Clearing his throat, he pulled the man to a corner of the corridor. What have you brought me here for? The man seemed anxious to return and report back. Chen Jing shook his head and asked, Honestly, do you have feelings for Xiao Xiong? Just as the man was about to deny it, Chen Jing raised his hand to interrupt. If you like her, then pursue her. What you're doing now will not lead to a relationship between you two. I understand you want to cheer her up because you see her unhappy, but that thought is fundamentally flawed. If you truly help her and then I end up with her, what will you do? Upon hearing this, the man showed no hesitation. Then I will silently guard her and wait for you two to break up. Hearing this, Chen Jing pinched the joint of his thumb and index finger to stifle a laugh. You're mistaken, my friend. If you want to tread the path of a caring man, you cannot proceed this way. It will not touch her heart. She will only see you as a backup, a male friend, a brother, or a sister, but never as a boyfriend. Chen Jing launched into a fervent discourse, attempting to awaken the romantic sensibilities of the man before him. The man absorbed the words, yet shook his head again. But I cannot bear to see her sad. Chen Jing slapped his forehead, wondering how this guy could be so stubborn. All right, if you can't bear to see her sad, then cheer her up in your own way. For instance, take her out to have fun, go for a walk, visit a park, or enjoy some street food together. She will surely feel happy, right? After Chen Jing's suggestion, the man suddenly seemed to snap back to reality, his eyes lighting up as he stroked his chin in realization. Oh, so it can be done this way. Feeling a surge of exhilaration, Chen Jing sensed an inexplicable energy coursing through him. All right, I've given you the methods. Now hurry and go cheer her up, and don't come looking for me again. The man nodded, initially with a fierce expression, which soon transformed into one of gratitude. Thank you, brother, for your invaluable guidance. With that, he departed. Chen Jing watched his retreating figure, shaking his head. Such a cure could make one salivate. Upon returning to the classroom, everyone assumed Chen Jing had been beaten. Yet he was unscathed. You actually sent him away? Zhou Yizhou was astonished that the man could forgive Chen Jing. Chen Jing sighed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It's tough, truly tough. He felt his back drenched. Chuwei glanced back at Chen Jing. Their eyes met, and Chen Jing signaled that everything was fine. Reassured, Chuwei resumed her work. During evening self-study, Zhou Yizhou suddenly pulled Chen Jing aside and inquired, Chen Jing, did Chuwei's grandfather pass away? Chen Jing turned sharply and questioned, how do you know? Zhou Yizhou clicked his tongue. What do you mean, how do we know? The whole class is aware, all right? They even said Chuwei's grandfather died from cancer. Chapter 70, A Touch of Chinese Horror. Chen Jing's anger flared up instantly. Who the hell is spreading such rumors here? What do you mean he had cancer? Where did that come from? On Monday, Zhou Jian observed that Chen Jing appeared somewhat irate and quietly remarked that this matter likely originated from the lips of a female student. Chen Jing's gaze immediately fell upon Yang Xiyu, who was standing beside Chuwei. Only Yang Xiyu could elicit certain comments from Chuwei and then embellish them before sharing with others. I initially thought it was true, Zhou Jian continued. Chen Jing shook his head, dismissing it as mere fabrication. After speaking, he directed his attention towards Yang Xiyu. This issue certainly required resolution. It involved not only Chuwei but also her grandfather, who cherished her deeply and would not let it slide easily. Yang Xiyu was truly despicable, even concocting rumors about the deceased. After school, Chen Jing sought out Chuwei, who was already aware of the situation and was in low spirits. I wonder who leaked this. It's utterly nonsensical. Chuwei was indeed seething with anger. Chen Jing inquired, have you mentioned this to anyone? Initially, Chuwei considered denying it, but then reflected and replied, only Xiyu asked me today. I haven't spoken to anyone else about it. Moreover, I didn't reveal anything to Xiyu, not even a word. Chen Jing fixed his gaze intently upon Chuwei, who furrowed her brow and glanced aside. Are you implying that Xiyu is the one spreading these rumors? Chen Jing shrugged. Who else could it be? She is the only one who inquired about this matter. Chuwei found it hard to believe that her deskmate could be the source of the gossip. No way, she protested. Chen Jing whispered. I know you find it hard to believe, so tomorrow evening, I will take you somewhere to reveal her true nature. As the next evening approached, after school, students were mostly preoccupied with buying meals. Yang Xiyu, accustomed to the food from Chen Jing's side, never ventured to the cafeteria. When Chen Jing noticed her heading to buy food, he thought to himself that he had successfully baited her. After Yang Xiyu completed her purchase and started toward the dormitory, a sanitation worker suddenly approached her. Young lady, could you assist me by holding this for a moment? Upon seeing a heap of garbage and leaves, Yang Xiyu grimaced in disdain. I don't want to. After voicing her refusal, she attempted to walk away, but the sanitation worker, bending slightly, smiled and said, if you accompany me, I will give you 100 yuan. You just need to keep an eye on these things while I tidy up. I worry that there are too many items here and that they might get taken. He then leaned in closer and added, this is part of a covert evaluation by the school. If you help me, I will report it to the school and they will present you with a certificate. I approached you because I find you quite attractive. Upon hearing about the reward and flattery, Yang Xiyu felt tempted. All right, I will accompany you, but remember, you promised me 100 yuan. Absolutely, he assured her. Once we're done, I will hand you the money. Look at me. I'm from the school. Would I deceive you? Yang Xiyu no longer doubted him, abandoning her meal and pushing the cart alongside the sanitation worker as they made their way to the back mountain. There lay a deserted football field with a laboratory situated at its side. The laboratory was still operational, occasionally frequented by science students conducting experiments. At that moment, Yang Xiyu felt no apprehension, as there were indeed people present. The sanitation worker, clutching a broom, strode into the laboratory. At that moment, a 100-meter radius around Yang Xiyu was devoid of any presence. A chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down her spine. The eerie tales recounted by her classmates resurfaced in her mind, particularly those linked to the football field. They claimed that beneath this very field lay an ancient burial ground, which had been leveled to make way for the pitch. The reason it remained unused was due to the fear of spirits. As this thought crossed her mind, Yang Xiyu swallowed hard and scanned her surroundings, finding herself utterly alone. The sanitation worker, once inside the laboratory, had not emerged again. Panic surged within her, prompting her to step back, only to inadvertently tread upon a branch. Ah! She exclaimed, leaping up and covering her head with her hands, crouching on the ground. When silence resumed, she cautiously lifted her head to inspect the source of the sound. To her relief, it was merely a branch. However, as she stood up, she noticed a shadowy figure at the entrance of the back mountain. The face was obscured, revealing only a silhouette clad in black. This sight sent her retreating in fear. The figure lifted its head, and Yang Xiu caught a glimpse of a face shrouded by dark hair. Terror gripped her, and without a second thought, she dashed towards the teaching building. Upon her hurried return to the classroom, she found only a few boys present. Zhou Yizhou and Huang Lei were absent, leaving only Chen Jing. I encountered a ghost at the back mountain, Yang Xiu exclaimed, her face a mask of terror, as though she had truly seen a specter. Chen Jing questioned, is that a joke? How can there be ghosts in this world? Yang Xiu nodded emphatically, pressing her hands against the desk. You must accompany me. There is definitely a ghost there. Chen Jing glanced at his classmates and asked, how can we go? What if there truly is a ghost? Besides, you saw it. We did not. That ghost may have its eyes fixed solely on you. At this, Yang Xiu felt a surge of fear. What did it mean to be singled out? I remember, there are indeed some strange happenings at the back mountain, murmured one of Chen Jing's companions. Chen Jing turned to him, intrigued. What do you mean? I haven't heard of this before. He replied. I heard that a female student once hanged herself there after being the subject of malicious rumors about an affair and an abortion. It seems some have claimed to witness her ghost, but such sightings are often dismissed as mere gossip. There was a senior who also spread rumors and went to the back mountain, claiming she saw a ghost. Fortunately, she was clever enough to go there before dark, kneeling to apologize for her wrongdoings and bowing 9 times. Thereafter, she never encountered the ghost again. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiu thought, this narrative mirrors my own experience perfectly. Should you give it a try? Chen Jing inquired, casting her a sidelong glance. Yang Xiu, glancing outside, noticed the encroaching darkness. Will you accompany me? I'm frightened. Chen Jing shook his head. If this truly pertains to you, our presence may be of no consequence. Perhaps the ghost will vanish upon seeing us. However, if you do not leave soon, it will surely be dark. As Yang Xiu contemplated the ominous figure of the woman in black behind the iron gate of the back mountain, she was unwilling to be ensnared. Consequently, she hurriedly fled outside. Chen Jing, observing Yang Xiu's departure, felt a sense of relief, having been deceived nonetheless. Well played, my friends, he thought. Chapter 71. The monthly examination. Yang Xiu ran alone to the back mountain, her heart trembling with fear, yet she felt compelled to come. She was determined not to be haunted by the vengeful spirit. Arriving at her initial position, she noticed the janitor's belongings still present. Turning around, she caught sight of the shadow lurking behind the iron gate. Without hesitation, Yang Xiu knelt and bowed deeply, pleading, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please do not blame me. As she raised her head, the shadow remained. Recalling the rumors discussed among her classmates, she confessed, I shouldn't have spread rumors. I shouldn't have said that Song Yiqing was involved with the men outside. I also shouldn't have claimed that Song Yiqing was with Chen Jing. I shouldn't have said that Zhou Yizhou had feelings for Chen Jing. After expressing her contrition, the shadow showed no signs of departing. Yang Xiu lay prostrate on the ground, deep in thought. I shouldn't have said that Chuwei's grandfather died of cancer. I shouldn't have claimed that our homeroom teacher went to the hospital for an abortion. I shouldn't have labeled Chuwei a green tea bitch, implying she was with Chen Jing. At that moment, she lifted her head only to find the shadow had vanished. In a flurry of gratitude, she bowed 3 more times before sprinting away. She knew that as long as the shadow was gone, she was safe. Meanwhile, behind the iron gate, the figure removed her wig, revealing Huang Lei's face. The environmental worker in the laboratory also emerged, removing her hat to reveal herself as an agent. However, she was not alone. Zhou Yizhou and Chuwei followed suit. Disheartened by Yang Xiu's numerous confessions, Chuwei felt a profound sense of disappointment. Once considering her a friend, she now realized how much malice had been spewed behind her back. Zhou Yizhou was equally astonished. Yang Xiu had transcended mere rumor, crafting a narrative that could fill a tome. Approaching the refuse, Zhou Yizhou retrieved a phone from the fabric he had laid down, capturing the audio. Once he stopped recording, he surveyed the group. That's a wrap. First, let's return the janitor's belongings. Then we can head back to the classroom. Yang Xiu did not return to class. She likely went straight to her dormitory. The operation had been a resounding success. Zhou Yizhou cast a jovial glance at Chen Jing, who exhaled in relief. Satisfied with the outcome. You have no idea. What she spread was not merely one rumor, but 100 would not be an exaggeration. Zhou Yizhou fanned himself with a book, still reflecting on Yang Xiu's words. Chen Jing, observing Chuwei, inquired. Now you understand what sort of person she truly is, don't you? Chuwei nodded, genuinely taken aback by her revelations. At that moment, Chuwei had seen through Yang Siyu's facade. Chen Jing recognized that whether through reprimand, admonishment, or reporting to a teacher, Yang Siyu would remain unchanged. Thus, they resorted to traditional methods of instilling fear. From now on, Yang Siyu would think twice before speaking. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work, he concluded. Chen Jing clasped his hands in gratitude. This script was conceived entirely by him. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. For had he been discovered, he would have faced criticism. Suddenly, only 3 days remained until National Day. These 3 days coincided with the midterm examinations, primarily aimed at ensuring that everyone returned home with a sense of seriousness. Chen Jing eagerly anticipated this examination, keen to assess his abilities. On September 28th, he would sit for Chinese in the morning and mathematics in the afternoon. The following day, September 29th, would consist of comprehensive arts and sciences in the morning, followed by English in the afternoon. On the 30th, there would be a parent-teacher meeting, ushering in a lengthy holiday. A full 3-day National Day holiday awaited him. While only the third-year students experienced this brevity, first- and second-year students enjoyed a full week off. The first examination was Chinese, overseen by the Chinese teacher. Qi Wendong volunteered to invigilate Class 16, primarily to observe Chen Jing's answering techniques. Once the papers were distributed, Chen Jing immediately bypassed the initial questions and flipped straight to the essay, opting to compose that first. After all, the essay garnered the most points, and by tackling it first, he could manage his time more effectively. Qi Wendong raised an eyebrow at Chen Jing's unconventional approach. Traditionally, students were advised to quickly address the earlier questions to allocate ample time for the essay. Chen Jing's method was entirely contrary. He prioritized the essay first. Qi Wendong quickly understood. This approach allowed for ample time on the essay, resulting in a more relaxed mindset when addressing the earlier questions. Impressed, Qi Wendong regarded Chen Jing with newfound respect and glanced at the essay's introduction. The essay prompt revolved around the Olympic spirit, a fitting topic given the recent Olympic Games. As Qi Wendong observed Chen Jing's introduction, he instinctively covered his mouth to suppress any comments. It was flawless, an impeccable opening. At that moment, Chen Jing prepared to articulate his first argument. Qi Wendong stood nearby, watching intently as Chen Jing wrote. Suddenly, Chen Jing paused, looking up at Qi Wendong, who seemed to realize he had lost composure. He swallowed hard, averting his gaze, and spoke. Everyone, please focus on your writing and refrain from looking around. Chen Jing felt inclined to retort that he was the only one distracted. Once the Chinese examination concluded, Qi Wendong could hardly contain his eagerness to read Chen Jing's essay. He sensed that at the very least, Chen Jing had performed consistently well, perhaps even delivering a delightful surprise. Collecting the papers, he swiftly returned to his office, rummaging through Chen Jing's exam. Upon reaching the essay, 5 minutes passed, and Qi Wendong shook his head, not in disapproval, but in profound admiration. Compared to the previous essay, this one was equally commendable, if not superior. Certain phrases were employed with exquisite precision, truly perfect. Qi Wendong felt that if Chen Jing maintained this level of performance, he might rival the scores of the liberal arts students from Class 4. However, as he flipped through the rest of the paper, he was taken aback. Not a single question had been answered. The entire exam was blank. What? Qi Wendong stood up abruptly, startling his colleagues. What's wrong, Wendong? Qi Wendong shook his head, murmuring, It's nothing, it's nothing. Though he verbally reassured them, his heart was heavy with concern. He had waited expectantly for 2.5 hours, anticipating a perfect essay, yet he was left with only that single flawless piece. A once flawless Chinese language examination now contained but a solitary composition. The principal instigator, Chen Jing, was busy gathering his belongings, casting a satisfied glance at the filled examination paper. He had indeed answered the questions, albeit not on the answer sheet, for he wished to conceal his true capabilities from the teacher. This examination was merely a means for him to gauge his own proficiency. Thus, he inscribed his thoughts upon the test paper, knowing full well it was permissible to take it home. When the time came for reviewing the paper or discussing answers with classmates, he would ascertain his approximate score. Having organized his belongings, Chen Jing set off homeward with Chuwei, intending to compare answers during lunch. As they strolled towards the stairwell, Qi Wendong emerged from the office, clutching an examination paper. The two exchanged a brief, meaningful glance. Chen Jing's expression was one of innocence, yet he could discern a flicker of anger in Qi Wendong's eyes. What on earth is this paper about? Qi Wendong's first inquiry was pointedly directed at Chen Jing. Do not tell me you spent 2.5 hours only to compose a single essay. Chen Jing swallowed hard. He was indeed late. This essay is the culmination of my 2.5 hours of effort. What score do you think it deserves? He inquired about his essay's potential grade. Qi Wendong's ire surged as he retorted, even if you are unsure, you could have at least made an attempt. Had you completed the earlier sections, I could have awarded you full marks. However, since you left them blank, I can only grant you a score of 0. You must not repeat this in the future. If you struggle with the thought process of earlier questions, seek my guidance, and I will provide additional tutoring. At that moment, Chen Jing grasped a profound truth. He understood why, in fantasy novels, esteemed elders would generously impart their wisdom to favored disciples, even in the face of their errors. Very well. Let us be on our way, Qi Wendong concluded, his frustration dissipating significantly as he turned towards the office. Despite his earlier anger, once he returned to the office, he cleared his throat, drawing the attention of his fellow educators. He glanced at the head teacher of Class 4 and smiled wryly. So, the results for the Chinese examination have been released, I presume? Did that Chen Jing from your class create yet another sensation? Indeed, what has he done this time? The Class 4 head teacher inquired. Qi Wendong waved dismissively. This is a perfect examination paper, containing but a singular, exquisite essay. Upon hearing this, other Chinese language teachers gathered around, eager to peruse the paper. 5 minutes passed. Who is this Chen Jing, writing a language paper with only an essay? How audacious, remarked the head teacher of Class 4, who approached for a closer look. After 5 minutes of scrutiny, the head teacher nodded appreciatively. Impressive. He certainly lives up to the reputation of my class. At this, Qi Wendong quickly interjected. What do you mean, your class? This is one of my students. Despite teaching several classes, he regarded Chen Jing as his own. The head teacher of Class 4 jested. I thought such a remarkable essay could only belong to my class. Are you intimidated? Now, Class 6 has produced a literary prodigy. Qi Wendong praised, relishing the unexpected turn of events. The homeroom teacher of Class 4 covered her mouth, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, Ah, could it be that a genius can only compose essays? Spare me this pretense. I shall see what you can achieve next time. Qi Wendong's challenge felt akin to issuing a duel, as he sought to elevate Chen Jing's status. Very well, I shall observe next time, apart from essays. I wonder how well he can perform. The Class 4 teacher certainly held a low opinion of Class 16, dismissing all but he Chuwei and Zhao Lei. Regrettably, these two promising students from a prestigious university were unwilling to join Class 4, despite all entreaties. At that moment, Chen Jing and he Chuwei were on their way home, enjoying the comfort of a private car service. Why didn't you answer the earlier questions? He Chuwei inquired with curiosity. The language teacher had mentioned that Chen Jing's essay could earn full marks. Had he answered the preceding questions, he might have reached a passing score. After all, the recent tutoring sessions had not been in vain. Chen Jing leaned closer to he Chuwei and whispered, I did not write on the answer sheet. I recorded my thoughts on the test paper instead. I wanted to assess my own level first. He Chuwei was taken aback by Chen Jing's depth of thought. But after some contemplation, she agreed. When the time comes, you just need to cooperate. Write your answers on the test paper again, and we can compare our responses. Chen Jing was indeed grateful, as rewriting would reinforce his understanding and assist him as well. In the afternoon, during the mathematics examination, Chen Jing diligently scribbled various formulas on his scratch paper. While he confidently secured points on a few straightforward problems, he struggled to comprehend the remaining questions, either feeling partially lost or uncertain about which formula to apply. Mastering mathematics necessitates drawing parallels, yet with each change in question, it felt as if he were facing something entirely new, too foreign. For this exam, Chen Jing managed to jot down a few answers on the answer sheet. But for the straightforward problems, he mistakenly recorded the opposite responses. Faced with the challenging questions, he began to guess or misapply formulas, while the correct answers remained inscribed on the test paper. That evening, there was no evening study session. Chen Jing was at He Chuwei's home comparing answers. Fortunately, the atmosphere had improved significantly, otherwise, he would not have intruded. He Chuwei worked through the exam paper once more, and the two began to cross-check their answers. Remarkably, their responses to the initial multiple-choice questions were astonishingly similar. Good, these should all be correct. Chuwei sensed Chen Jing's progress, as he had answered the earlier questions flawlessly. However, as they ventured into the middle of the paper, discrepancies appeared in their answers. Subjective questions often yield varied interpretations. Thankfully, Chuwei's home had a computer, and Chen Jing suggested they look up the answers. They relocated their discussion from the balcony to the room. Meanwhile, Dan noticed the pair had vanished from the balcony and hurriedly sought them out. Hearing voices from the room, she felt an unexpected wave of anxiety. What if this young man and woman, alone together in a room, made an error in judgment, given that they were nearly adults and surely understood the implications? Seeing the door shut heightened her concern. Without knocking, she pushed the door open. Upon entering, she found the two of them gazing at her. "What's the matter, Mom?" Chuwei asked. Dan observed the children engaging with the computer, seemingly searching for information. "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask if you two are hungry. Let me prepare some fruits for you before the meal." "Thank you, Auntie," Chen Jing replied politely, feeling it was only proper not to let her come empty-handed. "All right, just wait for me." Seeing the two children were fine, Dan also felt relieved, a smile gracing her face. After a span of 10 to 20 minutes, the two finally completed their answers. "We both scored rather low. Excluding the essay, I got 55 points, Chuwei reflected, estimating her own essay score to be between 48 and 50. Thus, her overall Chinese score might surpass 110. "Let me calculate mine." At that moment, Chen Jing felt anxious, eager to ascertain his own performance. Chuwei took Chen Jing's paper and began tallying the scores. 3 minutes passed, and she had counted 3 times. As she could hardly believe the first result. 31 points, she announced. Adding the essay score, that brought Chen Jing to a total of 91 points, just 1 point above the passing mark. Chuwei turned to Chen Jing. "You did it." Chen Jing looked at the score on the paper and chuckled. "Yes, I did." Gazing at the 91 points, he felt a surge of excitement. Passing Chinese was not a daunting task, but for Chen Jing, achieving this milestone was indeed a significant challenge. Through the recent tutoring sessions, relentless practice, and muscle memory, he had managed to pass. His hard work over the past half-month had not been in vain. Although the score was not exceedingly high, it represented a monumental step forward for Chen Jing. Chapter 73. All correct thanks to teacher, his excellent teaching, Chen Jing chuckled. With his Chinese score now satisfactory, he confidently retrieved his mathematics paper. However, this time, the results were rather mediocre. Chen Jing had correctly answered 5 multiple-choice questions, 1 fill-in-the-blank question, and 2 major problems. But for the other questions, he had merely applied formulas without understanding, yielding no correct answers. Wasn't it said that writing out a solution could earn a point? Chen Jing jested. Chuwei rolled her eyes lightly. That's just a joke from the math teacher. A score of 55 in math is acceptable. After all, you used to score in single digits. Seeing that score, Chen Jing felt content, not demanding too much. He couldn't expect that after being reborn, his total score across 6 subjects would exceed 600, as if it were some urban fantasy. With 91 in Chinese and 55 in math, all that remained to be seen were the results of the comprehensive and English exams. Chen Jing felt confident about the comprehensive exam and believed he could handle the pressure of the English test. The next morning, during the comprehensive exam, Chen Jing had completed dozens of geography exercises and received assistance from Chuwei, as well as support from the geography teacher. He felt certain that he would manage to pass this time. After a morning of testing, Chen Jing still wrote his answers directly on the exam paper. But for the questions he was confident about, he regrettably marked the opposite answers on the answer sheet, completely missing the correct options. The exam paper was somewhat small, with only a slight margin beside each question, forcing Chen Jing to search for spaces to write his answers. The geography teacher, harboring a sense of expectation, felt a sudden sense of accomplishment as he saw Chen Jing's paper filled. Yet, upon grading, he wondered what happened. Not a single answer is correct. He first tackled the multiple-choice questions, skillfully evading the correct answers, leaving not a single one correct. Is this the culmination of his efforts? This student is remarkable. The geography teacher couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, Qi Wendong turned to him and inquired with a smile, "What's the matter? Did he get all the geography questions right?" The geography teacher shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Not all correct. Rather, all wrong. None right at all." Upon hearing this, Qi Wendong stood up and walked over to glance at the name inscribed above, Chen Jing. "Goodness, it's him again," Qi Wendong blurted out, prompting the geography teacher to ask, "What do you mean, it's him again? The last time the Chinese exam concluded, The geography teacher was absent and had no idea what Chen Jing had done. Qi Wendong sighed. In my Chinese exam, he didn't write anything at all. At least you've written something. The geography teacher found it increasingly difficult to comprehend Chen Jing's actions. Wasn't he supposed to be studying diligently? How had it come to this? However, Qi Wendong felt no anger, chuckling. Fortunately, he wrote a splendid essay. I suspect this lad has memorized the answers in his mind. He doesn't want others to know where he currently stands. He wishes to ascertain it for himself first. If Chen Jing were present, he would surely find it remarkable that the Chinese teacher had inferred his intention. The geography teacher pondered for a moment and thought, perhaps that is indeed the case. Chen Jing studied so diligently, his attentiveness in class surpassing that of any classmate. This boy has left me in vain anticipation. The geography teacher shook his head and resumed grading other papers. Qi Wendong returned to his own desk, glancing at Chen Jing's essay nearby, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Why were so many teachers paying such attention to a student with a troubled reputation? As for the afternoon's English class, Chen Jing was at a loss. The listening comprehension felt like deciphering an ancient script. Although Chuwei had suggested that one could recognize familiar words to aid in listening, Chen Jing was unfamiliar with any of them. It proved too challenging. He recalled his own college entrance examination years ago, where he spent an hour and a half of the 2-hour English test asleep. Why only sleep for an hour and a half? Because he could submit the paper half an hour early. After all, once the English exam was over, summer vacation would commence, barring the need to take the information technology exam for vocational school. This time, Chen Jing did not succumb to sleep. However, the English paper possessed a hypnotic quality that rendered him unable to concentrate. He did attempt the reading comprehension earnestly. It was simply about finding similarities. As long as the text contained matching words, the answer was likely correct. Finally, when it came to the essay, Chuwei had taught him a universal template. My name is Li Hua, a 17-year-old high school student. I am delighted to receive your letter. Chen Jing only knew this segment, unable to grasp the subsequent structures. At long last, the English examination concluded, and Chen Jing mused that English remained exceedingly difficult. Yet, it was imperative to learn. With a total of 150 points available, he couldn't possibly settle for a single-digit score. That would make it impossible to attend the same school as Chuwei. As the saying goes, after an exam, one feels light, and indeed, he felt that way. Previously, Chen Jing believed that whether or not he took exams, life was easy. However, now it felt different. As if there was a certain tension associated with examinations. As long as he completed this final subject, it felt like a triumph. The two individuals returned to their answers, seated once more before the computer in the room. Presently, there exists no dedicated question bank online, and some queries had to be sourced from 360 QA. Thus, they proceeded to search for each question, beginning with the geography multiple choice. Astonishingly, Chuwei observed that Chen Jing had answered all correctly. She gently shook her head in disbelief. How could Chen Jing have scored perfectly in geography? Upon reviewing her own paper, she noted a careless mistake. Was it possible that she had performed worse than Chen Jing? It seemed the teacher had inadvertently starved the apprentice. Chuwei was unsure from where this saying had emerged. Chen Jing laughed heartily. What do you think? I assure you. For the subsequent sections, I certainly match your accuracy. Next came the political multiple-choice questions. Indeed, Chuwei had erred on one, while Chen Jing had made 3 mistakes. This was still commendable. Not many in their class could achieve such results. Finally, they tackled history, where Chen Jing displayed considerable gaps in understanding. Chuwei had 2 errors, whereas Chen Jing had 6, nearly half wrong. In the 140-point multiple-choice assessment, Chuwei garnered 124 points, while Chen Jing managed 104. She was genuinely surprised. It was the first time she had witnessed Chen Jing achieving such a high score. Turning to the comprehensive questions, Chuwei hastily searched for the answers, hoping Chen Jing could break through to a new high. Nearly an hour passed before they completed all the comprehensive questions. Chuwei's performance remained stable, adhering to the minimum grading standards. She earned a remarkable 120 points in the comprehensive section, with scores of 124, 120, and a total of 244 points. Her performance in comprehensive subjects was impressive, yet there remained room for improvement. Chuwei believed she could have answered some questions even better. Now it was Chen Jing's turn for scoring, and once again, Chuwei took on the task. Calculating meticulously, she was cautious not to overcount or undercount. For the geography comprehensive questions, Chen Jing performed admirably. having moved beyond the simplistic solutions of the past. The final score for those questions settled at 86. However, Chuwei was aware that within those 86 points, the non-multiple choice geography score contributed 39 points. Thus, Chen Jing scored 87 in geography. Chapter 74. A new high score in 87 in geography is a coveted achievement for many liberal arts students, yet it appeared on Chen Jing's paper. Looking at this score brought him a sense of satisfaction. His focused efforts on geography and language arts had borne fruit. Chuwei, undeterred by Chen Jing's less stellar performance in politics and history, patted him on the shoulder, affirming, "Well done. It seems my tutoring has been effective." Chen Jing immediately adopted a serious demeanor, clasping his hands in gratitude, and humbly stated, "Thank you, teacher." Chuwei chuckled, then proceeded to retrieve Chen Jing's English paper. However, Chen Jing swiftly pressed down on the sheet. "Let us skip the English. I probably only scored 20 at most." Chuwei was unfazed by his protests, determined to see the authentic results. "What if you exceeded 20? Watching as Chuwei forcibly took the English paper, Chen Jing felt a twinge of anxiety. In the past half hour, the English paper bore the disheartening score of merely 14. How unfortunate. Chen Jing scratched his head, recalling that even with random guesses during the college entrance examination, he had managed over 20 points. However, Chuwei remained unfazed. It was only natural for Chen Jing, who had not invested in English studies, to attain a low score. She retrieved her calculator and summed up Chen Jing's scores. Chinese 91, Mathematics 55, Comprehensive Arts 190, English 14, a total of exactly 350 points. Chuwei gazed at the total with astonishment. This was the highest score Chen Jing had achieved throughout his high school years. Although he fell short of the 400 mark, Chen Jing did not despair. This represented significant progress. With 350 points, he could still aspire to enroll in a reputable vocational college. The primary challenges remained mathematics and English, both of which were rather insurmountable. Chuwei believed that there was considerable room for improvement in his Chinese and comprehensive arts scores, aiming for at least 120 in Chinese and 240 in comprehensive arts, akin to her own scores. Thus, as long as their combined mathematics and English scores reached 100, Chen Jing would qualify for a second-tier university. Yet, Chuwei wished for more than just a second-tier institution. They had promised to attend the same university together. At that moment, they both turned to look at each other, eager to speak. However, a mere glance seemed to convey their unspoken thoughts. They exchanged a smile, and Chuwei patted Chen Jing's shoulder, encouragingly remarking that she hoped for a doubling of his score during the actual examination. 700 points? Chen Jing could scarcely entertain such a notion and quickly shook his head, laughing. "What about your score?" Chuwei produced her English paper and began calculating her score. Based on her typical performance, her English score usually ranged between 120 and 130, occasionally dropping to 110. Fortunately, this time, she achieved 121 points. Chen Jing's eyes widened in disbelief at her results. Chinese 105, Mathematics 105, Comprehensive Arts 244, English 121. The total was an impressive 575. This score was quite high, allowing her the luxury of selecting from numerous first-tier universities, even those ranking among the top 10 in the province. However, upon seeing this score, Chuwei felt a twinge of disappointment. She had previously attained such scores, yet felt stagnant in her progress. Noticing her melancholy, Chen Jing comforted her, saying, "This is our self-assessed score, all based on the minimum standards. Perhaps the teacher will give you a score that surpasses 600. The mention of 600 made Chuwei realize that Chen Jing was merely trying to console her. No score could realistically reach 600. To her, 600 felt like an impenetrable ceiling, one she could neither reach nor surpass. It seemed like an insurmountable barrier, leaving her a small distance from the university of her dreams. Observing Chuwei's despondence, Chen Jing pondered for a moment before pulling out a notebook and pen. "In the past, you taught me. Now it's my turn to teach you," he declared, writing the phrase essay techniques on the paper. Chuwei frowned slightly. She was not inclined to learn. At present, Chen Jing holds a score of 350, while I have achieved 575, leaving Chen Jing 225 points behind me. If I were to master Chen Jing's essay writing techniques, my score would undoubtedly soar, widening the gap even further. However, I believe I can enhance my score through other avenues. After Chuwei had just declined, Chen Jing's voice suddenly softened. "Do not fear. Even if your score rises, I shall strive to catch up." Chuwei observed Chen Jing's earnest demeanor, realizing he was not jesting. All right, enough of that. You can first reach the threshold of that university, and I will follow suit. After saying this, Chen Jing began jotting down techniques in his notebook. In truth, essay writing is quite simple. I will teach you as I did with Yuan Yuan. An hour had passed, and Dan initially intended to call the two children for dinner, but as she gently pushed the door open, she found them utterly absorbed in their studies. The old Chen family must indeed be blessed, Dan mused inwardly. However, she soon noticed that it seemed Chen Jing was imparting knowledge to Chuwei. Upon listening closely, she indeed heard the mention of essay writing. Dan was aware that Chen Jing had once been published for his essays, so it was commendable that he was teaching Chuwei. The old He family must also be benefiting from this. Chen Jing, feeling somewhat parched from speaking extensively, was relieved to have concluded his instruction. Chuwei completely absorbed the knowledge he shared. She had never conceived that essays could be crafted in such a manner. It was no wonder he achieved full marks. She now completely believed that the essays had been penned by Chen Jing himself. She understood that he had imparted his cherished skills to her. Chen Jing stretched, and his stomach rumbled. Chuwei glanced at the time on her computer. It was nearly 9 o'clock. Time to eat. Watching the two children emerge, Dan promptly stood up. I'll warm something up for you too. The day before National Day, a parent-teacher meeting was held in the morning. Both the Chuan and He families were represented by their mothers. Zhao Hong stood at the podium, surveying the room, deliberately focusing on the back row where Chen Jing sat. Though she felt a surge of frustration, she refrained from expressing it, as her job depended on it. As they were now in their final year of high school, she encouraged all parents to collaborate with the teachers in educating their children. The students' focus should be solely on their studies, with all other matters deemed secondary. The college entrance examination is the most expedient and effortless pathway for ordinary individuals to ascend the social ladder. In truth, many parents were not particularly keen to hear this. As their own children's grades were not stellar, only the parents of high achievers were eager to attend. Zhang Shufang had hoped to receive commendation for her son, but she heard not a single word of praise. Not only was Chen Jing not mentioned, but even Chuwei's name was conspicuously absent. The only student noted was Zhao Lei, who might have surpassed 600 points. This parent-teacher meeting felt less like a report on grades and more like a distribution of tasks for the parents, such as what meals to prepare for their children and when to guide them in their studies. Once the meeting concluded, the parents suddenly felt a sense of relief. Approaching 40 or even beyond, they still had to endure reprimands from the teachers at the school. Chapter 75. Enjoying hot pot at this moment. Chen Jing and Chuwei were waiting at the school gate. Their purpose was twofold: to accompany their mothers to school and for Chen Jing to save some money. During this period, all the money earned must be deposited into the bank card. Otherwise, it feels unsettling to carry it around. Chuwei did not pay attention to how much Chen Jing had, but he had previously mentioned that he only earned 1,000 yuan a month. How wonderful it would be if you submitted your answers, Chuwei murmured. Chen Jing thought the same, yet he was not in a hurry, as the results would still serve a purpose. He had a plan in mind, but it would have to wait until the midterm examinations. The midterm exams were far more significant than the monthly tests, requiring separate examination rooms. No rush. I will wait for my turn. At that moment, a dense crowd emerged from the teaching building, heading towards the exit, indicating that the parents' meeting had concluded. Oh dear, this is not merely a parents' meeting. It was a lesson for us, Dan complained as she exited. Chuwei quickly inquired what was said. Dan shook her head, dismissing it as trivial chatter. Upon returning home, it signified the commencement of the National Day holiday. In the past, Chen Jing would have relished the idea of residing in an internet cafe without stepping out. However, the current Chen Jing sat on the balcony, diligently working on his papers. Meanwhile, Chuwei stood on the balcony, anticipating Chen Jing to come and play with her. She believed that he would likely want to go out rather than continue studying. After all, it would be rather abnormal to work so hard during a holiday. As the evening approached, Chuwei realized that Chen Jing was indeed focused on his studies. Having completed 4 sets of papers, his shoulders ached as he glanced at his phone, surprised to see it was only 7 o'clock. Stretching, he made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he found Chuwei waiting at the entrance. What is up? Chen Jing inquired. Chuwei, seeing the door ajar, suddenly felt a bit awkward. Nothing. I just wanted to ask if Annie is home. Chen Jing shook his head. No? Yes, on the night shift. Chuwei nodded, about to speak when Chen Jing slipped on his shoes and, in a swift motion, grasped her wrist. Come on. Today I'll treat you to something delicious. Holding her slightly warm wrist, Chen Jing maintained a calm demeanor, but internally, he was elated. Indeed, a girl's wrist feels as delicate as jade. Where are we going? Chuwei asked with curiosity, wondering if it was the same snack street as before. No way. Just thinking of that place makes me a bit nauseous. At this moment, Chen Jing released Chuwei's hand and unlocked his bicycle. Don't ask. You'll find out when we get there. With that, he unlocked the bike, adjusted the seat, and awaited her to hop on. Your chariot awaits, my lady. Chen Jing called out with a smile, watching Chuwei as she giggled and stepped forward to take a seat. On their way, Chuwei asked, What were you doing this afternoon? I wrote 4 sets of papers, Chen Jing replied calmly. Upon hearing that he had indeed been studying, Chuwei thought Chen Jing was somewhat eccentric, particularly in his studies. You either don't study at all or go all out, right? Even during the holiday. You're still studying? You can write now, but during class, you have to listen. Chuwei never imagined she would hear such words from Chen Jing's lips. Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up now. Upon hearing these words, Chuwei wrapped her arms around Chen Jing's waist and playfully pinched him. Ha ha. What are you doing? Is this a tight embrace? Chuwei chuckled, feeling victorious, then leaned forward slightly. I am so sleepy, she said, and Chen Jing felt her face resting against his back. If you're tired, perhaps we should slow down a bit. This was not a deliberate suggestion for Chuwei to linger longer in her position. Chuwei glanced at the scenery around her and found it somewhat familiar, reminiscent of their previous visit to the park. However, this time they passed by it. After 10 minutes, Chen Jing parked the car. Chuwei yawned and lifted her head, noticing a hot pot restaurant nearby. Are we having hot pot today? Chuwei rarely indulged in hot pot, primarily due to her lack of time. Even when she had the time, her parents often did not, making it challenging for all three to coordinate their schedules. Has it been a while since you've had hot pot? Chen Jing inquired with a smile. Chuwei nodded in agreement. Let's go. Today, your brother Jing is treating you. With that, Chen Jing took hold of Chuwei's wrist and strolled inside. Just the two of you? A waiter approached. Chen Jing nodded. Then please sit this way. Following the waiter, they arrived at a 4-person table by the window. Chuwei felt somewhat uncomfortable sitting by the window, as it seemed that passers-by could easily see her. Noticing her unease, Chen Jing smiled and suggested, Let us change seats. I prefer not to sit by the window. All right, then let's sit here. Mainly, the air conditioning is stronger by the window. No worries, let us stay inside. Ultimately, they settled at a 4-person table deeper in the restaurant. In truth, the establishment had seated them by the window to entice passers-by to see that the restaurant was busy. If the tables out front were filled, it would create an impression of thriving business, enhancing its appeal and potential patronage. Here is the menu. Once you've made your selections, you can settle the bill at the front. Okay. Chen Jing first handed the menu to Chuwei. You take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Don't worry. Having grown up, Chuwei had only dined on hot pot 3 or 4 times and was unsure of what dishes were delightful. However, seeing Chen Jing's eager expression, she perused the menu. After marking a few items, she returned it to Chen Jing. I'm not certain what to order, you decide. But don't get too much. We want to finish it, and it would be a waste of money. Chen Jing glanced at her selections. Tripe, instant noodles, hot dog, and quail eggs. They had ordered 4 items, 3 of which were more suited for children. However, Chen Jing refrained from commenting and instead selected a few meat and vegetable options. I'll go pay. You can sit here for a moment, he said, and Chuwei nodded. Chen Jing approached the front counter, where the cashier calculated the total. That will be 180. Chen Jing produced 2 100 yuan bills, preparing to settle the bill. Just then, a group entered the restaurant. Oh, Chen Jing, you're here too. Zheng Tao exclaimed upon spotting him, quickly making his way over. Mr. Zheng, are you all here for a team-building event? Chen Jing asked with a smile. He noticed that the rest of the group consisted of music students from the school, with Song Yiching among them. Yes, since it's National Day, I thought I'd treat them to a bit of relaxation today. Zheng Tao, observing Chen Jing alone, promptly invited him to join their group, claiming that it would be more lively with more people. Chen Jing smiled and shook his head, explaining that he had come with a friend and had already settled the bill. Zheng Tao genuinely wished to dine with Chen Jing, as the boy's melodious voice lingered in his mind. It was evident that he was a promising talent from a music academy. Meanwhile, Song Yiching, watching the exchange between Chen Jing and Zheng Tao, perceived a maturity in Chen Jing that was uncommon for a high school student. She deduced that the friend Chen Jing mentioned was likely Chuwei. Chapter 76. Zheng Tao's persuasive techniques. Zheng Tao and his companions moved further toward a table for 8. Chen Jing returned to his seat and suggested, "Let us go get some condiments." Chuwei nodded and followed him to the condiment station. However, upon seeing the array of ingredients, Chuwei was uncertain about how to combine them. Noticing her contemplation, Chen Jing smiled and said, "Just watch me." Chuwei observed as Chen Jing expertly selected a spoonful of various condiments: minced cilantro, chopped scallions, garlic paste, sesame, dried shrimp, beef sauce, sesame oil, and a dash of dark soy sauce. Once he had finished, he handed the concoction to Chuwei, saying, "Here, this one is not spicy." Surprised that Chen Jing had prepared it for her, Chuwei took the bowl and examined the assortment of sauces, wondering if it would be delicious. Chen Jing replicated the same process for himself, opting for a simpler mix. Upon returning to their table, they found the pot had been set up, a Yinyang hot pot. Seated across from each other, Chen Jing positioned the non-spicy mix towards Chuwei. "Why did you suddenly decide to have hot pot?" Chuwei inquired, intrigued. Initially, there had been no indication that they would dine here. Chen Jing simply gazed at her, contemplating that perhaps Chuwei herself had forgotten. He recalled that during their first year of high school, Chuwei had expressed a desire to eat hot pot for her birthday, to which he had agreed. However, when his parents provided him with money, he neglected to invite Chuwei and instead went online with Zhou. Chen Jing reflected on how foolish he had been at that time. Thus, he felt compelled to rectify this oversight now. "It's nothing. I just remembered that you enjoy hot pot. I figured you'd want to come, especially since it's the National Day holiday and there are no classes." After saying this, Chen Jing took a deep breath, striving to maintain his emotional composure. He lamented how he had been so thoughtless in his past life regarding such a wonderful girl. As the dishes began to arrive, Chuwei was astonished by the large platters of meat, wondering if they could possibly finish it all. "Why did you order so much? Will we be able to finish it?" She felt certain they wouldn't, believing that just one platter would suffice. "Don't worry, if we can't finish. We can always take it home. Just enjoy yourself," Chen Jing reassured her, noticing the pot bubbling. He scooped a ladle of the three-flavor broth into her bowl. "Stir it a bit. It will enhance the flavor when we eat the meat." After doing the same for himself, he took a pair of public chopsticks and placed the meat into the pot. 3 pieces of meat went into the clear broth, while only 1 piece was added to the spicy broth. Chuwei watched the steaming pot, her lips pursed, lost in thought. However, Chen Jing sensed that people around him were constantly observing him. He scanned his surroundings and indeed noticed several men glancing in his direction. His gaze shifted to Chuwei, who, at that moment, appeared exceptionally adorable. Clearing his throat, Chen Jing surveyed the area once more. This time, his gaze was not merely observational, but carried an air of intimidation, causing some to avert their eyes. Yet, it proved ineffective when Chen Jing was not focused on them. They returned to admiring Chuwei. "Goodness, this young lady is truly stunning. Surely, she must be underage." "Indeed, she looks quite youthful," one of them murmured. "Did you not see that she has a boyfriend sitting across from her? She's already taken." "I wish I could have a taste of that," another replied. Chen Jing could not discern their words clearly, but he could hear their hushed whispers. He lamented having not chosen a private booth instead. He had thought it would merely be a casual hot pot dinner, yet it was evident that such distractions still persisted in this era. It was undeniable that since 2020, such individuals had become increasingly prevalent. Glancing at the meat rolls in the pot that had cooked, Chen Jing lifted his hand to serve some to Chuwei. "I can manage it myself," she protested, still somewhat dazed. Upon seeing a piece of meat fall into her bowl, she smiled and said, "You must try this. The seasoning is delightful." Chen Jing watched her with eager anticipation. Chuwei, taking his advice, stirred the meat in the sauce before bringing it to her lips. She uttered with a contented sigh. "This meat is exquisite, especially with the dipping sauce. It's not spicy at all, just savory with a hint of cilantro. I used to be indifferent to cilantro, but now I find it quite delightful," she remarked between bites. Seeing her enjoyment eased Chen Jing's mind. At that moment, Zheng Tao approached with a glass of wine, and, upon noticing Chen Jing, smiled and remarked, "So this is your friend." Chen Jing looked up, returning the smile. "Teacher Zheng." Zheng Tao sat beside him and quietly inquired, "Is she your girlfriend?" With an innocent expression, Chen Jing replied, "No, old Zheng. Are you perhaps an undercover agent sent by the school?" Zheng Tao laughed heartily. "What? Are you afraid I might report you?" After a glance at Chuwei, he thought to himself how understandable it was that Chen Jing was reluctant to pursue music studies. This girl was certainly as captivating as Song Yiqing. Yet in her own unique way, This student must be he Chuwei, Zheng Tao stated, to which she nodded and smiled. You know me, teacher. Zheng Tao replied with a grin. Of course, Chen Jing has mentioned you quite a bit. Neither Chen Jing nor he Chuwei had any prior knowledge of this. I find your voice to be quite melodious. You possess the potential for musical studies, Zheng Tao commented, reflecting on he Chuwei's voice. Even in casual conversation, it was evident that with some training, she could achieve remarkable proficiency in this area. He Chuwei blushed at the compliment. Really, teacher? I doubt it. Zheng Tao shook his head, then fixed her with a serious expression. You see, your voice has a particularly light and ethereal quality. If you were to apply vocal techniques, you would have a splendid ethnic voice. I speak truthfully. Having guided students through art examinations for 3 to 4 years, I can easily discern such talents by ear. The voice you possess is truly a rare treasure. Zheng Tao lavished compliments, causing he Chuwei's cheeks to flush like a ripe apple. Chen Jing stifled a laugh, waiting until the flattery subsided before inquiring, but alas, it is unfortunate. Both Chuwei and I are in our final year of high school. Had we been in our first year, we could have taken a chance. Upon hearing this, Zheng Tao too felt a pang of regret. He lowered his gaze and asked, Chen Jing, how did you fare in this month's exam? Chen Jing had no intention of concealing his score, considering the music teacher was not an academic instructor. Approximately around 350, he replied. Upon hearing this score, Zheng Tao's eyes darted, and he nodded. Do you know how much Song Yiqing scored? Observing the somewhat lecherous glint in Zheng Tao's eyes, Chen Jing speculated, similar to mine? Zheng Tao quickly shook his head. Not at all. Hers is much lower. Only 280. Upon hearing 280, Chen Jing was incredulous. How could it be so low? However, recalling that the cultural score requirements for music students are not particularly stringent, he reasoned that 280 might still permit university admission. Surely, there are plenty of schools that would accept 280, right? Chen Jing queried. Zheng Tao nodded affirmatively. Yes. In our province, certainly. However, for schools outside the province, one must score over 300. No rush, he continued. She is currently focused on the art exam. Once that is completed, she will push herself in the arts. Zheng Tao took a deep breath, then turned to Chen Jing, asking, with your score, you could easily gain admission to a music academy. So, would you consider it? Let me think it over. Chen Jing could only respond. He viewed this as a potential fallback. If he failed to catch up with he Chuwei, he would opt for the art exam and select from other schools within the province, as long as it was in Hongchang. Chen Jing did not outright decline, and Zheng Tao sensed that Chen Jing was contemplating this as a safety net. Very well, I respect your decision. If only I had encountered the two of you in my first year, perhaps I could have produced a top performer in popular singing and another in traditional vocal techniques. Zheng Tao chuckled, lightly patting Chen Jing on the shoulder. All right, you two enjoy your meal. If possible, come sit with us. We are from the same school. With that, Zheng Tao stood and departed. Despite the lengthy conversation, he had yet to find an opportunity to finish his drink. When did the music teacher arrive? He Chuwei questioned, having not noticed their entrance. Chen Jing laughed and shook his head. Not just the music teacher. He brought the music students along for a meal. He Chuwei's eyes widened in surprise as she nodded, then picked up some meat from the pot and placed it in Chen Jing's bowl. Observing he Chuwei, Chen Jing noticed her slightly lowered gaze as she took a piece of meat for herself. Though they did not lock eyes, Chen Jing could see her cheeks glowing with a rosy hue. Was it shyness, warmth, or perhaps the earlier comments made by Zheng Tao that caused her to blush? Delicious. Why does it taste better than what I picked? As Chen Jing stifled a laugh while uttering this remark, he Chuwei added another piece of meat to his bowl. Hurry and eat, or I will finish it all. He Chuwei's words held no threat, as Chen Jing secretly wished she would consume it all. Just as they were halfway through their meal, a burly man suddenly stood beside Chen Jing. He Chuwei looked up and found the face somewhat familiar, yet she couldn't quite place it. Upon noticing her gaze, Chen Jing turned to look and exclaimed, "What is this? Has the little bear become upset again?" Chen Jing found it rather absurd. Had he truly chased her all the way to the hot pot restaurant? A hint of amusement flickered across the burly man's face. He felt compelled to express his gratitude for the brotherly advice he had received. With that, the man plopped down beside Chen Jing, nearly pushing him off his seat. What's the matter? Chen Jing thought, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The man chuckled and introduced himself. Brother, I'm Zhu Biao. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Zhu Biao? Wait a minute. Aren't you the eldest son of Zhu Yuanzhang? What brings you here? Chen Jing inquired. Suddenly, Zhu Biao forgot his original purpose, jumping to his feet. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought the little bear here for hot pot. Wasn't he that what you taught me, brother? Chen Jing gave him a thumbs up, saying, all right then, go ahead, but don't keep others waiting too long. Zhu Biao nodded and departed, leaving Chen Jing to shake his head in disbelief. That really scared me. Chuwei quickly asked, do you know him? Chen Jing pondered for a moment before nodding, sort of. A while back, a junior added me on QQ, and when I didn't accept, he came to persuade me. I soon realized he was infatuated, so I shared a few tips on how to pursue girls. Upon hearing this, Chuwei squinted her eyes playfully, resembling a curious kitten. It seems you have quite the knack for wooing girls. Have you pursued many before? Oh, she yes onto me. Chen Jing swiftly waved his hands in denial. No. When I was outside school, I mostly just surfed the internet and never spoke a word to a girl. Chuwei cast a skeptical glance at him. Really? Chen Jing raised 3 fingers toward the ceiling, affirming, absolutely. I've never pursued a girl, and I don't even know how. Look at me. Have I ever been in a relationship? Upon hearing this, Chuwei contemplated, realizing that, indeed, Chen Jing had likely never had a romantic involvement, at least not at first glance. So, do you wish to date? She asked, her eyes narrowing playfully. In that moment, Chen Jing mimicked her expression, squinting as he replied. Of course I do. Don't you? Chuwei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. I'm asking you. Why are you turning the question back on me? Just curious, do you want to date? Chen Jing pressed on. No, our current task is to study, Chuwei replied, offering a generic answer. And what about after getting into college? Chen Jing continued to probe. Chuwei shot him a glance and stuck out her tongue. I want to tell you. With that, she picked up the communal chopsticks and placed some meat into the pot. Chen Jing felt satisfied with her response. It was nearly as good as a direct answer. Just wait. Over these next 200 days, I will strive to catch up to you. While Chen Jing was lost in thought, he noticed Zhu Biao sitting across from him with a girl beside him. The situation became a tad awkward. The girl, referred to as Little Bear, noticed Chen Jing and the girl sitting opposite him. Chen Jing raised his hand in greeting, and Zhu Biao reciprocated the gesture. Only the Little Bear's mood had soured. Hey, young lady, let's be friends, a man approached from behind Chen Jing. Upon seeing him, Chen Jing could tell he was a man of the streets, not particularly young, at least in his 30s. This remark was directed at Chuwei, unaccustomed to such situations. Chuwei hurriedly sought Chen Jing's assistance. Standing tall, Chen Jing looked down and addressed the man. Did you not notice we are dining? Perhaps you should be on your way. To Chen Jing's surprise, instead of leaving, the man inquired, are you her boyfriend? Without hesitation, Chen Jing nodded, and if I am, what's wrong with being a boyfriend? I'm merely making a friend here. It's not a romantic affair. The man then raised his glass towards Chuwei, seeking a response. Chen Jing thought this type was easy to handle and smiled. Look up. Is that not a camera? The man followed Chen Jing's gaze and saw not one, but several cameras above. If I were to call the police now, and they reviewed the footage, wouldn't this be considered sexual harassment? The man, seemingly unfazed, arrogantly retorted, go ahead and call. Did I touch her? How does that constitute harassment? You little brat. You really should mind your own business. I'm here to befriend her. I'm doing her a favor. If you don't recognize the courtesy, you might want to inquire around. Who doesn't he know me, Dao, in this area? Chen Jing recognized him as a local thug, and from his tone, someone with a measure of influence. Not to mention his collar was popped, marking him as a petty hoodlum. Get lost. Don't make me repeat myself, Chen Jing commanded. Upon hearing this, the thug let out a cold laugh and leaned in. What did you say? Repeat that. Standing firm, Chen Jing lowered his gaze. I said, get lost. Dao chuckled and shook his head, preparing to spill his drink. Just as he was about to act, a large hand seized him. Turning around, he found a burly man beside him. It was Zhu Biao who had intervened. Facing the giant, Dao gulped. Frankly, he realized he was outmatched. You two wait here, he said, attempting to retreat. Did I permit you to leave? Chen Jing interjected. Dao turned to Chen Jing, his eyes filled with menace. Are you seriously thinking I'll let you go today? Chen Jing shook his head. With Zhu Biao present, it was imperative to teach this thug a lesson. So, you think you can simply walk away? Here, finish this drink first, then you can leave. With that, Chen Jing took the drink from Dao's hand and offered it back to him. Though the action seemed trivial, to Dao, it was an insult. Don't push your luck, he gritted his teeth. Many eyes were now on the scene, and the attendant dared only to fetch the manager for assistance. Oh, you can even speak idioms. Fine, drink this cup, apologize to her, and then you may go. Otherwise, I cannot predict how my friend might respond to you. Chen Jing's tone was calm, yet the weight of his words was profound. Dao glanced at Chen Jing and then at Zhu Biao, thinking to himself that he should have checked the calendar before stepping out today. Seeing Dao silent, Chen Jing softly said, 3 counts. If you don't comply, you'll be dragged out for a mixed doubles match. 3, 2, 1. I'm sorry, Dao could no longer bear it. He turned to Chuwei and uttered an apology before downing the drink. Now can I leave? Chen Jing observed his still furious demeanor. His eyes seemed to convey a message of impending retribution. At that moment, Zhu Biao released Dao's grip and warned, if you have any issues, you can seek Brother Long in the city. Upon hearing the name Brother Long, Dao's expression shifted to one of unease, his gaze darting nervously. You mean the Brother Long from Anqing? Noticing the tremor in his voice, Zhu Biao nodded affirmatively. Yes, if you have any grievances, he can provide you with justice. Dao dared not protest, only inquired, what is your relationship with Brother Long? Zhu Biao shook his head. Go ask him and you'll find out. Now leave. Dao quickly nodded, not daring to linger a moment longer. Chen Jing was taken aback, realizing Zhu Biao indeed had connections, and they were of a dubious nature. Is that true? Chen Jing asked. Zhu Biao's expression softened considerably as he replied, it's nothing much. My uncle does business in Anqing and holds some influence. As long as you stay out of trouble, he won't bother you. Chen Jing was surprised to find himself protected today. He patted Zhu Biao on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, if you ever need help with girls, just ask me. At this, Zhu Biao eagerly nodded, sure. If you need anything, just call for me. With that, Zhu Biao returned to his seat. Chen Jing sighed in relief, grateful that the situation had not escalated further. He was relieved that they were not entangled with truly nefarious individuals, for he might not have been able to handle it. Chuwei, still in shock, hurriedly asked, are you all right, Chen Jing? He shook his head, reassuring her, I'm fine. Don't overthink it, we won't come here again. This place was situated in a suburban area, more developed than Xinguang district, but still far from the city's standards. Chuwei felt a pang of anxiety, having never encountered such situations before. We should leave. What if he seeks revenge on us? Hearing her concern, Chen Jing smiled gently. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare. If he does, he would be done for in Anqing. Now let us eat. This beef tripe was your order, right? Allow me to teach you. Upon mentioning the beef tripe, Chuwei quickly waved her hand, laughing. I know. I saw it on TV. It's 7 up, 8 down. Chen Jing gave her a thumbs up. Clever. The old meat needs a bit longer, while the tender cuts can be eaten in just a minute. And try this yellow throat. It's sure to be delicious. This is fresh beef. Give it a taste. It's bound to be tender. Ah, how can there be frogs? No, don't put them in my bowl. It was Chuwei's first time seeing frogs served at the table. Even though they were skinned, the flesh still twitched. How cruel. Chen Jing's tears streamed from the corners of his mouth. Really want you try? I don't want to. All right, then I shall eat it. An hour later, observing the empty plates on the table, Chuwei smiled faintly. Nothing was wasted. Though there was no waste, Chen Jing was nearly filled to capacity. Chuwei could not eat any more when only a third remained, leaving the rest to Chen Jing. This experience has granted me insight into our appetites, and I shall certainly refrain from ordering so much in the future. Chen Jing felt as if the meat might surge forth from his throat with even the slightest burp. I had advised against ordering so much, but seeing the quantity he chose, others might assume he was quite affluent. Chen Jing waved his hand dismissively, patting his protruding belly, and remarked, affluent, perhaps not. A big belly indeed. After a brief respite, Zhu Biao approached us again. After exchanging a few pleasantries, it became apparent that he sought the secrets of courting women. Observing Chen Jing with Chuwei, Zhu Biao recognized that Chen Jing possessed a certain skill in this area. Initially, Chen Jing jokingly offered him advice, but upon learning that Zhu Biao's uncle was in business, he thought such a connection might prove beneficial and promptly invited Zhu Biao to add him on QQ. They could converse over QQ when necessary, thus avoiding the need to meet in person each time. Zhu Biao, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 and weighing over 200 pounds, resembled a bodyguard. Chuwei gazed at Chen Jing, her eyes shimmering with happiness. She contemplated why Chen Jing had brought her to enjoy hot pot. Lately, he had been exceedingly kind to her, making her feel blissful enough to forget past sorrows. She recalled a promise made in their freshman year to eat hot pot together, only to be left waiting for an hour at the restaurant entrance, as Chen Jing had gone online with the money instead of attending to her. This had infuriated Chuwei, prompting her to ignore him for an entire week. Eventually, Chen Jing treated her to a modest meal of boiled food, requesting her to conceal from her parents that she had gone online. At that time, she had indeed kept his secret, her heart too tender to refuse. However, observing Chen Jing now, despite his evident discomfort, Chuwei felt a profound joy. It was a genuine happiness, for Chen Jing was increasingly attentive to her rather than his beloved character in DNF. "Thank you, Chen Jing," Chuwei suddenly expressed, catching him off guard. "What do you mean, thank you? We are family, no need for formalities," he replied, mimicking his mother's tone, which elicited a laugh from her. She covered her mouth with a smile, and then turned to Chen Jing, speaking earnestly. "Thank you, Chen Jing, for giving me a wonderful 15th birthday." Chapter 79, National Day Holiday. A little date everyone insists on looking forward, believing that a bright future awaits. Yet, Chen Jing felt that this regression was, in fact, the best course. Those who speak of looking ahead are often unable to mend their regrets. Chen Jing's return was motivated by a desire to rectify past disappointments. The two made their way home, arriving at the foot of the stairs. This time, Chuwei did not wait for Chen Jing. She merely waved and ascended the stairs alone. As Chen Jing observed her retreating figure, a smile broke upon his face. This moment could be seen as a fulfillment of the promise made during their freshman year, yet many more promises remained to be honored. Just as Chen Jing secured his bicycle and looked up, he noticed a face peering from the crevice of the second-floor stones. Chuwei stood above, gazing down at herself. She recalled the last time she was the one observing Chuwei from that very spot. "Hurry up," Chuwei urged, continuing her ascent. As Chen Jing climbed the stairs, he heard the sound of a door closing upstairs. He opened his own door. "Mom, Dad, I'm back." "Oh, you smell like hot pot. Did you go for hot pot?" "Yes, I need to take a shower," Chen Jing replied. After his shower, he dried his hair and sat on the balcony, beginning to work through some practice questions. Having been reborn for over half a month, Chen Jing increasingly felt the necessity of attending the same university as Chuwei. If they were not at the same institution, he would lose the advantage of proximity, among other things. With this thought in mind, he opened his test papers and began to study diligently. The night passed swiftly, and early the next morning, he was roused from sleep. "Xiao Jing, wake up. Chuwei is here." Still groggy, upon hearing that Chuwei had arrived, he quickly sprang out of bed. Opening his door, he saw Chuwei, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and knee-length shorts, seated on the sofa. "You were studying last night?" Chuwei asked, astonished. Chen Jing nodded, admitting he had completed a few sets of questions. Chuwei genuinely felt that Chen Jing was becoming somewhat obsessed with studying, akin to an addiction to the internet. "Come quickly, they're currently broadcasting the military parade." Chen Jing glanced at the television, which was showcasing the parade in front of Tiananmen Square, reflecting on the significance of this year marking the 60th anniversary. The two of them could only express their awe at the spectacle. Chen Jing felt a deep appreciation for his country's strength and was grateful to have been born in the land of China. "Chen Jing, do you have any plans for National Day?" Chuwei inquired softly. Chen Jing scratched his head, admitting he had not contemplated what to do, merely thinking that if he had time, he could continue studying. He had found a sense of enjoyment in his studies, akin to the thrill of playing a game. Solving a problem felt like conquering a small level, providing a sense of achievement. He would also like to spend time with Chuwei, but that depended on her willingness. "I don't know. If there's nothing else, I suppose I'll just work through some papers," he replied. Upon hearing Chen Jing's response, Chuwei felt unable to argue, recognizing that she could not impede his studies. "And what about you? What do you wish to do today?" Chen Jing retorted. Chuwei pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't know. I have no idea where to go during the holidays. I've been at home every day for years, and I don't even know what's out there." Chen Jing realized she wanted to go out, so he stood up, declaring, "Let us go. I'll take you out." Chuwei checked the time, noting it was already past 10. "How about we have lunch first?" she suggested. Chen Jing quickly shook his head. "No, it will be too hot then. We should go now. Otherwise, if we wait until the afternoon, it will be sweltering. Don't you remember? Geography taught us that the hottest time is not noon, but at 2 in the afternoon." Chuwei looked at Chen Jing with newfound respect, impressed that he cited knowledge to support his point. "All right, I'll go get ready." Chuwei went upstairs, while Chen Jing tidied himself up, opting for a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts for a refreshing look. After waiting for 5 minutes, Chuwei emerged in her original outfit, but with her hair tied up and carrying a small pink bag. "How are we getting there?" Chuwei asked, her eyes wide with curiosity as she looked at Chen Jing. "The bus, perhaps," will take us wherever our whims lead us. Upon hearing Chen Jing's response, Chuwei retrieved a bus card from her bag. All right, let us use my card. The two stepped outside to await the bus. It was the National Day holiday, and the throngs of people eager to venture out made it so that the first two buses were completely full. Only the third one offered a few standing spots. They stood together, with Chen Jing grasping the overhead pole while Chuwei held onto his hand for stability. Where do you wish to go today? Chen Jing inquired softly. Chuwei pondered briefly, then shook her head. I'm not sure where to go. Since you've been to the city, how about we venture there? You must know of many enjoyable places. Chen Jing contemplated, realizing his own experiences in the city had mainly involved internet cafes. However, today could be an opportunity to take Chuwei shopping, perhaps to buy some clothes. All right then, I will lead the way. Okay, Chuwei replied obediently. They arrived in the city center around noon. The atmosphere was vibrant, adorned with fluttering national flags, and the bustling crowd added to the liveliness. However, Chuwei, susceptible to motion sickness, felt queasy as soon as they disembarked. Are you still hungry? Chen Jing asked with concern. I'm all right. I'm not hungry anymore. Chuwei replied, though in truth, her stomach was unsettled. Chen Jing thought for a moment and led her to a convenience store, the same one where they had exchanged money previously. He purchased 2 bottles of water and treated Chuwei to a grilled sausage to settle her stomach. She took a bite and, while chewing, offered it to Chen Jing. Would you like a bite? Chen Jing gently declined, saying, No, you should eat it to ease your stomach. Chuwei was a sight to behold wherever she went, drawing the attention of passers-by outside the convenience store. Let us move along. There are too many people here. Chuwei, feeling self-conscious under the gaze of onlookers, tugged at Chen Jing to lead her away. I feel much better now. I can eat something. With a sip of water and a bite of sausage. Chuwei felt rejuvenated. What do you want to eat? Chen Jing asked. Chuwei hesitated. Didn't we agree that I would follow your lead today? Chen Jing thought. Very well, then let us have barbecue. Come on. Haven't you tried barbecue before? Chuwei had heard of it, but had never tasted it, having only experienced skewered grilled food. Is it served on skewers? Chen Jing shook his head. You'll understand once we arrive. Chen Jing led Chuwei into a shopping mall. She had visited this place before, primarily for purchasing items like furniture and appliances. Chen Jing guided her as they meandered through the mall, finally stopping at a Korean barbecue restaurant on the 3rd floor. Will it be very expensive? Chuwei asked apprehensively, pulling Chen Jing back at the entrance. She felt that such establishments were meant for adults, where a meal could cost hundreds. Chen Jing reassured her, It's fine. My mother gave me money today, and it's National Day. Let us celebrate our country. With that, Chen Jing took Chuwei's hand and entered the barbecue restaurant. Hello. Is it for 2? The waiter approached them. Chen Jing nodded in affirmation. Chuwei gazed around, marveling at the spacious interior, reminiscent of a hot pot restaurant, filled with diners. Though only 2 or 3 tables were unoccupied, 2 individuals found a cozy corner by the window to sit, a place that felt secure within the confines of the mall. Chuwei curiously gazed at the smoking pipes before her, having never encountered such a sight before. Chapter 80. Have you truly never been here before? Chen Jing observed Chuwei's adorable demeanor, contemplating deeply. He resolved that he must not allow the girl he cherished to feel inferior. She needed to embrace confidence. Chen Jing wished for Chuwei to shine, rather than be a mere accessory or treasured possession akin to the protagonists in television dramas or novels. The menu offered a variety of dining options, meals for 2, 3, or even larger groups, alongside the choice of individual dishes. A waiter approached with an aged menu. Chen Jing mused about the future, where one would simply scan a code to view the menu or purchase discount vouchers from a platform. A meal for 2 will suffice. Chuwei promptly replied, aware that it was Chen Jing's money being spent. The cheapest option listed was the 98 yuan set for 2. Very well. Your dishes will be served shortly, and payment is to be made at the front after your meal, the waiter stated before departing. Chen Jing gazed at Chuwei, reminded of a saying from his past life. If you take 100 yuan out to dine with a girl, she may look down upon you. Yet, if you spend that same amount treating friends, they might affectionately call you dad for a week. Having experienced blind dates himself, he recalled that if he were to take someone out for a meal costing several hundred yuan, it might be deemed merely acceptable or even unremarkable. Yet, the girl before him was choosing the cheapest set. A girl who dines at street stalls with you is there to share the experience, not merely to be an ornament. Chen Jing wished for time to hasten, hoping that by the time they reached university, Chuwei would be more at ease. At that moment, Chen Jing received a phone call. He initially felt puzzled, then relieved. All right, wait for my message tonight, he said before hanging up. Chuwei inquired, who was that? Chen Jing smiled and shook his head, nothing important. Before he could elaborate, a platter of grilled meat arrived, accompanied by fresh lettuce. Do you need assistance with the grilling? The waiter asked. Chen Jing declined. No, I can manage it myself. As the waiter departed, Chen Jing sought to experience the process firsthand. Otherwise, if the waiter grilled it, the meal would be over in a flash. He adeptly picked up a piece of meat, placing it on the grill. The sizzling sound of heat meeting fat filled the air, delighting both of their ears. Can we grill this lettuce too? Chuwei inquired softly. Chen Jing gently shook his head. No, it's meant to be wrapped around the meat. Wrapped around the meat? Chuwei, noticing the lettuce was still raw, wondered how it could be eaten. She had never consumed anything uncooked before. If you prefer not to wrap it, you can dip it in the sauce. It's perfectly fine, Chen Jing reassured her. He was concerned that Chuwei might overthink the situation, worried that her unfamiliarity with certain foods might make her feel self-conscious. Hence, he refrained from allowing the waiter to grill the food. He feared that Chuwei would feel awkward if the waiter perceived her inability to eat. Chuwei watched Chen Jing grill the meat, noting his expertise, suggesting he had frequented such places before. As Chen Jing prepared the grilled pork belly, he placed a portion onto Chuwei's empty plate. Give it a try. Dip it in the cumin, he encouraged. Chuwei took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is delicious. She felt that the grilled meat was unlike any barbecue she had tasted before. The flavors here were more intense. Have you been here before? Chuwei inquired. Chen Jing shook his head. No, this is my first time. Chuwei frowned slightly. You seem so skilled at grilling. This remark reminded Chen Jing of his past life, where he had been tasked with grilling during a company outing by his superior. A gentle smile graced his lips as he picked up a piece of meat, wrapped it in a leaf of lettuce, and took a bite. Watching Chen Jing's cheeks bulge with food, Chuwei couldn't help but laugh. You look like a gorilla. Chen Jing swallowed, a wave of comfort washing over him. Would you like to try some? He offered. Chuwei shook her head with a frown. No, this could upset my stomach. Chen Jing pondered, realizing that since it was Chuwei's first time eating this, she might indeed experience a stomachache. He had eaten it numerous times before, though he corrected himself. He hadn't actually consumed it that often. It was merely that he had matured and worked, thus had acquired a more developed palate. Suddenly, he felt a slight chill in his stomach. What's wrong? You're not getting a stomachache, are you? Seeing Chen Jing lost in thought, Chuwei waved her hand in front of him. Chen Jing snapped back to reality and shook his head. It's nothing. Don't worry about my health. Thus, as Chen Jing grilled the meat, he would serve it to Chuwei once it was ready. Meanwhile, Chuwei would seize the opportunity to flip the meat with tongs while he ate. How does grilling feel? Chen Jing asked. Chuwei nodded slowly. Watching the meat transform from a bloody red to a delectable color, she smiled. It's quite enjoyable. It's my first time grilling. I used to tell my parents that I wanted to go on a spring outing and barbecue on the lawn. This thought conjured images in her mind of camping outdoors with her parents. Chen Jing considered this a splendid idea. How about? Just as he was about to speak, Chuwei interrupted. No. Today is National Day, but I need to focus on studying when I return. Let us talk about this after the college entrance exams. All right then, we shall wait until after the exams. After finishing a table full of meat, Chuwei felt only about 70% full, while Chen Jing was at most 50% satisfied. However, Chuwei thought it was acceptable. Such food shouldn't be consumed in excess, and feeling 70% full was just about right. Let us go, she said, eager to leave, as lingering there felt pointless after eating. Chen Jing also stood up, and the two went to settle the bill. Chen Jing took out a 100 yuan bill, received change, and they exited the barbecue restaurant. At that moment, everyone turned to look at them. They look good together. If you think so, go pursue her. Oops, wrong. Wrong, she's my wife. As they stepped out, the warmth of the outside air enveloped them. Let us catch a movie, Chen Jing suggested, planning to watch a film, shop for clothes, and then enjoy some snacks before heading home. He led Chuwei to the 4th floor, where the cinema was located. As she observed the layout, she asked, Are we watching a movie today? Chen Jing nodded. Do you have a film in mind that you would like to see? Chuwei lifted her gaze to the film's schedule displayed above. Ip Man, Mulan, CJ7, and Bodyguards and Assassins. As she scanned the titles, she recalled having seen snippets of some on television. Shall we watch CJ7? She suggested, having heard last year that the film was quite delightful, though she had never managed to catch it on air. Chen Jing agreed. as he could scarcely remember the plot himself. His primary concern was ensuring Chuwei's enjoyment. Initially, he intended to have her wait in place, but reconsidered, deeming it unsafe, and decided to keep her close. "I'll get us 2 tickets for CJ7, he announced. The ticket clerk regarded him with a bemused expression. After all, this was a film released last year, frequently aired on CCTV 6. It seemed odd that anyone would still wish to see it in theaters. However, the owner had deemed the film a hit, scheduling 2 daily showings. Surprisingly, many local university students and young couples still flocked to watch it, even if it was a year old. "Perfect. There's a screening in 10 minutes, positioned centrally," the clerk informed them. The total came to 80 yuan. Chen Jing produced a 100 yuan note and also acquired a bucket of popcorn. With tickets in one hand and popcorn in the other, he glanced at the clock, 1:40 p.m. for the showing, and noted it was only 1:30 p.m. Chuwei, observing her surroundings, inquired, "Have you ever been to the movies before?" Chen Jing shook his head. "No, this is my first time." Chuwei appeared skeptical. Surely he must have attended before, given his apparent familiarity. "You seem quite adept at barbecuing and navigating the cinema. You must have been here before." Hearing her remark, Chen Jing gently shook his head. He certainly couldn't reveal that he was reborn. One needn't have eaten pork to have seen a pig run. "I've gleaned all this from television," he replied. Chuwei remained partially convinced, recalling that Chen Jing used to venture out frequently. Noticing her lingering doubt, he raised his hand. "I swear, this is truly my first time." Internally, he added, "In this lifetime, at least." Seeing Chen Jing's earnestness, Chuwei quickly pressed his hand down. All right. I believe you." After a brief wait of 5 minutes, the ticket attendant announced, "The second screening of CJ7 will commence in 5 minutes. You may enter early." "It's our turn," Chuwei said, rising promptly. Chen Jing stood as well. "Let's go," he urged, taking hold of her wrist as they made their way to the ticketing area. Upon entering, they turned left into the 3rd screening room. The ticket attendant observed as Chen Jing presented their tickets. Glancing back, he noticed a fair number of attendees, most arriving in pairs. There were even couples with a child, indicating that the film remained popular even a year later. As they entered the 3rd theater, Chen Jing surveyed the seating arrangements and noted that the central spots were indeed favorable. However, under normal circumstances, such prime seats would have been fully booked. It was curious to see so many available today. Once seated, he watched as more patrons filed in, noticing that most were heading toward the back. It seemed they preferred the last row or the corners of the theater. Is this a film, or is Chen Jing guessing the reason for such a scenario? All the couples are moving toward the back, while those with children occupy the front rows. Surprisingly, this prime location remains unclaimed. Chen Jing feels fortunate to have secured this spot, for it is the most comfortable place to watch a movie. There is no need to bow one's head or tilt it back. One can simply recline in the chair. Chen Jing places the popcorn between them, suggesting they might not have had enough to eat earlier and offering a little snack to fill their stomachs. Chuwei nods and picks up a piece of popcorn. But instead of eating it herself, she places it in front of Chen Jing. As he opens his mouth, she quickly withdraws. They say 3 times is a charm. "How could you still fall for it?" Chuwei laughs. Seeing her smile, Chen Jing can't help but smile faintly as well. At that moment, the screen begins to play advertisements, the sudden noise startling Chuwei. "Are you all right?" Chen Jing inquires with concern. She shakes her head. "I'm fine. Just a bit surprised." After 3 minutes of commercials, a dragon appears on the screen. The familiar opening music plays, and Chen Jing exhales in relief. During the display of the logo, he hears a faint smacking sound in the air. Instantly, he recognizes it as the sound of kissing. Are these college students so unable to restrain themselves? It's just beginning. Chuwei munches on popcorn, only hearing the sound of her own chewing. Does anyone remember the frightening scene from CJ7? It's a dark night when Stephen Chow brings the little alien home, only to cast it out again. When the child leans out, he sees a ghostly woman in red hanging outside. Upon looking back, it turns out to be just a light bulb. This scene frightens Chuwei so much that she hides her face against Chen Jing's shoulder. Isn't this a children's movie? Why is there a ghost? Chen Jing wraps his arm around Chuwei and gently pats her arm. It's all right. It's just one frightening moment in the whole film. This scene not only terrifies Chuwei, but also causes a child in the front row to burst into tears. Slowly, Chuwei lifts her head, reassured now that the terrifying part has passed, and she sits up straight. Through the light of the screen, Chen Jing notices tears welling in her eyes. Better than the little ones, at least you're not crying, he thinks. Indeed, there are no more frightening moments. Chuwei watches as Stephen Chow makes a bet with his son, declaring that if he scores 60 points, he will no longer care for him. Her heart aches, realizing that such circumstances should not exist in their household. He shouldn't deceive his father into thinking he scored 100 and then get scolded by his boss. She comments softly. Reflecting on the film, Chen Jing discerns Stephen Chow's deeper meaning, particularly in the line, "We are poor, but we do not steal or rob. We must have integrity." This message may profoundly impact many children. At that moment, Chuwei also hears some sounds around them. "Chen Jing, do you hear those noises?" Chen Jing clears his throat. "Perhaps it's just my imagination. Let us focus on the movie." Chuwei was skeptical and turned her head to see many people behind her. Instantly, she redirected her gaze, her cheeks flushed with warmth. "I told you not to look." Chen Jing teased from the side. Heaving a sigh, Chuwei lifted her eyes to the screen. At that moment, the film showcased a memorable scene where Stephen Chow's character fell from a height, and the foreman initially walked, then broke into a run. The sound of Chow's descent made Chuwei cover her eyes, daring only to peek through her fingers. As the scene shifted, a profound separation was depicted. Chow's son held a passing grade in his hand, yet his father was forever lost to him. This exemplified a quintessential father-son relationship. True affection only surfaced when one lay on a hospital bed, and surely regret lingered in the air. Chuwei noticed a teacher attempting to console the child, only to be rebuffed, the child's cries echoing throughout the cinema. A tear escaped the corner of her eye, drawing her thoughts to her grandfather. Chen Jing pursed his lips. Exhaling a breath, he must have regrets, but there is a twist. Upon hearing of the twist, Chuwei wiped her tears, her gaze shifting to the hospital scene where Chuwei revived Stephen Chow with his own life. When the child awakened that morning, he found his father, who had seemingly passed away, lying beside him. Yet, Chuwei's vitality had vanished entirely. Witnessing Chuwei's disappearance, another tear slipped from Chuwei's eye. This film, ostensibly a comedy, inexplicably evoked tears. Fortunately, the narrative shifted, revealing that everyone seemed to be thriving. Two burly figures pursued each other, and Chow's child chased after another girl. Chow himself was seen with a flower, courting a young teacher. Ultimately, an alien spacecraft arrived, heralding Chuwei's reappearance. Thankfully, it culminated in a happy ending. With this resolution, Chuwei felt a sense of relief. Despite the earlier heartbreak, the conclusion was flawless. Chen Jing had perused analyses and noted that some speculated the reality was that the child woke up to find no one there, thus concluding the tale. The film's optimistic ending suggested it was merely a dream of the child, for only in a child's dreams does everything turn out well. Chapter 82. The same headphones as the film concluded. Both were engrossed, their exchanges minimal. Although Chen Jing had seen it before, he found himself captivated anew. They stood and exited, encountering the ticket inspector. Upon seeing them, the inspector promptly gave a thumbs up. Chen Jing, puzzled, inquired, "What does that mean?" The inspector jested. "You two are the only couple who didn't kiss." At this remark, Chuwei's face flushed crimson. Chen Jing, at a loss for words, realized through the comment that the staff could indeed observe the cinema's surveillance, watching at any moment. As they left the theater, the inspector's words left them both uncertain of how to respond. "Let us go take a look," Chen Jing suggested, then grasped Chuwei's wrist, leading her outside. 3 minutes later, he guided her into a boutique filled with an array of trinkets and cosmetics. Cosmetics are of no use to Chuwei, for her innate beauty is undeniable, rendering any embellishment unnecessary. Yet, girls often find themselves irresistibly drawn to such trinkets. However, Chuwei merely gazes at them, refraining from making any purchases. Chen Jing does not impose any expectations. His sole desire is for Chuwei's happiness. Thus, they meander through the shops and ultimately acquire 2 bunny hats, one for each. Since it is Chen Jing's money being spent, Chuwei feels no inclination to buy them. Yet Chen Jing insists on the purchase. He refrains from expressing his thoughts, knowing that if he were to say, "Buy whatever you wish, I shall pay," it would only heighten her sense of pressure. Initially planning to visit a clothing store, Chen Jing realizes his misjudgment. Chuwei is not that type of girl. Feeling somewhat fatigued, they decide to head home. Chuwei glances at the time. It is nearly 6 o'clock, and taking the bus would result in a late arrival. After contemplating, Chen Jing agrees that it is indeed time to leave. He had hoped to take Chuwei to an arcade for some fun, but that will have to wait for another occasion. The two embark on their journey home, waiting for the bus. "Did you enjoy today?" Chen Jing inquires, turning to her. Chuwei nods. I had a wonderful time. I've never experienced such a day. It feels as though we visited many places. Chen Jing shakes his head with a smile. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. In the future, I will take you to a zoo, an aquarium, an amusement park, an escape room, and an arcade. Intrigued by his extensive list, Chuwei asks, have you been to all these places? No, Chen Jing hastily clarifies. I have only seen them on television. At that moment, the bus arrives and they board. There are many passengers returning, but fortunately, this is both the starting and ending point, so they find seats. They settle into a double row at the back. Chen Jing, feeling a bit drowsy, stifles a yawn and soon closes his eyes. Meanwhile, Chuwei discreetly pulls out an MP4 player from her bag, already equipped with headphones. She places one earbud in her ear and the other in Chen Jing's. He feels something being inserted into his ear and turns to see Chuwei glancing at him, though her gaze quickly shifts as she too shuts her eyes. As the bus turns, a beam of sunset light falls upon Chuwei's face, illuminating her profile. Her elegantly arched eyelashes, delicate nose, and softly upturned lips embody perfection. I told you I wouldn't shy away, she seems to convey as the song preference plays through the earphones. Chen Jing smiles gently and closes his eyes once more. Although they do not lean against each other, an invisible thread connects them. Chuwei's music library boasts a variety of artists, including J. Cho, Soda Green, and Phoenix Legend. Chen Jing is on the verge of drifting off when the lyrics Free to Fly jolt him awake, simultaneously rousing Chuwei. She blinks, her expression somewhat dazed, and upon noticing Chen Jing is awake, she presses the button to skip the song. Where are we? Chen Jing asks. Chuwei peers outside and responds, it seems we are almost there. Chen Jing glances to the left, and indeed sees they are nearing their destination. He removes the earphones and hands them to Chuwei, who stows her belongings just as the door opens. The two stroll leisurely back home, nearing the steel plant community. Are you tired from today's adventures? Chen Jing inquires with a yawn. Chuwei nodded, feeling fatigued. The excitement of play was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming urge to sleep once she boarded the bus. The two returned to their respective homes, commencing with a refreshing shower. After bathing, Chen Jing felt rejuvenated, contemplating the prospect of studying late into the night. After a day of leisure, he seized his phone and dialed the number he had called at noon. All right, that works. No problem. I can assist with that. He conversed for 10 minutes before ending the call, chuckling to himself, anticipating the events of October 4th with great enthusiasm. Stowing away his phone, Chen Jing settled onto the balcony to commence his studies. Just as he found his focus, a knock interrupted him. Upon opening the door, he found Chuwei, who had changed into a different outfit, clutching a set of papers while rubbing her eyes. I want to study too. Let us study together. Although she initially sought rest, the sight of Chen Jing engrossed in his studies ignited her own motivation. Thus, they sat side by side, absorbed in their work. Zhang Shufang, upon returning home and witnessing this scene, felt immense joy. The weariness of the day melted away. Chuwei, stay for dinner tonight. I'm making steamed base, she called out. Sure thing, Annie. The 3-day National Day holiday swiftly passed, with Chen Jing diligently practicing problems at every opportunity. Zhang Shufang, observing her son engrossed in his studies rather than watching television, nodded in satisfaction, pleased that her plans were coming to fruition. On October 4th, he was to attend evening classes, primarily because the boarding students were returning to campus. At noon, after spending the morning studying at Chuwei's home, Chen Jing felt a sense of accomplishment as he stepped out. He knocked on his own door, and after a brief wait, it opened to reveal both Zhang Shufang and Chen Wangxing, their faces lighting up with anticipation at his return. Seeing his parents so eager, Chen Jing wondered what the occasion was, as if they had won the lottery. However, his parents played it cool, parting to say, go wash your hands first, then come to dinner. All right. Chen Jing placed his belongings on the balcony, rinsed his hands in a small basin, and was pleasantly surprised to find a feast awaiting him. Pig-s trotters, braised ribs, steamed base, and 4 happiness meatballs. Gazing at the table laden with dishes, he mused whether his parents were sending him off in style. How about that? Your mother's cooking is quite impressive, isn't it? Chen Wangxing chimed in with a grin. Chen Jing nodded vigorously, affirming that he would happily indulge in such culinary delights for a lifetime. Seeing her son's approval brought a smile to Zhang Shufang's face, as she exchanged a knowing glance with her husband, who merely raised his eyebrows in silent agreement. Once Chen Jing finished his meal, Chen Wangxing nonchalantly suggested, Jing, go rest in your room for a bit. You have school tonight and need to be well rested. Chen Jing wiped his mouth, contemplating this proposal as he stood up and made his way to his room. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find something new inside.